In the sixth year of the DY era, the mighty Sui Dynasty encountered a pivotal juncture. This year marked the commencement of Emperor Yang Guang's preparations to conquer Goguryeo, thus ushering in the tumultuous period of the late Sui. In the ensuing years, the realm was engulfed in chaos, with numerous heroes rising to prominence. 18 rebel leaders and 64 factions of smoke and dust emerged, as the valiant and the aristocratic families alike took to the stage, vying for supremacy. In the north, the Turkic Khaganate loomed large, casting a watchful eye over the land. Amidst internal strife and external threats, a once mighty empire ultimately crumbled. It was during this tumultuous epoch that a young boy of mysterious origin, imbued with the chill of the steppes and an audacious spirit, plunged headlong into the vortex of this chaotic world. Chapter 1. The Pursuit. The autumn wind howled, bending the grasses low. The sound of hooves echoed as a solitary rider approached from the south. The knight incessantly urged his steed to gallop faster. Gripping the horse's flank with urgency, he appeared disheveled, his hair flowing wildly in the autumn breeze, enveloped in a tattered and filthy leather cloak. Both he and his steed bore the marks of soot and ash, with streaks of blood staining their forms. Despite his dire state, the knight clutched a large, bloodied, curved sword with determination, wielding it as a whip to spur his horse onward. The steed, aged and weary, galloped relentlessly, yet it was clear that its strength was waning, as foam mixed with blood gathered at its mouth, threatening to collapse at any moment. In the distance behind him, smoke began to rise ominously. A dozen figures on horseback pursued him closely, brandishing weapons and shouting wildly. The age-old dance of chase and flight had eternally played out upon this land, an unceasing cycle of violence. This moment, the scene merely reflected a fragment of the blood feuds that permeated the grasslands, a sight that was hardly surprising. While the Turkic people dominated the northern steppes with their formidable numbers, they could not quell such conflicts. The Sui Dynasty, in its strength, attracted the allegiance of various nations, yet even the western and eastern Turkic tribes, who revered Emperor Yang Guang as their sacred Khan, could not prevent the specter of vengeance from haunting the land. This was a territory steeped in the essence of warfare and could be considered one of the buffer zones along the extensive border between the Sui and the Turks. As the chase continued, many miles slipped by in an instant. The old horse, drenched in sweat and bloodied foam, faltered and stumbled, crashing to the ground with a resounding crack, the sound of bones breaking echoing sharply in the air. The knight was thrown from the saddle, but, mid-fall, tucked into a ball and rolled across the ground several times before nimbly springing back to his feet. The autumn wind swept aside his hair, revealing a youthful face still bearing the traces of boyhood. Though his features were ordinary and rugged, a glimmer of brilliance shone in his eyes, elevating his appearance beyond the mundane. Despite his youth, he possessed a robust physique that exuded a sense of strength and an unspoken fierceness. Although his garb bore resemblance to that of the nomadic tribes of the grasslands, and his complexion was darkened and weathered by the biting winds, the distinct characteristics of his visage revealed his undeniable Han heritage. In that moment, though he found himself in disarray, he lifted his gaze towards the undulating mountains to the south, and a spark of hope glimmered in his eyes as he broke into a grin, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth. The pursuers were quickly upon him, yet the fleeing adversaries had already reached the foot of the mountain, swiftly ascending the northern slope. Amidst the southern ridges, the great wall of the Han appeared like a serpentine shadow, intermittently visible. These relentless riders, with their bald foreheads, donned tattered fur caps, and filthy leather coats, were undoubtedly not members of the Turkic tribes. They were likely mere affiliates of the Turkic factions that had wandered into this area, or perhaps they belonged to the prairie tribes subjugated by the Sui Dynasty. Whether Turkic or Sui, neither had any intention of swiftly determining the ownership of this land. In the prolonged geopolitical maneuvering of great nations, such chaotic and ambiguous buffer zones were indispensable. They might be Khitan, or perhaps Xinbei, or even descendants of Han and Xiongnu. During such times, few care to discern their origins, and even they might struggle to articulate the lineage of their blood. This juncture, whether the pursuing Hu or the fleeing Han, such considerations were far from their minds. Hatred had been established, and only blood could wash it away. The struggle for survival had persisted far too long on this land and would continue unabated. The pursuers roared as they reached the mountain's base, pulling on the reins of their horses, dismounting, and seizing their bows and arrows, relentlessly loosing arrows in an attempt to slay their foes on the hillside. The outcome of returning to their tribe was singular. A brutal execution awaited them, with no second chance. From the moment their leader fell, the tragic fate of them and their families was sealed. Their pursuit here was fueled by vengeance and driven by fear. In their frantic desperation, they disregarded the fact that the distant Great Wall was traditionally a forbidden zone for their tribes, intent on slaying this cunning and despicable wretch to avenge their leader. However, the enemy's skill in evasion was beyond their expectations. Arrows whizzed past him incessantly. One narrowly grazed his shoulder, tearing a long gash in his already tattered leather coat, yet he did not flinch. At last, the dense woods and rocky outcrops provided ample cover. The youth leaned against a grand tree, panting heavily for a moment before peering down at the frantic pursuers below. "I have escaped," he mused. "Those curs are far from claiming my life." After catching his breath, the boy did not hastily retreat deeper into the mountains, but instead exposed half of his body, deftly deflecting an arrow aimed at his chest with a precise strike of his blade, simultaneously raising his middle finger to the foes below, erupting into laughter. His laughter echoed, revealing a hint of bravado in this beleaguered youth. Though the enemies below may not comprehend the universal gesture, they understood that the adversary mocked their impotence. The air was soon filled with the echoes of curses, and, after a heated argument among a dozen individuals, they watched in growing anxiety as the young man gradually disappeared into the forest. In a fit of rage, a burly man unsheathed his curved blade and struck down the loudest among them, sending him crashing to the ground. With a thunderous roar, he ordered two individuals to remain behind to guard the horses while he led the others in pursuit up the slope. Chapter 2. In the shadows of the forest, his name was Li Pa, affectionately known as Snow Slave. This appellation was bestowed upon him by a few seasoned soldiers in the village, and his surname was inherited from their leader, Li Shun. His name symbolized the notion of breaking through adversity to establish a new beginning, embodying the philosophy of negation leading to affirmation. As for his previous identity, his original surname, and given name, no one sought to uncover that mystery, not even he himself, who had long ceased to care. His origins were remarkably enigmatic, known only to him, and this had become the deepest secret he concealed within his heart. A secret he would likely never disclose to anyone throughout his life. 5 springs and autumns had passed, and from the original contingent of a dozen soldiers stationed at the military encampment, only 4 remained. 3 seasoned warriors and a youth of uncertain origins, afflicted with a malady of the mind. Over these 5 years, the boy had matured under the guidance of the 3 veterans, fully assimilating into the precarious existence of this border outpost, where the present was uncertain and the future even more so. The military outpost fell under the jurisdiction of the Yunzhong Guard, yet despite their leaders' efforts, the boy had never been granted a legitimate background in the military records. In truth, following the 2nd year of the Great Cause, amidst the turmoil surrounding the treasonous plots of the governor of Bingzhou, Han Wang Yang Liang, even the veterans could scarcely articulate the structure and command of the Yunzhong Guard. They had been dispatched here to scout for enemy movements, the adversary being the northern Turkic Khaganate. Yet, from the boy's perspective, this encampment served merely as a sentinel of the Great Wall, should the Turks mount a significant offensive. Their fate was predetermined, simply to cleanse their necks and await death. Indeed, they could light signal fires to alert the Great Wall's defenders, which perhaps constituted the sole value of their existence. However, currently, the Turkic Khaganate exhibited an unexpected courtesy towards the Sui Empire, reportedly even offering to sweep the courtyard for the Heavenly Khan, leading to a prolonged cessation of hostilities along the border. Consequently, the military encampment had nearly fallen into disuse. One by one, the others returned southward. In the absence of military orders, their departure was tantamount to desertion. Yet, the fates of these men were uncertain. The status of the encampment within the Sui military structure remained ambiguous. Each time their leader, Li Shun, ventured south to the stationed troops, he found himself at a loss, unable to secure provisions, and bereft of even a willing interlocutor. Without superiors, no one was inclined to intervene, leaving the soldiers to their own devices, a reflection of the encampment's dire circumstances. Moreover, it was not merely nostalgia that kept the 3 veterans from leaving. They were sworn brothers, bound by decades of camaraderie, pledging to share life and death together. Their continued presence was a testament to that vow. In truth, These past few years had seen the encampment remain untroubled, with no one seeking to disrupt their peace. Yet, in the third year of the Great Cause, the emperor undertook a northern inspection. Hundreds of thousands of troops traversed northward, their might resounding, ultimately encamping at Yuan, where the Khaganate and the noble clans of the steppes bowed before the emperor, like subservient vassals, exhibiting unparalleled deference. Such a display of power was unmatched throughout history. However, the gratified emperor paid little heed to the human and material resources expended during this expedition, regardless of the Sui's standing. It was said that the Khagan had presented countless cattle and sheep to welcome the heavenly Khan, providing sustenance for the grand army. Yet, from whence did these cattle and sheep originate? It can be said that the Turkic vassal tribes along the Great Wall have suffered greatly from plundering, leaving many of them famished in recent years. Naturally, they dared not bare their teeth against the various Turkic factions. Nor did they possess the audacity to emulate their formidable ancestors from the steppes by launching a massive southward incursion to demand sustenance from the mighty Sui Dynasty. Thus, with eyes reddened from hunger, they commenced a grim cycle of mutual devouring, vying for every morsel worth contesting. The military stronghold where Li Pa resided inevitably found itself caught in the crossfire. Unbeknownst to Li Pa, in the 5th year of the Day era, which was the previous year, the Turkic Khaganate had succumbed to illness, prompting the various tribes to mourn, plunging the grassland factions into a brief turmoil. Subsequently, the eldest son of Khan Chimin, Ashina Shabaksan, was proclaimed as the new Khan, taking the title of Shibi. During the northern inspection by Emperor Yang Guang of Sui, he had noticed the envoy from the kingdom of Goguryeo beside Khan Chimin, yet he had never perceived the shadowy, ominous gaze lurking behind the Khan. The new Khan, who had always perceived his father's leniency towards the Sui as a source of shame, ascending to the pinnacle of power within the Turkic realm, heralded a swift plunge in relations between the two great nations. The chaos that enveloped the grasslands was largely the result of the new Turkic court's indulgence. Li Pa, however, remained oblivious to these developments. Although he had become well acquainted with the tribes surrounding the military stronghold, he could not discern from whence the assailants hailed or to which tribe they belonged. The 3 seasoned soldiers, steadfast in their loyalty, regarded the opportunity to flee as insignificant, which allowed Li Pa to genuinely grasp that the bond of brotherhood among men is not mere abstraction. Li Pa had no intention of retreating. Their lives were already salvaged from the brink, and while the old soldiers were willing to sacrifice themselves for honor, he would not abandon them. For years, these veterans had treated him as family, and he resolved to repay their loyalty with his life, deeming it a trivial matter. Ultimately, it was the commander, Li Chengshun, who forcefully expelled him from the stronghold, bestowing upon him the strongest of their aged steeds, and with a mix of blows and curses, urged him to flee. Despite this, Li Pa did not venture far. He concealed himself nearby, seizing the moment to re-enter the stronghold and slay several foes before making his escape. His heart, already forged from resilience and accustomed to the cycle of life and death, felt no lingering attachment upon witnessing the 3 veterans fall in battle. He focused solely on safeguarding his own life. Once he entered the forest, he transformed from prey into predator, seamlessly adapting to his new role. As the foliage thickened, a dozen or so pursuers from the grasslands dispersed, searching for traces of their adversary. Yet they remained unaware that within the depths of the woods, this fleeing soldier of the Sui would become a formidable force. One of the trailing pursuers, trudging through the underbrush with labored steps and muttering to himself, approached an ancient tree with no caution. Suddenly, a hand shot out from behind the tree, clamping over his chin with an extraordinary strength, eliciting a sharp crack from his jawbone. Before he could muster a panic-stricken struggle, the figure concealed behind the tree had already maneuvered to his rear. With a swift motion, the hands twisted, executing an action that would have been utterly impossible under normal circumstances, his neck completing a full 180-degree rotation. Thus, he beheld the astonished visage of the youth behind him, yet this was the last sight he would encounter in this world. The young man gently laid down the lifeless body, akin to a predator that had successfully ambushed its prey, silently and with a sense of satisfaction, dragging the carcass behind the trees. At this moment, Li Pa could only ruefully shake his hands. Without practice, his skills had indeed become rusty. The act of taking a life had startled even him, an occurrence that had not transpired in many years. His control over his strength had faltered, and he felt a twinge of nervousness. No, it was not nervousness, it was exhilaration, indeed, pure exhilaration. Cautiously peeking out, he listened intently for any sounds before resuming his seat and beginning to rummage through the corpse. Ultimately, he felt a pang of disappointment. For the only item of note was a greasy dagger, while the rest comprised merely a few pieces of foul-smelling jerky. As for the curved blades and bows of these wretches, he disdainfully cast them aside. They were crude and cumbersome, utterly useless. A band of paupers, flaunting their bravado on the grasslands, yet daring to pursue him into the woods. How utterly ignorant of the meaning of death they must be. Chapter 3. Slaughter. Vibrant lives silently vanished amidst the mountains and forests. When the remaining individuals began to sense danger, it was already too late to avert their inevitable fate. An elusive demon, incessantly weaving terror with blood, rendered their once reliable arrows and curved blades utterly useless. Moreover, they found themselves bereft of any means of escape, for they lacked steeds and had ventured too far into the woods. What this implied was all too clear to them, yet they still endeavored to locate their companions. Even a mangled corpse might offer them a semblance of solace and hope. However, there were no bodies, no piercing cries of despair, nor familiar sounds of combat. It was as if everyone had simply vanished into thin air. The fierce and rugged warriors, in the face of such eerie confrontation, swiftly lost their courage. Soon succumbing to fear and despair, they huddled together, no longer daring to disperse. The unfamiliar forest loomed like a mythical beast, ready to devour them whole. Instinct for survival prompted them to make a wise decision, fleeing down the mountainside, where, at that moment, the dignity of a warrior held no significance. The rapid footfalls and heavy breaths, accompanied by the distant, haunting howls of wolves, infused this woodland pursuit with a palpable sense of dread. Suddenly, a figure sprang from the underbrush. Before the fleeing individuals could react, the shadows intertwined, and one man clutched his throat, collapsing to the ground. The leader bellowed in fury, his fierce gaze scanning the surroundings, yet he could not discern any trace of the enemy. Among them, a pale-faced comrade, as if gripped by a demoness hand, succumbed to madness, screaming in terror before turning to flee. Consequently, the next sacrifice emerged. By the time the other two companions caught up to him, he had already become a lifeless corpse. Silent slaughter, merciless and cold-blooded hunters cast a shroud of death over the forest. As darkness gradually enveloped the woods, the solitary foreign warrior finally scrambled to the edge of the forest, where he glimpsed the flickering campfire at the mountain's base. His face was drenched in blood, remnants of the enemy's sudden assault leaving a gruesome mark, a gash deep enough to expose bone. In that fleeting moment, he had brushed against death, surviving not due to valor or cunning, but merely by the stroke of luck that had caused him to stumble to the ground. This revelation led him to understand that the enemy was not invincible, nor a mere specter, yet within this forest, he harbored no hope of overcoming them. Having narrowly escaped, the foreign warrior perceived the campfire as the fleeing boy had once seen it from afar. It symbolized the same unwavering hope. He parted his parched lips, yearning to summon his companions for aid. Yet suddenly, a sound lodged in his throat, and he abruptly turned to glance behind him. The shadow of the enemy reflected in his eyes sent a chill down his spine. The strongman and Appo's eyes widened to their utmost limit as he raised his powerful arm to grasp the opponent and Appo's shoulder. However, unlike before, he found himself lacking the strength to rend his foe asunder. With an overwhelming sense of reluctance, the strongman slowly crumpled to the ground. Lipa discarded the dagger, now tainted with blood, and collapsed wearily onto the earth. The day, filled with slaughter, escape, and desperate struggle, had been extraordinarily thrilling, yet had nearly exhausted all his strength. Ultimately, however, he emerged victorious. In this chaotic realm, unwavering resolve was imperative, and though he appeared to possess nothing, what he truly lacked was this very determination. Indeed, these were the years when a man seemed less than grass. Lipa gazed upon the clear starry sky, attempting to quell the tumultuous bloodlust still boiling within him. Now, his hands stained anew with crimson, his gaze flickered in the darkness like a wraith's fire, reminiscent of a soul resting free from the depths of hell, ferocious and terrifying. As he peered towards the campfire at the mountain's base, his eyes narrowed. It felt as if the grim reaper offered him an approving smile from the shadows. At last, Lipa received his reward. He discovered an exceptionally sharp short blade at the strongman's waist, a token that significantly symbolized one's status within the tribe, beloved by the warriors of the northern tribes. Nevertheless, Lipa muttered a complaint, calling them miserly fools, for thus far he had not uncovered any valuable yellow or white treasures, which ought to be essential for his journey southward. As night fell, the two men by the campfire, though anxiously awaiting his return, could not refrain from continuously pouring the milk liquor into their mouths. Oblivious to the danger that had descended alongside the night, they intoxicated themselves heedlessly. The brief bout of carnage echoed the events that had transpired in the forest, amidst the restless whinnies of the warhorses. A faint scent of blood wafted from the vicinity of the campfire. Li Po, somewhat fatigued, led a warhorse away from the firelight, not venturing far. He sought a sheltered spot at the foot of the mountain to serve as his resting place for the night. The night wind was biting, yet Li Po slept soundly. The bandits had departed, bereft of their leader, with few spoils and having lost many young warriors. The harsh winter ahead promised to be far more challenging for them than for Li Po. After scouring the smoke-filled village, he finally exhaled in relief. Those ruffians had not descended to the depths of cannibalism, leaving behind the bodies of 3 old soldiers, a relatively civilized gesture in these parts, reflecting a measure of respect for the fallen. Yet, this was the extent of their civility. This land had long been forsaken by civilization. The veiled and unveiled power struggles between 2 great nations had rendered this place a haven for marauders, devoid of any semblance of warmth. Li Po felt little attachment to this place. He had grown weary of the snow and wind of the steppe and the hardships of life. The only aspect he once found agreeable had now vanished. Several old soldiers could no longer pat him on the shoulder, praising his progress in horsemanship and archery. Nor could they regale him with tales of their glorious past. Li Po dug a grave not far from the village, interring the 3 old soldiers there while also burying the fragments of memories accumulated over the past 5 years. He was about to depart from this place, journeying south to the grand Sui Dynasty, eager to witness the splendid world that awaited him there. Chapter 4. The refugees. There were neither graves nor tombstones, nor any mournful laments or the tears of grieving relatives. Only a robust youth, akin to a clay monkey, added the final handful of earth, covering it with some dry grass. In the end, the boy clasped his fists together and spoke to a few uncles who were walking slowly. One day, "We shall join you down there, and it would be nice to have some company, don't you think?" After saying this, the lad gazed up at the sky, pondering for a while. Realizing there was nothing more to say or do, he exhaled deeply, turned, and strode away, leaping onto his warhorse. With a squeeze of the horse's belly, both horse and rider galloped southward amidst the horse's resounding whinny. In the pitch-black forest, the flickering light of a campfire was barely visible. Li Po sat comfortably beside the fire, intently watching the sizzling rabbit meat being roasted, occasionally swallowing in anticipation. After sneaking over the Great Wall, he had not left the forest, journeying southward all the while. Now, he found himself uncertain of his whereabouts and the territory he belonged to. To be honest, life in the forest had been relatively pleasant for him. Here, food was plentiful, and there were no incessant thoughts of violence and conquest, making it a rare sanctuary. Were it not for the approaching winter and the lack of suitable weapons, settling here as a hermit, indifferent to the passage of time, might have been a delightful prospect. However, the truth was that he needed to exit the forest soon. Otherwise, when heavy snows sealed the mountains, even he would find it difficult to survive. In the evening, the forest was occasionally pierced by the unpleasant cries of night owls, accompanied by the howls of wolves. The wolf packs, the undisputed rulers of the northern wilderness, made Li Po reluctant to light a fire, for he wished to avoid attracting the attention of these formidable hunters. Today, however, his stomach could no longer bear it, prompting him to ignite a pile of firewood for a warm meal. Yet, it seemed that this meal would not come to fruition. Strange noises from the surrounding woods compelled Li Po to rise cautiously, drawing his short blade from his waist. Amidst the rustling sounds, shadows began to materialize like phantoms. They slowly approached the edge of the fire, lingering hesitantly. The shadows, illuminated by the firelight, appeared somewhat distorted, exuding an air of foreboding. Yet, Li Po let out a sigh of relief. They were human, some wielding sticks or peculiar items as weapons. This was a peculiar product of the northern forests, refugees. Li Po had encountered many along his journey, and the echoes of the turmoil from the late Sui Dynasty grew increasingly vivid in his mind upon their appearance. Not long after crossing the Great Wall, he had learned of the origins of these forest-dwelling refugees. Most hailed from Mai, near Yemen. Seeking refuge from conscription and hiding in the mountains, common folk of the Sui Dynasty. It was difficult to ascertain whether they were of Hu or Han descent. Centuries of warfare had muddled the lineage, making it challenging to determine which ethnic group their ancestors belonged to. However, do not be deceived by the pitiable plight of these refugees. Once they retreat into the mountains to evade labor, they become criminals. The deeds they engage in within the mountains are far from deserving of sympathy. They resemble the tribes on the grasslands, with adult men often brutish and fierce, willing to do anything to compete for sustenance. Cannibalism is, regrettably, quite prevalent among these refugees. If they dare to consume human flesh, what heinous acts might they not commit? Therefore, for the feeble travelers of the forest, the true terror lies not in the wild beasts, but in encountering these desperate wanderers. Lacking the skills necessary for survival in the mountains and perpetually gripped by hunger, they appear frenzied and unrestrained, ultimately devolving into beasts devoid of any moral compass, regardless of age or gender. This foreshadows the chaos of the late Sui Dynasty, and Li Po has already discerned an ominous scent emanating from these refugees. Li Po typically avoids these famished individuals, but on this occasion, drawn by the allure of food, he found no cause for alarm in not having departed beforehand. In his lexicon, words such as compassion and sympathy have always been conspicuously absent. "Little brother, may we warm ourselves by the fire?" A shadow chuckled dryly, its voice scarcely more melodious than the hoot of an owl in the woods. Their tightly gripped clubs and the glimmering malice in their eyes signified that such a request merely indicated they retained a modicum of rationality. Once they ascertained that Li Po is alone, only heaven knows what they might do. More shadows emerged, predominantly women and children, their bodies ill-clad and emaciated, as if a gust of wind could whisk them away. Yet their ravenous and covetous gazes were enough to send chills down one's spine. Li Po uttered no superfluous words. He lunged forth like a leopard. In a single stroke, he felled the one who had spoken, swiftly severing his throat. Two others, startled, rushed forward, their clubs whistling through the air. Li Po sidestepped and thrust his blade into one man's chest. A muffled groan escaped him as Li Po effortlessly lifted the screaming man and hurled him aside, knocking the other to the ground. With a quickened pace, he planted a foot on the chest of the man who struggled to rise, a sharp crack echoing through the forest as bones shattered. In the darkness, Li Po precisely drove his blade into the neck of the remaining assailant, bringing an end to his suffering. In an instant, he had slain 3 men. And as he gripped the bloodied weapon, he furrowed his brow at the faint scent of blood that lingered in the air. The cries of women and children transformed the atmosphere into a cacophony. Yet, the chilling power of death rendered the remaining adult men paralyzed with fear. Despite their prolonged torment of cold and hunger, they were reluctant to depart. Li Po delivered his final blow, seizing 3 corpses and casting them before the remaining men, bellowing, "Begone!" Subsequently, it may involve children and women, a scenario that will persist until their demise or until they gradually acclimate to the life of the mountains. This is no longer a matter of concern for Li Po. Throughout his journey, he has witnessed numerous tragedies of humanity, and as long as he remains within this forest, he will encounter many more. In truth, he too is now a part of this brutal wilderness, though he still manages, albeit with difficulty, to grasp the reins of his own fate. Chapter 5 Encounter. There is perhaps no greater torment than the gnawing hunger in one's belly. While tantalizing delicacies lie just out of reach, such was the plight of Li Po at this moment. By nature, he was not particularly finicky. Yet he had never shaken off the vice of gluttony. His philosophy of life had long been established, a harem of wives and concubines, luxurious mansions and opulent abodes. These were the aspirations of many seasoned soldiers. However, Li Po was different. In the words of the military leader Li Chengshun, this lad must have been a reincarnated glutton. He could forego many things, but when it came to food, he would never settle for mediocrity. Upon his arrival at the military encampment, the soldiers were fortunate to have their appetites satiated. Aside from enduring rigorous training under the watchful eyes of the seasoned warriors practicing horsemanship, archery, and swordsmanship, much of the lad's time was devoted to experimenting with various ingredients. Can one imagine a youth, with utmost seriousness, proclaiming that food is of paramount importance to the populace, and while other matters may be disregarded, the quality of what enters his mouth must never be taken lightly? Thus, the 3 seasoned soldiers speculated that this boy must have been born into wealth. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person, content with mere sustenance, concoct such elaborate dishes? Li Po, unfazed by their conjectures, remained engrossed in his culinary pursuits. At present, the scent of blood wafting through the forest might soon attract some ferocious beasts, yet he lingered, driven solely by the desire for the meat on the fire, which had yet to reach perfection. Many had previously remarked that this was Li Po's most fatal flaw. Nevertheless, he stubbornly believed that his passion for food was no different from others' love for music, wealth, or sports. He merely cherished gastronomy, and there was nothing wrong with that. As he labored for 2 days to prepare this meal, he pondered, what harm was there in paying a price for such a feast? Yet, in the end, he was still deprived of his meal, and the frustration in his heart was perhaps something few could truly comprehend. The refugees had departed, yet tranquility eluded him, as if the heavens conspired against Li Po, leading to a cascade of misfortunes that night. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness, striding boldly into the glow of the firelight. Li Pa, fixated on the roasting meat, reluctantly rose to his feet, gripping the knife's handle, fiercely contemplating the need to dismember these intruding ruffians. However, as he straightened and turned to face the newcomer, his pupils began to constrict in surprise. He found it curious that after wandering through the mountains for days without encountering many souls, it seemed as if the spirits of the forest had converged upon him. Illuminated by the firelight, this uninvited guest revealed her visage. She was a young woman, or more precisely, a girl. She approached with an air of leisure, as if on a spring outing, instantly imparting an inexplicable and eerie sensation amidst the dimness of the forest. Li Pa fixed his gaze intently upon the girl, growing increasingly uneasy as he watched her nonchalantly approach the campfire, taking a seat with effortless grace. She picked up a piece of succulent, golden brown roasted meat, her delicate nose twitching slightly as a satisfied smile spread across her face. With an air of indifference, she began to indulge in what had, but a moment ago, belonged to another. Such an uninvited guest, treating the host with utter disregard. Yet, as the host, Li Pa clutched the hilt of his knife, retreating slowly until his back pressed against the gnarled trunk of an ancient tree. He was acutely aware that someone lurked behind the tree, and he was equally certain that the gathering crowd surrounding him was no less numerous than the previous band of wandering refugees. The incessant subtle sounds that reached his ears indicated that these individuals moved with a lithe grace, unmistakably distinct from the forlorn wanderers of the mountains. They were a genuine band of unwelcome intruders. The girl's attire left him with an overwhelming desire to turn and flee. Clad in thick fur, adorned with pointed leather boots, and wearing a round felt hat from which two furry wolf tails hung, she bore the unmistakable marks of traversing the wilderness. Yet, her garb signified to Li Pa that she was none other than a Turkic noblewoman of legend. Why such a noblewoman would find herself in this wild and untamed land was a question he dared not ponder, for speculation would yield no fruit. Those surrounding her were likely her guards, a band of true warriors. Li Pa surveyed the encroaching darkness, acutely aware that many eyes were likely trained upon him. Bows drawn taut, he swiftly calculated his escape routes and the probabilities of success. He sensed that this time, he might indeed pay a grievous price for his hunger, perhaps even with his blood or life. The girl brought the roasted meat to her lips, tentatively taking a bite, appearing both refined and fastidious. Yet, moments later, her face lit up with delight as she devoured the morsel with abandon. Beside the fire, a girl with eyes as luminous as the moon savored her meal, soon stuffing a plump rabbit into her satchel. With a lingering satisfaction, she licked her lips and let out a contented burp before casually beckoning to Li Pa, as if summoning a servant. Naturally, Li Pa would not approach. Instead, he responded in what he considered his most amiable tone, remarking, "Are you full? If so, you may depart." In an instant, the breaths from behind the tree grew heavy and hurried, a harbinger of imminent attack. Li Pa immediately tensed his body. The girl by the fire blinked in surprise before breaking into laughter. Her smile was undeniably enchanting, yet in that moment, Li Pa found little inclination to appreciate it. Her Mandarin was surprisingly articulate, and her voice, as lovely as her visage, resonated with charm. However, as their conversation continued, her smile faded, revealing an unsettling authority that seeped through her demeanor, her tone taking on an ominous chill. "Why is it that I can enjoy a hearty meal while others lose their lives? Answer well, and I may spare you, otherwise, Li Pa remained silent for a moment, and only when the young girl displayed a mocking smile did he speak. "Wolves travel far to feast on flesh. Were it not for your entourage, my dear, you might find yourself deprived of this meat." The forest once again enveloped itself in tranquility, the girl's expression fluctuating like the flames of the campfire, dancing between light and shadow. "Sui people?" Li Pa nodded slightly. "Han?" The girl languidly waved her hand, and amidst the rustling of the woods, numerous figures emerged like phantoms, gradually converging around the fire. From behind a tree, another person appeared, brushing past Li Pa without acknowledging his presence. Li Pa slowly relaxed his grip on the knife, his mind racing with thoughts. "Damn it. It seems I have indeed escaped the calamity. Surviving great peril surely heralds future fortune." As his mind swirled with various reflections, his movements remained swift and silent, slipping into the darkness like a spectral feline. For Li Pa, this encounter in the woods was undoubtedly a bizarre and unceremonious affair. However, unbeknownst to him, the gates of the Guanlong aristocracy had quietly begun to creak open a narrow passageway for him. Chapter 6. The uprising. Li Pa lay quietly in the underbrush, observing the scene not far away. Before him stretched a valley, where bonfires flickered, casting a warm glow and wafting the enticing aroma of food for some distance. Li Po was certain he had reached the edge of the forest, drawing near to the world beyond the mountains. Since his encounter with the Turks, he had not tasted a single warm meal or sipped warm water. The weather in the forest grew colder each day, and dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, signaling an imminent snowfall that urged him to hasten his escape from the woods. The direction was clear. Westward promised a path to the banks of the Yellow River, while eastward led to the northern borders of the Sui Dynasty, specifically the counties of Mai or Yinmen. Li Po chose to head east, for it seemed the distance might be shorter. Now, everything in the valley suggested that he might soon emerge from this wooded realm. The people gathered around the bonfires appeared relatively tidy, indicating they had recently entered the forest. They were numerous, and the rigors of forest life had yet to leave their mark upon them. Undoubtedly, they were a group of displaced persons, much like the others who had retreated deeper into the mountains. Their murmurs soon revealed to Li Po that they were also fleeing from heavy labor and had sought refuge in the woods. He quietly studied their accents, preparing himself for the journey ahead. Initially, he intended to blend in among them to inquire about the situation outside, believing these displaced individuals posed little threat due to their recent arrival and the lingering constraints of morality and ethics. However, he quickly dismissed this notion. The flickering flames cast an oppressive atmosphere that heightened Li Po's instincts, alerting him to the scent of danger. Dozens of individuals, likely from the same region, were starkly divided into two distinct groups based on their attire, demeanor, and even their food. In the center, a larger bonfire blazed, where a few seemed to have servants attending to them, and their dinner appeared lavish, with the scent of wine wafting through the air. In stark contrast, those on the periphery wore tattered clothing, quietly gnawing on dry rations, while the sounds of women and children weeping mingled with the coarse shouts and blows from the men. Mere steps apart, it was as if two worlds existed side by side. This extreme disparity served as the breeding ground for danger. A few northern men huddled not far from Li Po, murmuring amongst themselves as they circled their bonfire. Occasionally, they glanced toward the others, their eyes gleaming with envy and resentment. Li Po was convinced that it would not be long, perhaps in the next moment, before he witnessed the eruption of an uprising. Such occurrences were not uncommon among the displaced. There existed a hierarchy of wealth and beauty among them, and many tragedies unfolded as a result. Li Po was oblivious to the grander political currents and had no desire to delve into the reasons behind the people's retreat into the mountains. He merely deduced the process from the outcomes. Though his time in the forest had not been extensive, encountering so many displaced individuals indicated that the once mighty Sui Dynasty, as described by the veterans, was indeed teetering on the brink of turmoil. These displaced individuals are likely to become the scourge of the mountains. Thus the world beyond the hills is far from idyllic. However, he, like any mere observer, coldly witnesses it all, harboring neither the intention nor the capacity to effect any change. In the dead of night, Li Po curls up against the biting cold of the mountains. He intends to linger here for a few days, in search of a guide, meticulously poised to select a fortunate soul from among these refugees. His gaze does not rest upon the impoverished souls on the periphery. Rather, it is fixed upon the cluster at the center. Their lives appear to be somewhat more prosperous, and their experiences undoubtedly more varied. He needs to ascertain the rigor of household registration checks outside, whether stepping beyond this threshold would result in being seized as forced labor. The veracity of the chaos that renders survival impossible, and the locales where people congregate, among other inquiries. Yet, it is evident that some cannot await their fate. Li Po is abruptly awakened. The embers of the bonfire in the valley still smolder, and voices rise in clamorous uproar. Nearby, several men are vociferously shouting. From their fervent cries, it is clear they harbor a fiery passion, eager to unleash it, potentially reducing others or themselves to ashes. Li Po, resigned, sits up, stretching his limbs, contemplating whether he should vacate this tumultuous place. As he anticipated, in such dire circumstances, individuals do not unite to overcome adversity but rather compete for scarce resources. This is the nature of humanity. The greater the crowd, the more pronounced this tendency. What he did not foresee, however, was the swift emergence of a leader from among these soon-to-be tumultuous refugees. A burly man, his chest bared, raises his voice in fervent exhortation, while others around him echo his calls, swiftly garnering the support of the majority. A hero of the grasslands arises in tumultuous times. As is often the case, needing no further elaboration, Li Po remains oblivious to whether similar scenes unfold in other parts of the mountains. Yet, what he observes is a complete cycle of the birth of a bandit group, akin to a typical peasant uprising. The anticipated bloodshed ensues, with the victims of the riot comprising an entirely different group. The cries of slaughter plunge this once tranquil gorge into chaos, as women and children cower in fear. While the adult men seize whatever they can find to engage in combat, Lipa soon catches the acrid scent of blood. He remains motionless, observing the mayhem. As individuals rush past him, no longer taking heed of his concealed presence in the grass, the uprising reaches its denouement at dawn. With no doubt that the side with greater numbers has triumphed, thus arrives the moment for them to revel in their spoils. This event marks the genesis of Li Po's profound aversion to what is termed peasant uprisings in the years to follow. A throng of distorted individuals, wearing twisted expressions, engaged in distorted actions. Initially, they committed murder for survival or in response to perceived injustices, which Li Po deems justifiable. However, all that follows is entirely disconnected from such motives. They became avaricious and ferocious. Yet, under the temporary leadership, they managed to restrain themselves somewhat. However, the distribution of wealth and women was an indispensable matter. They squandered everything recklessly and irrationally, showing no concern for the impending winter, which would necessitate greater manpower and resources to ensure their survival. When that conspicuous, burly man seized two crying women and, amidst blows and curses, dragged them into the forest, his accomplices were eagerly preparing to indulge in their spoils. Li Po wrinkled his brow in disgust and quietly departed. Plunder, a horde of frenzied beasts. Perhaps they would eventually regain their composure, but Li Po had no desire to waste any more time in this place. He chose to continue his journey southeast, only to soon discover that he had acquired an unwelcome shadow trailing behind him. Chapter 7. Talentsome individuals are endowed from birth with abilities beyond the reach of ordinary people. This is typically referred to as talent, and many who are prone to exaggeration label them as geniuses. On this particular day, Li Po found himself deep within the forested foothills of the Headlong Mountains, where he encountered a child who appeared to possess the primal instincts of a beast. Leaning against a tree, he quietly observed a faint silhouette in the distance. The child, having left the valley, had been shadowing him, maintaining a presence both near and distant. As a day and night passed, this small appendage remained persistently alive. At that moment, Li Po understood that the tail behind him, in its pursuit, must possess considerable skill. Thus, he chose to turn around. To his astonishment, he discovered that the pursuer was merely an undeveloped child. This child, seemingly just over 10 years of age, regardless of gender, was already at a stage where marriage could be contemplated in their society. However, Li Po's understanding of this societal context was still somewhat superficial. To him, the small figure, stumbling through the forest, exhausted from the chill and the arduous path, was simply a child. This ensured that he could always evade the dangers posed by the ravenous beasts eager to find sustenance for the impending winter. Soon, this child, who appeared to Li Po as a prodigy, surprised him once more. Following his footsteps, the child made a complete circle before beginning to curiously examine the area they had traversed. Upon realizing that this child could not have achieved such remarkable feats through specialized training as an ordinary person might assume, Li Po lit a campfire that evening. As anticipated, the child swiftly approached, drawn by the irresistible allure of food and the warmth of the flames, an enticing temptation for one who had endured the terror of hunger and cold. When the child crawled out from the underbrush and reached the fire, he finally recognized the presence of another. Unlike the formidable Tujua maiden he had encountered earlier, this child hesitated, cautiously glancing at Li Po before curling up beside the fire. The flickering flames cast a warm glow amidst the silence, accompanied only by the chirping of insects in the rising northern wind. Both were equally filthy, resembling beggars, weary and young, yet, in a certain sense, they were also favored children of the forest, drawing warmth from the campfire and gazing hungrily at the food roasting above, swallowing in anticipation. The firelight illuminated their faces and bodies, fostering an unspoken connection, even a tacit understanding, between them. Li Po seemed oblivious to the presence of the child beside him, occasionally turning the food over the flames, as if his hands could conjure peculiar delight sprinkled atop the roasting meat. Thus, having caught a rabbit and disturbed 2 mouse nests, these treasures, under his enchanting manipulation, emitted an irresistible aroma. He finally discerned that the timing was nearly perfect. However, in his eyes, the only flaw was that a campfire could never compare to a proper stove, making it challenging to create truly delectable dishes. He casually took a skewer from the rack and handed it aside. The unexpected guest beside him, having waited with bated breath, managed to suppress his impatience. Kneeling on the ground to bow deeply before accepting the food, without a moment's hesitation, he began to devour it, grimacing from the heat but, in an instant, polished off the skewer completely. Before long, Both the large and the small had annihilated the entire meal. Li Pe, satisfied, let out a hearty burp after days of hardship. He finally enjoyed a peaceful meal. What reassured him most was that the howls of wolves were no longer audible, indicating that he had escaped the hunting grounds of the pack. Turning his gaze, Li Pe couldn't help but smile. The child beside him, sprawled on his back, had unknowingly drifted into slumber. Though no words were exchanged, it felt as if they had shared much. The child undoubtedly displayed some upbringing, yet there were no signs of opulence. What pleased Li Pe most was the child and Appo's reticence. Li Pe himself was not one for idle chatter. Thus he preferred the company of those who were similarly reserved. He extinguished the campfire, covering the embers with a layer of earth, and gently placed the child atop it. The boy had endured considerable hardships, and after a hearty meal, he seemed to have fainted, only mumbling a few words, showing no signs of awakening. Trust is a concept difficult to articulate, yet amidst these mountains, two strangers had established a nascent bond of trust. Even Li Pe himself felt no disquiet. Leaning against a tree, he sat down, resting his short knife across his knee. Gradually, his breathing became deep and languorous, slipping into a state that hovered between wakefulness and slumber, akin to hibernation, yet with heightened vigilance. Beyond this ridge lay the village. As the large and small figures traversed the mountain path, the presence of a road signified their arrival in a populated area. Li Pe felt fortunate to have emerged from the forest before the heavy snow arrived. The child accompanying him was surnamed Qing, named Chichun, as he was born in spring. He hailed from a village at the foot of Tiger Head Mountain, the only settlement of the displaced people from the mountains. The village, though not small, originally boasted over 20 households and nearly 100 inhabitants. However, by the 6th year of the Day era, only about 50 remained. The mass migration of such a village was not solely due to the oppressive governance and the urgency of quarry labor imposed by the authorities, but also because two wealthy families in the village had incurred the wrath of the tax officials. This was not merely a matter of offending someone. These tax officials represented the local clan's power. They sought to extort labor from the villagers to seize all land deeds pertaining to the Tiger Head Mountain forest. Naturally, the villagers could not acquiesce, especially since, by the end of the 6th year of the Day era, an additional tax had been imposed, with rumors of next year's labor and land taxes doubling. The villagers remained blissfully unaware that this was due to the impending military campaign of the Sui Dynasty against the territories of Liaodong and Goguryeo. Since the 6th year of the Day era, not only were the common folk subjected to increased taxation, but even the prominent families along the banks of the Yellow River and throughout the southern regions were similarly burdened. In border regions like Mai, the taxation was relatively light. However, in provinces such as Hebei and Shandong, the weight of taxes and labor obligations had already exceeded local capacities. This marked a significant turning point for the flourishing Sui Dynasty, as the accumulated tensions from the late reign of Emperor Wen were on the verge of a complete eruption in the early years of Day. Chapter 8. Wind and snow. To speak of it, Qingchuan's uncle and aunt have indeed displayed remarkable benevolence. Under the equitable land distribution decree of the Sui Dynasty, upon the demise of his father and the remarriage of his mother, the family found itself bereft of male heirs. Consequently, all their land holdings would automatically revert to the state for redistribution. If Chichun wished to inherit, he would have to wait 2 years until he came of age and then report to the authorities. During the years of the Day reign, as the household registration system gradually unraveled, the flaws of the land distribution system, which relied heavily on the integrity of local officials, began to emerge. Taking Qingchuan's village as an example, with a sudden decrease in population, the authorities could not promptly adjust the records, leading to inheritance among relatives. Yet, with a diminishing populace and unchanged taxes, the burden only intensified as land ownership increased. Many farmers succumbed to bankruptcy under this mounting pressure, while affluent households colluded with officials to seize land. Thus, many families fell into servitude or even became displaced persons. Qingchuan's uncle had no choice but to sell him into servitude to a wealthy villager, and one could say that the child had endured considerable hardship from a young age. By the autumn of the 6th year of Day, villagers revolted against taxes, resulting in the accidental death of a tax official's son, prompting the entire village to retreat into the mountains. The wealthy households, lacking compassion, ultimately faced their comeuppance shortly after entering the mountains. Qingchuan managed to escape, fortuitously witnessing Li Pe's departure, and with no other options, he chose to follow him. When Li Pe inquired about his background, Qingchuan explained that he hailed from a poor family and had connections with the villagers. However, he preferred not to associate with those leading the revolt, whom he deemed unworthy, better for them to perish. Though his reasoning was vague and somewhat flimsy, Li Pa understood. In these tumultuous times, those who sought fame and recognition as so-called heroes of the grasslands were rarely virtuous individuals. The fact that a child would rather traverse the wilderness with a stranger of unknown lineage than remain among the villagers spoke volumes of his hidden anguish and suffering, which Li Pa could grasp to some extent. Li Pa refrained from probing further. The situation outside the mountains was not as dire as he had envisioned. While it was challenging for everyone to secure a meal, it hardly qualified as a time of chaos. For him, this reality presented a mixed blessing. On one hand, it seemed possible to avoid conflict with others and, with some effort, find a means of survival to ensure he was fed and clothed. On the other hand, he would need to devise a new identity, and now he had an additional companion, a child who, by his own words, was a mere slave. Slavery, whether on the northern plains or in the southern Sui Dynasty, was a common term. The distinction lay perhaps in the fact that slaves on the northern plains were often regarded as akin to livestock, while in the Sui Dynasty, they possessed certain rights and a measure of limited freedom. However, at this moment, Li Pa had no inclination to ponder the nuances of civilization and barbarism. He was acutely aware that traveling with someone else's servant, now also a refugee, would undoubtedly complicate their journey ahead. Nevertheless, he ultimately resolved to lead the child out of the forest. Driven by a singular sentiment, he found the child somewhat agreeable. A large figure and a small one ascended the ridge, with Li Pa gazing downward, where a modest village gradually came into view. Nestled against the mountains, it appeared sparsely vegetated, and not far off, a stream meandered gracefully by. It was indeed a charming locale. "Teacher, that is our village," exclaimed Qin Shan, who had recently adopted this term of endearment for Li Pa, a designation that made Li Pa feel quite awkward. Had he not once been a mentor himself? Meanwhile, Qin felt a sense of satisfaction in having thought of this appellation, which, apart from addressing his parents, best expressed his sentiments. As he observed the faint outline of the village below, a puzzled expression crossed his face, transforming his earlier assertion into a question. Although still a distance away, the village was clearly in ruins, resembling a place recently ravaged by fire. It was evident that this destruction was the consequence of the villagers slaying the tax collector, and there was nothing particularly surprising about it. Yet, Li Pa could not fathom why, after demolishing the village, they had not ventured into the mountains to pursue the fleeing individuals. According to Qin Shan, if one followed the stream outside the village, it would lead to Mai City, the capital of Mai County. Adjacent to Mai County was Yanmen County, both of which had previously fallen under the jurisdiction of Daizhou. However, during the day period, the court had abolished the prefectural administration, dividing the regions into counties. In essence, the administrative structure had been reduced from 3 tiers to 2. Li Pa possessed a basic understanding of this, as several elderly soldiers had served in the Sui army and had enlisted during the latter years of Emperor Wen's reign. Although their grasp of the transformations from the late Wen era to the day period was somewhat superficial, they were nonetheless aware of the significant developments. Despite his rudimentary knowledge, Li Pa realized it was insufficient to ensure a smoother journey ahead. After a prolonged gaze at the village below, he finally spoke. "Once we exit, we shall refer to each other as brothers. If anyone inquires, we shall say we have come here to seek family." Qin Shan murmured in response, tightening his grip on the dagger cradled in his arms. "When will the teacher teach me to use a knife?" Li Pa, still distracted by the village, absent-mindedly queried. "What do you intend to do with a knife?" "To learn the skill. If someone attacks me, I shall retaliate." "You are still quite young. Why speak of violence?" "I am not that young. Once I acquire the skill, I will hunt to provide for the teacher." That sounds reasonable. But did you not say that one should not hunt recklessly in the woods? Those with skill can do as they please. If I hunt, no one will dare to object." As the large and small figures conversed, familiarity blossomed between them, revealing that the child was not reticent by nature, but rather lacked topics of discussion. The rugged demeanor of the northern folk gradually emerged through his words and actions. This evoked a sense of regret in Li Pa for having taken this child from the wilderness, which now deprived him of tranquility. As the saying goes, a mountain may tire a horse, and upon reaching the foot of the mountain, dusk began to settle in. The two ventured into the village under the cover of darkness, where the evidence of a devastating fire was unmistakable. Ruins and remnants lay scattered, and the acrid scent of smoke lingered heavily in the air. Li Pa was acutely aware that this was not a place for lingering. Perhaps at any moment, someone might come to take a look. Initially, Li Pa intended to search this village for any useful items before departing to seek another refuge. However, the unpredictability of fate led the two to remain in this desolate village. The first heavy snowfall of winter had finally arrived. The north wind howled, and the snowflakes danced wildly. The harshness of winter in the northern lands had unveiled its fearsome visage. The snow fell for the better part of the day, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Chapter 9. Happiness at Dawn. Lipa gradually opened his eyes. The warmth enveloping him made him somewhat reluctant to move. However, the encroaching chill swiftly roused him, compelling him to rise briskly. He glanced at Qingchun, who lay beside him, swathed like a rice dumpling, yet still shivering uncontrollably. And Kuden and Amp, Oppos, help but smile wryly. To him, a fever was not a grave ailment, yet in these harsh times, it could easily claim a life. Lacking many alternatives, he could only focus on two essentials, warmth and sustenance. The fire had yet to extinguish, and outside, the north wind howled, the world frozen in its grip. Nevertheless, this makeshift shelter retained a semblance of warmth conducive to human survival. Lipa added some firewood, stoking the flames to a more vigorous blaze. The room they occupied was half collapsed, presumably a kitchen from another time. They had taken refuge here not for its structural integrity but for the presence of a stove. He grabbed a chipped ceramic jar, shaking it to find it still held a substantial amount of water. The only advantage of a heavy snowfall was the ease of fetching water. Placing the jar atop the fire, he tossed in the chunks of meat he had prepared yesterday, along with some seasonings, effortlessly concocting a pot of rather mediocre soup. Having prepared breakfast, Lipa wrapped himself tightly in his tattered cloak and gently pushed open the dilapidated door. As he lowered his head and stepped outside, he was met with a flurry of snowflakes in the biting wind. He shivered, standing upright for a moment before exhaling a puff of white mist. The landscape was a blinding expanse of white. The sun hung in the sky yet offered no warmth. The desolation was palpable, not a bird soared, nor a path remained untraveled. The relentless cold of the north governed all. Lipa chose not to wander through the village ruins, although the villagers had left in haste, leaving behind a few belongings. Those who came after had meticulously cleared the area. Aside from scattered remnants of walls and tiles, nothing remained. However, for Lipa, the prospect of survival here was not daunting. He made his way directly to the riverbank. Overnight, the ice covering the river had thickened considerably. Stepping onto the frozen surface, he stamped his feet vigorously, hearing no peculiar sounds. Content with the river's breadth, neither too wide nor too narrow, he smiled with satisfaction. Before long, he had carved out a hole of moderate size in the ice. Nearby, several frozen fish lay motionless in the icy waters. In truth, relying on this river, Lipa and Oppos, as survival skills ensured he would not lack for water or food. The only missing element was salt. Under different circumstances, he might have resorted to plants or insects rich in sodium, yet in this bleak winter, such options were unavailable. Amidst the desolation, Lipa found himself devoid of ideas. His growing fastidiousness regarding food was becoming increasingly unbearable. Upon returning to his shelter, he shook off the snow, finding the fire still burning and the temperature tolerable. He glanced at Qingchun, who remained curled up, lost in a deep slumber. Lipa was acutely aware that if the high fever did not subside within a day or two, it would likely herald the arrival of another lost soul at the gates of the netherworld. He added fuel to the fire, and the pot of meat broth emanated an enticing aroma. Peering into the earthenware pot, he lamented that the broth had been simmering a tad too long. Setting the pot aside to cool, he tossed a few river fish onto the hearth, which soon began to dissolve. With a short knife in hand, Lipa deftly scaled and gutted the fish, threading them into two and placing them over the flames, occasionally sprinkling some seasonings. This would constitute his meal. Once the broth had warmed, he gently propped up Qingchun and began to feed him the savory liquid, which, despite his illness, the child consumed with remarkable appetite, devouring the entire pot in a half-conscious state. Only when the broth was finished did Lipa release the child. After all that commotion, he suddenly broke into a sweat, cursing inwardly how the burdens of caregiving were truly not meant for a single person. Why had the responsibilities of both father and mother fallen upon him? Sitting beside the fire, he gnawed on the roasted fish, simultaneously lamenting the peculiarities of life while contemplating the journey ahead. Thankfully, as the weather grew colder, it should bring a sense of tranquility to this place. He resolved not to abandon Xiaochun, for the child could manage any task. In his slumber, the child mumbled incessantly, tossing and turning. Lipa scratched his head and shifted closer, whereupon the child instinctively curled up beside him, as if seeking solace, and soon settled down again. A sense of inexplicable happiness surged within Lipa's heart. Glancing down at the child, whose appearance mirrored that of a beggar, his expression softened considerably. If they could survive, he hoped for a harmonious journey together. Undoubtedly, the child's vitality was remarkably resilient. Chapter 10. The passers-by. As the biting wind subsided slightly, the azure sky stretched above. With the sun hanging high, a splendid winter day. Amidst the desolate village, a large figure and a small one emerged from a dilapidated dwelling, tidied themselves up a bit, and set forth into the vast expanse of white snow heading south. The attachment to one's homeland, often difficult to sever, was palpable even in the heart of a mere child, whose affection for his birthplace overflowed with emotion. Reluctance to part? Perhaps just a little. Is there an ancestral grave here? No, my family has yet to inter anyone. Is there a clan temple? In the village. We are the only family with the surname Ching. We cannot be considered a clan. Then what is there to be reluctant about? The child clutched the short knife tightly in his embrace, straining to keep pace with his elder brother, his mind muddled, struggling to comprehend the connection between ancestral graves, clan temples, and the notion of attachment. Unbeknownst to him, the boy, who posed all these questions, was merely reciting what he had heard. Without any true understanding of ancestral graves or clan temples, having spent several years in the border stronghold, he had absorbed a smattering of values reflective of the times. As they journeyed into the unknown, neither the naive Chichun nor the seasoned Lipa had any substantial plans for the future. They could only count on a step-by-step approach. As the shadows of the village gradually faded, the child's nostalgia for his homeland was swiftly engulfed by the arduous journey and the frigid weather. Leaving no room for such thoughts, the two figures, one large and one small, meandered along the riverbank across the vast, desolate landscape. They traveled for 3 days without encountering so much as a single soul. It was not until the afternoon of the 4th day that a vague, dark silhouette emerged in the distance. The city of Mai, at last, had come into view. At this moment, the north wind howled, and the temperature dropped even further. Lipa wiped the frost from his face. Despite the long trek, he still felt a bit of warmth within, though his hands and feet had long since lost all sensation. This journey made him yearn for the dilapidated encampment in the borderlands, where winter may have been harsher. Yet there was always a cozy little nook to retreat to. However, since descending into the realm of the Great Sui, he had become a homeless wanderer. The stark contrast between his expectations of the prosperous Great Sui and his current reality had diminished his hopes considerably. From his back, Chichun cheered softly. Yet, amidst the howling wind, the sound was scarcely louder than a cat's mew. Since the 3rd day, no matter how stubborn the child was, he could only remain on Lipo's back. What a fortunate little fellow. Indeed, had he stayed in the mountains, he would have faced certain peril. Following Lipe out of the mountains, he had fallen ill but had fortunately escaped the clutches of disease. Now, if their journey had extended even by a mere half-day, the child would not have endured. Yet, fortunately, they had arrived at their destination. What is luck, if not this? Gazing toward the distant city, Lipa felt that since this child had accompanied him, fortune had indeed smiled upon them, and he had benefited greatly. Chichun struggled to dismount, while Lipa, trembling, tightened his grip on his arm, signaling him to behave. He quickened his pace towards the city. Gradually, the city walls, gates, moats, parapets, and watchtowers came into clearer view. Soon, Lipa formed a rough understanding that living within such a fortress of war would be significantly easier and safer than surviving in the surrounding villages. Thus, he felt quite astute for his resolute decision to brave the cold and venture south to Mai. He began to envision securing a modest dwelling within the city and simmering a pot of beef stew. Instantly, his mouth watered, and his steps felt lighter. However, despite the allure of such thoughts, he knew he would have to exert considerable effort, particularly regarding how to enter the city. The perils of entering were not trivial. Without household registration or passage documents, not only would he be unable to simmer that pot of beef, but he might also find himself in dire straits. Nevertheless, as long as he did not entertain thoughts of turning to banditry and could live openly, whether he entered the city or not was not of paramount importance. Upon nearing the city, Lipa halted. Fatigue and cold had dulled his eyes, but they gradually sharpened. The city gate was substantial and wide open. The dark passage echoed with eerie sounds as the northern wind howled through. From the outside, one could even glimpse the bustling streets within. Lipa looked up to see a large flag fluttering atop the city walls, emblazoned with a bold character for Sui, indicating the city's allegiance. However, what made Lipa hesitate was the absence of any souls. Contrary to his expectations of soldiers guarding the city, there was only the whistling of the north wind, creating an eerie silence that enveloped the fortress. Is this some sort of empty city ruse? He thought, feeling a sense of trepidation. But soon, he sighed in relief. For the scene before him was not that of a ghost town. A few individuals emerged from the gate in pairs, wrapped in thick sheepskin coats. Their tattered garments slightly better than Li Po's. Their faces were obscured, and they bore knives at their waists and bows slung over their shoulders, with ropes tied on their backs. To Li Po, their attire seemed neither civilian nor military, appearing rather peculiar. They bore no traits of subjects from the Central Plains, resembling more the nomadic tribes of the steppes. The group passed nearby, casting a brief glance at Li Po and Chi-chun. Yet they paid them no mind and did not inquire further. Watching their retreating figures, Li Po felt a wave of suspicion. Are they lumberjacks? He pondered. Lumberjacks? Those who wield axes for firewood? Lumberjacks armed with knives and bows? What a paradigm-shattering notion. Through Qingchuan's fragmented explanations, Li Po soon realized that these so-called lumberjacks might possess other identities. For instance, the soldiers of the garrison and the hunters, in their leisure moments, might occasionally assume the role of a swordsman, ambushing travelers and such. The fierce and unrefined spirit of the people requires little elaboration. This is precisely an era characterized by the clattering of chariots, the whinnying of horses, and travelers adorned with bows and arrows at their waists. Chapter 11. The Detective. Remember, you are my brother, surnamed Li, and named Li Chun. What is our purpose here? I understand. Elder brother, we are here to seek our relatives. Who are we searching for? Our uncle, Li Chengshan. What is our uncle and Appo's occupation? He is the guard of the village, serving as the squad leader. Where is our ancestral home? In the regions of Guancher, Fufeng, and Minsin. Your memory is quite commendable, from now on, regardless of who inquires. Always respond thus. There is no person named Chi-chun in this world, understood? Moreover, if we encounter anyone inside, do not speak. Your accent is not appropriate. Elder brother, perhaps we should not proceed further. Li Po, naturally, would not allow the trepidation of a child to sway him. He gave Chi-chun a hearty pat on the back to encourage his composure and then stepped steadily into the city gate's passageway. The passage was lengthy, indicative of the thick city walls, a design choice likely due to the stairways to the walls being situated on the inner side of the passage, thus prolonging its length. It was frigid within the passage, perpetually devoid of sunlight, exuding an eerie atmosphere and an unusual odor. No city fortress would be an exception to this. This was Li Po and Appo's first encounter with such surroundings, sparking a sense of curiosity within him. However, the howling northern winds urged him to hasten his steps into the city. Soon, he emerged into the light once more, but before he could survey his surroundings, he was confronted by two individuals. Li Po was not surprised. It was only logical that such a grand city, a significant military stronghold in the north, would not allow free entry without some precaution. Casting a sidelong glance at the inner wall, he noted the presence of several gatehouses. It was reasonable to conclude that the individuals before him had emerged from there. These two figures were certainly not mere woodcutters. They were serious soldiers of the Sui Dynasty, tasked with guarding the city gate. Upon closer inspection, he observed that the two were somewhat bulky, not due to excess weight, but rather due to the numerous layers they wore. The first, a large dark figure, hunched his shoulders and tucked his chin in, displaying a face full of impatience and even a hint of anger. This was understandable. Who would relish standing guard in such frigid temperatures, occasionally exposing themselves to the biting cold? The one posing the questions, sporting a goatee and evidently not a youth, clutched a notebook that rustled in the wind, swaying precariously like a quail nestled beside a bear. Though the scene appeared somewhat comical, the inquiries posed by this man were anything but amusing to Li Po. From where do you hail? What is your purpose for entering the city? Do you possess any travel documents? As he posed these questions, he scrutinized Li Po from head to toe, and it quickly became apparent that the tone of his inquiry had shifted. Li Po, understanding intuitively, knew that not all entrants would be subjected to such rigorous questioning. With his unkempt appearance and tattered clothing, Li Po's identity had likely already been ascribed in the guard's mind. Li Po promptly bowed, his face stiff from the cold. Yet he endeavored to display an honest smile. We are but two brothers seeking our kin in Mai. We kindly ask for your assistance in allowing us to reach the magistrate's office for inquiries. Before he could finish speaking, the imposing figure firmly grasped his companion's shoulder, causing the man with the goat beard to shrink back slightly, baring his teeth without daring to complain. He likely harbored grievances in his heart, lamenting his misfortune in being associated with such a rough fellow. In truth, his responsibilities were entirely distinct from those of the burly man. Aside from examining the origins of passers-by, he was also tasked with tax collection, serving as a minor official under the jurisdiction of the county magistrate. The burly man, however, bore a military rank and was a genuine city guard. Yet, standing here in the biting cold, he was clearly not faring much better than the goat-bearded man. Both were down on their luck, eking out a meager existence by the city gate. This was still during the Day era. Had it been during the reign of Emperor Wen, they would not have even dared to hope for a few copper coins. The burly man adjusted his waist knife and frowned as he inquired, "From Guancher?" Lipa felt a surge of joy. Old Li had indeed spoken the truth. Just the mere hint of a Guancher accent would deter anyone from daring to offend, even if they chose to ignore him. It was said that this was a treasured legacy passed down from the era of Yu Wentai's governance in the Western Way. The old soldiers claimed that the heroes of Guancher had flourished, and that the great figures of the realm were led by these champions. Naturally, this commanded a degree of respect from others. Previously, Lipa had encountered few outsiders. Those on the grasslands paid little mind to whether one hailed from Guancher. Now, having arrived in Sui territory, he finally had the opportunity to validate the authenticity of these claims. The term Guancher essentially referred to the ancient lands of the pre-Qin era. The 800 miles of Qin Chuan remains a bastion of authority to this day, a legitimate political and cultural center unmatched by any other place in the realm. Li Pa, a humble man from Fufeng and Guancher, had left home to serve in the military, and he had long lost contact with his family. It was only known that he was stationed at the border in Daizhou, and he and his brother had come seeking a way to join him. Uncertain if they would be welcomed, the previously haughty goat-bearded man instinctively shrank back upon hearing Fufeng mentioned, though it was thousands of miles away. Fufeng was renowned for producing heroes, and the Li family was a prominent lineage in Guancher. For instance, the current county magistrate was also a Guancher native bearing the surname Li. Moreover, it was common knowledge that the clans of Guancher were interconnected. Who could say whether these two ragged-looking fellows might somehow be connected to the magistrate? Contemplating this, the man immediately began to reconsider, pondering whether he should cultivate a rapport with these two. Even if it did not lead to anything substantial, it might grant him some goodwill for future encounters. However, the burly man paid no mind to such thoughts, grinning as he remarked, "You come from the north, don't you? Do not deceive me. If you wash your face, I am certain your cheeks will be rosy, and if you shed your garments, there will be calluses on your inner thighs. The marks of a hand that has wielded a knife are unmistakable to discerning eyes. Surely you have seen blood. Haven to you? Whom did you slay? As for this child on your back, it is hard to discern its origin. Perhaps it is merely someone you picked up along the way, despite his imposing stature." The burly man and Appo's keen insight allowed him to deduce much about Li Pa and his companion in just a few words. Li Pa could hardly have anticipated that on his very first day in the city, he would encounter such a perceptive individual. Chapter 12. The stupa. Although his intentions had been discerned, Li Pa remained unfazed. He was acutely aware of the numerous flaws that marked his presence. Having spent 5 years beyond the Great Wall, his mannerisms, actions, and attire diverged significantly from those of the people in Sui territory. Throughout his journey, he lacked the luxury of meticulously refining his appearance, and those with keen observation skills would easily see through him. What surprised him was that even a mere gatekeeper possessed such astuteness. He casually set down Chi-chun. No, now he should be called Li Chun. The child, upon touching the ground, leaned against Li Pa, trembling slightly as he gazed up at the towering figure, seemingly without fear, yet filled with admiration. This observation brought Li Pa some comfort. It indicated that the child possessed a sharper instinct for danger than he did. The imposing figure before them appeared menacing, yet his intentions seemed devoid of malice. Thus, Li Pa continued to feign ignorance, scratching his head in confusion. "What you say, I cannot comprehend. For us, the people of Fufeng, riding with swords is commonplace. Lest we fall victim to humiliation. This is my younger brother, Li Chun, not some waif found on the road." But that was the extent of his pretense. He let out a couple of grunts and then hunched his shoulders, turning to shout towards the gatekeeper, "Sanwa, come out at once." A moment later, a figure emerged from the gatehouse, reluctantly murmuring to himself. As he approached, he rolled his eyes at the towering man. This individual, only slightly shorter than the giant, was evidently still in his youth, likely not yet of age, and not much older than Li Chun, still a child at heart. His tone bore an odd accent, unmistakably indicating he was not from Jindi. "My surname is Luo, and I am the third among my siblings, called Sanlang. How many times must I tell you not to call me Sanwa?" The giant chuckled and attempted to pat his shoulder, but the boy brushed his hand away. Unperturbed, the giant gestured toward Li Pa and his brother, stating, "They are refugees awaiting scrutiny. Your brother has endured enough. Take them over there to settle and explain the rules to them. It would be unfortunate if they lost their heads upon arrival." With that, he tugged at his goatee and turned to leave. This abruptness left Li Pa somewhat perplexed. Sanlang, with his head hung low and a lackluster demeanor, muttered, Hurry up and follow me. Do you intend to stand here and catch the wind? Yet, in an instant, his gaze fell upon Li Chun, and a flicker of interest ignited within him. He looks so frail. I hope he doesn't freeze to death, or I'll be the one to bear the burden of digging a grave. He then lifted his head with a sense of pride, clearly satisfied with his own robustness. Meanwhile, the two figures nearby continued their murmurs. Weiqi, if they truly come from the north, they should report to the prefecture. Huh, report what? Do the Turks even need to send spies? If we were to speak of spies, half the populace here serves as their informants. Indeed, what you say has merit. But if they truly hail from Fufeng, then placing them among the refugees would be rather inappropriate. Are you sure you haven't misjudged? Do not jest, for I have my own matters to attend to. A letter from home informs me that my younger brother has been appointed as an official in Wuyang County, and he has summoned me to assist him. Had it not been for this heavy snowfall, I would have embarked on my journey already. Huh, I knew it, this place, from top to bottom, is barely alive, hardly a fitting residence for a hero. However, my dear brother, the region of Hebei is not a suitable domain for someone of your caliber. I advise you to seek opportunities in Jinong instead. Yuchi, your perception is keen, and you possess great strength. Why not accompany me to the east? Yet, upon reflection, it matters little where one goes. My humble beginnings as a blacksmith dictate my fate. So perhaps it is wiser to return home and seek a semblance of peace. As they conversed, the two men entered the room, shutting out the winter's chill and the whispers of the wind. Meanwhile, Li Per and his companion, guided by Luo San, walked along the city wall, heading westward. They had not gone far when Li Per, without needing to be prompted, began to curse vehemently. The scene before him spoke volumes. The displaced populace, whether within or beyond the city walls, possessed no rights whatsoever. Even the right to exist had been ruthlessly stripped away. Along the wall stood a row of grass huts, rustling in the biting wind. The thatch swirled in the air, and some of the huts appeared on the verge of collapse, resembling a somber rendition of a song lamenting the destruction wrought by autumn's or winter's gales. The only silver lining was that these huts were constructed beneath the city wall, which offered some protection from the northern winds. Among the drafty hovels, ragged figures moved about, and from a distance, one could detect a foul odor, a noxious blend of human waste and remnants of various foods. Just a whiff brought tears to Li Chun's eyes, purely from the stench. Li Per felt a slight queasiness in his stomach. Yet, unlike his companion, he had witnessed far grimmer sights and endured even harsher conditions. Such a scene could not intimidate him. Luo San, pinching his nose, clearly reluctant to approach too closely, gestured ahead. Find any place to stay. The Lord has decreed that the displaced must be housed here. Do you see those residences over there? Within 30 paces of the dwellings, you may be killed. That direction leads to the market. If you cannot endure any longer, you might fetch a good price there. If you survive and are not sold, you may live to see spring, which would be a stroke of fortune. The county office will issue documents to reinstate your status. Li Per surveyed this not overly large yet dismal place, reflecting that upon entering, one is indeed worse off than a dog. Is this truly the realm of the Sui Dynasty? Chapter 13. The future. Though the fissure at the corner of his mouth throbbed with pain, and the chill seeped through his bones, Li Per managed to muster a smile, hoping to establish a rapport with the other party. However, this robust child, exuding an alarming strength, seemed to possess a keen sense of class consciousness. With a fierce glare, he admonished, "Who do you think you are, you filthy creature?" Moreover, this individual, clearly quick to action and thought, had already raised his fist, aiming a blow at Li Per's face. Having spent considerable time in Mai, Li Per had come to understand that the number of educated and cultured individuals here was scarce. Most were of a brutish disposition, untamed and wild. The so-called ferocity of the local customs was glaringly evident at such moments. This child could turn hostile faster than one could turn a page in a book. Yet, Li Per was no ordinary person. His reactions were instinctive and swift, requiring no conscious thought. Before Luo San's fist could land on Li Per's face, he felt a sharp pain on his own visage, followed by a surge of force that sent him staggering back 2 or 3 steps. Shaking his head in confusion, Luo San finally grasped that he had indeed been struck. However, he had little time to contemplate this, for the youth before him was already consumed by fury. This seemingly simple-minded, stout lad transformed into a ferocious beast when enraged. A vein bulged on his forehead, his eyes widened with a bloodshot hue, as if he were a different person altogether. With a fearsome roar, he lunged towards Li Per. Li Per, with barely enough time to utter, "Let us discuss this calmly," swiftly maneuvered, pushing the stunned Li Chun aside, and prepared to face the oncoming assault. With a series of practiced movements, grasping the arm, twisting, bending, and lifting. He executed the technique with the fluidity of breathing. Then came a resounding thud as Luo San was thrown into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The impact was significant. Even someone of Luo San's stature let out a grunt, his eyes rolling back in shock. This served as a testament that the martial techniques of a millennium hence were far from mere legend. Li Pe shook his hands, a reflexive response to the encounter, acknowledging that Luo San was simply unfortunate. The fiercer the opponent, the heavier Li Pe's hand would fall, a purely instinctual reaction beyond his conscious control. Observing Luo San sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, Li Pe blinked, a smile creeping onto his lips, though his face remained a mask of feigned trepidation as he crouched down. Assisting him to rise, he murmured, "I told you, let us talk this out. Look at you now, all bruised." Luo San, gritting his teeth, was reminded of the pain he had endured since the passing of his brutish father. No one had inflicted such physical suffering upon him since. Struggling to rise, he seized Li Pe's collar, intent on continuing the fray. Yet, a sharp pain shot through his throat, choking off his breath and bending him over in agony, as if an iron band had tightened around his neck. Reddening his face and constricting his breath, a quintessential executioner-esque noose. In the realm of martial arts, a series of relentless strikes finally enlightened him. He realized he had encountered an extraordinary individual, akin to the enigmatic monk who once visited their village to impart his wisdom in combat. All right, let us converse amicably. There is no need for violence." With the iron hoop loosened, Luo San collapsed onto the ground. And what he had once despised, the biting cold, now seemed unexpectedly endearing as it filled his mouth. Coughing violently while clutching his throat, Li Pe seized the grinning Li Chun and hoisted him onto his back, contemplating that lingering in this place was unwise. His immediate thought was to incapacitate this bewildering fellow with a swift kick and hastily exit the city, preferring that to the peril of being ensnared like a turtle in a jar. "Pray tell, what is your name? Your martial prowess is truly commendable." In a remarkable twist of fate, Li Pe soon learned that this mischievous lad was named Luo Shixin, a native of Shandong. His name was oddly familiar, although they had never met before. Its resonance suggested to Li Pe that this young rascal would undoubtedly emerge as one of the prominent figures during the tumultuous end of the Sui Dynasty. His scant knowledge of history was Li Pe and Apos, Achilles and Apos, heel, an inadequacy that needed no elaboration. He had never been particularly concerned about it. Even now, despite not having formed an acquaintance with Luo San, he was still residing in a makeshift straw hut, which was of little utility. At least he had secured a spot near the southern edge, where the air was significantly more pleasant, albeit a tad colder. According to Luo San, the previous occupant of this thatched abode had been buried just 2 days prior by his own hands. Upon hearing this, Li Pe found himself at a loss for words. Despite their nascent acquaintance, Luo San was open-hearted, advising Li Pe against wandering near the marketplace and promising to seek out a brother in the county office once his duty was fulfilled, in hopes of securing Li Pe the position there. This revealed Luo San and Apos' unguarded nature. He was generous to those he found likable, yet his considerations were far from thorough. After spending a while together, Luo San divulged that his family had been involved in the illicit salt trade in Shandong, prompting their escape due to government pursuit. This confession left Li Pe feeling profoundly ashamed. While Luo San opened his heart, he himself remained reticent, hardly embodying the spirit of a true hero. Luo San turned to leave, vowing to return in a few days with provisions to celebrate with Li Pe. Thus, Luo San became the first person Li Pe encountered upon entering Mai City. Li Pe, gazing at the drafty straw hut, could not help but lament the bleakness of his future. He dismissed Luo San's mention of entering the county magistrate's office as mere folly. If the lad possessed such abilities, he would not still be stationed at the city gate. The more pressing concern was how to survive the harsh winter. He counted on his fingers, realizing he needed to procure some means of warmth and repair the hut. Otherwise, he would inevitably freeze to death. As for meals, he felt no urgency. Aside from some jerky he had, Luo San had mentioned that a porridge distribution occurred twice daily, ensuring that while one might not be fully satisfied, starvation was not an imminent threat. Enduring until the arrival of spring next year, I shall obtain the household registration of Mai, albeit of the lowest rank, commonly referred to as a commoner. With no land allocated, the prospect of engaging in any trade remains a distant dream. This status serves merely as a reserve for the army and a supplement for civil service, standing only a fraction above that of a slave. In other words, it is a role destined for demise, one that even the citizens of the Sui Dynasty cannot afford to associate with. Thus, in Li Pe's eyes, whether or not one possesses this household registration bears little significance. Chapter 14. The Heroes. The settlement of refugees in this area was established not long ago. Since the 5th year of the Great Yao era, the number of displaced persons has gradually increased. Consequently, the local government in the Yinmen region issued orders to properly accommodate these individuals. The phrasing of the edicts from the local authority reflects a degree of compassion. To prevent chaos and the spread of disease, the magistrate of Mai County was instructed to ensure the well-being of the refugees, with provisions made to open the county granaries to alleviate the suffering of the populace from the harsh winter. Thus, during the winter of the 6th year of the Great Yao era, refugee camps were established in the 4 cities of Mai, with each subordinate county following suit. The newly appointed magistrate of Mai County, aware of the origins of the refugee crisis stemming from the unrest in Yinmen since the 4th year of the Great Yao era, understood that the influx of refugees was primarily due to the turmoil and increasing banditry in Yinmen. The directives were not motivated by a concern for the plight of the refugees, but rather to ensure that Mai shared in the accountability alongside Yinmen. The so-called authority of the Daizhou governor's office is now wielded not by the governor himself, but by the prefect of Yinmen. Similarly, although the position of magistrate still exists in Mai, held nominally above the county magistrate, it remains unfilled due to the presence of Li Jing. As a result, the conditions of the refugee camps under the jurisdiction of Mai County can be easily imagined. For the residents of Mai, this winter did not differ significantly from those of previous years. However, for those within the refugee camps, this winter felt particularly arduous. Such was the sentiment of Li Pu and Li Chan. The weather grew increasingly frigid, and the arrival of the second snowfall proved difficult even for the robust Li Pu, let alone for the recently convalesced Li Chan, who had traveled a considerable distance. After the snowfall, Li Chan could only huddle in a corner of their thatched shelter, trembling, too fearful to venture outside. In order to ensure their survival, Li Pu could not remain hidden in the hut for long. He stationed himself near the city gate, where he assaulted 2 woodcutters who had entered the city to sell firewood, leaving them bruised and battered, and seized half of their wood. With the presence of Luo San, the beaten woodcutters dared not retaliate, and they trudged back into the city with the remaining half of their firewood. The next time they came to the city, they brought along several companions for safety. It must be noted that those who ventured into the city to sell firewood in such bitter cold were also unfortunate souls. However, Li Pu could scarcely afford to consider their plight. His own life was in jeopardy, and robbery seemed a mere trifle compared to the murderous thoughts that occasionally crossed his mind. Over the span of 2 to 3 days, he managed to rob 6 or 7 woodcutters, amassing a substantial amount of firewood, and even managed to procure 2 garments for himself and Li Chan. Yet, before his notoriety could spread, an unwelcome individual approached him. Even the guards at the city gate were led astray by this person, becoming accomplices, and it was only a matter of time before they would take action themselves. Nevertheless, Li Pu was acutely aware that such actions could not be sustained. Those who entered the city to sell firewood, particularly in the northern part of the city, were primarily villagers from the vicinity of Mai's northern region. Receiving a thorough beating or losing a few bundles of firewood is hardly a significant matter for the robust folk of the northern lands. However, should one persistently provoke others and suffer repeated misfortunes, it is not improbable that someone might eventually confront them with a blade, ready to fight. Thus, after several days of labor, during which he stacked firewood against half of the thatched cottage, Li Pu decided to take a break and contemplate what he could do next to improve their lives. On this particular day, he did not rise early to wait at the city gate, and given the biting cold of recent days, his hands and feet had suffered numerous cracks. Consequently, he spent the day nestled beside the makeshift hearth, dozing in and out of consciousness. Li Chun remained by his side, his eyes rimmed with red. The child had begun to grasp the weight of his dependence on his elder brother. Witnessing Li Pu grow increasingly haggard, he wallowed in self-recrimination. By midday, noticing that Li Pu was still asleep, Li Chun picked up a clay pot and ventured out of the humble abode to fetch porridge from the southern gruel stand. However, he had not traveled far when he encountered 2 burly figures blocking his path, one tall and lean with a scarred face, the other short and stout, limping on one leg. Both wore tattered leather coats that obscured their colors, their faces grimy, indistinguishable from other wandering vagrants. Yet, the limping man had a sheathed dagger tucked into his waistband. Upon spotting Li Chun, their eyes gleamed with malicious intent, and without uttering a word, they circled around him, sizing him up like famished wolves eyeing a lamb. The malevolent glances sent shivers down Li Chun's spine. Had it not been for Li Pei's prior admonition, he might have mustered some bravado. But recalling his brother's warning, he hesitated before turning on his heel and fleeing. The two men did not pursue him. Instead, they erupted into sinister laughter. Witnessing the boy's hasty retreat, they felt a sense of satisfaction. It had been quite some time since they had seen such an energetic child in their camp. In their eyes, a sprightly lad, agile and around 10 years old, was akin to a pot of gold. "Let us head over there and see what new arrivals we have," the taller one suggested, leading the way southward in Li Chun's footsteps. They were not concerned about him escaping. Once one entered the camp, where could they flee? The limping man licked his cracked lips and followed, chuckling at that age. "His mother is likely around too. Huh, you can't snatch him from me this time." With a bountiful harvest on the horizon, the tall man's spirits were high. What is there to snatch? We're brothers, whether first or last, it matters not. Besides, how could you possibly keep him all to yourself? Their laughter was lewd. Yet the limping man felt a twinge of anxiety, hoping the child wouldn't be a frail, sickly one. Having thought too much, he resolved to visit the market later and speak with Zhang, to see what price could be fetched for such a child. Anything less than 2 coins would be unthinkable. Or we could wait for Fat Annie. She tends to offer a better deal. Indeed, these two were quite the rogues when it came to trading in the destitute. Chapter 15. Ferocity in the evening. Amidst the dimness and the foul odor emanating from the thatched hut, 2 men of contrasting stature reclined on their makeshift straw mats. They munched on flatbreads pilfered from a refugee while engaging in a meandering conversation. What did Zhang Daliang say? He asserted that for the two of them, he would part with no more than 4 guan. Any additional amount was out of the question. Such a cold-hearted wretch. One can only hope to sever his head for a drink someday. Alas, I contend that 4 guan is not an insignificant sum. If we save a bit more, by next spring, we may enjoy a few leisurely days in the city after our release. Who knows what next year will bring? According to Aunt Fat, the grain prices in the city fluctuate daily by the time we are free. Our painstakingly accumulated savings from this winter might not even suffice for a night's lodging in Aunt Fat's establishment. To speak candidly, both men felt a tinge of disappointment. Although the younger and older boys might earn a little more, nothing could compare to the comfort of having a woman beside them. Capturing a girl for the market would require considerable effort. The older boy exuded an air of coldness that might thwart any attempts. Pfft. What can a boy of such little stature really do? Well then, let us wait until tomorrow. If we can persuade someone to the market, it would spare us much labor. If not, we shall act tomorrow night and simply carry her away. Why wait for Aunt Fat? Her establishment is in dire need of lackeys. What are we waiting for? With this bitter chill, who knows when she will show up? With their plans set, the 2 men indulged in raucous laughter, their voices echoing in the darkness, steeped in a most unsavory mirth. Both belonged to the desperate and destitute underbelly of society. Their conversation meandering from tales of past bravado to the ever-looming subject of women. Should they enter the city, they would mingle with the riffraff, a lowly cohort beneath the grand societal structure of the Sui Dynasty. Their age rendered them unfit for roles as hired blades or guards. Such tasks had long since passed them by. To describe their circumstances as precarious would be an understatement. Yet, within the refugee encampment, these two could dictate the fates of others. However, on this day, their streak of fortune was about to wane. As they idly jested to distract themselves from the biting cold of the winter night, an unexpected knock echoed from the previously silent wooden door. The two paused mid-sentence. Momentarily stunned, the knocking persisted, and they exchanged glances in the gloom. Who could it be? After a brief hesitation, the taller of the two reluctantly rose. His shoulders hunched as he approached the door. Although they were deemed irredeemable villains by the other inhabitants of the encampment, within this refuge, nothing seemed to sit well with them. Yet, it remained the safest haven. None would dare bring harm to them here. Though the situation was undeniably peculiar, neither individual exhibited much vigilance. They merely found it strange that someone would come to knock on their door. The tall, slender man, somewhat irate, opened the door, prepared to confront the audacious visitor. Indeed, a shadowy figure loomed at the threshold, its outline dark against the light, and in the gloom, a pair of eyes sparkled ominously. Upon seeing the door open, the figure revealed a row of gleaming white teeth and a smile. The tall man sensed danger in those eyes, instinctively raising his chin, intending to call out. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror, his face contorting as he clutched his throat, making a choking sound. His complexion shifted rapidly from crimson to a ghastly pallor. As he attempted to retreat or collapse to the ground, a hand, marred with fissures, grasped his collar, preventing his fall and propelling him into the thatched cottage, where the door was swiftly shut behind them. The visitor was none other than Li Po. Peering around, he noted the dimness of the room, Yet the moonlight filtering through a gap in the roof allowed him to discern the outline of another person. In mere moments, the tall man's body began to slacken, his eyes rolling back to reveal only the whites, while blood-tinged saliva dripped from his lips. The blow had shattered his Adam's apple, extinguishing his life force entirely. The events transpired with such rapidity that the limping man, who had never encountered such peril, could scarcely comprehend the unfolding horror. He could not fathom that their mere exchange of glances had incited such a lethal response that very night. Despite their lives being rife with various conflicts and malevolence, they had never before encountered such a ruthless figure, leaning against a pillar in a daze. The limping man watched in horror as the tall figure staggered inside, producing strange sounds. Terror gripped him as tales of monstrous creatures from the wilderness flooded his mind. Ghosts? Possession? However, Lipa afforded him little time for contemplation. As he released his grip, the tall man collapsed, his lifeless eyes staring blankly at the moonlight streaming from the roof, combined with the foul liquid oozing from his mouth, creating a grotesque and terrifying sight. Lipa, nimble as a mountain goat, deftly leaped over the body. Paralyzed by fear, the limping man could not rise. He instinctively reached for a nearby short knife, drawing it halfway from its sheath. Yet, before he could fully unsheath it, Lipa's knee struck his chest with a resounding thud. A gasp escaped his lips. Yet no sound emerged. The pillar behind him provided support, preventing his collapse but also robbing him of the chance to resist. With a snap, the pillar broke, and Lipa forcefully shoved it aside. The splintered wood, under immense pressure, pierced the limping man's waist. He gasped in agony, instinctively arching his back. Lipa pressed down hard on his chest, rendering him immobile, their eyes locked, fierce and unrelenting. As he witnessed the spark of life gradually extinguish from the limping man and Apos' gaze, only then did Lipa rise slowly to his feet. The commotion has grown rather significant, as the nearby cottages are resonating with sounds, evidently having detected the unusual circumstances here. Chapter 16. The burial of corpses. Lipa remained unperturbed. The refugee camp was essentially a secluded world, where outsiders were reluctant to intrude, and those within had little hope of escape. There were no gallant heroes to champion the cause of justice, nor were there idle spectators eager to witness the unfolding drama. Thus, he swiftly surveyed the dilapidated straw hut, before approaching it to drag the gaunt body over and lay it atop the hunchbacked figure. He then seized the hunchback's arm, encircling the slender neck of the other. The scene of a simple internal conflict culminating in mutual destruction had been arranged with relative ease. Of course, seasoned investigators would find it lacking in credibility. But who would expend effort over the demise of two refugees? Having hastily set the stage, Lipa bent down to retrieve the hunchback's short blade, drawing it forth to examine. It was a most peculiar weapon, remarkably short, perhaps only 3 feet from hilt to tip, considerably shorter than the standard arms of the Sui army. This was to be expected. Regardless of the era, the craftsmanship of the Central Plains Empire held a significant advantage over the northern territories. This was a privately forged short knife, as Lipa had observed and utilized several weapons of the old soldiers in the camp, all of which bore the name of the blacksmith in the official seal. Such privately made weapons could not compare to the standard arms of the Sui army. Yet, the presence of a sharp blade on both refugees suggested that the proliferation of privately forged arms in the Sui Dynasty had reached notable levels. Lipa did not dwell on such thoughts. He merely toyed with the short knife. The blade widened from the hilt towards the center, creating an appearance of ample breadth, only to taper dramatically towards the edge, forming a sharp tip akin to a sword. Thus, this short knife possessed the dual capabilities of slashing and thrusting. Sheathing the blade, he tucked it into his waist. He continued to rummage within the straw shed, reasoning that 2 thieves engaged in such a profession would certainly have some money. Despite the dimness, Lipa swiftly uncovered the hidden stash of the 2 ruffians. Beneath their bedding, the earth was soft and loose. Lipa decided against lingering. Digging at this moment would be ill-advised, and he resolved to return quietly later to unearth the treasure. Before Lipa could settle in, a child leaped up and rushed over, enveloping his waist in an embrace. Lipa affectionately ruffled the child's hair, instructing him to go inside and sleep. A night passed in silence, and when Lipa arose early the next morning, having consumed the distinctive thin porridge of Mai City, he found the lack of activity rather vexing. How could the bureaucratic atmosphere of Mai City be so oppressive that even after the death of 2 individuals, there was still no sign of response? This was a significant deviation from his expectations. In reality, it was not until the afternoon that Luosin finally entered the refugee camp. The boy seemed to bear a heavy fate. as if the task of digging graves had fallen solely upon him. No officials had come to investigate the scene. Only Luo-san made a solitary circuit around the tumbled straw hut, concluding the matter of the homicide. The two men had engaged in mutual combat until death claimed them. However, what frustrated Li Po was that, as a friend, Luo-san insisted that Li Po accompany him to dig the grave for the deceased. This is not all. Luo-san, with great satisfaction, unearthed 2 jars of copper coins from that dilapidated straw hut. With this unexpected windfall, he chattered about treating Li Po to drinks in a couple of days, which made Li Po wish he could smash the lad's head. However, this was also Li Po's first venture beyond the gates of Mai since his arrival in the city. Moreover, he encountered several other guards stationed at the city gate. There were 5 men in total, albeit one was missing. 2 were stationed atop the city wall, perched in the arrow tower, while the other 2 stood below, watching the gate. Among them was a man with a goatee named Wei, and the squad leader, surnamed Yuchi. The name of this squad leader resonated in Li Pei's ears like thunder. Yuchi Gong, styled Jingda, was presumably a descendant of the Xianbei, though it was also conceivable he might be a Han who had adopted a Xianbei surname. Who could say? The future noble Yuchi Jingda was, for now, merely a beleaguered gate guard, scorned by Luo Shixin's mockery, yet he bore it all with composure. Li Po was not particularly astonished, after all. The current magistrate of Mai was still Li Jing. What could Yuchi Gong possibly be? In the ebb and flow of fortunes, these individuals would eventually rise, but for now, they were merely lowly figures. Li Po had no desire to ingratiate himself with the powerful. The biting winter wind had nearly extinguished all his fervor, and he yearned only for the arrival of spring. After all, 2 lives had been lost. Squad leader Yuchi summoned his pitiful subordinates, issuing stern warnings. Death had come, and there was no remedy, especially since the deceased were mere vagrants. He cautioned them not to speak indiscriminately. As for Li Po, he was conveniently overlooked by Yuchi. Do not underestimate the squad leader. In the eyes of such a man, a vagrant would likely be regarded as less than a dog. Yet, from Yuchi's serious admonitions, Li Po discerned a peculiar undertone. Later, upon inquiring with Luo-san, he learned that since the new magistrate's tenure began, a strict rule had been established in Mai. Deaths from illness, starvation, or exposure were permissible, but any murder must be meticulously investigated. Over the years, the incidents of violence within the city had dwindled to near extinction. Even the most ferocious swordsmen dared only to draw their blades in intimidation. But to kill openly in the streets was a rarity. The 2 who had perished fell into the category of a homicide. However, the age-old saying holds true. Policy from above begets countermeasures below, especially since both deceased were vagrants, making it unnecessary to report the incident. Additionally, as long as the patrol officers under the magistrate did not uncover the truth, burying the bodies would suffice, provided that no one spoke out of turn. There would be no repercussions. Li Po was rather pleased to hear this, although he was the one responsible for the killings. He certainly did not wish to reside in a chaotic world. The burial site was situated in a grove to the north of the city, a common graveyard for the vagrants, where those without kin or means found their final resting place. Even some impoverished families, upon losing a loved one, could only manage to wrap the bodies in whatever they could find and cast them aside here to conclude their earthly matters. The place was shrouded in an eerie silence, desolate and devoid of life, as if a pall of death enveloped it, instilling a profound discomfort. Li Po and Luo-san hastily dug a shallow grave, burying the 2 corpses with little ceremony. Murder and concealment of the body, could this be deemed as obliterating evidence? A wry smile crept upon Li Po's lips as he regarded Luo-san, pondering to himself that such companions would indeed be invaluable in the days to come. Chapter 17. Struggle. The following days proved to be considerably more bearable. Although the weather grew colder with each passing day, the presence of food and firewood made enduring the harsh winter a manageable endeavor. The humble thatched hut on the southern side of the refugee camp was meticulously tidied by Li Chun. At this juncture, the refugees within the camp became aware that 2 brothers resided there, both armed and acquainted with the gate guards, earning them a measure of respect. Consequently, the southern straw hut transformed into a rather distinctive location within the camp, with no one daring to approach too closely. Whenever Li Chun ventured to fetch porridge, he consistently found himself at the front of the line. Occasionally, the official distributing the porridge would offer a smile, generously adding an extra ladle or providing him with a piece of bread. This illustrates that the notion of class is omnipresent, even in the darkest of circumstances. A hierarchy emerges, revealing the essence of human nature. During this time, Li Pa found himself with some leisure and formally commenced instructing Li Chun in the art of swordplay. Thus, on the open ground outside the hut, one could frequently observe the two figures, one large and one small, tirelessly wielding their blades, accompanied by vigorous shouts. However, the adage "the poor in literature are rich in martial prowess" holds true. Those who practice martial arts require robust physiques. The meager sustenance available in the refugee camp was insufficient for Li Pa and Li Chun to indulge freely. Consequently, both began to feel their strength waning. And after a few days, they refrained from exposing themselves to the biting winds. Once Luo San's shift concluded and a new group of guards took over the gate, Li Pa was compelled to contemplate their livelihood once more. He first instructed Luo San to foster rapport with the newly arrived guards. Of course, such camaraderie could not compare to the brotherly bond he shared with Luo San. It merely aimed to establish a degree of familiarity with the new personnel. He sought to ensure that the new sergeant was aware of a noteworthy figure within the refugee camp, a man from the west with considerable courage. However, further discussions were futile, as the guards had no inclination to associate with mere refugees, let alone engage in pleasantries. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Li Pa, as it guaranteed him a broader scope for movement. From the gate to the marketplace, Li Pa could now traverse freely, much to his delight. On a particularly sunny day, with the cold winds subsiding, Li Pa took Li Chun and stepped out of the hut, making their way directly to the northern city wall. Like a tyrant, he demanded that the refugees emerge from their abodes, with the singular objective of ensuring their surroundings were kept tidy and prohibiting any form of indiscriminate waste. Over the course of 3 days, Li Pa not only learned and memorized the names of most refugees, but also established rules within the camp. No one was permitted to relieve themselves indiscriminately. All waste must be directed to the temporary latrines constructed by the authorities. It is important to note that Li Pa and Appo's intentions were not born from a desire to assert dominance in such a makeshift environment. Even if he commanded the attention of the masses, it would hold little significance. Due to Li Pa's burgeoning notoriety, the refugees endured considerable hardship. It is likely that in their eyes, Li Pa had become even more detestable than the gaunt figure and the limping one who had previously been present. Li Pa remained unfazed by their sentiments, for his actions were driven by his own reasoning. It is not merely to render the refugee camp more orderly or to make it more comfortable for its inhabitants. His purpose lies in observing the types of individuals residing within the camp. Should there be one or two tall, gaunt figures or limping individuals hidden away, it would be prudent to exercise additional caution, even if immediate action is not warranted. After a thorough examination, he discovered 2 children of 7 or 8 years. For middle-aged individuals in their 30s or 40s, and 2 emaciated women. This amounted to a rudimentary census. Upon counting, he found there were 124 souls in the camp, with 7 or 8 on the brink of death, while the rest managed to endure, albeit barely. In essence, the elderly and the young were present in significant numbers. Furthermore, the camp experienced daily fatalities, should this persist. Li Pa harbored doubts about how many would remain by the time spring arrived next year. According to several guards stationed at the city gates, this was considered the less dire situation. There existed a refugee camp beyond the southern city, where the population was far greater, numbering in the hundreds, and the mortality rate was alarmingly higher. This stark reality depicted human life as being valued no more than mere grass seeds. Hearing this, Li Pa felt a chill in his heart. He certainly did not wish to become one among the nameless graves of the northern city. Thus, he recognized the necessity of exerting greater effort. The refugees in the northern city were primarily impoverished farmers from Mai County, who, having lost the adult males in their families, ventured out with their families to beg rather than succumb to starvation at home, only to find themselves trapped within the confines of the refugee camp. In other words, most of them possessed household registration documents. However, once they stepped beyond the village jurisdiction, according to the laws of the Sui Dynasty, they became legitimate refugees. A small, scattered group emerged from the northern city gate of Mai. After trudging some distance, they finally reached the banks of the Mai River, which meandered around the city. Leading the group was Li Pa, accompanied by men of various ages, alongside 2 sniffling children. Continuing further might result in some succumbing to the cold. Fortunately, the Mai River was not far from the city itself. In reality, the so-called Mai River was merely a local appellation derived from the city's name. It was a tributary of the Sang River, and if one ventured further north, they might even glimpse the tail end of the Song River. Nevertheless, neither Li Pa nor the others possessed the inclination to trace its origins. They belonged to a group struggling on the precipice of death. Lipa had expended considerable effort to lead them out of the city. Thus, on this day, the river's surface was punctured with holes of varying sizes. This was a frantic pursuit of survival. Despite the hardships, these refugees remained spirited. The act of breaking the ice to fish was not Lipo's invention. The astute laborers had long been aware that winter was the prime season for catching river fish. However, let it be noted that not only were they unable to leave the city, but even if they did, they would not dare to brazenly ice fish beneath the walls of Mai City. For according to the strict laws of the Sui Dynasty, hunting and fishing were meticulously regulated. Ordinary folk could hunt in the mountains or fish in the rivers without being seen, but should someone report them, the consequences would be dire. Yet, Lipo led his group to do just that, for he yearned to make the most of this winter. He was not only concerned with their livelihood, but also sought to prepare for the upcoming spring and the registration process. Chapter 18. Humanity as dusk fell. Lipa led his companions through the city gates. Each individual appeared pallid and chilled to the bone, with the two children perched upon their backs. Yet, in their hands, they clutched several plump fish, tied with jute twine, refusing to relinquish their grip, even the little ones. These fish represented their hope for survival, the sustenance for their family over the forthcoming days. With such provisions, the biting cold might be endured for a little while longer. At that moment, the stature of Lipo in their eyes had transformed dramatically. He was no longer merely a leader, but their savior. In truth, offering hope in dire circumstances transcended the mere label of savior. The depth of their gratitude was ineffable. The most straightforward expression of their sentiment was evident. None would dare walk ahead of Lipo, and his name had evolved from the casual Li De or Li De Lang to the reverent Li Gong. Those who cling to life must possess a compassionate heart, destined to rise to nobility. In this era, faith in the Buddha and the concept of fate were deeply ingrained among all strata of society, making this somewhat inappropriate title fitting for Lipa. Were the current magistrate to overhear this, he would surely bristle with indignation. However, Lipa himself remained largely oblivious to this newfound reverence. He hunched his shoulders, attempting to minimize his exposure to the biting wind. Yet his body continued to tremble from the cold. It was evident that even this esteemed Li Gong was not immune to the chill. Just after they passed through the gate, Li Chun, who had been anxiously waiting at the entrance, stumbled towards them. Seeing Li Chun, who resembled a shivering quail, approach, Lipa kicked him playfully. He then turned, clutching two hefty fish, and made his way to the gatekeeper's lodge. Every action bears a cost, and Lipa understood that without demonstration of gratitude, such preferential treatment would not endure indefinitely. Relationships must be nurtured to ensure longevity. Did any of the refugees comprehend this? Some did. A man in his 40s lagged behind, trembling as he grasped Lipa and Apo's arm, silently offering one of the fish he carried. With a humble bow, he turned to leave. This seemingly trivial gesture of thanks encapsulated the warmest, most genuine aspect of human kindness. Lipa felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, suddenly perceiving the fish in his hand as significantly heavier. His spirits lifted. He found solace in the notion that gratitude could be manifested through action. He felt no profound emotion, merely a sense of unexpected reward for his efforts. Knocking on the wooden door of the lodge, he entered with ease. The warmth of the crackling fire enveloped the room, creating an atmosphere akin to spring. However, upon seeing the two young men inside, their faces flushed from drink. Lipa and Apo's mood soured instantly. The two cast him a sidelong glance, remaining seated. Yet, Lipa quickly donned a smile, raising the fish in his hand, expressing gratitude for their hospitality. This small offering was merely a token, intended to complement their feast. Observing the fresh, plump fish, the two finally managed to crack smiles. Both young men appeared quite youthful. A sergeant and a tax official, both in their 20s, were not much older than Lipa. The tax official spoke with a Kansai accent, akin to what is now referred to as Mandarin. His demeanor was such that even the previous goat-bearded figure paled in comparison. He likely hailed from the prefectural office, possessing a lineage that set him apart from the ordinary. The sergeant, on the other hand, was less remarkable in appearance but exuded a wild and fierce spirit, evident of an experienced soldier despite his youth. In the northern regions today, individuals of such character were commonplace, requiring no further elaboration. Within the confines of the room, it was just the two of them, as the others had been sent away to the Arrow Tower. On the lone table lay a jar of murky wine. The tax official grimaced upon taking a sip, clearly finding it difficult to swallow. However, the sergeant, surnamed Liu, whether intentionally or not, persistently clinked glasses with him, almost compelling him to down cup after cup of the foul drink. Silence enveloped them, yet Li Pe remained engaged. Having encountered numerous individuals of this era, he had begun to grasp the omnipresence of social hierarchy, lamenting little and instead adhering to local customs. Stifling his hunger, he deftly placed fish by the fire, awaiting their transformation before scaling and gutting them. Familiar with the surroundings, he found cooking utensils in the storeroom. First frying the fish in oil until the aroma wafted through the air, before transferring them into a clay pot with water. Once the water boiled, he added the fish, seasoning it with scallions and ginger, and soon the fragrance of the stew filled the room. Sergeant Liu twitched his nose, despite his reluctance to converse with a commoner. He could not help but chuckle. Not bad. If this skill were to reach our place, the brothers would be in for a treat. It was merely a jest. He then inquired, "Tell me, lad, what did you do before?" His curiosity piqued. He wondered how this Kansai-accented youth, acquainted with Luo-san, ended up imprisoned in a refugee camp. Li Pe's response elicited hearty laughter from Sergeant Zhang and a smile from the tax official. After a while, as the dish reached perfection, Li Pe served the stew onto plates, drenching the fish in thick broth before presenting it at the table. Sergeant Zhang, already eager, allowed the tax official to begin, and upon tasting, he could not help but exclaim, "This culinary skill rivals that of Chef Wang at Chuanxiang Lu. Splendid." The tax official, too, sampled a piece, squinting with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Li Pe smiled and said, "Though I possess little else, I take pride in my culinary abilities. Should either of you require anything in the future, simply call upon me. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." He spoke with a humble tone, yet his gaze remained fixated on the fish stew, swallowing hard at the sight. This overt display of desire prompted another laugh from the sergeant, who waved dismissively, "Go on. Go on. After all, you and Appos, V worked hard all day, haven't you?" Chapter 19. Fish Trade. Li Pe emerged from the gatehouse, carrying a clay pot, feeling quite pleased with himself. The fish soup was not only nourishing but also delightful in flavor, far superior to the 3 fish he had previously acquired. Additionally, he was pleasantly surprised to find a few copper coins nestled in his pocket, a token of appreciation from the tax official for his catch. Despite his initial confusion regarding the distinction between the day silver coins and the Kaiwang 5 coins, he ultimately accepted the payment. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, the young tax official sampled the stewed fish, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The wine and dish were ill-matched, yet he continued to endure the incessant chatter of Lu Wuzhang. Accepting a few fish from him should warrant no need for payment, he thought, squinting in silence. He had no intention of explaining to this coarse man the noble demeanor expected of his station, nor would he divulge his reluctance to antagonize the likes of Wei Qi and Luo-san. He refrained from mentioning that the humble young man he had encountered earlier, with his remarkably pure Guancher accent and refined speech, might indeed be a distant scion of the Li family from Guancher. Unlike Wei Qi and his companions, he had encountered numerous fallen scions from prominent families, and he understood that even in destitution, they held an advantage over the rougher folk. Given the right opportunity, such individuals could rise again. It was worth noting that the current emperor's grandfather, Yang Guang, had endured great hardship in his youth. While it might seem far-fetched to draw parallels between a lowly refugee and the emperor's grandfather, the unpredictability of fate could not be underestimated. Unbeknownst to him, the coarse man he observed was silently mocking him. Who doesn't he know you fear Wei Qi, Luo-san, and Cheng Dalong? He thought. Look at you, acting so grand. You won't last long in Mai. Those born of humble origins possess their own survival wisdom. Perhaps word of this would reach Wei Qi and the others, who would then blame external meddling. This wisdom might elude the young tax official for a lifetime, and even if he grasped it, it would not be at his current age. Much like the tall, lanky man and the cripple who lost their lives despite acquiring wealth. The simple fish soup gifted by Lu Wuzhang proved far more substantial. That evening, the duo savored the fish soup and grilled fish, reveling in a happiness they had never before experienced. The following day, the weather turned foul, with fierce winds rendering the city gates impassable. Consequently, Li Pe ventured to a few more houses. As he traversed the refugee camp, he felt an entirely different atmosphere. Those who could provide food were revered like deities among the displaced populace, had circumstances permitted. It would not have been surprising for someone to have already set up a tablet in honor of Li Pe. A frail woman trembled as she passed by, perhaps on her way to relieve herself. This is the rule established by Li Pe, which was once despised by many, but now, even if one were to freeze to death in the privy, they would adhere to the regulations set forth by Lord Li. Upon seeing Li Pe pass by, A woman immediately knelt on the ground and prostrated herself several times. Li Pe, feeling somewhat out of place amid such fervent enthusiasm, visited each household. By the time he emerged, he found himself holding a string of frozen fish. Although he said nothing, everyone was quite willing to oblige. To them, it was akin to the tax collection by the authorities. Having provided a means of survival, it would be strange indeed to take nothing in return. However, Li Pe had no intention of extracting any gain from these displaced individuals. His values diverged significantly from those of the majority. He believed that possessing sharp teeth and claws did not necessitate preying upon the herbivorous. Thus, he settled in the cold wind at the base of the city gate. As fate would have it, several northern men carrying firewood gradually passed through the city gate, and the two leading figures immediately began to survey their surroundings. Upon spotting Li Pe, they broke into smiles and called out, drawing their companions close. Li Pe looked up and laughed in return. These two were acquaintances, having been recently bested by him, with the bruises on their faces still evident. One man, with a still swollen eye, shook his fist at Li Pe, while the other displayed a mix of anger and embarrassment. However, in the fierce and bold community of Mai, their gathering with compatriots could hardly be deemed honorable. Li Pe, too, had no desire to engage in another altercation. With no steadfast ally like Luo San nearby, fighting these hunters for Ma would be an unwise choice. Before the group of northern men could speak, Li Pe pointed to the frozen fish before him and said with a smile, 3 fish for a load of firewood seems quite fair, doesn't it, Appos? Tiet? Surely, you gentlemen must be weary from the cold. Why not sell to me and save yourselves some effort? The men exchanged glances, recalling the tales of a rogue at the Mai city gate who had robbed them of their firewood and beaten them. They were taken aback to discover it was merely this young lad. Consequently, their expressions toward their compatriots shifted. As for the fish, it held little significance for them. Earning a few extra coins would provide some relief for their families, but most importantly, the authorities had established such regulations that they could not ignore. Of course, if firewood could only be sold to the authorities, Li Pe would not be stationed here. He had already learned that as long as firewood entered the city during winter, the authorities would not dictate to whom it must be sold, nor prohibit sales to the displaced. I want to fight you once more. The result of attempting to converse amicably was that the two northern men, having suffered a loss, felt somewhat embarrassed. Clumsy with words, they, under the amused gazes of their compatriots, proposed a rather awkward condition. Noticing Li Pe's hesitation, one of them abruptly threw a load of firewood at his feet, declaring, if you win, it's all yours. Li Pe began to feel a newfound fondness for this place. Chapter 20. Hope at the Northern Gate of Mai. A circle of robust men gathered, their cheers echoing incessantly. For these northern men, engaging in brawls was as commonplace as eating and drinking. This era marked a particularly martial period in the annals of Chinese history, especially in border regions where, for adult males, not having endured a father and Appos, blows or not having fought with others since birth rendered one unworthy of the title and Appos, man, and Appos, in the midst of this, an official, wishing to witness the commotion, was firmly restrained. His intentions were noble, regardless of whether those ruffians were bullying a boy named Li or merely jesting with him. It was prudent for someone of his stature to remain unseen. It was conceivable that the brash youths, in a fit of anger, would disregard his position and unleash their wrath, leaving him lamenting and searching for solace in vain. However, it was not long before the clamor diminished. Shortly thereafter, the wooden door creaked open, and a smiling Li Pe entered unscathed. He casually deposited some firewood with the doorkeeper and, feigning surprise upon his exit, seized Lu Wuchang's arm and deliberately shook a ceramic jar, pressing it into his embrace. With a courteous remark, he mentioned his intent to venture out of the city the following day. Lu Wuchang, initially puzzled by how Li had evaded the thug's wrath, soon felt a twinge of annoyance at the lack of decorum in their interaction. Yet, upon hearing the clinking from the jar, a knowing smile crept across his face, and he broke protocol to pat Li Pe on the shoulder. Such matters required no further elaboration. In a couple of days, there would be a change in personnel, and he would mention this to them. Li Pe's gratitude was profound. For him, this was not merely a trivial exchange, but a matter of life and death. Exhaustion coursed through him, a result of insufficient sustenance and the biting cold of recent days. After engaging in 2 fights, and then laboring, his frailty became painfully evident. Fortunately, his resilient constitution spared him from succumbing to illness. Yet, his spirits soared. Not only had he invigorated his limbs today, but he had also reaped significant benefits, truly fortuitous. Ultimately, he had gifted several fish to those men, and though the 2 who lost the fights left embarrassed, the others were jubilant. They would likely think twice before seeking trouble with Li Po at the city gates again. Upon returning to his humble abode, Li Po plopped down beside the hearth. Reluctant to move again, he instructed Li Chun to summon individuals to collect the firewood. Li Chun was rather unwilling, prompting Li Po to deliver a couple of sharp slaps to his head. Without offering explanations, Li Po understood that should the camp's inhabitants perish, the fate that awaited the survivors would be no better. Moreover, after gleaning information about other refugee camps, he harbored grave suspicions that the Mai authorities intended for them to freeze to death this winter. Such malevolence was not characteristic of the average person. But when attributed to officials, it elicited no surprise from Li Po. Certainly, this is merely his conjecture and cannot be taken as certainty. Yet the reality stands starkly before us. Such a dilapidated hut, 2 meager meals of thin gruel a day, and confinement that stifles movement. The winter in the northern regions exacts a toll from all beings that fail to regard it with due seriousness, and for the displaced, it translates into the loss of lives. If one remains docile, refraining from theft or aggression, survival becomes an insurmountable challenge. Observing the current plight, with winter still far from its most frigid point, it is evident that the inhabitants are left gasping for breath. This is nothing short of a willful act of fatality. Thus, Li Po simply concludes that the more survivors, the better. Even if he were mistaken, the benefits are apparent. Should he or Li Chun fall ill, there would still be someone to care for them. Moreover, the greater the number, the stronger the collective will, making the struggle for sustenance somewhat more feasible. These principles are too complex for Li Chun to grasp, and there is no need for elaborate explanation. Even if one were to concede 1,000 steps back, Li Chun would remain incapable of understanding what the relentless passage of life means to those who endure it. Despair clutches at the heart, leaving an indelible mark throughout one's existence. That night, flickering flames ignited within the refugee camp, producing a thick smoke and an unmentionable odor. Yet in the midst of that haze, an aura of happiness permeated the entire encampment. The faint glimmer of fire symbolized hope, the hope of survival. At that moment, Li Po found himself in a position where his every call resonated with the masses. Subsequently, he fell into a deep slumber. The following day, regardless of the biting cold or fierce winds, Li Po led the people out of the city. He clearly remembered the 10-day rotation. The guards at the city gate would not be as amicable as Wei Qi and Lu Wuchang had been. Both he and the refugees needed to gather provisions. After 3 days, a new group of guards arrived at the city gate as expected. The new captain, surnamed Mu, bore an unusual name, likely derived from a transliteration of a nomadic lineage. Such peculiar surnames often stem from the restoration of Han surnames during the Kai Wang era in the northern regions. This captain, though short in stature, had a loud voice and was reputed to enjoy both wine and women. Perhaps Lu Wuchang had not misspoken, or perhaps Luo San had given a heads up. Regardless, this captain proved to be even more affable than Lu Wuchang. The young tax official also chose to remain, seemingly still unsatisfied with his time at the city gate. Later, Li Po learned from others that he was quite fortunate, for with this tax official present, the officials from the county patrol had not once made an appearance at the northern city gate. However, one evening, Captain Mu, having imbibed too much, engaged in a brawl with the young tax official. To everyone's surprise, the tax official held his ground, soundly defeating the burly Captain Mu. Following that incident, throughout the remainder of the rotation, Captain Mu did not emerge from the guardhouse again. This turn of events greatly facilitated matters for Li Po. Yet he still preferred to interact with the soldiers rather than with officials who spoke in half measures, which always left him feeling somewhat uneasy. As the days slowly transitioned into the 10th month of the 6th year of the Di era, Li Po's excursions outside the city to fish finally came to an end. Chapter 21. Compassion. Just past noon on that day, Li Po arrived at the gatehouse as usual. At that moment, a sentry emerged from the gatehouse. With a smile, Li Po handed him 2 frozen fish. The young soldier chuckled, having become somewhat familiar with this man who tirelessly escorted the refugees back and forth over the past several days. The lower one's status, the easier it was to engage in conversation. Thus, these junior soldiers were less wary of Li Po's affiliation with the refugees than those like Lu Wuchang. He weighed the frozen fish in his hands and jested with Li Po. "We've heard that your cooking is exceptionally delightful. When shall we be treated to a meal?" Li Po clasped his hands in a gesture of humility. "Please, do not jest at my expense. Just look at me. Who would wish to let me handle their food?" He then inquired, "By the way, have they started drinking again inside? In this frigid weather, how could one possibly endure without a few cups?" The young soldier grinned widely. "Rest assured, Wuchang's physique is as resilient as iron. Even if he endures a few more blows, he will withstand them. With that, he beamed, clearly delighted at the thought of Wu Chang's bruised visage. However, the faint sound of hooves approaching made the young soldier straighten up and look toward the sound. Li Pe, quick-witted, stepped back a few paces, concealing himself in the shadows of the gatehouse. Shortly thereafter, a group of horsemen galloped from within the city, like a dragon in flight. More than a dozen riders whizzed past, slowing slightly as they reached the city gate, but they did not halt, swiftly exiting through the northern gate. Although their passage was brief, Li Pe observed them with clarity. These riders, adorned with swords and quivers, donned leather attire, galloping with an air of opulence and audacity that lent them an imposing presence. At the gate, a young tax official had already appeared. "Who are they?" he inquired. The young soldier immediately bowed and replied, "I clearly saw it was Li Gongqiao. He must be leading a hunting party." The tax official frowned, a flicker of disdain passing through his gaze, and waved dismissively to send the soldier away. With that simple command, Li Pe's days of fishing with the refugees drew to a close. Though he lacked any explanation, he could only speculate that it was somehow related to the departing horsemen, perhaps a fear of those individuals witnessing the refugees leaving the city, or for some other reason entirely. Regardless of the cause, it was evident that the brief respite the refugees had begun to enjoy was now at an end. Li Pe felt little despondency, nor did he harbor resentment. Like the other refugees, he was acutely aware of his lowly position. What set him apart, however, was his relentless pursuit of survival in dire circumstances. He would never resign himself to fate. After a couple of days of restraint, he returned to the gatehouse to observe the new shift. The faces had changed, he did not recognize anyone, and there was no opportunity for conversation. Clearly, when Wu Chang departed, he had not mentioned Li Pe at all. What was particularly vexing was that the young tax official had remained. If this continued, by next spring, it was likely that he would hold sway over the city gate, with authority over all but the officials. Li Pe had been compliant for several days, and indeed, he needed a respite. Even in the absence of a mirror, Li Pe was acutely aware of his emaciated appearance. Yet, compared to others in the camp, he still appeared to be the healthiest and most robust among them. For the past couple of days, he had been undisturbed, existing in a state of half-slumber, conserving his strength. Despite having ventured outside the city only a few times, the effects of his seclusion were already becoming apparent. In the past few days, only 4 individuals had succumbed to illness in the camp, all of whom were elderly and gravely ill. The 2 days of tranquility had rendered the refugees unusually quiet. But as Li Pe remained absent, some could no longer contain their concern and came to inquire about his well-being, not about fishing outside the city, but out of fear that he might be unwell. In truth, plans had already been forged among them, should Li Pe indeed fall ill. They would stealthily enter the city at night to procure medicinal herbs or even abduct a physician, for it was imperative that Li Pe survive. After 2 days, Li Pe finally began to regain some strength, and on this day, the porridge served was particularly thick, as the distribution was now overseen by 2 monks. According to Li Chun, these monks were esteemed practitioners from the city's temple, known for their benevolence. However, Li Pe remained unmoved. He could not discern any merit from the mere act of distributing porridge. As for faith, he found it difficult to assess its value, at least for the refugees or himself. It proved to be of little utility, unable to shield them from the biting cold of winter or alleviate their hunger. It was utterly ineffectual. Nonetheless, that evening, Li Pe accompanied Li Chun to collect their porridge. Upon his arrival, the shivering refugees instinctively parted, allowing him to take the lead in the queue. The small official in charge of distribution, huddled against the cold, acknowledged Li Pe with a slight nod and a smile. Those of high regard invariably garner more respect, even if that respect stems from a collective of refugees. Certainly, Li Pe and the official had become well acquainted. The distribution commenced, and soon, voices rang out, calling for attention. Although he had heard the commotion many times before, Li Pe's mind conjured visions of an emperor presiding over court. Shortly thereafter, 2 steaming cauldrons were unveiled. Like the other refugees, Li Pe held out a battered bowl, receiving a generous ladle of porridge. He observed the porridge closely. It was indeed thick, and he noticed the 2 monks. The monks appeared amiable, personally serving the porridge while periodically joining their palms in prayer for the refugees. Li Pe lingered by the cauldron, sipping his porridge to warm himself while scrutinizing the monks. Though not conventionally handsome, they possessed a certain rotund charm. The more he gazed, the more Li Pe mused that if these tender-skinned monks were to be slaughtered, they might well be tastier than the flesh of the famed Tangsing. As the refugees dispersed, the monks wiped the sweat from their brows and paused. Suddenly, Li Pe posed a question that caught them off guard. "Great monk, Someone is ill. Might you take a look? The monk was momentarily taken aback, for this was the most unusual request he had encountered that day. The other refugees either quietly collected their porridge or sought the Buddha's blessings, rarely making excessive demands. Yet, here was an exception. Lipa grinned, rose to his feet, and joined his palms in prayer, exclaiming, "May the Buddha be merciful." Chapter 22. Friends. 2 monks came and went, without even entering the refugee camp, merely thickening the porridge served over the past few days. This indirectly attested to the fact that the refugee camp was a dark place unworthy of even the Buddha's radiance. One could scarcely hope that those perishing here would find their way to the Western paradise, most likely destined to roll in hell, atoning for their poverty. After several days of silence, Lipa finally set his sights on the nearby human market. The choices before him were rather limited. The so-called human market was akin to a vegetable or meat market, save for the fact that the commodities here were living human beings. Lipa's understanding of the human market was scant, yet sufficient for his needs. In the winter, the human market in the northern city of Ma'i was desolate. However, contrary to other marketplaces, the more dismal the conditions, the lower the prices of the goods. Here, slaves could be openly sold, and the slave trade was legal in Ma'i. The edict from the Kai Wang era that freed serfs did not fundamentally alter the social structure of the Sui Dynasty. Various types of slaves remained an indispensable supplement for the prominent families of the Sui. Most slaves originated from war captives. But after years of peace between the Sui and the Turks, the primary sources of slaves had shifted to dispossessed farmers and impoverished families within Ma'i itself. Nonetheless, the slave trade was merely one function of the human market. It also served as the main labor market of Ma'i, where both men and women could register their names and skills, available for selection by employers for various tasks. To Lipa, the human market bore a striking resemblance to the refugee camp, both representing the darkest corners of Ma'i. The refugee camp was rife with death, and similarly, the human market was not devoid of fatalities. The distinction lay in the fact that the deceased in the refugee camp were the homeless, whereas those who perished in the market were slaves. Regardless of their status, both would be cast aside in unmarked graves, with no other fate awaiting them. The proximity of the refugee camp to the human market was notable. Although the refugees were prohibited from entering the city, they were permitted access to the human market, a tacit implication that needed no further elaboration. The human market was undoubtedly a melting pot of diverse elements. Lipa did not venture in recklessly. Merely wandering near the market drew unwanted gazes upon him. Though they did not approach him directly, it was clear they had noticed the dagger at his waist. This observation afforded Lipa a preliminary impression of the human market. As he had surmised, there were indeed a considerable number of traffickers present, likely accompanied by a cadre of idle men or, at a higher echelon, some hired blades. It was evident that this represented a rudimentary underworld organization, deeply rooted in the lower strata, yet capable of colluding with the authorities. Otherwise, such dealings could not persist. Unlike before, Lipa found himself without a concrete plan. Clearly, seeking a means of survival within the human market was far more complex than his previous dealings in fish. Without understanding the market dynamics, acting impulsively could yield no benefits and potentially threaten his very life. Certainly, had there been alternative means, Lipa would not have ventured to the city of Ren to test his fortune. After 2 days of wandering, the flickering flames in the refugee camp began to dwindle, casting a shadow of death once more over the encampment. Following a light snowfall, a child and a woman perished. By this point, the camp was devoid of both the elderly and the very young, just as Lipa had anticipated. Upon witnessing 2 corpses being carried out of the camp, even Lipa felt the chill of the air intensify, let alone the others. In this world, many tend to regard death with a certain indifference, and Lipa counted himself among them. Yet, there has never existed a soul unfazed by the specter of death. The toll of witnessing loved ones succumb, one after another, imposes an unparalleled emotional strain on those who remain. It is akin to regions afflicted by epidemics, where the mortality rate among those who follow subsequently often escalates dramatically. This phenomenon arises from a gradual unraveling of their spirits, leading to a swifter demise. On that day, in the southern refugee camp, more than a dozen lives were extinguished. Confirming this grim reality, Lipa touched his sunken cheeks, realizing that if this continued, he too would not endure much longer. Thus, he braved the biting cold, lying in wait at the outskirts of the camp for 2 days, until he finally spotted the individuals he had been anticipating. 2 men, burdened with firewood, staggered into the city gates. Habitually glancing towards the base of the gates, They seemed to exhale in unison, their steps lightening considerably. However, their moment of relief was short-lived. As an irritating voice rang out nearby, "Ah, here come the brothers again. Your little brother has been waiting for you." The two men halted in resignation, striving to appear furious, one of them exhaling frosty breath like a bull. "Li Daoyuang, we do not wish to fight with you. Do not block our path, for we must enter the city." It was evident that life had been arduous for them of late. Even the act of selling firewood in the city had become a source of psychological distress. Li Po, however, feigned ignorance, edging closer to the brothers with a smile that blossomed like a flower. "Your firewood cannot be given to me. I merely wish to ask for a small favor from you, my brothers." "We cannot give you our firewood," they reiterated. Without hesitation, Li Po's demeanor shifted. He brandished his fist threateningly, declaring, "Come with me, or I shall drag both of you into the camp, strip you of your clothes, and cast you out of the city." The two men were siblings, inheriting their father's trade, eking out a living in the mountains. Like many men from the northern regions, they were robust and rugged, bearing clear traces of foreign lineage. Their intellect may have been lacking, yet they could be deemed formidable warriors. The might of the Sui Dynasty was indeed rooted in the resilience of such ordinary yet tenacious men from the north. The brothers, surnamed Shi, hailed from one of the prominent clans of Mai, a name that had endured since the time of the great general Shi Sui, who had once repelled the Turks at Mai. One brother was named Shirda, the other Shir. At that moment, both were filled with indignation, yet also harbored fear. Having been beaten twice, they were acutely aware that they were no match for Li Po. Li Po and Appo's words were so venomous that they sent a chill down one and Appo's spine. In response, Shirda could not help but feel a mix of embarrassment and anger, instinctively gripping the hilt of his dagger at his waist. Sensing the tension, Li Po quickly donned a smile, asserting, "I have no need for your firewood. My dear brothers, all I ask is that you accompany me to the marketplace, where you may conveniently sell your firewood as well. Indeed, your leader has mentioned that we should foster a relationship of mutual visits in the future. That would make us friends. I assure you, we do not partake in the act of stealing from friends." Chapter 23. Selling Firewood Without the Need for Eloquence. Li Po easily lured two men from the northern regions to his side. As they made their way to the market, he engaged the brothers in conversation. "You two are soldiers, are you not?" "Indeed. My brother served as a sergeant during his training." "You possess considerable skills." "Not particularly. Or else we wouldn't have been bested by you." Communication serves as a bridge, and that is undeniably true. Though the brothers initially harbored grievances, their spirits lightened as they spoke. Upon passing through the refugee camp, Li Po's heart softened at the sight of disheveled men, women, and children huddled in thatched huts, their vitality diminished by the cold. Before leaving the encampment, he abruptly dropped the firewood from his shoulders. "I no longer require this wood," he said in a deep, resonant voice. Seeing this, Shir began to untie the rope from his shoulder as well. Li Po did not utter a word of thanks. After all, the wood was not his to thank for. Yet, he couldn't help but notice that the seemingly irritable and fierce brothers possessed a surprising kindness, far superior to the pretentious monks he had encountered. "Fear not, we shall sell the wood for a good price," he assured them. "We are not anxious about those 2 copper coins." Shirda had mentioned that they should avoid causing trouble in the city. It was important to clarify that this Shirda was not one of the brothers, but rather a respectful title for the leader of their hunting group. Trouble is not our intent, but in this market, if we do not present ourselves assertively, how can we communicate effectively? That much was true. The market was indeed filled with unsavory characters. As they spoke, the trio entered the confines of the marketplace. Although their unusual assembly might have raised eyebrows, no one from the gatekeeper's booth approached them. The market was filthy and chaotic, a mere reflection of the refugee camp. This was Li Po's first visit, and he surveyed the surroundings with keen interest. Accompanied by 2 hunters, he felt a sense of security that kept the malevolent gazes at bay. He led the brothers on a circuitous route through the market. The northern city's marketplace was not extensive, featuring a haphazard array of dilapidated structures encircled by a fence. Foot traffic was sparse, and no one bothered to clear the accumulating snow, leaving stagnant waste and foul odors in abundance. Li Po saw no slaves, but a few idle men in tattered leather coats hurried past, some with knives at their sides. The winter marketplace struck him as desolate and abandoned, with an air of bleakness. Yet, Li Po was resolute. Within every shadowed corner lay countless evils. He was not there to punish the wrongdoers, but to carve out a livelihood in this hidden realm of vice. Merely skimming the surface would not suffice. Engaging in conversation required time, yet Li Pu was reluctant to linger. The brothers grew increasingly taciturn. Though they were not unfamiliar with the market, they never truly belonged there. And prolonged exposure made them uncomfortable. They yearned to depart swiftly from this place. In a twist of fate, Li Pu halted his steps, casting a cursory glance before leading them to the entrance of a spacious chamber. This grand room, connected to a courtyard, appeared to be one of the more impressive establishments within the bustling marketplace. Such opulence hinted at the prosperity of its owner and a thriving business. However, as Li Pu approached the door, the cacophony of raucous voices emerged from within. He kicked the heavy doors several times, causing it to protest with a cloud of dust, which was swiftly whisked away by the biting wind. Retreating to the side of the two brothers, who stood wide-eyed and tense, they braced themselves for what they feared might be an impending beating. This was no ordinary place. It was the marketplace, where any provocation could lead to a brutal thrashing, regardless of the number of kin one brought along. Were it not for the prior mandate from their patriarch, Li Delang's actions could very well have sealed their fates. The brothers, too anxious to lament their predicament, were suddenly met with a momentary hush, soon shattered by a volley of curses as the door swung open with haste. Two formidable-looking men stood guard at the threshold. As the door opened, the rich aroma of food and the warmth from within spilled out, compelling Li Pu, weary from his trials, to swallow his saliva involuntarily. Rather than focus on the two intimidating figures, he peered through the gap into the interior. The spacious hall was adorned with a large square table, strewn with remnants of food and drink. Several boisterous men, already intoxicated, turned their gazes towards the entrance. The two guardians appeared fierce, but Li Pu's demeanor surpassed theirs. Without waiting for their words, he bellowed, "Firewood for sale, 31 a load. And I shall sell it to your household." The Sure brothers instinctively hunched their shoulders, wishing to cry out in despair, realizing that a confrontation was inevitable. Yet soon, they straightened their backs, their eyes widening with defiance. When circumstances seem dire, it often ignites their latent ferocity, a trait common among the men of the frontier. The two guardians burst into laughter. The trio before them seemed peculiar. The bold youth's tone was that of bravado, yet he resembled the beggars on the street. Were he alone, they would have surely dragged him inside for a good beating, perhaps even selling him off discreetly. However, the sight of the two burly figures flanking him indicated that he was a woodcutter from the outskirts, familiar with the city, amused yet contemplative. The guardians pondered whether this audacious youth was a middleman in the marketplace. Such a notion was unfamiliar to them. In the notorious region of Mai, where rogues abound, there existed numerous overt and covert rules, yet they had never encountered someone brazen enough to insist on selling firewood at their doorstep. Both guardians found the situation perplexing and ordered, "Move along. Sell your firewood elsewhere. Do you not see this is not a place for your antics?" Chapter 24. Murder within the confines of the room. A directive was issued to pay off the intruders and send them on their way, warning a few rascals that should they return seeking further favors, they must learn the formidable nature of their elders. This was an expected turn of events. Even the men within the room found nothing peculiar about it. Outside the door stood two hunters, well known among the idle men of Mai City to be avoided at all costs. The hunters were notorious for their ruthless nature, akin to the difference between domesticated fierce dogs and wild wolf cubs. What instilled the most dread was their propensity to band together, should they suffer any grievances. They would swarm into the city as a group to cause trouble. Moreover, with military affiliations, even if matters escalated to the county magistrate, as long as no lives were lost, it was generally the others who bore the brunt of the consequences. Only desperate individuals like Li Pu would deliberately seek out trouble with these villagers. Most others, while not inclined to treat the hunters with kindness, would refrain from instigating conflict. 30 copper coins, tied into bundles, were tossed out with a clatter as the door slammed shut. Sure exchanged a glance with Sure, muttering with a hint of guilt, acknowledging that they had been prudent. Otherwise, there would have been repercussions. As they spoke, Li Pu had already picked up several bundles of coins and stuffed them into his own garment. The two brothers beamed with joy, bargaining with Li Pu before finally accepting the copper coins, promising to bring some firewood and food back for him in a few days when they returned to the city. Li Pu, eager to avoid lingering, led them out of the marketplace and bid farewell to the brothers. After patiently waiting for 2 days, he refrained from peering into the marketplace again. The provisions in the thatched hut were dwindling rapidly. However, Li Chun felt no remorse. Observing his elder brother and Appo's increasingly calm demeanor filled him with an inexplicable fear. On the night when the moon reached its zenith, Li Pa bound his tattered boots with ragged cloth and tucked the short knife belonging to the crippled man into his waistband. Casting a glance at Li Chun, who appeared to be asleep, he quietly exited the thatched hut. At that moment, Li Chun suddenly opened his eyes. It was the first time his elder brother had ventured out in the dead of night after having killed 2 men before. What might happen this time? Yet in his heart, such thoughts were secondary to his worry that his brother might be harmed, or perhaps he simply resented his own youth, feeling powerless to assist his elder sibling. Children forged in hardship often mature prematurely, and as they grow, they inevitably stand apart from their peers. In the darkness of night, Li Pa moved stealthily, a stark contrast to the man he had been 100 days prior. The biting cold wind stung his face and body. Yet he bore no barriers. Though his form was chilled, it no longer trembled. He appeared both agile and robust, silently traversing the refugee camp. Even the slightest sound could send him darting away like a predatory beast. Upon reaching the marketplace, he sought a spot where he would leave no trace. With a swift run-up, he sprang against the low fence, planting his feet twice before lightly pressing against the top, effortlessly vaulting over. The marketplace was eerily quiet. Yet unlike the refugee camp, some areas still flickered with light, accompanied by raucous laughter and shouts. Separated by a mere wall, 2 worlds exist in stark contrast. However, Li Pa was not in a contemplative mood. The grand house was not far, and he swiftly made his way there. The night was ripe for malevolence. The moonlight crystal clear, and the cold wind howled, creating an atmosphere conducive to violence and arson. Yet, Li Pa refrained from forcefully kicking the door down. Instead, he circled around to the rear of the grand residence and stealthily entered the courtyard behind it. The slave trader's yard appeared somewhat sinister under the moonlight, with gallows, iron hooks, and whips, evoking the sensation of stepping into a sadist and Opos' chamber. Faint sounds emanated from the back rooms, but they did not impede Li Pa's mission, as they were not his intended targets. Without the need to search, he spotted the back door and the windows. Just as he scrutinized the state of these entrances, the back door creaked open, and a figure emerged. Whether the person was heading to the restroom or engaged in some other activity was inconsequential to either Li Pa or the figure. Concealed in the shadows, Li Pa quietly unsheathed his dagger, placing the scabbard on the ground. Silently, he approached the figure from behind, covering the person and Opos' mouth and swiftly slitting their throat. Moments later, he dragged the lifeless body into the darkness, leaving behind a pool of blood. He then proceeded to the back door, gently pushing it open, and slipped inside. The interior was warm, and Li Pa stood quietly by the door, acclimatizing to the darkness within. The air was laden with an unpleasant odor, a faint scent of decay mingling with the acrid aromas of sweat, foot odor, food, and alcohol, an amalgamation far from pleasant. The grand house contained over a dozen rooms, with the heavy sound of snoring dominating the atmosphere. His purpose was singular, to take lives, devoid of any secondary intentions. He searched each room, most of which were left ajar. Even those that were closed could be easily forced open. Like a diligent ant, he repeated his actions with grim determination. Once inside a room, he plunged his dagger into the neck of a sleeping individual, silencing them to prevent any outcry. Then left the body on the bed and moved on to the next chamber. As the night wore on, the occupants of the grand house exceeded Li Pa's expectations. One person was even sprawled across the large table in slumber. The scent of blood grew more pungent, and Li Pa finally located his most significant target. This burly man, slightly overweight and not particularly young, lay in deep sleep. Li Pa could not fathom their moral compass. Yet the sight of the man sleeping so soundly and blissfully indicated he bore no guilt for his nefarious deeds. Li Pa, however, was no champion of justice. He harbored few thoughts beyond his grim task. Approaching the bedside, he struck with lightning speed, driving the dagger into the man's neck. Like the others, the man jolted awake, eyes wide, as blood quickly filled his mouth, and his eyes reddened with the rush of life ebbing away. The still robust body involuntarily convulsed and writhed, yet was firmly restrained by Li Pa. As silence enveloped the grand hall, Li Pa exhaled softly, releasing a long breath. Chapter 25. The homicide. Upon entering the kitchen of the residence, he washed away the bloodstains from his hands. Despite his utmost caution, remnants of the grim act lingered on his person, leaving Li Pa at a loss. The kitchen was replete with an abundance of food and drink, undeniably alluring to Li Pa. However, he remained unmoved. The most crucial land deed was nowhere to be found. Instead, he encountered numerous documents bearing seals. Yet he had no time to examine them closely. In truth, Li Pa was hardly literate and had never before laid eyes on such deeds. rendering his search a futile guessing game. Ultimately, he surmised that the man must possess another residence within the city, where the essential documents were likely stored, prompting him to abandon this fruitless endeavor. Silently, he exited the main house, this time opting for the front door. At this juncture, it was of utmost importance to leave as few traces as possible. Naturally, this was mere speculation, and he could not ascertain whether trained hounds would be involved in the investigation. Thus, he tightened his clothing and endeavored to tread upon the most chaotic of paths, ensuring that no one witnessed his departure. The effort was indeed considerable. He skirted the southern fence, quietly infiltrating the residential area of Mai. This case was markedly different from the previous encounter with the slender figure and the cripple. This was undoubtedly a significant affair, and caution was warranted. Should he encounter a skilled tracker, it was conceivable that, after several hours, and as foot traffic increased, they might trace him back to the refugee camp, a prospect he would reluctantly accept. By that time, aside from a desperate bid to flee the city, no alternative avenues would remain. Upon returning to the thatched cottage, Lipa found himself nearly frozen. The sky was still shrouded in darkness, yet dawn was imminent. The cottage was warmer than during the day, as the fire in the hearth had not been extinguished, and Li Chun had waited for him all this while. Lipu affectionately ruffled Li Chun's hair. Exchanging no words, their silent understanding had been forged over time. He nestled beside the stove, drawing in the warmth, while Li Chun draped every available warm garment upon him. As on that previous evening, the pair sat by the fire, silently anticipating the break of day, both awaiting the uncertain fate that loomed ahead. The case unfolded swiftly. By the time Lipa became aware of the developments, a considerable amount of time had elapsed since the discovery of the homicide. True to his expectations, the slaughter of 17 souls had promptly sent shockwaves throughout Mai. By noon, as porridge was distributed, throngs of soldiers, officials, and lawmen surged into the marketplace from the south. Many traces would soon be obliterated by sunlight and the footfalls of passers-by. Unbeknownst to him, this incident marked a shocking bloodbath since the appointment of County Magistrate Li Jing and Mai, who had personally led troops to patrol the 4 cities, besieging the estate of Li Shou and executing him and 11 others without the proper authority, instilling fear across the region. The majority of the deceased were idle ruffians, individuals whose fates often led them to a grim end on the streets of Mai. The death of 1 or 2 typically garnered little attention. However, the sudden loss of so many lives, including a merchant named Zhang Hu, 2 hired thugs, a minor official overseeing the marketplace, and several legitimate soldiers, raised alarm. At noon on this fateful day, news of the patriarch's wrath had already spread. Subsequently, individuals entering the marketplace were of increasingly higher status, and the crowd swelled. The 4 captains stationed in Mai gradually arrived, each one bearing a grim countenance. It goes without saying that those who could ascend to the rank of captain in Mai were exceptionally ruthless, sharp-eyed, and cunning. Otherwise, they would not have attained their positions. The youngest of the 4 captains was around 30 years of age. In times of peace, they served as captains in Mai, but when the soldiers mobilized, each would inevitably become a leader among the scouts of the Mai army. They were skilled horsemen, carrying with them considerable reputations. However, at this very moment, they exchanged dark glances, their expressions far from pleasant. A figure had entered from the rear, having already committed a murder in the night. There was no need for pleasantries. Whoever could capture the culprit now would earn my respect. It was likely the work of someone from the military, perhaps an old soldier. Should we investigate the military records? Spare yourselves. There are at least 800 old soldiers in the city. How long would it take to sift through them? The footprints were too indistinct, and something must have been concealed. If they had come last night, we could have tracked it down, but now, that is no longer feasible. As the conversation progressed, the other 3 turned their gaze towards the eldest among them. One of them quietly inquired, "Lita, what do you suggest we do?" This was a man in his early 40s, with streaks of gray in his hair. After a moment's contemplation, he pressed his lips together and said, "The perpetrator is elusive. As for the one who executed the act," he paused, eyeing the others. "You all must have heard of Zhang Dalong. He certainly has many enemies. This is a case of hired murder. We need not exert ourselves too greatly. Once the higher-ups make a decision, we will simply comply. At most, we might receive a few lashes, but who knows, we may even gain some benefits in the process." Though his words seemed somewhat disjointed, the others understood him well. Such a significant case could not be treated lightly. The authorities would impose a deadline for resolution. Should the perpetrator remain elusive, these captains would inevitably face punishment. However, with a trafficker like Zhang Dalong, there would be no shortage of individuals wishing him harm. In high-profile cases like this, the more pressure from above, the easier it would be for those below to act. Ultimately, guilt or innocence would be disregarded. Anyone with a grievance against Zhang Daolong could be summoned for questioning. In the end, it would be these captains who determined who would face the music. Chapter 26. Great fortune. The other three individuals nodded in quiet agreement, though one harbored a tinge of apprehension. If the perpetrator remained elusive, it seemed unlikely that the case would reach a resolution. Thus, the group of captains, feeling a sense of relief, dispersed. One could hardly blame the darkness of the bureaucratic world. The investigation had scarcely begun. Yet thoughts of how to manage the aftermath were already circulating. These four captains had apprehended countless offenders over the years, a number likely beyond their own reckoning. Seasoned officials, they possessed keen insight. After merely surveying the crime scene, their minds were already teeming with theories. The murderer, calm yet audacious, had entered through the back door and exited through the front with an air of nonchalance. Such behavior could only signify that the assailant was a seasoned killer. A conclusion devoid of alternative interpretations. The sheer number of victims, all exhibiting remarkably similar fates with scarcely a trace of struggle, suggested an eerie efficiency. After exterminating the entire household, the perpetrator had even taken the time to cleanse the scene in the kitchen. A chill crept into the hearts of the captains as they processed this grim reality. The sole clue emerged from the fact that the assailant had rummaged through Zhang Daolong and Appo's dwelling, seemingly in search of something. As they recited the list of local heroes time and again, none matched the description of the suspect. Consequently, they began to piece together a semblance of understanding. Should the killer refrain from further violence, this gruesome affair would inevitably remain an unsolved mystery. Recognizing the case's potential to become a cold file, they contemplated the necessary steps for resolution. Li Du was inclined towards the notion of hiring an assassin. While the origins of this tale and the possibility of uncovering further traces left by the culprit were matters for the future. Subsequently, as they had anticipated, inquiries yielded no witnesses from the previous night. At this juncture, suggestions arose to investigate the city's notorious individuals involved in nefarious dealings, those who were colloquially referred to as killers. This notion, however, was met with frowns from the captains and silence from others. The gravity of the recent crime rendered it unwise to dredge up old cases. Nonetheless, it became evident that, with the shift towards alternative theories, the consensus was that little evidence would be found within that room. In other words, they were prepared to abandon the crucial primary scene and redirect their focus elsewhere. At this point, their thoughts aligned closely with those of the captains. They even began to envision a rigorous inquiry into the recent arrivals of sword-wielders in the city, hoping to achieve some semblance of success. Although this was never explicitly articulated during their discussions, it did not indicate a lack of ideas. However, the unfolding events soon diverged entirely from the captain's expectations. The following day, a battalion of soldiers took control of the marketplace, turning it upside down and apprehending numerous individuals. The ire of the county magistrate was palpable, causing all to retreat in fear. No deadline for the investigation was established, nor were there any directives for a thorough examination. The magistrate wielded his authority with decisive force, severing all potential repercussions with a single swift stroke. Subsequently, news swiftly spread from the county government that Zhang Daolong, the notorious human trafficker, had become a spy for the Turks, and his demise was deemed insignificant, as a righteous hero had slain him, thus reporting back to the county. This may sound like a jest, yet the notion of righteous heroes was quite prevalent during the Sui Dynasty. The authorities would occasionally make use of such figures, and the common folk held them in high esteem, leading to an abundance of these valiant souls across the land, hence the emergence of the term wandering knights. In essence, these were self-proclaimed warriors, transient and rootless, a group that, while encouraged by society, also posed a threat to stability and bore the distinct marks of the era. Regardless, the bloody incident that transpired in the winter of the 6th year of the Day era at the northern market of Mai was swiftly resolved. The attention of the Mai populace quickly shifted to the so-called righteous heroes, as a martial spirit prevailed in the region, naturally venerating such audacious figures. As for the notion of a Turkic spy, one might as well dismiss it. Not only Mai but also the nearby regions of Yemen and Xinjiang were profoundly influenced by the Turks. Among the powerful figures in the northern territories, who had not some connection to the Turks, throughout the Sui Dynasty and even during the more distant northern Zhou, Western Wei, and Eastern Wei, encounters with Turkic forces were commonplace, yet more often than not, they were compelled to yield to Turkic might, seeking to appease the formidable Turkic Khaganate. In earlier times, When the Ruran were a dominant force, the southern lords even clashed violently over the privilege of marrying a Ruran princess. Therefore, the label of a Turkic spy truly resembled a farcical notion. Meanwhile, the nameless hero who had performed a noble deed, Li Pu, gradually began to ease his anxious heart. After a few days of tranquility, he once again emerged into the biting cold. The truth was, this hero could no longer endure. Provisions and firewood were dwindling. And if he were to linger any longer, he would soon face the harshness of hunger and frost. His sources of information were scant. Relying solely on hearsay from the porridge shop, the provincial governor's office promptly dispatched documents to Mai, instructing them to prepare supplies for the upcoming spring transport to Hebei. Once a campaign against Goguryeo commenced, the logistics of supplying a place like Mai would entail far more than mere provisioning. At present, the county magistrate, Li Jing, found himself in a state of utter disarray. Li Pu, however, remained oblivious to these developments. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. For his sole desire was to escape from the camp of refugees. The so-called affairs of the state held no relevance for him. Now, he no longer required companionship. He could stroll confidently through the marketplace without fear of attracting unwanted attention. This fortunate turn of events was a direct consequence of the recent incident, yielding the very outcome he desired. The marketplace still buzzed with activity, yet the merchants had changed. Many establishments bore the seal of the county magistrate's office. Most of the prominent figures who once frequented the marketplace now languished in the Mai prison, and their release would depend solely on the whims of the magistrate. Clearly, the magistrate and Appo's mood was far from amiable. After wandering through the market, Li Pu noticed the absence of idle men strutting about or the so-called swordsmen, armed with daggers and casting sidelong glances. Everyone moved cautiously along the walls. This atmosphere of trepidation brought Li Pu great satisfaction. In a place like the marketplace, without significant occurrences, a mere refugee like him would find it impossible to establish himself. In the current scenario, it is nothing short of a calamity for local merchants. Yet for Li Pu, it presents a remarkable opportunity. However, there remains one more task he must undertake. Chapter 27. Plea for Mercy at the Gatehouse. The young tax officer once again encountered Li Pu. The officer mused that it had been quite a while since he last saw this rather unusual young man. Li Pu, too, noted the changes in the officer after their brief separation. The gatehouse, once shared with a sergeant, was now solely occupied by the tax officer, who had even sent the newly arrived sergeant to the arrow tower. The affairs at the city gate were now entirely under the tax officer's purview. Upon seeing the officer, Li Pu found him leisurely indulging in wine within the gatehouse. The wine had undoubtedly changed, and the fare was no longer as meager as before. Overall, the transformation was considerable. However, the officer's demeanor towards Li Pu remained unchanged, cold and indifferent. Li Pu, maintaining his usual facade of a smiling face and slightly bowed posture to convey respect, inwardly scoffed, pondering why this fellow lingered in such a mundane place, which hardly warranted such attachment. What could possibly be the matter? As the officer sipped his wine, he casually inquired, a question that left Li Pu feeling somewhat embarrassed. After carefully considering his words, he cautiously responded, "You must have heard about the murder case in the marketplace?" The officer and Appo's brow furrowed immediately. A massacre claiming 17 lives occurring so close to the city gate could not have escaped his notice. He not only heard of it, but was also aware that while the case was resolved swiftly, the ramifications extended far beyond what anyone could have imagined. He even knew that the officials of the county had been thoroughly berated by the county magistrate. Had the incident occurred earlier, it might have incited a widespread manhunt throughout MY, resulting in many unfortunate souls, rather than the current swift and decisive suppression of the major case. Nonetheless, while the incident was significant, especially given its proximity to the northern marketplace, it bore little relevance to him as the gate tax officer. Naturally, he would not elucidate these matters to a mere vagabond. What concern is this to you? Do you happen to know who the murderer is? Li Pu thought to himself, not only do I know who the culprit is, but should I be provoked, I could easily dispatch you as well. However, he maintained a smile and replied, how could I possibly know the whereabouts of those brave men? I have come to see you to plead for mercy, hoping to find a place to reside in the marketplace. As you are aware, I am a displaced person, my life hanging by a thread. I only wish to find shelter within MY City, a place to shield myself and my brother from the elements. Many houses have become vacant in the marketplace, and seeing them lie idle pains me somewhat. Yet, I do not dare to occupy them without any significant connection, hence my awkward request for your assistance. As for any benefits I might offer, I believe it prudent not to mention them, as it appears you are not in a position to provide enticing incentives. In truth, Li Pu had contemplated approaching the tax officer for quite some time. Seeking a livelihood in the marketplace was not overly difficult. The challenge lay in finding a suitable place to settle, as the thatched huts in the vagabond encampment were hardly fit for habitation. However, to secure a dwelling in the marketplace, one must ultimately turn to this individual. Even if the likes of Wei Qi or Lu Wuchang were willing to assist, it would prove ineffective. The tax official could not help but chuckle, glancing at Li Pu, who appeared rather astute, yet seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of his situation. In the official's view, this was hardly a significant matter. A mere request to the county office to lift a seal and allow a few individuals to reside there could be accomplished with ease. Yet, upon further reflection, he found his understanding restored. Those cornered and desperate often turn to the divine for solace. It dawned on him that Li Pu had come with the intention of testing the waters, regardless of the response he might receive. The tax official's slight display of disdain made it clear to Li Pu that he could not count on this individual. Nevertheless, after sipping his drink, the official nodded and said, "This is a simple task for you, but I require a favor in return." Li Pu blinked, hesitated little, and bowed. "You have saved my brother's life. I am wholly devoted to you, ready to brave fire and water on your behalf." This declaration rekindled the official's suspicion regarding Li Pu's background. Ultimately, however, he waved his hand dismissively and said, "Go now, choose a location, and inform me. I shan't require you to endure any peril. In a couple of days, I shall send someone to find you." With that, their conversation concluded, and Li Pu exited the premises feeling quite satisfied. As for the task he was to undertake, Li Pu was indifferent upon arriving in Mahi. He already bore the burden of 19 lives lost. What task could be more daunting than taking lives? As long as his own existence remained unthreatened, he felt unconcerned. That evening, Li Pu returned to the premises and soon emerged, elated. The following afternoon, he visited once more. Thus, on the morning of the third day, Li Pu, accompanied by Li Chun and 2 other vagrants, strode confidently into the marketplace. The quartet, disheveled and clad in tattered garments, drew considerable attention as they traversed the streets. In the past, such individuals would have faced aggressive inquiries, perhaps even being forcibly dragged into a shop for sale. Their presence in the marketplace would have marked them as obvious prey. However, given the recent upheaval, no one dared to act in such a manner. A few idlers on the street merely observed as the group passed, unwilling to engage in coercive business. Consequently, the 4 strolled through the marketplace unscathed, eventually halting before the large house where a gruesome incident had transpired. In a shocking turn of events, the young lad at the forefront boldly tore down the government seal and, as if entering his own home, pushed open the heavy door and led the others inside. Chapter 28. The Haunted Mansion. The grand house has undeniably become a veritable haunted dwelling. 17 souls met their demise within its confines, their vengeful spirits lingering, transforming the place into something more sinister than mere superstition. Yet, for Li Pu, the atmosphere within the house is far less oppressive than it was on that fateful night. The interior, in utter disarray, still bears the remnants of that gruesome evening, with large patches of dried blood staining various corners. However, the air is refreshingly crisp, suffused only with a faint hint of mildew, an aroma that ought to characterize a house in its normal state. 2 destitute individuals in their 30s timidly entered the premises, their posture a clear reflection of their humble status. Li Chun, too, was not faring much better, in a region where Buddhism flourishes. Tales of ghosts have taken deep root in the collective psyche. Without such stories, the Buddha would be unable to manifest his radiance. The child clutched Li Pu's sleeve tightly, wishing fervently to tear away the ragged fabric. "Brother, why did you choose this house? What if someone comes to exact vengeance?" Since learning of her brother's choice, all joy had evaporated. This sentiment had been murmured into Li Pu's ears countless times. A sharp thwack rang out as Li Chun received a light reprimand on her head. What is there to fear from ghosts? The true danger lies in the living. If we take residence here, the spirits must make way for us. In truth, Li Pu desired this spacious mansion not only for its ample room and the yard behind it, but also out of curiosity to discern the true extent of the tax collector's influence. To his surprise, a definitive answer had been given the previous night, indicating that despite their current focus on the city gates, the officials were not to be underestimated. Unlike the beleaguered figures of Wei Qi, Luo San, and Lu Wu, the magnitude of power is always measured by the scale of one's actions. Just days after the bloody incident, the authorities permitted habitation within these walls, a testament to their considerable clout. The roots of their authority must run deep. However, Li Pu did not dwell on these thoughts. He had no luxury for contemplation and could only proceed step by step. He planned to tidy up and welcome those who could no longer endure their circumstances. The other side could not remain vacant. Those who arrive may choose to stay, and they may negotiate amongst themselves. With this place secured, survival was assured for all. Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the other two men immediately glistened with tears. There was no need for further discourse. It was time to work. Thus, in the eyes of the townsfolk of Mai, this once dreary and ominous mansion began to buzz with activity once more. Initially, many had anticipated a spectacle, estimating how long it would take for someone to drag out these audacious beggars for a thorough beating before carting them away for punishment. However, as night fell, no one intervened. Some inquired of the two patrollers, while others sought answers from the scribes of the market, receiving vague responses. The mansion had changed ownership, but the identity and background of the new proprietor were matters for them to discover. In truth, the minor officials managing the marketplace were equally perplexed. Who possessed such audacity to claim property so soon after such a bloody affair? Nevertheless, this was not entirely unprecedented. The charges against Zhang Dalong were severe, resulting in the confiscation of all his family's assets. The act of seizing the properties of the condemned from the hands of the authorities has become a common occurrence. It is conceivable that, in due time, the families of individuals such as Zhang Dalong may also find themselves appearing in the marketplace for the sale of people. Even more astonishingly, the ragged refugees from the nearby encampment began to trickle into the marketplace, directly approaching the grand house. The cries of children and the shouts of adults transformed the premises into a scene reminiscent of a bustling market. Initially, some speculated that a benevolent soul from the city had rented the grand house to alleviate the plight of the displaced and provide them temporary shelter, while also dispelling the ominous aura that lingered within the residence. More cynically, others posited that it would not be long before these refugees became mere livestock for the merchant. However, regardless of the thoughts of outsiders, the grand house and its adjoining courtyard were soon occupied by the refugees. After a thorough cleaning, the numerous rooms within the house found their occupants, and with the additional structures in the back, there was ample space to accommodate the people from the encampment. Yet, the makeshift huts within the camp still housed many. At this juncture, the refugees no longer concerned themselves with the reputation of the house, as the weather grew increasingly frigid. Having a place to shelter from the biting winds became paramount. Even if that place was akin to hell, they would endure it. Once the people settled somewhat, Lipa urged them to begin boiling hot water, for the stench within the house had begun to grow unbearable. Although Lipa was accustomed to his own foul odor, the circumstances demanded a slight elevation in the quality of life. Bathing and laundering, no matter how tattered their belongings, needed to be attended to with greater care. On this day, the refugees engaged in little else but emptying basin after basin of dirty water. Fortunately, in these times, water was not monetized, for otherwise, the sheer volume of water consumed that day could have landed Lipa in prison. At noon, they continued to queue for their porridge. By now, the question of how to procure food had become Lipa's most pressing dilemma. With no resources to call upon, he found himself at the mercy of others, a dire predicament indeed. On that fateful afternoon, Lipa accompanied Li Chun to collect a bowl of porridge. As usual, they leaned against the edge of the porridge pot, warming themselves by the fire while consuming their meal, with the possibility of receiving another bowl once finished. However, today, after finishing his porridge, Lipa approached one of the minor officials, smiling as he greeted, "Brother Zhang, your efforts are commendable." This Brother Zhang was a minor leader, serving as an overseer of the grain depot. Not only was he responsible for managing a granary in the northern city, but after the establishment of the refugee camp, he was also tasked with distributing porridge and reporting the accounts. Moreover, he bore the responsibility of assisting the officials in overseeing the camp. Yet, due to the sparse population of refugees in the northern city, which remained relatively tranquil, he had never set foot in the encampment. It was thanks to Lipa's influence that he reluctantly began to look out for him, and even now, he turned a blind eye to some of Lipa's more audacious actions. In truth, this seemingly insignificant refugee held a unique place in the eyes of the tax officials and, indeed, in the view of this porridge-distributing minor official as well. Chapter 29. Provisions. De Lang lingered here, but was there something amiss? Zhang Er inquired with a smile, radiating warmth and kindness. The way he addressed De Lang was quite formal, clearly indicating that he was far more approachable than the individuals at the city gate. Lipa had known Zhang Er for a while, so he wasn't surprised. This man had evidently received an education and was regarded as a benefactor by the monks, hence, he did not approach the tax officials with the same trepidation. When conversing with the tax officials, he wore a facade of servility, but with Zhang Er, he displayed an expression of deep distress, appearing rather pitiful. Brother, the weather grows ever colder, and life becomes increasingly arduous. You see, the number of people coming for gruel diminishes by the day. It's only a matter of time before we, the unfortunate, succumb to the frost. As Zhang Er directed others in their tasks, a flicker of compassion crossed his face. Yet he was no fool. He sighed and replied, I understand your plight, but my means are limited. All I can do is offer you a few extra bowls of gruel. Beyond that, I am at a loss. Li Pa shook his head repeatedly, deliberately waving his frostbitten hands before Zhang Er. Brother, your kindness is a debt I can never repay. How could I burden you further? He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. Brother, you may not know, but I have secured a place in the marketplace for shelter from the storm. What we lack now is sustenance. Upon hearing marketplace, a visible expression of shock and distaste crossed Zhang Er's face as he regarded Li Pa with suspicion. Li Pa, well aware of the good-hearted clerk's thoughts, quickly clarified, Brother, where do you think my intentions lie? If I were to engage in any vile acts, would I dare speak of them before you? Recently, some souls perished in the marketplace, leaving many homes vacant. I sought refuge there, and quite a few from the camp have moved in this morning. But with so many mouths to feed, even if we do not freeze to death, we shall surely starve in time. You must understand, this scant gruel cannot satisfy our hunger. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. Knowing of Zhang Er's compassionate heart, Li Pa felt compelled to inquire further. I have heard that in the city, people consume beef and mutton, discarding many offal. For those of us in humble circumstances, these discarded remnants hold no value to others. Yet they may serve to sustain our lives. What do you think, brother? Upon hearing this, Zhang Er felt a wave of relief wash over him. The discarded remnants referred to offal. Such items were generally avoided by the populace, often thrown away, some given to cats and dogs, while much more was cast beyond the city walls, benefiting the wolves and beasts of the forest. Thus, these scraps truly held little worth, and providing them as alms to the destitute did not seem a significant matter. Yet Zhang Er, genuinely kind-hearted, inquired further, this is indeed feasible, but delaying. Do you understand why people do not consume beef and mutton offal? Li Pa blinked innocently, feigning ignorance, though inwardly he scoffed. Knowing that it was simply because they lacked the skill to prepare them deliciously, and compared to meat, these parts appeared far more unsightly, deterring anyone from partaking. Without delving into what transpired later, let us focus on the present moment in the grasslands, where he feasted heartily. Did not several old soldiers sing his praises regarding the sustenance? It was nothing trivial. Zhang Er, of course, remained oblivious to Li Pa's thoughts, merely explaining that such filthy substances, once ingested, often lead to insidious ailments. Would De Lang still wish to partake in such fare? The term insidious ailments does not refer to those afflictions that cannot be openly spoken of, but rather to ailments that one unknowingly acquires. Li Pa reassured, second brother. Rest assured, our lives are of little worth. We only wish to survive this winter and nothing else. Upon leaving the porridge tent, it was evident that he had acquired what he sought. This was an almost universal trait among the men of Mai, irrespective of their education or status. Of course, Zhang Er's agreement to Li Pa's request was not merely born of benevolence, but also in response to the recent turmoil within the refugee camp in North City. Reports indicated that numerous lives were lost before order was restored. Although the number of refugees in North City was scarce, Zhang Er exercised caution. Li Pa held significant influence among the refugees. Thus Zhang Er approached their discussions with care. For if this man felt that his chances of survival were dwindling, he might rally others to either escape the city or incite chaos, thereby endangering them all. Nevertheless, Zhang Er was not one to take Li Pa and Apos' words at face value. That evening, he sought out a familiar butcher, procuring a substantial load of offal, and, accompanied by his younger brother, drove the cart to the marketplace. After thorough inquiries, he finally felt at ease. As his spirits lifted, the following day, he even procured some seasonings to present to Li Pa, embodying a sentiment of mutual goodwill, thus sparing Li Pa further concern. In truth, even without the gift, Li Pa had already contemplated requesting some provisions from the refugees. He had discerned that while Mai was rife with rogues, the local customs remained relatively untainted by deceit. That night, after expressing profound gratitude, the Zhang brothers departed, leaving the large house in complete tranquility. There was no choice but to refrain from lighting a fire. Although numerous tasks awaited him, Li Pa had to retreat into a large wooden tub to cleanse himself. This marked Li Pa's first bath since journeying south, an experience only he could fully appreciate. After changing the water thrice, The two attendants who brought him water were exhausted, their tongues hanging as they muttered in disbelief at Li Gong's fastidiousness. As for his garments, there was no need for Li Per to wash them himself. Others took over that responsibility. Under the luminous moon, Li Per, still immersed in water, felt drowsy. However, a myriad of chaotic thoughts surged within him. With a roof over his head and a source of sustenance, he might even earn a little, commanding those beneath him. Ah, how drastically different life would become. The impoverished suddenly enriched, Li Per chuckled foolishly. Yet, he was still far from the stable life he envisioned. The foremost concern remained registration. Upon contemplating this, all joy dissipated. According to his understanding, the household registration system of the Sui Dynasty, divided into 9 ranks, was truly lacking in commendation. Most despicable was the ease with which one could be stripped of their status, while the path to reinstatement was fraught with difficulties. Now he found himself at a loss. Pondering that after this winter, the government would likely register the displaced individuals, yet he remained skeptical, fearing that once registered, he might immediately be conscripted as a laborer. Lost in a chaotic train of thought, Li Per began to doze off, when suddenly, a terrifying event unfolded. Chapter 30 Transformation. As the door creaked open, an individual entered. Li Per remained indifferent, reclining against the edge of the tub, caught in a state between slumber and wakefulness. Brother, shall I help you scrub? No need. Li Per replied languidly, a sense of dissatisfaction stirring within him. This fellow had been absent all night, yet now he appeared, eager to serve. While the water had grown cold, the bath he had taken was akin to a snake shedding its skin, layers of grime peeled away with considerable effort. Akin to battling an equally matched opponent. Now, he felt as weightless as a feather, drained of energy, resembling a thoroughly cooked shrimp. Brother, why do you gather such filth? It does not smell pleasant. That is indeed a precious substance. Li Per reluctantly opened his eyes, sitting up with a hint of reluctance. Reaching for the towel resting on the rim of the tub, intending to dry himself and indulge in a restful slumber. The spacious main room was equipped with an array of utensils, lacking little in the way of daily necessities. This was undoubtedly a boon from the magnitude of the case. The scene was too gruesome for anyone to venture into this chamber to scavenge. Thus, it had been left to the likes of Li Per and his band of vagabonds. Upon rising, he felt an immediate difference. Though his energy was depleted, his legs slightly unsteady, his body felt remarkably light, prompting him to stretch with a satisfying yawn. I shall wipe you down. Li Per gave a non-committal grunt. He truly felt disinclined to move, longing only for a decent sleep. He first vigorously dried his hair, then casually handed the towel to the figure standing by the tub. It was already late at night, devoid of light. The room was dim, yet it boasted decent illumination, being the most expansive and well-appointed chamber in the house. Moonlight crept through the window frames, casting a veil of ethereal hues throughout the space. Li Per cast a casual glance around, only to be jolted, nearly dropping the towel. The pores on his back opened wide, releasing a fine sheen of cold sweat, sending a chill down his spine. Instances that could elicit such a response from someone like Li Per were rare. His drowsiness vanished in an instant, and he instinctively rubbed his eyes, attempting to discern the scene before him. The figure by the tub had taken the towel and moved behind him, diligently scrubbing his back. Li Per turned to look, yet the other protested, Brother, do not move. The room is chilly, and it will not do to leave it damp. With a sigh of relief, Li Per recognized the voice was not that of a specter. To his surprise, this lad possessed quite the handsome visage. A fleeting glance had revealed a fair face, delicate brows and eyes, albeit gaunt, still exuding an air of youthful beauty. The damp hair clung to his face, adding a touch of pitiful charm, causing Li Per to momentarily startle, fearing he had summoned a ghost from the many souls he had dispatched. Yet, something felt awry. Reflecting on their encounter in the mountains and up to this moment, he realized he had never truly seen this child cleaned up, revealing his true appearance. Some matters are best left unexamined. The two had referred to each other as brothers and had shared this space for some time. Yet Li Per had never entertained any doubts. When they first encountered each other in the mountains, the child appeared disheveled and unkempt, with a face smeared in dirt, as if veiled by a layer of dust. Initially, this was overlooked, attributed to the strong winds and the dusty environment. However, it soon became apparent that the grime on the child's face might have been intentionally applied. Li Per felt a surge of frustration, cursing inwardly. Li Chun, in a state of panic, became subdued the moment he met Li Po's hawk-like gaze, yet his voice trembled with a hint of sorrow as he implored, Please, don't turn me away, big brother. Look at me. I'm Li Chun. Li Po was nearly rendered breathless with anger, yet even if he had 100 eyes, He could not discern the child's true nature. This half-grown child, emaciated and frail, could hardly reveal their gender without removing their clothing. Lipa found himself in a quandary. Not for any other reason but due to his wounded pride. He had the impulse to reach out and confirm the child's gender but restrained himself from acting on it. Forcing a smile, he ruffled Li Chun's hair and said, "All right, enough of the fuss. Look at you, all cleaned up. And I thought you were some sort of ghost." Li Chun, still shaken, touched his own face and broke into a grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Seemingly proud of his appearance. Observing Lipa turning away, he began to pat his back, but in a moment of mischief. He stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes, revealing a hint of cunning. Clearly, with a place to settle, both Lipa felt a sense of security. And Li Chun could not help but relax. Just as Li Chun was momentarily joyful, Lipa remarked, "Tell me the truth, Chunner. You were not merely a servant in that wealthy household in the village, were you? You must have been a maid, right? Don't deceive me. The roles of men and women are distinct and will eventually reveal themselves. Imagine how heartbroken I would be." Lipa, not one to shy away from emotional manipulation, began to appeal to Li Chun's sentiments, contemplating the possibility of a more intimate verification of the child's gender, which would be a blow to his self-esteem. His thoughts became muddled, grappling with the absurdity of not being able to discern male from female. It was almost better to be foolish. Yet, upon reflection, it wasn't a matter of life and death. Memories of their shared hardships flickered through his mind, the nights around the campfire in the mountains, trudging through heavy snowfall. The ruins of their village, and the humble grass hut in the refugee camp. A slight smirk tugged at the corner of Li Po's mouth. He would never admit to being soft-hearted, yet he mused to himself, well, a girl isn't so bad. She could be a little warm comfort. However, the child behind him began to sob uncontrollably, muttering, "Big brother, I didn't mean to deceive you. Please don't forsake me. They all say girls are useless once they're born. Otherwise, my mother wouldn't have abandoned me." Could it be that upon transforming from a boy to a girl, the very essence of the child had undergone a profound change? Chapter 31. Rules that night, Lipa found himself restless in slumber. Though the room lacked a fire, it was still a significant improvement over a thatched hut. The bedding was ample, and his fatigue was profound, making it ostensibly a delightful evening. Yet, deprived of the protective layer of filth, and without the howling cold winds at his ears, he tossed and turned, unable to find repose. Of course, he would never admit that the earlier unsettling scene had unsettled his mind. Li Chun lay opposite him on a small bed, initially sniffling but not daring to converse with him. However, he soon succumbed to soft snores, indicating a deep and peaceful slumber, which irked Lipa. That mischievous child certainly had a penchant for comfort. Somewhere in a hazy state, he eventually drifted off to sleep, awakening only when dawn broke. Shaking his head, he did not feel invigorated. Rather, he experienced no aches or pains, a testament to his well-conditioned body, honed over the years of hardship. Yet, after enduring years of struggles, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this newfound ease. "You were destined to bear hardship," he muttered as clarity returned to his mind. His gaze involuntarily shifted to the bed opposite, now empty except for several neatly folded garments, clearly left behind by previous occupants. Yawning, he hastily donned a shirt. Although it was somewhat ill-fitting, it sufficed for warmth, accompanied by a pair of seemingly decent boots. Upon putting them on, he discovered, to his dismay, that they were significantly oversized, ill-suited for his feet. That wretched child better learn some sewing skills, or else there will be consequences. As he pushed the door open and stepped outside, he was startled by the multitude before him. Inside the room, he had heard no noise, assuming everyone remained within. To his astonishment, a sea of faces gathered in the main hall. Upon his emergence, he became the center of attention. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted, a flurry of voices enveloping him. Children began to chirp, and adults commenced their chatter, marking the start of a chaotic morning. "Since we are all gathered today, let me establish some rules," Lipa declared without hesitation. The assembly consisted of individuals of all ages, some families, and other solitary souls, in a refugee camp. People lacked the energy for frivolities, yet now, under one roof, disorder was intolerable. As if by magic, the noise subsided. First, refrain from calling me Li Gong or In Gong. Such titles may lead to ridicule or worse, legal troubles. Henceforth, refer to me as De Lang or simply Li Da. We are all unfortunate souls here, and formality is unnecessary. Secondly, we are all aware of the nature of this place. It is imperative to keep a watchful eye on our children and spouses, lest they be led astray, leaving us powerless. Of course, we shall not instigate trouble, but we must not shy away from it either. If anyone dares to provoke us, for the sake of our collective peace, we shall not hesitate to defend ourselves, even if it requires drastic measures. Moreover, upon arriving here, refrain from associating with those idle individuals. We, who have been cast into this predicament, nearly lost our lives. Perhaps it is a consequence of our past misdeeds, and should we continue to accumulate misfortune in this life, we may find ourselves reborn as mere beasts in the next. Fourthly, we must think long-term. Next year we are to be registered, and who knows what kind of household registration we might receive. Therefore, any earnings we acquire must be saved diligently. I have a plan, but now is not the time to discuss it. If anyone feels dissatisfied with their hard-earned efforts yielding little, they may voice their grievances now, as it would be a fitting conclusion to our gathering. Should they remain silent, come the time of need, I shall not entertain their complaints. Furthermore, let us maintain cleanliness. Living in squalor may invite illness into our midst. We desire to live long lives and aspire to marry and raise families. That is all I shall say. I trust you have all taken heed. Now, when Lipa speaks, his words hold more weight than those of an emperor among these people. Observing the nods of agreement, yet hearing no voices, Lipa's dissatisfaction grew. And he slammed the table, demanding to know, "Did you all hear me clearly? You witnessed the items we sought yesterday, did you not? Today, they must be cleaned thoroughly. We cannot afford carelessness with anything destined for our mouths." At this point, Lipa glanced at his own hands, which were riddled with cuts and scabs, nearly unrecognizable from their original hue, stirring a pang of sorrow within him. He suddenly remembered this crucial detail. Such hands, immersed in water, would surely lead to ruin. After washing, he would have no hands left to use. Then, they all sat in a row, extending their hands for Lipa to inspect. Upon examination, he felt a twinge of sadness. Only a frail woman's hands remained unscathed, likely due to her recent childbirth, though the child had perished in the cold. And her husband was gone, leaving her with an elderly father-in-law and a half-grown daughter, essentially rendered a family in ruins. The girl was quite sensible, caring for her mother well. Then there was Li Chun, whom he had also tended to with care. In the refugee camp, despite often being on the verge of starvation, she had not suffered much from the cold. Thus, this labor fell solely upon the two of them. The older one worked diligently, having been worn down by life's trials, while she hoped her daughter might marry into a good family. As for Li Chun, it was her time to shine, to prove herself to her elder brother. Lipa directed the others to assist in fetching and changing the water, while he fashioned a rudimentary stove from the stones in the yard. Chapter 32. Mutton offal to accumulate wealth is imperative. This thought resonated most profoundly within Lipa after enduring countless hardships to secure a place to settle. In the refugee camp, even with money, one finds little opportunity to spend it, yet upon arriving at the market, the absence of funds renders one utterly immobilized. Mutton offal, along with its soup, later emerged as a quintessential delicacy. Moreover, the preparation process is remarkably straightforward, devoid of any secret recipes. This was the only viable option Lipa could conceive, as it required no expenditure of silver while catering to numerous hungry mouths. Indeed, apart from the desperately famished, few would dare to contemplate the consumption of entrails. However, the pursuit of profit seemed unlikely through this method alone. Yet, the prospect of making money lay stark before him. Gazing at the peculiar, oversized pot perched over the flames, Lipa felt a sense of resignation. This vessel had been salvaged from the kitchen, its surface marred with rust, and cleaning it had proven to be a laborious endeavor. In truth, it was hardly a pot. It resembled a cauldron, yet lacking legs. A refugee among them recognized it and informed Lipa that it was more accurately termed a wok. Crafted from copper, its thick body was rough-hewn and consumed firewood voraciously. Without hesitation, Lipa dismantled the large table from within the house. If this proved unfeasible, there was a small grove nearby with a few ancient trees, and he surmised that no one would dare object to their removal at this time. A group of men gathered around Lipa, their eyes fixed on the large pot, uncertain whether the concoction within could be consumed or what its taste might be. After changing the water twice and toiling until drenched in sweat, Lipa finally embarked on the formal preparation of the mutton offal. The offal had been diced and floated in the water, colorful yet emitting an exceedingly unpleasant odor. The men surrounding the pot grimaced, their expressions sour from the stench. However, as refugees, they had endured far worse aromas and were not overly perturbed by this one. Lipa commenced adding seasonings without restraint. This necessity for seasoning underscored Lipa and Appo's urgency to profit, while the offal might come at no cost. The spices were another matter entirely. This time, thanks to Li Er's assistance, he had expended minimal effort, but such luck would not last. The smoke was dense, causing Li Po's eyes to water profusely. Eventually, sensing that the dish was nearly complete, he collapsed onto the ground, instinctively swatting at Li Chun, who was nearby. Now pay attention, he instructed. This pot requires no special technique. Simply ensure that ample green onions, ginger, and garlic are included. The broth must be rich. If we had some spice, it would be ideal, but we must make do with what we have. Therefore, the flavor must be robust enough to mask the inherent gaminess. Li Chun, with his hands swollen and red, waved them in front of Li Po, nodding vigorously. The other men, catching snippets of their exchange, instinctively distanced themselves from the brothers, for it seemed they were privy to family secrets. Li Lang acted transparently. Yet they could not afford to be ungrateful by appropriating another's craft. The primary ingredients consisted of lamb intestines, liver, and lungs. Beef was too coarse and would demand excessive resources if attempted. Upon its creation, this substance bears a striking resemblance to meat, satiating hunger. Yet it is imperative that it be prepared with utmost cleanliness. Otherwise, not only will the taste be intolerable, but it may also induce illness. When accompanied by flatbreads, its flavor is further enhanced. The transformation from male to female has notably altered the instructional approach. Yet as Li Po converses, he finds his mouth watering, unable to suppress the salivation. My dear brother, we did not go to collect the porridge today. If we can sustain ourselves and keep warm, why should we seek the charity of others? Remember, what is acquired by outstretched hands may not only lack flavor, but also fail to offer anything of true value. Li Po's expression gradually became solemn, instilling fear in Li Chun, who shrank his shoulders and nodded incessantly, his mind murmuring that he merely wished to express his hunger. Why be so intimidating? Li Po grunted twice, feeling a flicker of satisfaction. It is essential to instill values in children from an early age. This meal, which had occupied the entire day, left the room filled with individuals who were ravenous, yet none dared to mention the idea of collecting porridge again. As night approached, Li Po felt it was nearly time. Indeed, the tools at hand were somewhat inadequate. Otherwise, so much time would not have been squandered. Crafting a delectable stew requires simmering until the broth is thoroughly infused with flavor. The most crucial element is the old stock. After the initial effort, subsequent preparations become easier, as the stock can be preserved and reduced for a richer base. In the communal kitchen, the aroma was far from pleasant. However, the essence of meat relies heavily on seasoning. Consequently, a multitude of individuals gathered in the large room, some seated on the floor, others standing or squatting, filling the space with a cacophony akin to that found in a pigsty. With bowls in short supply, every conceivable utensil was employed. The appearance of the stew left much to be desired. For those unacquainted with it, the scent might diminish their appetite. Yet for the famished wanderers, it elicited no discomfort, and they relished every bite. Li Po was no exception. However, as he consumed his second bowl, he finally recognized that the flavor, while not exquisite, was quite palatable, stirring nostalgic memories of the village and the grasslands. After a while, a knock resounded at the door, capturing the attention of those within. Upon opening the door, the woman was startled to find 5 or 6 burly men standing outside, each with a brutish countenance, clearly not of the most reputable sort. Leading the group was an elderly man with grizzled hair, his expression betraying a sense of mourning, as if he had just suffered a loss. Peering into the room, he instinctively covered his nose, overwhelmed by the pungent odor, and upon seeing the crowd inside, his facial muscles twitched in response. Regardless of age, each person at that moment was infused with a fierce determination to defend their territory. However, the situation unfolded quite differently from their expectations. Upon inquiry from Li Po, it was revealed that this man was a city patrol officer, akin to a local magistrate. Today, the large room had witnessed a steady influx and outlux of individuals, resulting in considerable bloodshed and filth. Later, the backyard was engulfed in thick smoke, and given the ominous nature of the residence, by midday, merchants in the marketplace were filled with dread. Thus, someone ventured into the city to summon this officer. This individual, indeed, finds himself most unwilling. Not only is it a frigid winter and Opos day, but he also harbors a deep aversion to approaching that grand abode. Moreover, the current master of the house remains shrouded in mystery, with his origins difficult to ascertain, thus further dissuading him from any entanglement. Alas, his misfortune is compounded. For unlike the other market patrolmen, Hang Chang, he is left with no choice but to follow the whims of others on this journey. Chapter 33. Fright, are you the master of this place? The inspector cautiously scrutinized Li Po, his expression laced with skepticism. Li Po's appearance was rather unkempt. His hair hung loosely, and his oversized outer robe trailed on the ground, creating a shuffling sound with each step due to his ill-fitting boots. Moreover, he was quite youthful, and even if he were clean, the ruggedness of his dark complexion suggested a typical visage of the lowest stratum of society in the city of Ma'i. The denizens of the market possessed keen eyes, and upon seeing Li Pe, they could easily discern that he was not a person of significance, destined to endure hardships. Thus, he did not believe that this half-grown lad, who approached him to speak, could possibly be the new master of this grand residence. The occupants of the house were merely a group of refugees, a fact he was decidedly certain of. However, this year had witnessed an abundance of events in the market as the year drew to a close. The establishment of a refugee camp adjacent to the market was one such occurrence, akin to placing a chicken coop next to a dog kennel. He was perplexed by the county magistrate's rationale, yet the increasing number of refugees selling themselves was an undeniable reality. The prevalence of deceit and trickery had also surged, complicating their duties as inspectors, leading to a tacit agreement between the camp and the market to remain silent about one another. Previously, Zhang Dalong, who resided in this large house, had forged numerous connections and wielded considerable influence in the market, particularly in the trade of refugees. Yet, retribution had swiftly followed. 17 lives had been lost in a tragic incident, and ultimately, the house had been overtaken by the very refugees it once sheltered. Was this not a manifestation of karmic justice? The chilling memory of the recent tragedy sent a shiver through Bayandapo's heart, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of other matters. What surprised him further was that the awkwardly dressed youth across from him merely offered a casual salute, acknowledging himself as the master of the house, albeit temporarily. Upon learning that he was the official in charge of the market, Li Pe's smile broadened, and he promptly gestured for Bai to enter. Bai hesitated, reluctant to move from his spot, and suggested they converse outside. It is quite cold outside. The warmth within is inviting. Please, do come in. Li Pe urged with an enthusiasm that concealed an undeniable firmness, effectively ushering the unwilling Bai into the house. The men trailing behind Bai sought to follow, but Li Pe sidestepped to block their way, inquiring with a smile, "And who might you be?" They were, of course, not significant individuals, but rather mere idlers whom Bai had brought along for support, most of whom earned their living in the market and were curious about the happenings within the grand residence. Bai was contemplative and amiable. Yet these idlers were less concerned with niceties. Anyone seeking to establish a foothold in the market would naturally wish to probe the situation. One of the leading men glared, speaking in a menacing tone. "What is your name, old man? Is that something you can inquire about?" As he spoke, he reached out to shove Li Pe. Li Pe, round in the belly and rather lethargic, made no significant effort to move. He casually deflected the man's hand and responded with a light yet assertive punch, appearing nonchalant. Though the force was neither too weak nor too strong, the man felt a sharp crack at his jaw, and immediately, his entire head resonated with a thunderous sound. It is well known that the anterior part of the human jaw is exceedingly fragile. A blow to this area requires minimal force to induce unconsciousness. Consequently, subsequent boxers would deliberately protect their jaws during bouts. Yet, how could mere idlers comprehend such principles of biomechanics? This individual instantly felt dizzy, his robust physique teetering on the brink of collapse. Li Pe swiftly supported him, exclaiming, you see, this room has an aura of malevolence. Certain entities are particularly drawn to individuals like you, those whose vitality is waning yet not insignificant." He continued to intimidate while ushering the man inside. The onlookers, oblivious to the unfolding events, were already apprehensive due to the rampant rumors. Now, under Li Pe's menacing gaze, they stood in bewilderment. One among them clutched the man's waist in a fervent attempt to drag him back, shouting, "We're not going in, we're not going in." A group of men scurried away, a stark contrast to the customs of Mai. With a resounding clang, Li Pe shut the door, smirking disdainfully. Superstition is most unwise. Once the door was secured, tranquility enveloped the space anew. Li Pe tightened his robe, which was somewhat oversized and had allowed a draft to chill him. Bai Xuanshi shivered as well. The sound of the door closing had startled him, and upon hearing Li Pe's words, a chill coursed through him. Observing the multitude of eyes fixated upon him, he felt as though they were contemplating how to pounce. He yearned only to turn and flee. Unlike his previous demeanor towards Wei Qi, Lu Wuchang, and Zhang Er, Li Pe was no longer courteous to the minor officials in the marketplace. He understood that to establish himself here and intimidate the petty rogues, he must render his status as a refugee inconsequential. Relying on others was futile. He could only depend on himself. The large table in the center of the hall had been dismantled, but fortunately, several chairs remained. He seated the anxious Bai Xuanshi in one of the chairs, and soon, Li Chun returned with a bowl of what was dubbed treasured soup, a steaming concoction of lamb offal. After the earlier commotion, the host had assumed his role with aplomb, and as a gracious host, he felt compelled to show warmth. Li Pu encouraged, "Do not fret. We are not engaged in the trade of human flesh. This is a legitimate dish crafted from my family's secret recipe, truly nourishing. This is the first pot. While fresh, it lacks depth of flavor. Once we have established a seasoned broth, the experience will be transformed. Do partake and share your thoughts. Dear elder brother, given your age and experience, I am certain you can offer us valuable insights." With each utterance of "dear elder brother," he spoke in the most commonplace manner, resembling a chef rather than a host. Gradually, Bai Xuanshi's heart settled. The eerie atmosphere of the room dissipated in his perception. After the fright and prolonged exposure to the cold outside, he found himself genuinely hungry. Gazing at the bowl in his hands, inhaling its aroma, and observing the red and white morsels within, he realized he could not identify the ingredients from which it was made. Chapter 34. Flavor. What is this concoction? Bai Xuanshi's attention was entirely diverted by Li Pu, yet he hesitated to take a bite. Although the North has endured over 3 centuries of turmoil, tales of cannibalism still occasionally circulate. However, the notion of consuming human flesh had drifted further from people's minds. Thus he lacked the courage to indiscriminately thrust this dish into his mouth. Li Pu chuckled. "I hail from Guangshi, a place called Fufeng. My family fell into decline during my ancestors' time, and by my grandfather's generation, we were destitute, relying on borrowed steeds and armor. My grandfather had 3 brothers. 2 uncles passed away young, while 1 elder went to war, arriving at the frontier of Mai, but has yet to be found. My grandfather, unable to make ends meet at home, resorted to working as a kitchen hand to feed the family, which was suffering from hunger. In desperation, he concocted this treasure soup to stave off starvation. However, he later discovered that this soup possessed remarkable qualities. It not only satiated hunger, but also fortified the body, sharpening one's senses. Do not let my frail appearance deceive you. It is merely a result of my arduous journey in search of my uncle, having endured considerable hardships. Back in my hometown, I was no match for 3 or 5 robust men. As Li Pu spun his tale, his excitement became palpable. You must understand. This treasure soup is not composed of precious ingredients, but rather what others have discarded. The primary components are sheep liver, lungs, and stomach, items that common folk seldom consume, let alone the affluent. Yet, I assure you, sheep liver is excellent for vision, and the other ingredients are equally nourishing, with a palatable flavor. You shall know this for yourself upon tasting. With every word, Bai Xuanshi felt increasingly reassured, and a hint of reverence washed over him. The dialect from Guangshi worked in Li Pu's favor, and as he gazed into the bowl, he realized it was indeed crafted from sheep organs. Though slightly repulsed, his curiosity piqued, and he yearned to experience something novel. Li Pu's fabricated lineage was quite impeccable, laden with subtext. While we may currently be in disarray, our ancestors once basked in glory, and furthermore, we are not without our own talents. It was evident that Bai Xuanshi understood, as a smile finally graced his face. He prodded with his chopsticks, casting a glance around the room. A murder just transpired here, and I merely came to observe. Let's not invite further complications. Li Pu chuckled at the softening tone of the conversation. This was a good omen. Rest assured, we shall not burden you. We have no intentions of engaging in trade. We seek merely a place to reside. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Li Pu thought to himself. Indeed, the plight of the refugees often breeds trouble. As he approached to open the door, upon seeing the visitor, a smile instantly brightened his face as he ushered Zhang Er inside. Zhang Er's arrival was anticipated. The number of individuals coming for porridge had significantly dwindled, and if he hadn't come to inquire, it would have been quite unusual. Though my city was not large, Zhang Er and Bai Xuanshi were only acquaintances, yet they exchanged respectful gestures, both taken aback by the encounter. Zhang Er had little to say. He merely found Bai Xuanshi's manner of holding a bowl somewhat peculiar. Casually, he pulled up a chair and sat down. However, Bai Xuanshi was taken aback by his familiarity. After a moment's reflection, he understood. This young lad would not dare occupy such a haunted place without a measure of confidence. Indeed, one could discern the character of the host by observing the guests. It was evident that Li Pu had labored for several months and had finally managed to bring some order to his life. Thus, another bowl of precious broth was placed in Zhang Er's hands. Unlike Bai Xuanshi, who was cautious, Zhang Er felt a sense of pride for having done a good deed. Yet he also experienced discomfort. Could this concoction truly be consumed? He regretted coming here. Meeting by Xuanchu's gaze, they both lifted their chopsticks and, holding their breath, took a taste. To their surprise, it was not as unpalatable as expected. This was a shared sentiment between them, contrary to Li Pa and Appo's expectations. Their tolerance was far greater than anticipated. In truth, Li Pa had overthought the matter. In this era, it was rare for ordinary folk, let alone the minor officials in Mai City, to indulge in meat. Typically, their meals consisted mainly of wheat-based dishes with pickled vegetables as a complement. Scenes of lavish feasts featuring copious amounts of meat might be found in the homes of the affluent in Chang'an. But even the district magistrate in Mai would not indulge in such extravagance. Thus, Li Pa was astonished to witness the two men leisurely finishing their bowls of sheep offal, with Bai Xuanchu, the glutton, licking his lips in satisfaction. Such was the allure of meat in this age. After finishing their meal, Zhang Er stroked his beard, feeling both a bit embarrassed and slightly worried. "Dalong, is it truly safe to eat this?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Bai Xuanchu perked up, though a glutton. He was far from foolish. Li Pa's lips twitched as he thought, observing their camaraderie, they were indulging themselves while potentially tarnishing his reputation. Rest assured, these entrails are not only consumable but also beneficial. As long as they are thoroughly cleaned, there is no cause for concern. This is what we have been doing all day, and Bai Xuanchu came to check on us after we had spilled much blood outside. Zhang Er felt reassured, and Bai Xuanchu nodded, smiling. After meeting Zhang Er, his smile had remained fixed on his face. The broth was quite delightful, resembling sheep soup in flavor. It seemed that the offerings in the marketplace would soon be enriched with this new dish. Zhang Er felt a sense of nostalgia, though his thoughts diverged greatly from those of Bai Xuanchu. When it came time to see Zhang Er off, Li Pa hesitated to speak further. Zhang Er was kind-hearted, and Li Pa preferred not to take advantage of him. Previously, he might have broached the subject, but the circumstances had changed. There was another person present. Consequently, the ensuing matters naturally fell to Bai Xuanchu. It is evident that if both officials find this precious soup to be delightful, it must indeed be of exceptional quality. While the preferences of others may vary, the opinions of those in authority carry weight in such matters. This is a universal truth that transcends time and should not be doubted. Chapter 35. Wei Qi portraying historical figures is indeed a challenging endeavor, often diverging from the public's perception. However, as a Chao is crafting a novel rather than erecting monuments in their honor, the task of shaping these historical personalities has proven to be both intellectually stimulating and enjoyable, albeit one must ask fans to refrain from criticism. On the following evening, 2 horse-drawn carriages arrived at the rear courtyard of the grand house, unloading a considerable quantity of bloodied entrails and a half-load of spices. Accompanying them were 2 men and a woman, all possessing robust hands and an air of industriousness about them. Li Pa felt a sense of satisfaction. Bai Xuanchu was not only a glutton but also rather avaricious. Engaging with such a character necessitated a degree of caution, as trust was not a currency in their dealings. Yet he was certainly more agreeable than tax officials. Bai Xuanchu did not make an appearance himself. Instead, his nephew delivered the goods. Before departing, he left a few words for Li Pa, advising him to hire an accountant. While this was not immediately pressing, he would return in half a month to review the accounts. This indicated that, regardless of Li Pa and Appo's intentions or actions, Bai Xuanchu was treating this as a business transaction and, at Li Pa's request, had provided additional laborers for the more arduous tasks. For Li Pa, the opportunity to earn money was paramount, and this arrangement was indeed fortuitous. That evening, he finally slipped into a peaceful slumber, for his life was beginning to take on a semblance of order. If he continued to proceed methodically, making a living in Mai should not prove difficult. It might seem somewhat lackluster, but for Li Pa, who had only recently emerged from the depths of hardship, harboring lofty aspirations was not an easy feat, however. Before he could catch his breath and enhance his modest existence, circumstances came knocking at his door. The next morning, as he rose and, accompanied by Li Chun, directed the workers to fill the constructed water tank, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to negotiate with Bai Xuanchu regarding the establishment of a small shop. Additionally, he pondered the necessity of firewood and whether he should stake out at the city gate to discuss terms with the Sher brothers for a credit arrangement. Before he could fully form his plans, his thoughts were interrupted when someone from the city gate sent word for him. The imposing figure who arrived, with a hawk-like gaze, was none other than Wei Qi, which startled Li Pa slightly. Upon encountering Wei Qi, who was surveying the grand house, he maintained his usual indifferent demeanor and stated, "Come with me. Someone has sent me to find you." There was no need for further inquiry. The only individual who could have summoned Wei Qi was the tax official from the city gate. Li Pa felt little curiosity about the current state of this future nobleman or the reason he was sent to seek out a young drifter like himself. All he understood was that debts must be repaid, and the situation appeared precarious. Otherwise, the tax official would not have sent someone in his stead. Please wait a moment. Li Pa replied. Hurry up, it seems rather urgent. Wei Qi, with a countenance that suggested deep burdens, was not particularly difficult to converse with. The two men exited the marketplace in silence. Wei Qi glanced sidelong at Li Pa, smirking slightly as he remarked, after a few days apart. You've managed to secure yourself quite a spacious abode. Do be careful not to overindulge, lest you find yourself unable to swallow it all. Li Pa clasped his fist in a gesture of gratitude, displaying a hint of pride as he replied, Were it not for you and Brother Luo, I would not have survived to this day. Should fortune smile upon me in the future, I shall certainly express my heartfelt thanks. The matter of thanks is trivial. As long as you harbor no resentment, that suffices. Li Pa pondered the implications of this statement, sensing an undercurrent of goodwill. It is worth noting that when he first entered Mai, he could have easily gained entry at the city gates, but ultimately found himself detained in the refugee camp. All due to Wei Qi's words. Thus, this conversation took on a new significance. As if fearing that Li Pa might not grasp the intent, Wei Qi continued. I do not concern myself with where you hail from or whether you genuinely seek kin in Mahdi. In the future, it would be wise for you to conduct yourself with decorum, for open dialogue will be beneficial. This sentiment not only unsettled Li Pa, but also left Wei Qi feeling somewhat uncomfortable. A mere refugee was hardly worthy of his attention. Yet the fact that Li Pa had managed to rise from the depths of destitution to carve out a niche in the marketplace, even forging connections at the city gates, could not be overlooked. As long as one remained in Ma'i, it was inevitable that individuals of his ilk would have to mingle with a variety of characters, thus compelling Wei Qi, despite his reluctance, to acknowledge that it was prudent not to offend a capable individual from the West. After all, it was common knowledge that those from the West could rise swiftly in fortune. Ultimately, it was character that shaped destiny. Wei Qi and Appo's, as thoughts were intricate, and his perceptions were keen, yet youthful impulsiveness often clouded his judgment, which contributed to his lack of success within the military ranks. Li Pa had encountered many a fierce individual. Attempts to intimidate him would be futile. Presently, he found this person before him intriguing, flesh and blood, indeed, held far more substance than the illustrious figures of history, who were mere shadows on paper. Li Pa grinned, revealing 8 gleaming teeth, and said, Brother, you flatter me. I assure you, I am the very embodiment of decorum. By the way, may I inquire about Brother Luo? It has been some time since I last saw him. A surge of irritation washed over Wei Qi, darkening his expression, though he restrained his temper, for the unvoiced frustration was palpable. He regarded Li Pa as lethargic and unworthy of his acquaintance, replying tersely, There have been some developments to the south. Brother San is attending to matters there. Li Pa, sensing the conversation's lack of intrigue, found it tiresome. Opportunities to engage with historical figures would surely arise again, yet this was the first encounter, and it felt disappointingly uncooperative. If I were to truly exert myself, I could easily dismantle your facade, he thought. Their second exchange left both parties feeling unsatisfied. Soon, having traversed the refugee camp, Wei Qi trudged away, while Li Pa approached the door of the tax office, knocked, and was met with the face of the tax official, a visage that seemed to invite a punch. Chapter 36, The Art of Deception Amidst the Biting Cold. Li Pa huddled behind a large rock not far from the refugee camp, his face frozen to a ghastly hue. To his utter astonishment, he found himself tasked with a rather dubious endeavor. Having rolled about in the snow and mud, his face was rendered unrecognizably filthy, yet curled up in a ball. He persistently cursed the unscrupulous tax officials, finding a twisted amusement in the fact that the art of deception had been in practice since the Sui Dynasty. After an indeterminate period of waiting, Li Pa felt a numbness creeping into his limbs before he heard the sound of galloping hooves approaching. He cautiously peered out, and through the city gate's passage, he could vaguely discern figures riding towards him. This craft of deception required a certain finesse, yet Li Pa brimmed with confidence, believing his agility would meet the tax official's expectations. However, he harbored concerns regarding the individuals he was to deceive. He pondered whether they might resort to violence in their fury. Given his prolonged stay among the refugees, he was acutely aware that their lives were often regarded as expendable. The mere act of slaying a couple of them would scarcely be deemed more grievous than indulging in jest with a respectable woman. As the sound of hooves grew increasingly distinct, Li Pa squinted at the oncoming figures, and the more he gazed, the more familiar they appeared. To his disbelief, these were the very individuals who had passed through here days prior. Clad in the biting wind and snow, they bore considerable spoils. With pelts draped over their horses and birds hanging from their saddles, an enticing sight indeed. They entered the city gate's passage with the same swiftness as before, their pace unwavering. Li Pa felt a surge of relief upon seeing their adept horsemanship. Encountering clumsy riders could have led to a disastrous outcome for him. He had made ample preparations. And not far from him, a large dog lay, whimpering, likely suffering from the cold as much as he was. This creature belonged to a gatekeeper and had been borrowed under the pretense of its reputed docility. Yet, even the gentlest of dogs possesses an innate ferocity. Judging the distance to be just right, Li Pa hurled a hardened snowball at the dog, striking its face. With a mournful yelp, the dog erupted into a fervent bark. Neither too light nor too forceful, instilling no fear but awakening its primal instincts. The dogs of Mai, much like its people, were notoriously wild. The dog barked furiously as Li Pa turned and ran, the dog instantly pursuing him without hesitation. The pair burst onto the road, startling a group of riders. The foremost rider, taken aback, witnessed the sudden appearance of man and dog. There was no need for him to rein in his steed. The horse, startled, reared up, its hooves skidding across the ground, leaving marks as it reared. The rider winced in pain, and as the warhorse stood on its hind legs, the unfortunate knight was unceremoniously dislodged from his saddle. A throng of individuals surged behind, creating a cacophony of whistles, simultaneously demonstrating their remarkable equestrian skills. Not a single rider faltering from their mounts. By the time the steeds came to a halt, they had encircled the pathway. This was evidently a display of formidable cavalry prowess, outshining even the nomadic tribes that Li Pa had previously encountered. As Li Pa, having rolled to his feet, observed this scene, a chill permeated his heart, sharpened by his military acumen. The unfolding narrative altered. He clambered to his feet in disarray and hastily fled towards the refugee encampment. The frenzied hound had already succumbed to a well-aimed arrow. Its lifeless body sprawled across the street. The familiar sound of bowstrings reverberated in the air, propelling Li Pa to run even faster. Laughter erupted behind him, unmistakably the raucous jeers of those reveling in their companion's humiliation. The enraged knight, much like the earlier dog, was incited by pain and, disregarding the mockery of his comrades, mounted his steed and pursued Li Pa relentlessly. No matter how swift he ran, he could not outpace the horse and Oppos, as 4 legs. Thus, Li Pa clasped his head tightly as he fled. As anticipated, the knight soon caught up, brandishing his whip and striking down with ferocity. Li Pa lost count of the lashes he endured. A searing pain enveloped his body, and an unquenchable fury began to simmer within him. A silent promise to one day seize the whip and exact vengeance upon this brutal adversary. In that moment, he curled into a ball, rolling on the ground, while the knight dismounted, relentlessly striking him. His companions swiftly joined, their boisterous laughter ringing in Li Pa's ears. This spectacle was one he had witnessed countless times before, the humiliation of the lower class by the privileged, a constant in an ever-changing world, with only the methods differing. It was only in the face of death that they would realize their fundamental equality, for in the realm of mortality, all distinctions dissolve. The prospect of delivering death to such individuals struck Li Pa as a most intriguing endeavor. Yet, the voice of the tax officer interrupted the murderous thoughts brewing within him. Cease. When the whip ceased to fall, Li Pa scrambled to his feet and turned to flee. There was no place for him here. He had no intention of shedding blood, nor did he wish to display any heroics. Like a wounded beast, he sought a quiet refuge to tend to his wounds. No one paid him heed. He was merely a lowly refugee, scarcely more valuable than the dog that lay slain in the street. The cold wind carried words to his ears. It appeared that the tax officer referred to the young knight as 4th brother, while the knight addressed the tax officer as 3rd brother. A familial bond, indeed. Damn it, he had endured that beating in vain. He had little interest in the nature of the relationship between the tax officer and those individuals, his desire for vengeance waning. For he understood that, regardless of how the world might change, the essence remained unchanged. Just as the tax officer, engaged in jovial conversation, would never concern himself with the thoughts of a mere refugee, Li Pa could only bear his grievances alone. The intricate scheming of influential figures seems rather distant from him. As a mere pawn, he possesses little recourse against those formidable individuals, aside from the possibility of bloodshed. Given this reality, what is there truly worth resenting? Perhaps one day, these individuals will find themselves pleading for mercy beneath his feet, but that day is certainly not today. Chapter 37, The Small Shop Brother, Does your wound still hurt? In the stillness of the night, Li Chun lay in bed, whispering. It's nothing. Go back to sleep, came the reply. Brother, are you going to kill again? In the darkness, Li Pa furrowed his brow. The question sounded awkward, prompting him to scold. Is killing a mere game? Do you think our lives are expendable? Feeling aggrieved, Li Chun pouted and murmured, if you go out at night again, can you take me with you? I'm scared waiting alone. Just sleep. Your brother is no deity who can slay all who offend him. Some people can be killed, while others cannot be touched. In a couple of days. Practice your swordplay with me. The world is indeed quite turbulent. Li Chun nodded vigorously in bed, filled with excitement. He thought to himself that once he mastered the sword, if anyone dared to offend his brother, he would quietly take care of them, sparing his brother the worry. After all, who else in this world was beyond retribution besides his brother? Finally, life settled into a semblance of peace. The tax official sent 2 strings of cash, a generous sum. However, Li Pa, having received the money, would no longer engage with the tax officials at the city gates. Associating too closely with such individuals offered little benefit and posed great danger. Nevertheless, this sum alleviated his immediate financial distress. A small shop opened in the market, and a food banner was raised at the entrance of the main house. Li Pa, with his associates, dug a scientifically designed drainage ditch in the backyard, connecting it to the market sewer, thus eliminating the need to dispose of waste in the bitter cold. A few days later, the Sher brothers visited and were astonished to find that the merchant who had previously forced them to sell firewood now belonged to Li Pa. The brothers could not help but express their admiration. Their arrival also brought joy to Li Pa, as the firewood venture now rested in their capable hands, conveniently resolving the staffing issue. Shortly thereafter, several robust men from the mountains entered the city, heading straight for the market. They not only brought back a substantial amount of firewood but also decided to stay. It was somewhat unfortunate, although there were many people in the house. They lacked sufficient hands. A crowd of the elderly, weak, and women was nearly as burdensome as a charitable institution. In other establishments, they would have been overwhelmed by the demands of so many mouths to feed. Restaurants were not typically run this way. However, Li Pa's business acumen was exceptional. He managed to keep everyone well fed, while also taking care of the displaced individuals residing in the encampment. The area around Beijing's porridge house appeared desolate and deserted. These strong men served as the enforcers of the small shop, tasked solely with watching over it, as Li Pa believed that the market was no safe haven. Without a firm hand to maintain order, it was only a matter of time before trouble arose, regardless of one's acquaintances or whether one resided in a cursed house. For instance, he himself, once a destitute refugee, had dared to bring people to sell firewood here and had succeeded, which spoke volumes about the situation. The 2 strings of cash from the tax official also spared Li Pa considerable effort. The main hall of the large house thus became the heart of the small shop, resembling a modest inn. With the addition of some tables and chairs, the large house transformed seamlessly into a small shop. The necessities for opening a shop have been entirely spared. It is not merely the skill of the proprietor, but also the blessings of the tax officials that contribute to this. The spacious establishment has been effortlessly acquired, allowing the owner to pursue his ambitions without excessive concern, even exempt from taxation. Li Pa has made ample preparations, although he is not particularly knowledgeable about business. He has nonetheless absorbed much from his experiences and conversations. When it comes to business acumen, few in this era can rival him. 3 young apprentices, 1 male and 2 female, have been trained under Li Pa's guidance to serve as the hosts of the small establishment. The opening was conducted without much fanfare and quietly. A food banner was raised. Initially, the business was somewhat lackluster, with most of the dishes being consumed by the proprietors themselves. However, it was not long before 2 market inspectors and a few gatekeepers began to frequent the shop, growing increasingly familiar with the youthful owner, thus spreading the establishment's reputation throughout the market. Gradually, the number of patrons increased, though not significantly, as Li Pa had never concealed the primary ingredients of the dishes, deterring many potential customers. As time progressed, the end of November in the 6th year of the Deyi era arrived. At this point, the treasured soup had finally made its way onto the menus of various merchants in the northern market of Mahdi. Many had started to develop the habit of enjoying a steaming bowl of the treasured soup paired with the shop's freshly made flatbreads for a delightful breakfast. The shop's growing success was attributed not only to the suitability of the lamb offal soup for northern palates or its burgeoning reputation, but also to the escalating prices of rice and flour during that winter. In such times, an increase in staple food prices during winter is a daunting concern for the common folk. The government typically endeavors to stabilize grain prices in winter to prevent public discontent, and after the autumn harvest, the populace faces a prolonged waiting period until the next harvest. If grain prices rise in winter, what implications might spring and summer hold? This situation starkly illustrates the northern region's vulnerability to famine compared to the south. However, during the autumn of the 6th year of the Yi, Mai experienced neither disaster nor conflict, yet grain prices began to rise in winter, casting profound and significant ramifications for the commoners of Mai. Li Pa, however, does not dwell on such matters. He is simply pleased to witness his shop's thriving business, albeit slightly distressed that the newly introduced flatbreads are proving unprofitable. Consequently, his ambitions for further soup and bread offerings have waned. In truth, it is the affordability of lamb offal, which allows patrons to indulge in a hearty meal, that draws them in. As rice and flour prices surged, the men living at the lowest strata of the market began to feel the pressure. The granary system established during Emperor Wen's reign had once allowed him to boast of provisions sufficient for the populace for a decade, indicating the granary's bountiful state by the end of his reign. Yet, by the Yi era, within just 6 years, the government had become powerless to stabilize grain prices. Certainly, this is not only due to the emperor's relentless endeavors over the past 6 years which have gradually depleted the national treasury, but also because no one dares to open their coffers lightly. Chapter 38. Li Jing, however, during this time, the various businesses experienced a slight upturn. Primarily, the workers found themselves inundated with tasks, as affluent households required additional help during the New Year celebrations. Due to the rising grain prices, the cost of hiring laborers had also escalated significantly. Some workers sought out Li Pa, hoping to enlist his culinary skills at other households. Naturally, Li Pa declined without hesitation. His status as a refugee barred him from entering the city, and moreover, the culinary profession was considered a lower-class occupation. With the new year approaching, he anticipated being registered, and he had no desire to complicate his circumstances. Nevertheless, his interactions with Bai Xuanshi, Zhang Er, and others did not go unnoticed by the public. Some workers, whose businesses were languishing, gradually approached him, eager to register under his name. This was a common practice in the market, as many workers lacked the connections or skills to compete with those who frequented the households of the wealthy. Consequently, they often resorted to operating under the names of merchants. Even though the merchants would inevitably take a commission, still, the earnings were significantly greater compared to those of the solitary wanderers. However, Li Pa remained steadfast in his refusal. Unwilling to engage in the market trade, it was not out of misplaced compassion, but rather a recognition of his own limitations in terms of connections and capabilities to compete with the established merchants. They were all exiles, gathered in one place. It appeared lively, yet before long, thoughts of lost loved ones and distant homelands would bring tears to the adults' eyes, while the children, unfettered by such concerns, would gleefully play once their hunger was satiated. Li Pa, unburdened by such sentiments, prepared a meal of chopped lamb offal, crafting dumplings that not only lifted the spirits of those around him but also delighted his own heart. Li Chun wore a radiant smile, feeling that this New Year's Eve was the best she had ever experienced. As long as her brother was happy, she too felt a surge of joy. That night, as Li Pa lay in bed, listening to Li Chun's chatter, he contemplated the money he had on hand, which seemed sufficient, even if it fell short now. With the arrival of spring, there would still be time to gather more. Thus, after the new year, he planned to hire workers to begin construction, creating a place for everyone to reside. He had already decided on a location, a small grove near the market. This endeavor did not require others. A simple conversation with Bai Xuanshi would suffice. When the time came for registration, they would all be recognized as industrious individuals from Mai surely. They could not all be relegated to the lower class. Yet, uncertainty lingered in his mind, and he could only incrementally increase his stakes. Initially, he could have approached the tax official for discussions regarding this matter, but following the unfortunate incident of being swindled, Li Pa lost the inclination, having barely secured a dwelling. He had nearly paid with his life. If he were to pursue registration, it could lead to even graver consequences. He had no interest in becoming a lackey or a pawn in someone else's schemes. Regardless of his musings, they paled in comparison to the lightness of others' words. Just a few days after the new year, the county office, having buzzed with liveliness for a day or two, swiftly fell into a state of desolation. Lord Li Jing, the de facto master of Mai County, found solace in his study, immersed in the profound wisdom of military texts. His penchant for such literature was a remnant of his youth spent in earnest discussions of warfare with his uncle. Over the years, he had perused numerous volumes. Yet the art of war remained his favorite pursuit. The years spent in Mai had bestowed upon him some of his most cherished moments. All within the confines of this modest study. Li Jing was quite handsome, with long brows and delicate eyes, his hair and beard meticulously groomed. Simply seated, an air of dignified grace emanated from him. Despite being in the prime of his life, he possessed a robust physique, tall and upright, with a presence that could not easily be overshadowed, revealing an underlying fierceness. Such a demeanor was not commonplace. It was the hallmark of the elite youth of Chang'an, who seemed to inherit an aura of authority and martial spirit from birth, perpetually reminding others of their distinction. During the era of the Great Cause, and even in the centuries prior, individuals with such qualities were abundant. Thus, he did not appear excessively unique, especially as he began to approach his later years. The shadows of melancholy lurking at the corners of his eyes lent him an overly stern countenance. Footsteps halted outside the study door, followed by hushed whispers. And then the voice of an elderly servant announced, "My lord, Liu Biejia has come to visit and is awaiting you in the main hall." Li Jing slowly set aside his book, a subtle frown creasing his brow, clearly displeased. Glancing up at the sky, he noted it was noon, further souring his mood at the prospect of entertaining guests. Yet, he had already surmised the purpose of Liu Biejia's visit, which likely pertained to the grain transport to Hebei this year. The emperor's ambition to conquer Goguryeo seemed, to Li Jing, a favorable endeavor. However, like many matters before, it was bound to become convoluted. Now, it appeared that another military campaign against Goguryeo was imminent. The granary of the realm, led by the Xinglua granary in Henan, was well-stocked, enough to sustain a million-strong army. Yet, the necessity to draw supplies from a frontier like Mai was a source of great frustration for Li Jing. Having been away from the capital for some time, he found himself perplexed by the thoughts of those in the court. Was there no one to counsel the emperor? Was the logistics of transporting grain from Mai, and potentially troops, not a concern? Did they not fear that the Turks might seize this opportunity to launch a substantial incursion southward? Chapter 39. On registering exhausting the might of the world to serve the whims of a single individual. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, many emperors and warlords have behaved similarly, and that supreme ruler is indeed among the most distinguished. Li Jing harbored no reverence in his heart as he reflected upon the various actions of the emperor after ascending the throne. Having already formed his own judgment regarding that exalted figure, it became evident that he was a quintessential scion of the aristocracy, possessing little genuine loyalty to the emperor. They revered the emperor's authority but did not regard him as a true paragon of divinity. Li Jing lazily rose, summoned someone into the study, donned his outer robe, draped a shawl over his shoulders, and then strolled out of the study. Upon arriving in the main hall, he found Liu Biejia enjoying tea, accompanied by a young man. Had Lipa been present, he would have been astonished to recognize the young man as the tax official who had caused him much vexation at the city gate. Upon Li Jing's arrival, both adjusted their attire and paid their respects. Liu Biejia gazed enviously, as each meeting with Lord Li evoked a sense of the illustrious lineage of the Guanxi aristocracy. He had many matters to discuss with Li Junzhen, which could not be resolved hastily, so he remained patient. Li Jing, well aware of this, glanced at his wife and Apos' nephew and cast a slight apologetic look at Liu Biejia before asking in earnest, "Did you acquire any insights during your inspection of the North City?" The young tax official, surnamed Chun, was to address Li Jing as uncle and currently served in the Huqiao of Mai. His position was modest, yet his responsibilities were significant. Due to the establishment of a refugee camp in the North City, Li Jing had assigned him to patrol the northern area to prevent disturbances among the refugees. This was also partly because the young man had recently joined Mai and was still in his youth, thus it was a gesture of care on Li Jing's part. After all, the northern region was the most tranquil, and with the upcoming registration of refugees, the young man would soon solidify his standing in Mai. This further illustrated Li Jing's kindness towards his wife's nephew. Liu Biejia blinked as he observed the two in their performance, feeling a twinge of mimicry rising within him. With many mouths to feed at home, both adults and children lacking proper decorum, he felt a pang of frustration, wishing he could discipline a few. Yet here they exhibited an admirable order of respect between the young and the old, a stark contrast to his own household. Of course, this situation was not novel. Merely a matter of course. Among the 4 cities of refugees, the North City harbored the fewest, and their origins were the simplest, being locals of Mai. A lenient approach was warranted, as they could not be equated with the refugees from Yanmen. Moreover, given that the households in Mai were already scarce, this could increase the populace, rendering the officials' achievements more commendable. Why not embrace such a situation? The young man departed, a mix of excitement and trepidation evident on his face. Li Jing then offered Liu Biejia an apologetic smile, remarking that the young man was inexperienced in the ways of the world, and his unsteady demeanor had inadvertently amused Liu. In an instant, Liu Biejia's face creased into a smile, declaring, "Your Excellency, your remarkable talent and insight far surpass that of ordinary individuals. With your guidance, Qin will undoubtedly reap immense benefits in the future." "You flatter me, Liu," Li Jing replied. "It brings me great joy that you have come today. I have prepared some humble wine. Shall we drink and converse?" Liu Biejia clasped his hands and responded, "I shall follow your lead, Your Excellency." On the 6th day of the new year, the Hu Chao of the prefecture was on duty. On that day, the minor official from the household department sought out Li Pe specifically, disregarding others. Upon hearing the official's intent, Li Pe could not help but feel a surge of joy. He invited the official into his home, disregarding business matters, and promptly requested paper and ink. He also sent Li Chun accompanied by several individuals to summon the refugees residing in the encampment. The two officials, savoring the steaming hot treasure soup and relishing the soft wheat cakes, also indulged in some oddly shaped dumplings that were quite delectable. Their fondness for Li Pu increased manifold. As they realized that the task assigned by Chun was indeed straightforward, locating this individual required no grand effort. Just the two of them could accomplish it. Li Pu, after a few inquiries, discerned that this matter involved the tax official stationed at the city gate, who, it turned out, held a certain rank. The refugees, one and all, were naturally overwhelmed with excitement. Being officially registered in Mai was immensely beneficial. Not only would they be allocated land, but they could also roam freely within the city of Mai to seek livelihood. If they wished, they could even enlist in the militia, which would yield further advantages. To them, this was a monumental stroke of fortune for their descendants, especially as it stemmed from their status as refugees, adding a dramatic twist to their plight, an almost stark contrast between heaven and hell. Their gratitude towards Li Pu was boundless. However, drawbacks were not absent. Those with official registration were inevitably subject to labor obligations, and families with elderly and young members who could not endure the hardships of labor would find little respite during the years of upheaval. Authorities typically levied certain taxes under the guise of exemption from labor, and over the course of a year or two, such levies could lead to the ruin of impoverished households. The cycle of transitioning from refugee status to official registration, and then back to refugee status, would be repeated in various locales over the ensuing years. Thus, while securing official registration in Mai appeared advantageous at the moment, in the long run, it was not significantly different from their previous situation. After recording the names of the individuals, the two officials departed leisurely, leaving behind a roomful of astonished and delighted people. In a couple of days, they would all become residents of Mai County. On this day, the large room was filled with jubilation, and Li Pu quietly contemplated the prospect of acquiring a home of his own. He had previously inquired with the two officials, learning that the refugees would inevitably be dispersed for settlement. This was perhaps for the best, as leading a large group in search of a livelihood would undeniably prove taxing. He would observe the circumstances of each individual, for he had no desire for rebellion. Even if he did, given the appearance of those around him, gathering them would be futile. It is often said that fortune does not come in pairs, nor do calamities strike alone. Yet, for Li Pu, the early years of the Great Yindi era were marked by a succession of fortuitous events. Within a few days, Luosan finally made his reappearance. Chapter 40. Selling the bottom. Luosan's thoughts were few. Upon arriving at the grand house, he paid little attention to the dwelling itself. Instead, he indulged in 3 large bowls of precious soup and 6 wheat cakes, patting his swollen belly and extolling the virtues of the soup. "Brother, where is Li Er?" Perhaps due to their shared youth, Luosan often exchanged a few words with Li Chun when he visited Li Pu, although their conversations primarily consisted of playful banter. "She is busy," Luosan pouted, murmuring, "What can that frail little thing do? She lacks the strength for any labor." Li Pu, now resembling a landlord, sat nonchalantly in a chair, observing the ebb and flow of customers and the small commotion within the shop. He had nearly regained his vitality, his complexion rosy and his cheeks fuller, a far cry from his previously woeful state. Even Luosan scrutinized him for a considerable time, only confirming that this was indeed the former refugee, Li De, after hearing his accent. At that moment, Li Pu inquired, "What have you been up to these past few days? I haven't seen you for months." Luosan let out a lament, beginning to recount his grievances. Though perhaps having been cautioned by someone, he kept his voice low. "You wouldn't believe it, brother. A great calamity has befallen the southern city. It's no wonder they've been so sparse. With little food and the cold weather, deaths have been occurring one after another. If it were me, I would seize the opportunity to carve out a path for survival. Indeed, some people were beaten to death while distributing porridge. And there are talks of raiding the granaries in the city. The brothers in the military have all been dispatched to the southern city, and many have perished. We were left to guard the area. As he spoke, this naive child exhibited a touch of melancholy. After a harsh winter, only a few remained alive. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, he followed the black gang to the eastern city. Damn it, it was hardly better there. People were dying just the same. I nearly vomited from the sight of all the burials. At least it's better here with you, brother. The death toll is significantly lower. I might as well remain in the north. That way Chief Fellow is always wandering about, dragging me along to suffer as well. As he continued, his words became increasingly muddled. Lipa grasped the situation. The southern city was in turmoil, and this lad had been swept up in the suppression efforts. In his heart, he mused that whether in the south or the north, refugees were still refugees, their lives worth little. After a lengthy reflection, Luo-san, despite his earlier despondency, soon regained his enthusiasm. Brother, have you been registered? Yes, I have been registered in Mai. Luo-san clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, what splendid news. We must celebrate with a drink. Lipa readily agreed. Very well. We shall find a fine tavern one day, and I will treat you to a hearty drink. Luo-san, buoyed by the prospect, momentarily forgot his earlier intentions to treat Lipa several times. Let us invite Brother Ching as well. Oh, wait. At this point, he slapped his forehead, finally recalling the important matter at hand. With animated gestures, he animatedly informed Lipa, I almost forgot. There is more good news to share. Brother Ching mentioned he could help you find work in the prefecture, though he is uncertain of your skills. He plans to visit here in a few days to meet you. As he spoke, his expression shifted to a mischievous one, his eyes darting with excitement. Lipa could easily discern that this child had undoubtedly sneaked over in advance to offer a greeting. When it comes to friends, this child is truly sincere and heartfelt. Lipa couldn't help but chuckle. He often hears about Brother Ching from this child, yet he remains oblivious to the young man's name and the heroic spirit he embodies. The words of Lipa always resonate pleasingly with Luo-san. Otherwise, this child is not foolish, and in such a short span. How could he forge such a deep bond with Lipa? It was only after Brother Chung had changed his name that things took a turn. In my view, a true man should not alter his name or surname. Why change it? We could no longer remain in Shandong, which is why we ventured westward. Upon arriving in Mai, it was just the two of us left. At that time, we were in a similar plight as you, without food or drink. But we were certainly stronger than you brothers. We entered the city, fighting our way from the west to the east. Consequently, some took notice of us brothers. Brother Ching went to the prefectural office. I was supposed to go as well, but he advised against it, claiming I was too loose-lipped and that it was a government place, fearing I might cause trouble. Thus, I joined the army instead. In my opinion, no matter where one goes, it ultimately boils down to the strength of one's fists. Had it not been for my inability to contend with that blackguard Wei Qi, I would now be a squad leader, not much inferior to Brother Ching. Goodness. With a single remark from Lipa, this fellow laid bare the foundations, revealing two wanted criminals on the run. This was indeed a man of considerable renown, yet Lipa could only curse inwardly, lamenting the unbearable truth that some are born to shine while others struggle. These two brash youths had somehow garnered recognition. Here, upon entering Mai City, we had no intentions of committing crimes. We are good people, yet we found ourselves trapped in a refugee camp, nearly perishing within. Where could one seek justice in such a situation? As Luo-san spoke with rising enthusiasm, his voice gradually grew louder, and indeed, the lad's tongue was quite unrestrained. Since Lipa had no intention of reporting to the authorities to imprison these two fellows, he could not simply stand by. He reached out and gave Luo-san a hard slap on the head, causing him to sway slightly. What are you saying? If someone hears you, will you still want to keep your life? Luo-san rubbed his head and let out a silly laugh. I'm just chatting with you, brother. Otherwise, when Brother Ching arrives, if things escalate into a fight, wouldn't he that harm our brotherly harmony? Let us be cautious with our words in the future. Lipa, feeling helpless, offered a reminder, though he believed it to be futile. Brother Ching had likely admonished this lad countless times, yet look at how grandly he spoke now. What does Brother Ching look like? Pray tell. He is much taller than I am. Luo-san, ever thorough in his descriptions, stood up to measure himself and noted that he had grown a significant beard. No need to elaborate. Once brother sees him, he will surely recognize him. As for his work at the prefectural office, I am unaware. He never mentioned it. However, Brother Chung, Being at the prefectural office leads a dozen or so guards. Quite impressively, if my brother goes, it will surely be no small matter. Chapter 41. The Great Han using a wanted criminal as a household servant for the courtyard? Li Pe found this notion rather fantastical, as it starkly contrasted with the cautious demeanor he had maintained during his journey southward. However, he was well aware that despite having spent a few years on the grasslands, where several seasoned soldiers had regaled him with tales of the intriguing anecdotes from the Sui territory, his accent had become quite refined. Much like Luo San and his brother from the Qing family, who believed that upon entering the city of Mai, a mere display of their fists could carve a path for them. This may not be mere recklessness, but rather a unique survival principle. This clashed with his ingrained beliefs, yet it did not imply that their actions were impulsive while his were correct. The outcome reflected this. Others seamlessly entered the prefectural office and became local soldiers, while he struggled for months in a refugee camp before finally establishing a foothold. Admittedly, Li Pe typically refrained from delving too deeply into philosophical quandaries, as he considered such thoughts a source of unnecessary distress. Some matters, he believed, should simply be acted upon if deemed right. If wrong, one could amend their course next time. This was his guiding principle. Thus, he swiftly contemplated his forthcoming life. Initially, he envisioned dispersing the people around him and acquiring a modest house, not overly large but with a courtyard either in the front or back. He also intended to retain the small shop in Ren City, among other aspirations. Suddenly, he found himself with an additional option, the prefectural office. In truth, the decision was not difficult to make, was it? The shop's business was flourishing, and Bai Xuanshi, having learned of Li Pe's official registration, eagerly invited him to remain in Ren City. Such an establishment could potentially yield annual profits comparable to those of any merchant in the city. It was indeed a remarkable feat for a dining establishment to achieve such success from the outset. If he delayed a few more days, perhaps even more choices would present themselves to him. As the saying goes, more friends, more paths. That was Li Pe's essence. When Zhang Er visited, he subtly suggested that if Li Pe found himself with nothing to do, he could serve as a guardian at his granary. The most profound realization for Li Pe was the transformation brought about by obtaining household registration. The pervasive discrimination seemed to vanish overnight. On this day, Li Pe was directing the dismantling of a water tank in the backyard. This was not due to any other reason than the concern that prolonged use might contaminate the water source, as a well was situated nearby. Initially, the tank had been constructed for convenience, allowing easy access to water and connecting to external drains. Now, however, Bai Xuanshi had arranged for a designated area behind the main house, permitting the relocation of the water tank. The several rooms at the back would no longer be inhabited, instead converted into storage spaces, with Bai Xuanshi secretly preparing to stockpile rice and flour for times of calamity. In fact, Zhang Er was also utilizing the small shop's name to discreetly trade in some aged grains, forming a perfect partnership with Bai Xuanshi. Clearly, the rising prices of rice and flour had begun to exert pressure on these minor officials. Li Pe naturally claimed his share of the proceedings. After enduring the trials of the refugee camp, any edible sustenance had ascended to a position of utmost importance in his esteem. Li De, someone is looking for you. A half-grown lad rushed up to Li Pe, exclaiming with an air of accomplishment. Li Pe, fully engrossed in his task, regarded it merely as a means of physical exercise. Despite the chilly weather, he was covered in dust and felt a warmth rising from his head. He brushed off the dirt and inquired, "Who is it?" The lad replied, "Idon and Apos, Tino, just a tall fellow with a big beard." Upon hearing this, Li Pe and Apos' heart settled, and he washed his face with water, allowing someone to assist him in dusting off his robe. Only then did he proceed leisurely to the front. What a formidable figure! The man seemed to embody all the ferocity and unruliness he could muster, openly flaunting his powerful aura as if to declare to everyone, "I am not to be trifled with," while simultaneously inviting all to engage in a brawl with him. Upon encountering Li Pe, before Li Pe could utter a word, this man squinted slightly, rose to his feet, and burst into a series of hearty laughs, his voice resounding with exceptional volume. Ignoring the astonished gazes of those around, he seized Li Pe's arm and exclaimed, "Brother, you are quite difficult to find. Come, let us go drink together." Li Pe, taken aback by such enthusiasm, feigned confusion, asking, "And who might you be, good sir?" The man continued, "Brother, how can you be so unresponsive? I refuse to believe that Xiao San has not informed you of my arrival." Li Pe blinked, then smiled. "It seems I have kept my brother waiting." Another round of thunderous laughter erupted. "What can I say? Xiao San is rather carefree. I reminded him several times, yet he seems to have forgotten. Just yesterday, he came to inform me that you had acquired a shop in the North City market. So, I felt reassured, lest I circle around, making you think that enemies were seeking you out, leading to a misunderstanding that could turn violent. That would be unfortunate, wouldn't you agree? Lipa nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the man's self-awareness of his own intimidating presence. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, with such a valiant brother standing before me, it would indeed stir my spirits if I were unaware of your identity. As he pulled Lipa along, he added, you are truly a person of character. And I relish the opportunity to forge a friendship with someone like you. A few months ago, when I heard from Xiao San that he had made a brother among the refugees, I was skeptical, thinking there could be no noble figures among such downtrodden souls. Yet today, witnessing you, I realize how limited my experiences have been. Lipa responded, if you continue to flatter me, I may become quite embarrassed. A booming laughter once again resonated outside the grand door. Chapter 42. Cunning in a modest establishment, a strong scent of liquor pervaded the air. After walking for some time in the biting cold, a light sweat formed, only to be chilled by the wind, leaving Lipa feeling rather uncomfortable. The two men strode into the tavern, which appeared somewhat desolate, lacking patrons. As soon as they sat down, the innkeeper approached, without waiting for a word from him. Chung Daihozi unfastened his waist knife and slapped it onto the table with a resounding noise, glaring as he commanded, bring me 2 plates of cooked beef and a jar of wine. Recognizing the familiar face, the innkeeper immediately bowed his head and weakly shouted, 2 plates of cooked beef and a jar of aged wine, gentlemen, please wait a moment. Lipa smiled wryly, reflecting, with such a demeanor. Do you truly believe you can dine at the brothel without paying? No matter how formidable you are, you'll surely end up as a pig's head tossed out. Brother, let us not stand on ceremony. One day, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you to appreciate my culinary skills. Though my other talents may be ordinary, my cooking is exceptional. You and Appos, LLC for yourself when the time comes. He harbored a dislike for this man, who, despite his robust appearance, exhibited a certain cunning. Contemplating the scant knowledge he had, Lipa found this individual indeed lived up to his reputation. Had it not been for such a disposition, it was unlikely he would ascend to nobility, enduring through the ages. Lipa had encountered many such individuals and felt neither fondness nor aversion. However, when someone used their boisterousness to deliberately mask their ulterior motives, it left him with little admiration. Of course, Lipa would not admit that these were mere excuses. It stemmed from his own nature of skillfully concealing genuine emotions, thus he was unlikely to be fond of kindred spirits. With a jar of murky wine and 2 plates of cooked beef, the two men drank and conversed, each harboring their thoughts, yet neither revealing their true sentiments. The wine held little appeal for Lipa now. He clasped his hands and smiled. Flowery fists and embroidered legs are hardly worth mentioning. They surely do not impress you. Brother, my third brother has also mentioned this. I initially wished to seek a reputation alongside you, but how could I broach the subject? I have a sister, my only blood relative in this world. If anything were to happen to me, how would she survive? Thus, he continued, I must sincerely thank you for your goodwill. But I dare not enter the county office. Although he knew their reunion would not be far off, he sighed, the journey to seek kin is fraught with difficulties. Thus, we must regard each other as brothers. Let us not dwell on this. Come, I raise a toast to you, brother, for your esteemed regard. In youthful exuberance, some thoughts inadvertently slipped out. As the moment seemed ripe, Lipa hesitantly added, if you truly wish to assist me, I have an unpleasant request. Alas, should I voice it, would it not place you in a difficult position? With a troubled expression, Lipa continued, my family has served in the military for generations. Yet few have met with a favorable end. Among my grandfather and Appos' generation, there were 4 brothers. Now, only one remains, and his whereabouts are unknown. As for me, burdened with a sister, I am forced to leave my homeland. Tell me, brother, what use is martial training and military service? Thus, I yearn for a tranquil life in the days to come, wishing to distance myself from the tumultuous existence of my ancestors, who met their ends through senseless violence. After much contemplation, I arrived at a singular skill that the local government might find advantageous. Indeed, my proficiency in horse rearing and training is commendable. Brother, do you not think the government is in need of such individuals? Upon reflection, this young lad before me possesses a considerable array of talents. He has established a culinary enterprise that appears to thrive, indicating his culinary skills are undoubtedly exceptional. Furthermore, one can surmise that his acumen in commerce is quite refined. Though he may not have encountered the harshness of combat firsthand, One could reasonably deduce that a family with a military lineage would not be lacking in such experience. Moreover, his praise for that formidable bull, Shaosan, suggests a reliability in his judgment. In this region of Ma'i, while many can ride, those skilled in the art of horse husbandry and training are indeed rare and valuable. Dear brother, do not attempt to deceive me. Do not claim mastery over horse training simply because your family possesses a couple of war horses for occasional exercise. If you were to be recommended to the local government based on such a misrepresentation, the consequences would be dire, and we would bear the brunt of it. Li Pate, with unwavering conviction, clasped his fists and assured, "Do not worry, brother. I would not dare to deceive you. My household once employed an elderly servant who, under our ancestors' command, served as a stableman and taught me the craft for several years." Chung De Huzi erupted into hearty laughter, slapping the table with delight, proclaiming, "This is splendid, truly splendid." Yet, beneath his jovial exterior lay a tinge of jealousy, for indeed, the families of the western regions are affluent, unlike ours, who must scrape by on the edge of a blade. Chapter 43. Moving, the two men continued to drink until dusk. Lipa had a poor tolerance for alcohol. Yet the potent liquor they had consumed earlier was nothing compared to the current rustic brew, which allowed him to drink without becoming inebriated. They had polished off 2 jars of wine and devoured 4 plates of beef, costing over 80 coins, a rather exorbitant price that would certainly be unbearable for the common folk. While Lipa did not feel the pinch in his pocket, the pressure of survival loomed heavily upon him. Upon reaching the entrance of the tavern, they enacted a dramatic farewell, with one slapping his chest in assurance that he would bring good news to his dear brother in a few days, while the other expressed heartfelt gratitude, promising never to disappoint his elder brother in the future. Only then did they part ways. This marked Li Po's first legitimate venture into the Ma-Ifong district, a novelty that intrigued him. He looked around, observing the wisps of smoke curling upward, mingled with the laughter of children and the chatter of adults, which evoked a sense of tranquility in him. Yet, he was not so easily deceived by this illusion. It merely provided him with comfort, as long as those in power did not create turmoil. Watching the children frolic brought Li Pa to the realization that such a simple life could indeed be fulfilling. A peaceful existence would be splendid. Yet some individuals seemed intent on stirring conflict. Li Pa quietly grumbled, lightening his steps, as though reluctant to disturb this serene atmosphere. Unbeknownst to him, he would soon find himself embroiled in considerable turmoil in this very place. In times of chaos, who could remain unscathed? Of course, he did not need to dwell on his minor grievances, for since his arrival in Ma'i, he had already taken 19 lives. If those restless souls were to hear this, they would surely weep, lamenting the fact that this ruthless figure sought merely a tranquil life. Even the spirits would not be deceived. Returning to the marketplace, Li Pa remained calm and unhurried as he continued to manage his small shop. After all, there was no harm in accumulating wealth. However, 2 days later, representatives from the county's household department arrived to begin allocating residences to the registered displaced persons. Indeed, despite the precarious state of the Sui Dynasty, the treatment of citizens was relatively commendable. The displaced individuals who were granted official status not only received land but were also afforded housing whenever possible. Ma'i City, though modest, had a population that was not overly large. By the 7th year of the Day era, Ma'i boasted approximately 3,000 to 4,000 households. While this paled in comparison to the sprawling metropolises with populations exceeding 100,000, it had its advantages. A standing military presence at the borders ensured a significant transient population within the city. Once they had secured their homes, the displaced individuals would no longer have to fret excessively about their livelihoods. Regardless of the circumstances, the allocated plots of land were predominantly equipped with houses. The origins of these unoccupied residences were varied. Some belonged to families that had lost their male heirs, others had relocated entirely, but most often, they were vacated due to military reallocations. The details of these circumstances need not be elaborated upon. Even if a plot of land lacked a dwelling, the household department would enlarge the plot as compensation. This process was quite humane and efficient. Finally, the displaced individuals faced the moment of parting. With mixed feelings of joy and sorrow, they gradually vacated the large house, embarking on a new chapter of their lives. Li Po's calculated the earnings he had amassed over the past few days, deciding to retain a portion for himself while distributing the remainder. Those in need of housing received a larger share, while those who did not required less, all determined by his discretion, with no one daring to question his decisions. As he bid farewell to one group after another, Li Po felt a singular emotion, annoyance. Each person insisted on expressing their gratitude, often accompanied by tears. And some even sought to leave their children in his care as servants, which only added to his exasperation. These individuals, reluctant to part ways, had enjoyed respect and ample sustenance during their time with him, having grown somewhat plump from the food and provisions. Yet they felt a twinge of guilt for their lack of contribution. Gradually, the large residence grew quieter, with only Li Po's hired accountant remaining. As new faces began to fill the space, Lai Xuanshi, upon encountering Li Po's, was jovial. Aware that Li Dalong was about to depart and had bequeathed the recipe for the precious soup to his nephew, Bai found himself in a lucrative venture without having exerted much effort. Naturally, Li Po's would claim a share in this small establishment, but with no other dependents to support. His stake would be modest, allowing a portion to be entrusted to the two market inspectors. This gesture made Bai Xuanshi feel that the lad was indeed benevolent and measured in his dealings, although the other inspector also received a share, causing Bai a slight sting. It was ultimately a prudent decision. The other inspector was not one to be trifled with, and monopolizing a thriving business could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, Bai Xuanshi patted his chest and assured Li Po that no matter where he ventured, the market would always be his home, inviting him to seek assistance whenever necessary. Li Po was tempted to reprimand him, for he considered the market, a place rife with hostility, to be anything but a home. Before Li Po could wait long, news arrived swiftly. Luo San visited that day, indulging in a hearty meal, and after his departure, Li Po informed Li Chun that it was time to pack their belongings and relocate. However, they would not be heading immediately to the county office, but rather moving into the city of Mai. The household registration office had allocated a commendable dwelling for the siblings, conveniently situated not far from the county office, complete with a spacious house and a decent courtyard. Clearly, this was a deliberate act of consideration from the county office. Otherwise, newly registered migrants would not receive such generous accommodations. Thus, once the property was in Li Po's and Appo's possession, it became his private estate, a result of intentional favoritism. All necessary property documents had reached Li Po's, marking the official beginning of his status as a proud citizen of the Great Sui. Furthermore, he possessed properties outside, effectively ushering him into the ranks of affluent landowners. In truth, they had little to pack. Each merely carried a bundle as they bade farewell to Bai Xuanshi's nephew, departing from the bustling market of Mai to settle into their new urban abode. Chapter 44. The new abode. The residence consists of two courtyards, divided into a front and a backyard. The surrounding walls are constructed from sturdy brick and stone, robust enough to endure the passage of time. The house bears resemblance to the majority of dwellings in Mai, characterized by its rugged yet imposing structure, neither entirely new nor excessively old, seemingly able to withstand many more years of use. For Li Po and Li Chun, the number of rooms is somewhat excessive, rendering it unnecessary for them to share a single space. However, the vastness of the house gives it an air of emptiness with only a few remnants left by the previous owner, necessitating that the two of them procure their own furnishings. What pleases Li Po the most is undoubtedly the kitchen. The size of the residence offers the significant advantage of a proper cooking space. The former owner had constructed two kitchens, a large one for the servants and a smaller one for the master, as is evident. The kitchen is already equipped with cookware, all of which Li Po and Li Chun have gathered over the past few days. Although the items are somewhat worn, they are affordable and adequate for their needs. Lacking the essence of a new home, Li Po is also contemplating hiring a blacksmith to forge an iron pot, as while steaming and boiling food can be delightful, the convenience and variety of stir-frying are undeniably appealing. In truth, both Li Po and Li Chun have their own aspirations for their new dwelling. Li Chun intends to cultivate some grains and vegetables in the yard, perhaps embellishing the space with flowers and plants. However, as two individuals recently liberated from destitution, they find little leisure to indulge in such aesthetic pursuits, focusing instead on the necessities of sustenance. Li Chun also plans to raise chickens and ducks for eggs. Li Po wholeheartedly supports this idea, recognizing that poultry not only provides eggs, but also meat. He disregards societal norms, believing that well-prepared chicken and duck can be among the finest delicacies. Additionally, he holds a fondness for pork, which he ranks highly on his list of preferred foods. Despite having consumed beef and lamb for many years, he is uncertain whether the scent of pork would provoke a visceral reaction, having heard that individuals unaccustomed to it often find its aroma pungent, similar to how Han people can readily detect the gamey scent in others or in food. Upon moving into their new home, the foremost concern for both men revolves around food. It is undeniable that they are cut from the same cloth. Beyond culinary matters, Li Po is also contemplating the installation of a heating system. Having endured the chill of winter, he is acutely aware of the importance of warmth. Deeming it a significant undertaking, he envisions a heated passageway complemented by a heated kong and a stove, ensuring that even the harshest winters pose no threat of frostbite. This project is no small feat and will require considerable effort. The two rooms they occupy are adjacent, both benefiting from excellent natural light, and their bedding and clothing are all newly acquired, marking a fresh start in their lives. As they stroll through the streets of Mai, no one would suspect that these two gentlemen were once drifters. In a house of such magnitude, the presence of servants becomes an essential consideration. In the city of Mai, there exists a respectable residential area for affluent families, predominantly surrounded by the abodes of local government officials. Although the officials' homes may not be grand, each possesses its own distinctive charm. To foster harmonious relationships among neighbors, one must adhere to certain social niceties. Otherwise, integration into the community becomes unattainable. However, the two individuals were oblivious to this, having recently emerged from a life of despair and were not inclined to engage with those around them for the time being. Among the vagrants, there were indeed lonely men and women, eager to serve as slaves or servants if Lipa were to utter a word. Yet, Lipa did not take any of them along, for his aspirations were grander, even if he could not sever all ties completely. He sought to distance himself as much as possible. This was a place of cold indifference, yet it also reflected a certain wisdom and foresight. Whether others discerned his past was of little consequence. What mattered was understanding the implications of his choices. Failing to act upon that understanding would only be foolishness. Upon moving into their new home, it did not take long for both to feel an unsettling void, a result of their uncertainty regarding the future. In the evening, Li Pei summoned Li Chun and posed the question, would she accompany him to the government office or remain at home? This child, undoubtedly gifted, had endured considerable hardships at such a tender age. By her side, within a few years, he could cultivate her into an exceptional warrior, perhaps even surpassing him in the future. However, the unfortunate twist of fate had transformed the boy into a girl, leaving Li Po in a state of perplexity. Consequently, on this day, he decided to place the choice in Li Chun's hands. Accompanying him to the government office would naturally mean she would acquire knowledge unattainable to other women, and her future would undoubtedly diverge from that of her peers. The consequences of such a decision were intricate. Otherwise, Li Po would not have passed this burden on to Li Chun. Conversely, remaining at home would simplify matters significantly. Men would venture out while women would tend to domestic affairs, and eventually, she could marry into a suitable family. Li Chun's response, as anticipated by Li Po, came without hesitation. She proudly inclined her head, questioning why she would linger at home. The house would not flee, and the next day, little Chun planned to venture to the market to procure a couple of dogs for their protection. Her foresight was quite commendable. Li Po affectionately tousled her hair and chuckled. Just ensure you do not regret your decision in the future. Remember, the government office is not akin to the market. While fierce dogs may be scarce, there are plenty of wicked individuals. Do you recall what I mentioned when we first opened the shop? Li Chun nuzzled against Li Po's hand like a contented kitten, her eyes narrowing in delight. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, she replied, I remember. Keep your head down while eating, look up while on the road, speak little and do much. Big brother dislikes trivial gossip. Indeed, it is good that you remember. Once we are at the government office, you must adhere to their rules and work diligently. Those who speak less and labor more tend to be favored. Li Chun felt a tinge of anxiety, having been sold to a wealthy household in her youth. She bore psychological scars. Big brother, when we get there, will anyone harm us without cause? Li Po pursed his lips, thinking how this child always anticipated the worst. If you do get hurt, it would be your own fault. Feeling discontented within, yet unable to suppress the intimidation in his voice, he remarked, as newcomers, it is not impossible for us to be bullied. Perhaps you should just stay at home? No, absolutely not. Li Chun immediately shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. What if someone does attack us? Whatever my elder brother decides is what we shall do. The officials in the county are formidable figures if they choose to strike. We must endure it. Will you still go? I shall go. With a chuckle, he added, as the old saying goes, one must endure hardships to rise above others. If we cannot withstand this minor tribulation, we might as well leave the city for the mountains and enjoy a carefree existence. Wooden and Appos, do you agree? What you say is quite wise, but we have indeed endured quite a bit of hardship already. Chapter 45. Entering the prefecture occupies a vast expanse of land. At its center stands the Grand Hall, flanked on either side by various subordinate offices. Undoubtedly, this is the most imposing sight within the city of Mai, and equally, It is the most bustling. The highest official of the prefecture, Li Jing, is known by many titles: prefect, lord of the prefecture, duke of the county. And in times of war, he may also be referred to as general, military leader, or commander. If Li Jing had inherited a title, his appellations would be even more numerous. Thus, it is only fitting that the Mai prefecture be grand. Anything less would seem somewhat peculiar. Li Pu and Li Chun, two unrefined country folk, felt a sense of unease as they approached the grand avenue leading to the prefecture. The avenue was indeed exceedingly wide. Even Li Pa, who was well-traveled and experienced, found himself astonished. The subsequent paths appeared almost diminutive in comparison, as if 90% of them paled in significance beside this grand thoroughfare. As they meandered along the periphery, the fetid odor emanating from the nearby ditch did nothing to dampen their curiosity. They gazed about, their eyes filled with wonder. Finding the horse-drawn carriage was not a challenge. However, entry into the hallowed grounds of the prefecture was no easy feat for common folk. After much persuasion, Li Pa finally led Li Chun to the location of the carriage. Despite both possessing a keen sense of direction, they nearly lost their way navigating the complex of the prefectural offices. It was undeniably a place not meant for the powerless and unimportant. The atmosphere was thick with bureaucratic formality, so much so that upon observing the attire of Li Pa and Li Chun, no one was inclined to engage them in conversation. Li Pa inwardly lamented the unreliability of Chengde and Luo San, reflecting on their failure to guide them properly. Upon finding the carriage, Li Pu was drenched in sweat, while Li Chun's eyes widened in trepidation. She had never encountered so many officials since she became aware of the world around her. However, once they reached the carriage, matters became more straightforward. After a bit of negotiation with the doorkeeper, who, upon learning they were recommended to enter the prefecture for equestrian purposes, became somewhat more amiable, he directed them on where to go, who to seek, and what steps to undertake. Listening intently, Li Pa breathed a sigh of relief. They entered an old building and found a room. No longer were they attended by minor clerks. A proper prefectural official, a man in his 30s with a genuine local accent, presided over the proceedings. The carriage office buzzed with activity, a constant flow of people coming and going. The shouts emanating from various rooms made Li Pa acutely aware that with the new year having just passed, tempers ran high and caution was warranted. After a lengthy wait, it was finally their turn. The process accelerated at this juncture. Devoid of unnecessary obfuscation or the bureaucratic tendency to make one run in circles to assert authority or garner favors. Perhaps the lower-ranking officials had yet to grasp the intricacies of their roles, or perhaps the clientele at this hour were not just commoners. Hence the necessary tasks were accomplished with relative ease. After verifying their identities, the inquiries into their origins were thorough. After much deliberation, upon hearing Li Pa and Appo's unblemished local accent, a flicker of a smile graced the official and Appo's face. He gestured for a clerk to bring forth a ledger, opened a page, and requested Li Pa to inscribe his name. Li Pa held a brush, gazing at the booklet before him. The text was sparse, yet he found himself unable to recognize more than half of the characters. Leaving him somewhat bewildered and timid, the junior official looked on with a smile, prompting Li Pa to muster his courage and, with the brush he was using for the first time, attempt to showcase his calligraphy. Fortunately, he was certain he wouldn't misspell his name, as Li Qingzu had taught him a few prominent characters. Observing the awkward and almost prone strokes, the junior official chuckled, seemingly unfazed. Subsequently, he handed Li Pa a small copper plaque, akin to an identification card, which would grant him unimpeded access throughout most areas of the county office. He informed Li Pa that after a few days, he should return to the office to collect certain credentials, similar to property deeds, signifying that he would effectively become a member of the officialdom. Dazed and confused, Li Pa exited the county office. His status now transformed into a humble groom under the jurisdiction of the Jia Chao of Mai County. He was oblivious to the distinctions between the inner and outer offices. In essence, the so-called inner office referred to the private administration of the county lord, Li Jing. Most expenses would be borne by the government. Yet Li Jing himself would also shoulder a portion. In times of war, the government would requisition everything, and all officials were obliged to report their possessions. However, in peacetime, aside from serving the county's inner office, most tasks were of a public nature. There was no need to inquire further. It was evident that this was a variant of the county soldiers. One could not deny that, after centuries of warfare, the Sui Dynasty had developed a unique approach to efficiently managing military resources. Li Pa, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts, as his mind was clouded with matters of officialdom. Upon leaving the county office, he was to enter the inner court, which was Li Jing and Appo's as private domain. Situated behind the county office and separated by a high wall, yet accessible through several gates. Typically, the highest officials of a county were arranged in such a manner. However, in reality, the governor and the county magistrate would often seek private residences under the pretense of conserving government resources while actually desiring greater tranquility. Li Jing, a member of the aristocracy, was no exception, yet he mostly resided in the estate behind the county office, revealing his strong desire for power. In truth, this indicated that unless Li Jing were promoted to the governor of Mai, no one could expect to hold office there, as Li Jing boldly occupied the governor's residence. Anyone who suggested he vacate would surely become his adversary. Nonetheless, Li Pa felt the weight of a long journey ahead. Indeed, the path was lengthy. For the inner court was far more expansive than the outer office. Leading Li Chun, he approached a side door and knocked. After the doorkeeper verified his plaque, he was met with another wait. The doorkeeper returned, escorting Li Pa through the entrance while scrutinizing Li Chun along the way. Though cautious, Li Pa could only smile and explain, "My younger brother is here to assist me." The doorkeeper chuckled lazily, remarking, "In the future, refrain from bringing in idle folk. If word gets out, your position here will not last long." Chapter 46. Horse. Judging the warning from the doorman, perhaps well-intentioned, reflected the Kansai tendency to seize every opportunity. However, Li Pa disregarded it, opting not to take the side entrance. After traversing 2 small groves and circling a training ground, he finally arrived at his destination. Before him stood rows of buildings, and as he approached, the pungent odor in the air intensified, unmistakably indicating that this was the county stable. Li Pa found the atmosphere rather desolate, with few figures in sight. In the distance, 2 individuals were gathered around a horse, poking and prodding in a manner that seemed somewhat inappropriate. Yet, Li Pa recognized that they were engaged in horse judging. His uncle from the village was an adept horse handler who had taught Li Pa for years, coupled with Li Pa and Appo's prior experience with horses. He had acquired some knowledge of their training, rendering him a legitimate horseman. Horse judging was not particularly complex. It involved both observation and tactile examination, akin to how physicians diagnosed ailments in this era. The practice relied equally on tradition and personal experience, with no shortcuts to mastery. As they drew closer, the doorman hesitated, visibly reluctant to approach the 2 individuals around the horse. Li Pa and Li Chun soon discerned that one of the men was elderly with graying hair. Despite the deep lines etched into his face, he retained a certain handsomeness that hinted at a striking youth. The younger man, appearing to be in his teens and roughly Li Pa and Appo's age, was also circling the horse. Suddenly, the elder raised his hand and struck the youth sharply across the face. Even from a distance, Li Pa sensed the elder's fury. The old man, with a powerful voice, berated the young man, exclaiming, after 2 years of instruction, "You should be blossoming like a flower. Speak up, how old are you? I couldn't hear you." His ire seemed to escalate, and he struck the youth again, this time with greater force, sending the boy crashing to the ground, unable to contain his tears. The elder, now in a fit of rage, kicked the boy, shouting, "Crying again? Our family, the Yuans, never shed tears in the face of adversity. How did you turn out to be such a coward? Perhaps you should be reborn as a girl." His Kansai accent, when raised in anger, was indeed formidable. The doorman's face twitched, likely lamenting his misfortune, while Li Chun tightened his grip on Li Pa and Appo's sleeve. After a brief moment of hesitation, the doorman forced a smile, approaching the elder with faint confidence. "Elder Yuan, please calm down. We have a newcomer to fill the gap. Lord Li sent me to deliver him to you." He then pulled Li Pa forward, introducing him as if he were a vendor showcasing a product. "This is Li Pa, hailing from Kansai. I have brought him to you." The elder glared at the doorman, waving him away as one would shoo a fly. He then glanced at Li Pa, kicked the prostrate youth again, and scolded, "Useless. All of you are useless. Get up. Are you not ashamed?" The young boy wiped away his tears, struggling to rise. This lad seemed accustomed to beatings, with traces of tears still visible on his face. He glanced curiously at Li Pa and Li Chun, his eyes filled with curiosity mixed with a hint of pity. The old man, with a drooping mouth as if others owed him a debt, pointed at the agitated warhorse nearby, as if to say something. Otherwise, he might as well forget about his meal. What kind of child, so small, thought he could partake in this sustenance? Has he fully grown? The old man's temperament was notably fierce. As he spoke, a glint of ferocity flickered in his eyes. Li Pa inwardly lamented his misfortune. Having encountered such a stubborn old man, life ahead would likely be tumultuous. Thus, Li Pa swaggered forward, instructing Li Chun, when approaching the horse, Avoid coming from the side or rear. Instead, approach from the front. It's best to make some noise to alert it of your presence. Horses have poor eyesight and typically cannot see people clearly, but their hearing is acute. Once you speak, they will know someone is approaching. Look, it's watching us. Though it can't see us well, it merely hears our voices. At this moment, do not fear. A wild horse would have fled by now. Its stillness and lack of snorting indicate it has been tamed. Since we are strangers, we should first offer it something to eat. As the old saying goes, and amp, opos, to gain. One must first give, and amp, opos. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards the horse and amp, opos, mouth. The horse, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, approached eagerly, sniffing before opening its mouth to nibble. See, it has accepted our offering. At this point, we may gently touch it. Li Chun let out a soft laugh, only to quickly cover his mouth, glancing at the old man. Yet, the old man merely widened his eyes in astonishment. Having raised horses for decades, he was not easily impressed by such trivial knowledge. However, witnessing this half-grown boy bring along a novice apprentice and perform a display of stern teaching before him felt somewhat surreal. One could tell from his expression that he was tempted to inquire, what on earth is happening in this world? Lipa continued, horses are intelligent creatures with keen noses. Thus, we should first let the horse sniff our hands, allowing it to become familiar with our scent. They also have sharp hearing. So speak softly near its ear to help it remember your voice. He leaned closer to the horse's ear, gently stroking its neck while murmuring a few words. Observe. It has become much more docile and is now willing to approach you. At this point, mounting it for a short run would be entirely feasible. Now, let us examine its teeth. Upon prying open the horse's mouth, Lipa furrowed his brow slightly. A skilled horseman can discern a horse's age merely by its teeth, a skill acquired through years of experience. Well, your elder brother and amp, Opos, knowledge isn and amp, Opos, t quite up to par, he mused. So I can only approximate that this horse is about 3 years old. As for the stallion, its build and length suggested it was well suited for riding and likely swift in speed. Its stature was certainly impressive. Furthermore, judging by its coat color, it undoubtedly belonged to the Hushy breed. However, as a war horse, it could only be deemed adequate. The horse is excessively thin and poorly nurtured. One can observe the wear at the corners of its mouth. The marks from the bridle are quite pronounced, indicating a previous rider who was undoubtedly incompetent. Furthermore, the hoof shows signs of splitting, and this creature exhibits an alarming sensitivity to sound. To mount this horse in battle would be akin to courting disaster. Chapter 47. Roar, how audacious for a mere whelp, still in its infancy, to spout such nonsense here. Today, I shall sever your tongue so you may learn the might of your elder. At some point, 2 men emerged from the vicinity of the stable, and upon observing Lipa examining the horses, they drew nearer, their tempers flaring with indignation. Lipa, initially indifferent, had intended to display his prowess before the old man to ensure a more favorable existence in the days to come. Little did he anticipate that he would provoke such ire. Turning to face them, he realized with dismay that fate had conspired against him. He had not forgotten the lashes he had received just days prior. The moment he entered the county office, he encountered his adversaries once more. Evidently, they did not recognize the lowly vagrant who had startled their horse on that fateful day, yet their aggressive demeanor mirrored that of the past. Lipa retreated a couple of steps, inching closer to the elder, feigning fear while his mind simmered with resentment. You think you can bully me so easily? Dare to lay a hand on me again, and I shall ensure your demise. He had hoped the old man might intervene. Yet the ferocity displayed by the elder exceeded Lipa's expectations. The man rolled up his sleeves, ready to unleash his whip upon Lipa, seemingly accustomed to communicating through violence, while his companion struggled to restrain him. Before anyone could react, the elder had already leaped forward, delivering a resounding slap that echoed through the air. He seized the man by his collar, delivering successive blows to his face. The man, momentarily stunned, soon contorted his features in rage and retaliated with a punch. However, the elder deftly evaded the strike, pushing and shoving, forcing the man to retreat with each resounding slap. Meanwhile, the companion stood by, frantic and helpless, too intimidated to intervene. Grandfather, strike him harder. Teach him a lesson, cheered the once tearful youth, now exuberant and hopping with excitement, unafraid of escalating the situation. It turned out that the elder and the boy were, in fact, father and son, a revelation that had eluded Lipa. The man bellowed in fury, his voice cracking with the strain of his rage. Moments later, dazed and disoriented, he finally collapsed to the ground. Yet the elder, seemingly unsatisfied, continued to stomp and kick him, reducing him to a writhing heap before he finally ceased his assault. Panting heavily, Li Pru and Li Chun exchanged glances, rendered speechless, now mere bystanders to the unfolding spectacle. Nevertheless, Li Pu discerned that the elder possessed a notable martial prowess. Grounded in the rigorous grappling techniques of the Sui army, adept at ensnaring opponents and leaving them no chance of escape. Once the elder had concluded his onslaught, the companion of the fallen man hurriedly rushed to assist him, only to be met with the elder's fierce gaze, which swiftly transformed into a grin. However, before he could utter a word, the battered man, blood streaming from his nose and bruises marring his visage, spat out a curse. "You old wretch." His companion, startled, quickly covered his mouth, inwardly lamenting the situation. This man was truly a difficult one to manage, and his thoughtless words had stirred up a considerable mess. In this town, there were countless brutish individuals, and with his current state, he appeared to be courting a short-lived fate. However, an old man still ignited the remnants of the elder and amp, Apos' fury. Initially, he was merely annoyed by this individual flaunting his authority in his domain, thinking a lesson would suffice. Yet, at this moment, he was genuinely infuriated. Scanning the surroundings, he muttered fiercely, "How dare a tough man from the west attempt to show off his heroics before me? Just wait, just wait." With a swift motion, he unsheathed his knife and advanced towards the elder, saying, "Old man, save your strength. Let me handle this brat and ease your anger." This seemed to escalate towards a life-threatening confrontation, leaving Li Pu momentarily stunned, gaining an entirely new understanding of the dynamic between this father and son duo. "Forgive us, please. It is all our fault. This is the brother-in-law of Li Gongchao, who has only just arrived and is unfamiliar with you. Kindly bear with us," they pleaded. The elder lashed out a couple more times before halting, turning to see the youth beside him grinning and brandishing a knife, which only served to further fuel his ire. He kicked the young man aside, exclaiming, "Useless wretch. Instead of honing your ancestral skills, all you do is play with knives. How did I end up with such a little beast?" Clearly, the elder was one to sting like a porcupine, pricking anyone within reach. "Be gone. Do you expect me to treat you to horse urine?" The two burly men supported each other and scurried away, one grumbling about the other's failure to inform him of such a peculiar old man residing in the manor, while the other internally cursed. "How many times did I tell you? You should have been paying attention, and now you dare to blame others?" The elder roared, exuding an imposing presence. Once he had caught his breath, he shot Li Pu a disdainful glance, remarking on his tardiness in the presence of a young girl, sneering, "Such a lack of ambition." TSK. Li Pu had witnessed the elder's authority and, while unafraid, chose his words carefully. "This is my brother, esteemed elder." The old man immediately scoffed and turned away. "After a lifetime of judging horses, do you think I can and amp, Apos, distinguish between a male and female? Being around the scent of women is shameful, and you carry her like a token of disregard. Little beast, what are you still doing? Arrange accommodations for them and find them some work. There is plenty to be done. Are you blind?" Only after the elder had walked away did the youth approach, puffing out his chest with bravado. "You must heed my words now that you are here." Dealing with the irate elder required patience, but handling this impudent youth presented Li Pu with numerous strategies. He smiled and inquired, "How shall I address you, young master?" Chapter 48. Private Stable. The young lad was momentarily taken aback, and then, in a fit of anger, exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? Addressing me as your younger brother?" Li Pu, with a smile gracing his face, interrupted him once more. Now, do not be hasty. Allow me to impart some wisdom. Observe how your grandfather has circled around, yet he has, and Apos, laid a finger on me, has he?" The youth, somewhat bewildered by the remark, instinctively rubbed his swollen face, then patted his backside, casting a glance at Li Pu and Li Chun, and began to feel that there was a hint of truth in the man and amp, Apos' words. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that it was utterly absurd. Li Pu pressed on, "And do you know why that is? Have you figured it out? I see potential in you, young brother, and thus I choose to speak a few more words. It is not merely because your grandfather finds me agreeable. It is because I possess the capability. Tell me, if we were to spend more time together, whose words do you think would hold more weight before him, yours or mine?" The old man would never listen to you. The boy retorted vehemently, oblivious to the fact that the topic had shifted entirely. "Many people heed the elder brother's words. And besides, your grandfather is not as formidable as you believe," Li Chun mumbled from the side. "Humph. When men converse, it is best for those who are neither masculine nor feminine to refrain from interjecting." "Bah, dare you repeat that? I have said it. What can you do about it?" These unruly youngsters certainly deserved a good thrashing. Lipa gave each of them a light smack on the head. Now let us be off to work, shall we? I heard there might be quarters for us, yet we already have a home outside. Are we to reside here henceforth? Li Chun fell silent, hastening to follow his elder brother and Appo's lead. The young lad had already been chastised. After receiving a light blow, he shook his head in frustration. He hesitated for a moment but ultimately trailed behind, all the while shouting, I am not one to be trifled with. You had better refrain from using your fists against me in the future, for my punches do not discriminate. Lipa, growing weary of the boy's antics, delivered another swift smack, the sound ringing sharply. Are you not tired of this? Hurry and lead the way, or your grandfather may grow impatient. The youth's anger intensified. His fists clenched tightly. However, upon hearing the mention of his grandfather, his bravado deflated, revealing that the elder's intimidating presence loomed large in his mind. Let us settle here. This is where my grandfather and I reside. As of now, it is just the four of us, with no one else around. Should anything arise, just call out. Lipa stated. He surveyed the room and inwardly scoffed. It paled in comparison to the family estate outside. What a pity it was for this new abode. Having only been occupied for a single night. What do you go by? I am Yuan Lang. Li Junzhen is my uncle by marriage. The boy puffed out his chest, adopting a sideways glance as he shifted tactics, reciting his lineage. He understood that the old man might be of considerable stature. Otherwise, he would not be so brazen in his rebukes, showing no sign of restraint. Yet, Li Pu was genuinely taken aback. You, a horse caretaker, are actually related to Li Jing? By virtue of your connection to the horse? Upon seeing Li Pu's expression, the boy lifted his chin even higher, as if to convey, do you think you are worthy to be my elder brother? However, before he could bask in his moment of triumph for too long, the old man, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, stood not far away, bellowing, useless wretch. Lacking in ability, you resort to intimidating others with your family name. You little beast. You have brought shame upon yourself. Today, I shall ensure you regret your foolishness. Yuan Lang's face turned a shade of green, and he promptly turned to flee, fully aware that he had truly provoked his grandfather's ire this time. An elderly man and a young boy ran off into the distance, chased by one another. Li Chun could no longer contain his laughter, bending over with mirth. A horse cannot thrive without its evening fodder. With just 4 individuals present, it was evident that there was ample work awaiting them. Lipa could already envision the arduous days ahead under the watchful eye of this stubborn old man. Devoid of day or night, by evening, the bruised Yuan Lang limped in, delivering their dinner with a disgruntled expression. He indignantly informed Lipa that from now on, the kitchen would be sending over meals daily, and it was up to Lipa to establish connections. Moreover, he advised Lipa to keep his distance, claiming that his arrival had already subjected him to numerous beatings, as if he were the reincarnation of his nemesis. With this young lad's antics, Lipa and Li Chun enjoyed a particularly jovial dinner. However, for Lipa, the fare provided by the county office was rather dismal: corn rice accompanied by pickled vegetables, a bowl of soup, and a platter of stewed bones. It sounded quite sumptuous, yet the corn was undercooked, half raw, while the pickled vegetables emitted a rather foul odor. The soup was cold and notably lacked salt, rendering it exceedingly bland. The stewed bones still bore traces of blood, even though accustomed to mutton. The strong gamey scent was unmistakable. Li Pu was tempted to rush to the so-called kitchen and inquire whether this was the standard fare for old Li's cousin-in-law. Was it a death wish? Nevertheless, he soon realized that the old man and the boy shared a similar palate, relishing the meal heartily. The night passed quietly, despite the old man and Appo's gruff exterior. Resembling a cruel landlord, he was, in fact, not unkind, refraining from immediately treating Li Pu as mere labor. The following morning, Yuan Lang reluctantly reappeared before Li Pu, stating he would take him on a tour of the premises. His unwilling demeanor revealed that he was acting under the orders of his grandfather. Li Chun, being a persistent shadow, was clearly a source of annoyance for Yuan Lang, who evidently had little experience interacting with girls. After their tour, Li Pu had a clearer understanding of the situation. The stable appeared substantial, yet housed only 8 fine war horses. These horses were exclusively for the service of official duties. Only those with legitimate roles could take them out, typically for distant runs to places like Jinan. In truth, this stable was the private property of the county lord, Li Jing. With 4 individuals and 8 horses, one would assume there was little work to be done. However, in reality, the 4 could scarcely find a moment and Appo's respite throughout the day. Feeding the horses was merely the beginning. While cleaning the stable, they also had to meticulously inspect the manure, Should any horse consume improper feed, it would require a few days of specialized care until its droppings returned to normal. They would wash the horses while checking their coats and skin. If any ailments arose, a doctor would be sought, though more often than not, the horse doctor was simply the groom, meaning they all had to double as veterinarians. Moreover, war horses differed significantly from racehorses, which prioritized speed. They must be robust yet never overweight, a true test of the groom and Oppo's patience and discernment. Additionally, war horses could not be confined to the stable indefinitely. They needed daily exercise, which would also test the groom and Oppo's riding skills and understanding of equine behavior. In this realm, the horses were the masters, while the humans served as their subordinates. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations, seeking rewards. Chapter 49. Hardship. On this day, Li Po and Li Chun officially joined the esteemed ranks of the stablemen. Naturally, this did not pose much of a challenge for them. They inquired about Luo-san and learned that the fellow had transformed his fortunes, successfully infiltrating the county office and enjoying the benefits of official sustenance. Under the command of the Department of Transportation, he found himself in the private stables of the county office. Even as an ordinary stableman, without any formal rank, he had become a part of the lower administrative echelon of Mai City. It is said that even a 7th-rank official standing before a chancellor is considered a significant figure in the eyes of local potentates like the Lord of Mai. Entrusted with the care of horses, the magistrate felt a twinge of regret. His time in Mai had been brief, and he was in need of trustworthy individuals. Li Po, entering the city as a refugee, was clever and audacious, with a background that could withstand scrutiny, making him an ideal candidate for a confidant. Being affiliated with the Department of Household Affairs, he had convenient access to military registers of Mai. The renowned name of Li Chengshun was prominently listed but stationed at a military camp beyond the borders. Given that the garrison had long since become a mere facade, many guards had deserted, and further investigation would likely necessitate sending someone beyond the Great Wall or to Fufeng. Clearly, expending such effort and resources for a minor character like Li Po was unwarranted. In reality, having reached this point in his inquiries, the magistrate deemed it sufficient. He would not suspect that the Turks would send a youth such as Li Po to gather intelligence on Mai's military affairs. As previously stated, the connections between Mai County and the Turks were numerous, and even if the Turks dispatched an assassin, it would not be someone like Li Po. Such a notion was laughable. A fitting candidate for a trusted aide, he believed that, based on his years of experience, it would not be difficult to win over someone like Li Po with a blend of kindness and authority. Alas, the lad was simply unfortunate. Having wandered into the county office to tend to horses, upon hearing this news, the young magistrate pondered for a moment but soon dismissed it from his mind. Given his status, there were many potential recruits available, and he need not waste energy on a mere triviality. Individuals like Wei Qi, astute and competent with military positions, were far more deserving of his attention. Unbeknownst to Li Po, he had missed a valuable opportunity. However, even if he were aware, he would likely scoff, considering it a stroke of luck. His initial experience working for that scoundrel had resulted in a harsh beating, and such an unpleasant encounter had diminished his interest in associating with someone who clearly had no regard for his well-being. Yet, he now harbored doubts about whether being a stableman was indeed a wise choice. After his first day on the job, he had finally been caught by the old man and received a thorough scolding. Yet, it was not entirely unjust. The methods of nurturing and stabling horses were fundamentally different. In other words, despite Li Po's facade of confidence, his skills were not as formidable as he pretended. Once he was hands-on, an expert would easily identify his shortcomings. Amidst the old man's furious shouts, Li Po muttered under his breath about the classic symptoms of severe menopausal syndrome, while his hands and feet became increasingly adept. Understanding the dynamics of being dependent on others, Li Po recognized the underlying principle. When one eats another's bread, one must heed their authority. Just as he had endured a beating before, he bore no grudges against anyone. To describe him as magnanimous would be an exaggeration. However, he certainly bears no resemblance to those of narrow-minded disposition. Overall, he is a person who comprehends his responsibilities and is acutely aware of his place in the world. He neither laments his fate nor succumbs to despair. Evidently, such a life is far less carefree than the existence they enjoyed in the marketplace. Just one day was sufficient for Li Po to feel that working in the county office might have been a misguided choice, revealing the formidable influence of the elder. After dinner, there was no time for idleness. Preparations for the following day ensued, followed by a final inspection of the stables. By the time he completed his rounds, The moon had risen high in the sky. There remained 2 more feedings for the night. No complaints. This entire process embodies the essence of the Sui Dynasty and Apos' equine husbandry. A wealth of knowledge accumulated through the ages. In just one day, Lipa came to a profound realization of his own shortcomings. To become a competent horse caretaker, there remains much to learn. The environment of the grasslands and the extensive grazing methods starkly contrast with the meticulous breeding practices of the Sui Dynasty. The inferiority of the former is glaringly apparent. Initially, in the grasslands, his uncle often remarked that the Turks could not produce true war horses. Lipa had dismissed such claims as exaggerations. However, after practical experience and exposure to equine feed that one might never encounter on the grasslands, he began to understand. The people of the grasslands could never aspire to such methods of horse care. They simply could not afford it. The reason they dominate with their war horses is not due to their prowess in breeding, but rather the abundance of their horse supply. With most of their steeds acquired through tribal conflicts rather than rearing. This is a true testament to the wisdom gained through experience. Had Lipa not entered the stables of the Sui Dynasty, he might have remained oblivious to the deficiencies and unique aspects of the equine knowledge he harbored. The 2 nightly feedings occurred at midnight and around the 3rd watch. The first, at midnight, was tasked to Yuan Lang, while Lipa was assigned the latter. At this hour, the toil of the horse caretaker became glaringly evident. It is undoubtedly a profession requiring specialized skills, marked by high physical demands. Yet its social standing is disproportionately low. What brought Lipa some comfort was that, despite the absence of an alarm clock, the county office employed night watchmen. After a few nights of this routine, his biological clock had begun to adjust accordingly. As the 3rd watch struck, Lipa awakened promptly, swiftly dressing himself and stepping outside. The moonlight cast a hazy glow, and the spring chill nipped at the air. He unconsciously stretched, his mind and body rapidly becoming alert. Not far off. A door creaked open, and the figure of the elder emerged into the moonlight. He glanced toward Lipa, his lips pursed in apparent dissatisfaction, as if to chide. How could you rise without waiting for me to knock and rouse you? Lipa cast a glance in that direction, thinking to himself, damn. Even Zhou Ba Pai would have to concede in your presence. Chapter 50, Proficiency in the Midst of a Bustling Life. The days slipped by with remarkable swiftness. In just a few short days, time had already entered the 2nd month of the 7th year of the Great Vying. The weather remained frigid, accompanied by a light snowfall. However, Lipa and Apos' life suddenly became more leisurely, as only 2 horses remained in the stable. Li Gongchao and Apos' men, having endured reprimands, swiftly had the horses led away, subtly expressing their discontent, yet they seemed aware of the formidable nature of the old man. From Yuan Lang, Lipa learned that the so-called Li Gongchao was actually the nephew of Li Jing, the younger son of Li Duan, the elder brother of Li Jing. Li Duan, having once held the title of Duke of Yongkong, had incurred the wrath of Minister Yang Su due to his association with the tyrant Sui. After Sui was murdered by Emperor One of the Yang Dynasty, Li Duan soon found himself stripped of his position due to military failures, which also implicated his younger brother, Li Jing. From that point onward, the once promising Li Jing faced a significant setback, leading to nearly 2 decades of obscurity, all stemming from this incident. Subsequently, he never set foot in Chong and Apos, and again, and many years later, he barely managed to attain the position of county magistrate. Lipa, of course, remained oblivious to the intricate grievances involved, yet from Yuan Lang's tone when discussing Li Gongchao and his father, it was evident that the relationship between the 2 brothers was likely far from harmonious. Naturally, such matters held no significance for Lipa, who quickly cast them aside. From these narratives, he clearly grasped the formidable nature of familial connections within the Sui Dynasty, or, to articulate it more formally, the deeply entrenched influence of the recommendation system within the realm. Indeed, the tax official at the city gate was the nephew of Li Jing's wife, while the chief of the various officials was Li Jing's nephew, and even the stable master was Li Jing's brother-in-law. This was merely the extent of his encounters. One could only speculate about how many more such connections existed beyond his purview. This offered but a glimpse into the vastness of the Sui Dynasty and Apos' aristocratic lineage. Had he remained in his current humble station, he might never fully comprehend the profound depth of the true aristocracy within the Sui. One could assert that the spring of the 7th year of the Great Vying was quite tranquil for Lipa, free from hunger and cold. He enjoyed hearty meals daily. Moreover, he had grown quite familiar with Yuan Lang, though the old man remained difficult to please. often raising his voice as if his throat would discomfort him otherwise, as if clarity of thought depended on such outbursts. The horses in the stable were gradually ridden away, either to Yinmin or to Jinyang, which seemed rather unusual. Yet for Li Pe, a dedicated stableman, he keenly sensed the impending footsteps of war, though it appeared to bear little consequence for him. The term Goguryeo began to circulate among people. Li Pe had no interest in listening further, nor did he desire to fight for the sway, seeking glory or achievement. He was all too familiar with the grim reality of warfare. Those who perished were merely cannon fodder, and individuals like him would surely be reduced to ash among the dead. Where dying multiple times on the battlefield would hardly be surprising. With the diminishing number of war horses in the stable, the work of the stablemen had nearly come to a standstill. After the initial flurry of activity, Li Pe found himself invigorated in his role as a stableman. While teaching Li Chun the art of horse rearing, he also learned a great deal from the old man. The old man and Appo's expertise lay in the precise formulation of feed, ensuring that the horses enjoyed their meals without harming their digestive systems, maintaining their lean physique without accumulating unnecessary fat. This skill, seemingly simple, is remarkably difficult to master. And indeed, the crafting of feed is one of the most vital tasks for horse keepers. What irked Li Pe was not only the old man's irritable temperament, but also his penchant for secrecy, typical of people in this era. He guarded his knowledge as if it were a family secret, showing no inclination for open communication, akin to safeguarding against thieves. Yet, as the saying goes, a homegrown thief is hard to detect. As Li Pe became familiar with Yuan Lang, he began to inquire and study the various formulations of feed. After a month of diligent effort, he was capable of creating high-quality concentrate feed himself. As for the roughage, he found it unnecessary to exert much effort. The concept of a secret formula seemed utterly nonsensical to him. In this day and age, many skills are honed through practice and perseverance, often yielding results through sheer determination. Thus, Li Pe held little respect for the old man and Appo's selfishness, particularly because he himself was not without merit. His talent lay in training war horses. Within just a few days, he had gained the trust of these horses, and after a short while, each horse greeted him with affection. Of course, Li Pe possessed a natural gift, making this accomplishment relatively effortless. He had grown weary of the vast steppes, yet it still left Li Chun starry-eyed and Yuan Lang envious, even causing the old man to pause in astonishment upon their first encounter. Unlike the old man, Li Pe believed that skills are transient. One does not bring them into the world nor take them away. There is no need to place undue importance on them. The true measure of skill lies in imparting knowledge to others, even if they can never quite reach the same heights. Hoarding knowledge ultimately leads to mediocrity. Hence, he treated both Li Chun and Yuan Lang equally, elucidating the horse's behaviors and various tips with clarity and precision. Once explained, the so-called mysteries dissipated. The remarkable results he achieved stemmed from his profound understanding of the horse's senses, hearing, sight, taste, and touch, knowing precisely what made them comfortable. Much like understanding a person's preferences, what they enjoy eating, listening to, watching, and playing, gaining their affection becomes a trivial endeavor. The effects were splendid. Li Chun and Yuan Lang reveled in their newfound knowledge, nearly driving the two fine steeds of the county magistrate to distraction, only ceasing at the old man's thunderous reprimands. Li Pe's status was immediately elevated. Although the old man's gaze remained fierce, he never scolded him again, let alone resorted to physical reprimand. Yuan Lang finally willingly called him brother, and thus, Li Pe proudly became the second horseman in the stable, positioned just below 1 and above 2. Moreover, Li Pe's capabilities extended beyond this. In no time, he secured equal standing with the old man, and even managed to acquire a small official title for himself. Chapter 51. Equestrianism. On this day, Li Pe accompanied Li Chun and Yuan Lang to exercise the horses. Behind the stable, there was a designated area for horse training, quite spacious indeed. The art of exercising horses is meticulous. For optimal results, one must first allow the horse to walk freely, ensuring it does not come to a halt. Typically, a long rope is employed, enabling the horse to trot in circles. Once it has warmed up, the rider mounts and runs a few more laps, with the pace dictated by the groom. A well-trained warhorse must also master obstacles and various tasks. It can be said that preparing a competent warhorse demands an extensive commitment. Li Jing and Appo's steed, however, required far less effort, having undergone rigorous training. Though both horses appeared docile, their movements were steady and measured, yet they undoubtedly stood out among warhorses, unafraid to confront tigers, leopards, or wolves. The distinction between such warhorses and ferocious beasts lies solely in their dietary preferences. Much like aspiring athletes, daily practice is essential. Neglecting it for a day results in a loss of proficiency. The sound of hooves grew increasingly urgent, accompanied by the excited shouts of Li Chun and Yuan Lang. Li Pa held Li Chun tightly as they galloped, wielding a rough stick, playfully striking it against Yuan Lang's, producing a resonant clang, while their exuberant cries filled the air. This was not mere amusement. The exceptional warhorse must become accustomed to such noise and maintain composure while racing, as this forms part of their daily regimen. However, for Li Chun and Yuan Lang, it was merely an enjoyable game. Having mounted this splendid steed from Hushi countless times, Li Pa still felt an unparalleled comfort in the saddle. Seated ahead, Li Chun echoed their calls, both short and elongated. It wouldn't be long before she could master the art of riding herself. Children possess an innate capacity for learning, and the influence of role models is invaluable. By Li Pa and Apos' side, she diligently engaged in her tasks, now capable of independently cleaning a stable, nurturing the warhorse, and grooming it with a sense of purpose, resembling a budding groom. Yet, her tender age limited her ability to undertake heavier chores. Sensing the steed beneath him growing slightly warm yet still possessing ample energy, both Li Pa and Yuan Lang instinctively slowed their pace, aware that they had exercised the horses sufficiently. Suddenly, a flash of yellow caught Li Pa's eye, prompting him to rein in the horse. A yellow dog appeared in the distance, barking a warning, looking quite fierce. What was the dog from the Li family doing here? The dog did not recognize Yuan Lang, though Yuan Lang had seen it before. Upon spotting the yellow dog, Li Pa's eyes brightened. He swiftly grasped Li Chun by the collar, lifting her off the horse with ease. Then, with a firm squeeze of the horse and Apos' belly, he drew the long knife from his waist. The blade he now carried was no longer the short dagger used for mischief in the market, but rather a standard-issue weapon of the Sui army, the ring-handled saber. This blade was nearly as straight as a sword, yet single-edged, with a thick spine and narrow body, named for its iron-ringed handle. This long knife boasts a history spanning several centuries. It has entirely supplanted the sword within military ranks, thanks to its lightweight, yet formidable design, robust, and sharp blade. Adept at both cleaving and thrusting, these attributes constitute its greatest advantages. This particular blade was sent by a messenger from the Jia Chao faction as Li Pa. Serving as a groom in the county and Apos' private stables, is effectively counted among the military ranks, belonging to the esteemed personal guard of the county lord, Li Jing. In times of conflict, one might say that Li Pa and Apos' role would be akin to that of a horse attendant for Li Jing. While this knife may not be of exceptional quality, it has been honed to an extraordinary sharpness by Li Chun, polished to a dazzling sheen, presenting a most impressive appearance. The yellow dog, appearing to be the master's favorite, is sleek and robust, significantly larger than the one at the city gate, exuding an air of considerable strength. Unfazed by humans and silent, this dog clearly possesses a fierce disposition. Li Pa, nearly drooling, galloped towards it, but the yellow dog, sensing danger, displayed intelligence and swiftly turned to flee. With practiced ease, Li Pa gently tugged on the reins, directing the galloping horse, his body leaning to one side as he brandished the knife. In a flash, the blade glinted, and the yellow dog emitted a mournful cry, rolling onto the ground. With a firm grip on the knife, he straightened himself on the horse, reining in and turning the steed's head. This seamless series of movements showcased his exceptional equestrian skills. Yuan Lang watched in awe, unlike the jubilant Li Chun beside him, who clapped and jumped in excitement. Yuan Lang understood the remarkable difficulty of those seemingly simple, yet precisely executed maneuvers performed at such speed. He recognized Li Pa's equestrian prowess, but was astonished by the level of mastery displayed. Having spent nearly his entire life alongside warhorses, he still struggled with executing swift cuts, as such actions could easily lead to misdirection or falls. Mastery in this art requires not only the horse and Apos' cooperation but also an exquisite control of force. Lost in thought, he remained silent until Li Pa dismounted, cheerfully lifting the yellow dog he had just beheaded. That was the yellow dog of the Li family, he finally managed to utter. Li Pa cast him a sidelong glance, certain the lad was unaware of the culinary delights of stewed dog meat. Quickly concealing his grin, he proclaimed with righteous fervor, "In a stable where horses are kept, the appearance of a dog poses a danger. Should it startle the horses, who shall we hold accountable?" With that, he beckoned Li Chun, instructing him to swiftly clean the bloodstains. "If anyone inquires, we have never laid eyes on any yellow dog belonging to the Li family. Ha! Tonight, we shall feast." As he spoke, he shooed the horse away, muttering, "Look at it, invigorated by the scent of blood. You, a grass-eater." Move along and stop causing a commotion." In his exuberance, his words began to lose coherence. By noon, someone indeed came searching, but the elder's reputation preceded him, and none dared approach the stable to inquire. That afternoon, Li Pa tasked Yuan Lang and Li Chun with various chores while he concealed himself indoors, busy skinning and butchering, laboring for over half an hour before finally setting the pot to boil. Before long, the old man arrived, his breath heavy with exertion. Yet he did not leave the confines of the room again. As the sun began its descent in the west, the old man and the three children gathered together within the dwelling, inhaling the increasingly rich aroma that filled the air, causing them to swallow in anticipation. Chapter 52. Dog meat look, Shuden and Oppos. We establish a communal kitchen here? One man remarked. Is it shameful for a man to engage in culinary endeavors? One cannot say that. A true hero is one who can provide for himself. Just look at us three. I and Amp, Oppos, M15, and Samlang is merely 12. We are still in the midst of our growth. If we nourish ourselves well now, we shall reap boundless benefits in the future. We tend to our horses, but we must not neglect ourselves, Wooden and Oppos. Do you agree? Let us set up a kitchen, and I shall take charge of the cooking. Rest assured, by the end of the year, Samlang will be taller than you. What is the quality of the kitchen fare? It barely sustains life. They aren't raising people, they're merely feeding livestock, and it's only you who enjoys it. The old man glared, his demeanor fierce as if his hair stood on end. You little rascal, all you know is eating. You've even boiled Li Dalong and Oppos' dog. Why don't you suggest we chop off a few horse legs while we're at it? Li Pa hung his head, realizing that conversing with this old man was futile. Meanwhile, the two younger ones paid no heed to their banter, remaining still by the hearth. Yuan Lang murmured softly, "Do you think it will taste good? It certainly smells delightful." As he spoke, he reached out to lift the lid once more. As before, with a sharp sound. It was Li Chun who intervened. "Don't eat. Don't touch. What is the hurry? My elder brother said that stewing meat requires patience. This not only conserves fuel, but enhances the flavor. If you lift the lid before it's ready, you'll let out a third of the aroma. And it won't taste as delectable, do you understand? Lida has indeed considerable skills. Just look at this culinary prowess. And I shall have a taste of fortune in the future, haha. Indeed, my elder brother possesses a wealth of knowledge. You have no idea. His pride lies in his culinary skills. He believes that it's not enough to merely cook. The true art is in preparing dishes that are both flavorful and appealing to the majority. What are you doing, adding more wood to the fire? I merely wish to make it burn brighter, hastening the cooking process. Step aside, you're only causing chaos. First, we need a vigorous flame to tenderize the meat. This is called Oppos, Wu stewing. Oppos. Then we shift to a gentle simmer to extract the broth, known as Oppos. When cooking Oppos, we must allow the flavors to permeate the meat. If we continue with a strong flame, it will turn into a mush. Having spent the winter with Li Pa, while Li Chun and Amp, Oppos, as other skills may be modest, she has indeed mastered the art of cooking, demonstrating a remarkable understanding of the craft. Yuan Lang, feeling indignant, thought, I've eaten dog meat before. It cannot be that complicated. Do not underestimate me. Li Chun scoffed, dismissively stating, dog meat has a strong, earthy taste, requiring robust seasoning. The meat should be tender yet smooth. It must not be overcooked or boiled too harshly. I could explain it to you, but you wouldn't comprehend, you brute. Yuan Lang pursed his lips, unwilling to bicker with a young girl. Yet, his imagination wandered to a day when he could find a secluded spot to teach her a lesson, and, as was customary, his spirits lifted instantly. Li Pa approached, shooing the two away. He took a deep breath, savoring the aroma, then lifted the lid to stir the contents with a ladle, tasting it to determine that it was nearly ready. A large bowl of steaming dog meat was placed on the table, accompanied by corn rice and pickled vegetables. Yet no one had the inclination to touch the roasted lamb prepared for the day. Then, Li Pa and the other two gazed eagerly as the old man leisurely picked up a piece from the bowl and tossed it into his mouth, bone and all, chewing briefly before swallowing. Though he grimaced from the heat, his brows relaxed and the corners of his eyes curved, revealing the old man's smile. Indeed, he possessed an appealing visage. Whether scolding, fuming, or displaying this rather dubious semblance of a smile, he was undoubtedly a sight to behold. However, the three youngsters were oblivious to such matters. Upon seeing the old man reach for another piece, they all began to eat in unison. The old man swallowed another morsel of dog meat without uttering a word, yet inwardly he cursed the incompetent kitchen staff, lamenting that they were even worse than stable hands. The fare they produced was deplorable in contrast to this, causing him to nearly forget the taste of the meals in Chang and Amp, Appos, and his chopsticks moved incessantly. And with a thud of his left hand on the table, he startled the others. "You little rascals, all you do is eat. Hurry and fetch my jar of old wine." Yuan Lang, feeling aggrieved, scurried away. This child was indeed unfortunate, having been born into such a family, enduring years of hardship. Yuan Lang mentioned he had two older brothers residing in Chang'an. They were likely subjected to severe mistreatment, hence their distance from the old man. The old man's appetite was insatiable, and his speed of consumption was astonishing, quite incongruous with his age. Naturally, Li Per and Li Chun did not lag behind. Their manners at the table were hardly any better than the old man and Amp, Appos, S. After devouring several pieces of dog meat, the old man muttered to himself, Establishing a kitchen is not a monumental task. I'll speak to someone about it tomorrow." Li Per stifled a laugh, nodding repeatedly while chewing. Dog meat is a delicacy. It's truly exceptional. You should indulge, especially in springtime when it is most fitting. By the way, I presume the county palace has quite a number of dogs. His remark nearly caused the old man to choke. Habitually widening his eyes, he retorted, "We've eaten Li Dalong's dogs. Who is to blame for his negligence in watching over them? Are you suggesting we steal someone else's dogs? No. There are plenty we can consume. Why would I exert effort to steal one? Look, as a senior resident of the household, acquiring some ingredients should be a mere trifle. Otherwise, what difference does it make whether we establish this kitchen or not?" The old man grunted a couple of times, remaining silent, which was taken as tacit consent. Chapter 53, Contentment. The fragrant aroma of the stewed dog meat thoroughly captivated the old man's palate. When Yuan Lang brought the wine, the old man took it upon himself to have Yuan Lang pour a bowl for him. The rich bouquet of the wine was unmistakable. It was far superior to the common swill found outside. Just the scent indicated that it was a genuine grain brew, stronger than most, and had been aged for quite some time. In these times, fine wines were predominantly fruit-based, as people tended to prefer the sweet and fragrant nature of fruit wines. However, grain brews were not uncommon. They were particularly favored by robust warriors, for the potency of the alcohol invigorated the spirit. Thus, grain wine was highly esteemed among the noblemen of Guancher, but in regions such as Helua, Jianghuai, and Jiangnan, the finest fruit wines symbolized status. The old man took a sip, exhaling a breath of alcohol, and then indulged in several pieces of dog meat, feeling a delightful sense of relaxation. As if his very pores had opened up. This affirmed that most people in these times had little resistance to meat, no matter how well prepared the vegetables or tofu were. They likely wooed tea captured their attention. He lifted his bowl for another sip, then blinked at the three youngsters who were watching him while eating. With a discontented grunt, he gazed longingly at the wine jar and muttered, "It's truly a case of eating from another and Appos' hand. Pour me another bowl to savor." Yuan Lang, grinning widely, sprang to his feet, evidently having awaited this cue for some time. He first filled a bowl for Li Per, then himself, and lastly for Li Chun. When it came to Li Chun's turn, before the old man could say anything, the lad pouted, "Little girl, just a sip will suffice." He was only served a little less than half a bowl, which left Li Chun somewhat dissatisfied. Yet, seeing the old man and Amp, Appos' rare approving gaze towards his son, he could only endure it. Li Per sampled the wine, but found it lacking in flavor, slightly sweet, and not particularly strong. Nevertheless, with wine and meat, the four of them feasted heartily, completely finishing the large bowl of dog meat, their bellies round and still yearning for more. Yuan Lang complained, the dog looked quite big. How could there be so little meat? The old man, clearly with a low tolerance for alcohol, had already become tipsy after 2 bowls. Having enjoyed a splendid meal, his spirits were elevated, and he decided that early the next morning, he would inform those negligent cooks in the back kitchen to prepare all necessary utensils for this side. Moreover, he thought about seeking out the women in the inner courtyard to bring people to build a proper stove. The dog meat was simply exquisite. There were indeed too many dogs in the county. Li Per and Li Chun, after tidying up, reclined on the bed, their distended bellies protruding, feeling that life had reached a satisfying culmination. The night passed without incident, and the following day, the stable buzzed with activity. The kitchen staff brought in numerous cooking tools, and people from the inner courtyard arrived, confirming that the old man's influence was indeed considerable. Much like many matters concerning the Sui Dynasty, the pursuit here is one of speed. By the end of the day, the kitchen appears remarkably organized. The rough and boisterous maidservants, upon taking their leave, cannot help but affectionately ruffle Li Po's hair and pat his shoulder, departing in laughter, After all, he shares the most jovial conversations with these women. Li Pe, feeling a twinge of shame, bows his head, engaging in a profound self-reflection, realizing that regardless of the time or circumstance, women remain inherently the same. That evening, the four of them dined on the rather unpalatable fare sent from the kitchen. Even the old man, with his robust appetite, picked at the bones, and the following day, he wandered around the newly established kitchen several times, evidently displeased with the slow-drying clay on the stove. Li Pe led Yuan Lang and Li Chun as they tended to the warhorses, yet all three appeared somewhat dispirited. Li Pe himself was taken aback by the effect a mere meal of dog meat had on them. It can only be said that while one may endure hardships, they dread the prospect of living too comfortably. After 2 days, the four of them grew increasingly restless. Finally, the kitchen at the stable ignited a fire, and Li Pe took charge of the cooking, with Yuan Lang and Li Chun assisting, while the old man occasionally dropped by. That night, a large pot of braised beef, accompanied by corn rice drenched in savory broth, left the four of them nearly unable to move. The old man, rarely generous with praise, remarked that Li Pe's braised beef was at least on par with that of the esteemed chefs in Chang'an. Of course, he continued to express disdain for Li Pe's lack of serious endeavor, embodying the adage of eating heartily while disparaging. Li Pe chose not to engage in conflict over this, and the next morning he prepared a steaming bowl of noodles with the beef broth. In those times, noodles were referred to by the northern folk as cold noodles or by various other names, but the term cold noodles seemed most fitting. However, they were evidently distinct from Li Pe's creation. Accompanied by pickled vegetables and a drizzle of vinegar, the meal left them all sweating profusely and thoroughly satisfied. This culinary endeavor successfully adjusted the appetites of both the old man and his son. Thus, Li Pe transitioned from being merely a groom to a dual role of groom and cook. By the end of February, the weather in Mai began to warm, heralding an impending spring rain. On this day, someone arrived at the stable to lead away the last 2 warhorses, as the county magistrate Li Jing intended to personally inspect the granaries of Mai. This event also symbolized the gradual awakening of the war machine of the Sui Dynasty. The now empty stable left the 4 grooms completely idle. Li Pe discussed with the old man the prospect of securing a proper identity for Li Chun. For Li Pe, this task was daunting, yet for the old man, it was merely a matter of a raised hand, even if it involved a girl. Nevertheless, the old man could not refrain from voicing his opinion, questioning what a woman truly needed in terms of status, suggesting that marrying into a good family would grant her everything she desired. In light of the old man's commendable performance, Li Pe prepared a sumptuous meal of lamb dumplings that evening as a token of gratitude, leaving the old man thoroughly satisfied. He even began to ponder whether he should invite his son-in-law one day to sample Li Pe's culinary skills. Li Pe's days here have become increasingly harmonious. Yet on a day in early March, he was once again taken aback by the unexpected appearance of an acquaintance. Chapter 54. Exercise the days of indulgence. Basking in the sun came to an abrupt end. Before long, the 4 of them, almost in unison, noticed their unfortunate weight gain. The elder, incensed, roused the 3 languid youths from their slumber, compelling them to endure a day of sun-soaking on the grassy field until Li Pe and Yuan Lang were nearly at the brink of exhaustion. That day, although Li Pe was still tasked with cooking, under the elder's strict orders, they consumed only modest portions at each meal, leaving Li Pe in a state of distress. After all, this was the era of the Sui Dynasty in My. If one became too corpulent to move, it would not be long before they were mistaken for pigs destined for slaughter, an excruciating fate indeed. Thus, the following morning, without needing the elder's urging, Li Pe rose early, rallying Li Chun and Yuan Lang to commence their morning run around the horse pastures behind the stable. Initially, Yuan Lang was quite reluctant, perceiving Li Pe's attempts to curry favor with his grandfather as a burden upon himself. However, as they ran, he soon realized that no matter how fervently he exerted himself, his legs felt increasingly heavy, while the 2 ahead only grew more distant. Little did he know that those 2 had endured considerable hardship in their recent days, traversing mountains and braving the elements, which had only served to forge their bodies into resilient forms. His daily toil and martial training paled in comparison to the stark difference between a domesticated creature and its wild counterpart. Despite considering this reckless sprint somewhat foolish, the fact that even a little girl could outpace him was particularly irksome to Yuan Lang. Thus, that morning, the spirited youth, exhausted to the bone, found his fragile pride bruised and vowed to train until he could outrun even the swiftest of hares. Li Pe, drenched in sweat, felt a delightful ache coursing through his body, as if every cell were greedily inhaling the fresh air. The exhilarating sensation was beyond description. He also recognized that his body was nearly fully recovered. If he continued to refine his strength, he would surpass even his former state on the grasslands. For this was a youth imbued with untapped potential. After dragging the fatigued Yuan Lang and Li Chun through 2 more laps, they finally came to a halt. Yet, they were not idle. They directed their efforts to moving bales of hay into a long-neglected stable, dismantling the old fence to create a spacious area. They then laid down a thick layer of hay, serving as their makeshift mat. By this time, the trio was so ravenous that their stomachs seemed to cling to their spines, suggesting that their weight loss efforts were proving quite effective. After a simple breakfast, which the elder deemed too hastily prepared, casting a somewhat resentful glance, Li Pa led Li Chun and Yuan Lang to the newly arranged stable. Today, they would delve into the art of hand-to-hand combat. Li Chun was particularly animated, for she felt that this was her elder brother and aunt, Appo's first formal lesson. And she was eager to absorb every word he uttered, committing them to memory, as these were the family secrets of the Li lineage. The only drawback was the presence of an insufferable little boy attempting to glean knowledge in secret. Yuan Lang was equally excited, albeit in a manner distinct from Li Chun. Since childhood, he had received guidance. Upon hearing about unarmed combat, he raised his eyebrows, pondering to himself that it was merely a military grappling technique. Consequently, he felt a sense of defiance, believing that Li Pa and Appo's seriousness bordered on arrogance, for he was convinced that in a brawl, he would surpass Li Pa. However, having witnessed many of Li Pa's remarkable feats, even his elder brother expressed admiration willingly, which instilled a sense of reverence in him, causing him to refrain from interrupting Li Pa's discourse hastily. He was, however, eager to surprise Li Pa during their subsequent practice. Li Pa, too, felt quite well about this. Accustomed to being the elder brother, he naturally assumed the role of a mentor. Were he a newcomer, he might have allowed Yuan Lang to demonstrate his skills first, to gauge his ability, but now it was only fitting for him to take on the role of instructor. Before wielding weapons, one must first hone the body to strengthen one's physique, ensuring that the use of various armaments yields optimal results. Thus, martial artists typically begin with training in striking techniques before progressing to other disciplines. At this juncture, they finally delved into the core topic. Li Pa shook his hand and stated, "Let us first discuss striking techniques. It has been said that a punch is inferior to a palm, and a palm is inferior to a finger. Do you understand the implication? This phrase suggests that in terms of power, a fist is less effective than an open hand, and an open hand is less effective than a finger. Although this may seem counterintuitive, it encapsulates the essence of striking techniques. In truth, even after a lifetime of practice, it is improbable that one could wield a finger with lethal precision, thus rendering the mention of fingers somewhat superfluous. Let us focus on the fist. I assure you, some individuals strike with such force that their punches resemble the impact of a hammer. Yet, even such formidable fists rarely deliver a fatal blow. This is because, no matter how powerful, a punch primarily generates shockwave energy, with the force dissipating across the surface of the fist, making it challenging to exert decisive influence in a critical moment of life and death. Therefore, in a barehanded duel where 2 lives hang in the balance, I would find great satisfaction in encountering an opponent who relies solely on their fists." Unbeknownst to him, Yuan Lang had perked up his ears, listening intently, as the phrases life and death struggle echoed profoundly. The ability to casually employ such terminology suggested that the speaker had likely encountered such harrowing circumstances. The martial spirit of the Sui Dynasty was exceedingly vibrant, not merely a subject of jest, and thus the combat techniques that emerged were diverse and intricate, some of which did not necessarily pale in comparison to those that followed, and in their ferocity, they may even have surpassed them. However, even among the elite, opportunities to hear first-hand accounts of techniques derived from life and death experiences were scarce. Such techniques were inherently lethal, and their transmission was not taken lightly. Consequently, the most widely disseminated knowledge during the Sui Dynasty pertained to practical military combat techniques, functional, yet somewhat crude, wherein a decade of training could hardly match the insights gained from a single tour of the battlefield, which bore significant differences from actual combat between 2 individuals. Li Pa and Appo's assertions were refreshingly novel. While they initially seemed disjointed, they possessed an undeniable logic. Thus, having only heard the beginning, Yuan Lang's initial dismissiveness began to wane as he listened more attentively. Li Pa continues his endeavors. Consequently, future generations, recognizing the inadequacies of their predecessors, ultimately discerned that the palm is, in fact, far more lethal than the fist, for the edge of the hand is akin to a blade. When wielded with the correct force, a single strike can sever bones and rupture tendons, and when aimed at vulnerable points, it can deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 55. The third daughter. The sudden decision made by the third daughter stemmed from two primary motivations. Firstly, she found herself engulfed in boredom and sought to engage in activities that would also enhance her physical well-being. Secondly, having introduced Li Chun to the county office, it was imperative to impart self-defense techniques to her. With their basic needs met, the timing was indeed opportune. As for Yuan Lang, he was merely a secondary consideration. It was rumored that some individuals had honed their palms to the sharpness of blades, capable of delivering strikes akin to those of swords or axes, demonstrating a force beyond that of mere fists. One might ponder why, with steel blades at their disposal, one would toil to render their hands in such a grotesque state. It would be, after all, a case of effort yielding no reward. A wise individual would certainly refrain from such folly. Later, a grand master emerged in memory, a woman, likely from the Qin dynasty, during which the first emperor prohibited arms throughout the realm, subjecting the populace to brutal oppression. This exceptional master, endowed with remarkable innate talent, was beset by misfortune in her youth, enduring hardship and wandering in destitution. She sought refuge in the mountains, where a remarkable sage took pity on her plight and, recognizing her intelligence, imparted all his knowledge to her. Upon mastering her arts, she traversed the world, wielding her blade with such prowess that none could withstand her. Vanquishing numerous evildoers, Lipa became increasingly engrossed in his tale, nearly losing sight of the original topic, while the two children listened with rapt attention, their eyes gleaming as if captivated by an enchanting bedtime story. Unbeknownst to the three, two figures had quietly taken position at the stable and Apos' entrance. Lipa continued his narration. Yet this compassionate woman, burdened by solitude and reflecting on her own lineage, felt that the suffering endured by women far exceeded that of men. Perceiving the universe and Apos' inherent injustice, she dedicated herself wholeheartedly, ultimately devising a martial art in her later years specifically for women. Her techniques primarily involved close-quarter combat, each move calculated to outmaneuver foes and deliver lethal strikes. However, upon achieving success, her conscience troubled her. She deemed her creations overly vicious. Consequently, she erased numerous techniques, passing only a select few to her three disciples, hoping they would gather followers in the future and secure peace for women everywhere. Regrettably, despite her noble intentions, she lacked the heart and discernment to recognize her disciples' true nature, who ultimately became mere instruments of others, forsaking her earnest hopes. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that few martial artists harbor a genuine concern for the world at large, and even fewer are driven by the desire to save lives, particularly a woman pioneering her own path. Thus, the title of Grand Master was truly well-deserved. At this juncture, Lipa paused, observing the two children who had been completely enthralled by his storytelling, a sense of pride swelling within him for his narrative prowess. Yet, it was unfortunate that these two simple-minded youngsters, having heard such a captivating tale, failed to express their admiration, truly a sign of their lack of cultivation. However, before he could continue weaving his narrative, applause erupted from the audience. Such extraordinary women exist in this world? What is her name? A figure from the pre-Qin era? How is it that I have never heard of her? They remarked. Surely, the disciples must be unworthy, concealing her legacy. Do you possess insight into her? How is it you know her so intimately? Have you perhaps studied her techniques? Wasn't and Apos, it's said to be tailored specifically for women? A series of questions erupted, accompanied by a rather loud voice, which startled Lipa, nearly causing him to choke. In a fit of anger, he turned to look, spotting a figure accompanying the old man, who approached with an air of feigned unfamiliarity, scrutinizing Lipa while occasionally casting disapproving glances at his companion. Clearly, the old man had heard the tale and found it rather commendable, blaming the interruption on others. Lipa had grown weary of the old man's face. Yet the individual beside him began to seem increasingly familiar. This person was not only youthful but also female, wrapped in a tattered, unkempt leather robe, exuding an aura of fatigue and dust. However, even in such disarray, her beauty and innate elegance shone through, rendering anyone clad in finery before her a mere shadow. Her sparkling eyes and statuesque figure lent her an added grace. Yet, none of this could distract Li Pearl. Such a distinctive woman was impossible to forget. He recalled the day he trekked through the wilderness, when she, accompanied by others, had audaciously seized a roast from him. What astonished him was that the very same girl, garbed as a noble from the Turkic tales, now strode with confidence into the county office. It was indeed surreal. The girl evidently did not recognize the wild youth who had once drawn his blade in the mountains. As she approached, tilting her head slightly, she bore herself with the same arrogance as that night. However, before she could speak, Yuan Lang exclaimed, "Ah, third sister, where have you been frolicking? It's been ages since we last met. What on earth happened to you?" Without waiting for the girl to respond, the old man skillfully kicked his bothersome son aside, then pointed at Li Pe, declaring, "This is the new groom at the county office, named Li Pe. This lad is quite clever and diligent, doing well under my care. Why are you standing there? Have you not yet met third miss?" At the mention of third miss, Li Pe felt a shiver run down his spine. But he recalled that this must be the third miss of the Li family. He had heard Yuan Lang mention that when Li Jing took office, he brought only one daughter along. However, why did she refer to the old man as uncle? What a perplexing relationship. Furthermore, why would a noble young lady venture into the woods, masquerading as a specter? Lost in these chaotic thoughts, he ultimately felt a deep sense of relief that this woman, with her poor eyesight, failed to recognize him. Otherwise, his position in the county office might have been jeopardized, considering her fierce demeanor that day, which could have led to dire consequences. The mere thought of such a peril jolted him into a heightened state of alertness, and he respectfully clasped his fist and bowed, saying, "This humble one pays his respects to 3rd Mississippi Chapter 56. Fabrication Abe rarely extols the virtues of others. I must inquire. What you just proclaimed, was it mere bravado, or does it hold any veracity?" Li Poxin cursed inwardly, lamenting his own loquacity. Why concoct tales when there was no need? In this current predicament, even if it were a fabrication, it must be accepted as truth. "Of course it is true. I still have words unspoken when you arrived," he asserted. "Then pray continue," the young woman urged, her directness and poise characteristic of those from the Guangzhou region. Her enunciation was clear, imbued with an undeniable air of authority, revealing her inclination towards martial pursuits rather than delicate crafts. Li Poxin blinked, pondering that her wide-eyed intimidation, intended to evoke fear akin to that of the forest, was futile. Casting a glance at the elder beside him, he noted his indifference and inwardly berated himself. He had anticipated a fierce protector of territory, but found instead a mere guardian of the door. Nevertheless, the narrative must persist. It is said that the woman was named Yo Chun, and the martial art she devised bore the same name, although its techniques have largely been lost to time. One particular method of generating power has been passed down intact, known as Yongchun Siyuanjin. This technique is renowned for its ferocity, enabling a practitioner to strike with such force that an opponent may be propelled several paces away, often resulting in severe injury or death. Indeed, that was the point I wished to convey. With such a technique, there is no need for one's hands to resemble mere chicken claws, he continued. The young woman raised an eyebrow, skepticism flickering in her gaze. Yet, after a brief pause, she refrained from further inquiry. She possessed her own pride. If his words were fabricated, there was little merit in questioning them. If they bore truth, it was evidently a family legacy, and to press further would be futile. In the city of Chang and Apos, and many households were home to exceptional individuals, and numerous wandering knights possessed remarkable skills. Such talents were hardly extraordinary. Many scions of noble families sought to establish their legacy through archery and horsemanship, often dismissing the rudimentary skills of the common folk, which could result in bloodshed. However, the inheritance of such arts from the pre-Qin era was undeniably ancient. The young woman exhaled softly, nodding slightly with a smile. Such a person could indeed be chronicled among the illustrious knights, yet alas, I shall never behold them. As she turned to depart, she called out with a laugh, "Abe, I have no desire to hear more of this. We women from Guangzhou have always stood alongside men." Indeed, there were women in the pre-Qin era who attained mastery. What significance does my tale hold? The elder grunted, unusually refraining from further comment. Once they had left, Yuan Lang and Li Chun approached, their eyes wide with a mixture of eagerness and skepticism directed at Li Poxin. In response, Li Poxin delivered a slap to each, exclaiming in anger, "You all think this is a ruse, do you? Come, fetch a plank, and I shall demonstrate the truth for you." Finding a suitable wooden plank was easy. The recently dismantled fence provided various pieces of timber. Cursing under his breath, he noted that the board these two mischievous children had selected was rather thick. Gazing at the rough-hewn wood and then at his own fist, Li Poxin felt a surge of trepidation. Whatever the outcome of this strike, it was certain that his hand would bear the brunt of the impact. Yet, he bore no fear. While he might not claim to be an expert in all aspects, he possessed a profound understanding of Wing Chun's techniques, particularly the concept of inch power. Over the years spent on the grasslands, he had diligently honed his skills, never allowing them to wane. Although his punches were not as formidable as they had once been, with the wooden board secured, Li Po assumed his stance. He was no Wing Chun master. To penetrate such thick wood, he needed to gather strength and store energy. Perhaps in a few years, as he matured, he would no longer require such effort. For he could sense the vibrant and vigorous life force coursing through his body. Standing a mere palm and amp, Appos, breadth away, he summoned power from his feet. Twisting his waist and hips, synchronizing his shoulders, exhaling forcefully, and then unleashed a punch upon the wooden board. Inch power embodies a harmonious fusion of strength and speed, a method of exertion that surpasses human limits. Provided the technique is executed correctly, one can generally achieve a satisfactory outcome. However, to attain true lethality requires years of rigorous training. Li Po's strike was a perfect manifestation of all these elements. Yet his strength and speed fell short of the remarkable effect he sought. A dull thud echoed as wood splintered and shattered, leaving Yuan Lang and Li Chun agape in astonishment. They could scarcely fathom that such a result could arise from such proximity. Even a burly man, exerting all his might, would likely fail to deliver such a punch. Li Po straightened, hands behind his back, wearing an air of a master. In truth, he was discreetly massaging his aching knuckles. What a painful endeavor this was. As for the outcome, it was rather underwhelming. Those who had mastered inch power would not merely crack the wood but would instead bore a hole through it. Truly impressive, brother. With a blow like that, not only could it fell a man, but it could also slay a bull. His elder brother and amp, Appos' prowess was undeniable. He never spoke without reason. The two men immediately began to shower him with flattery, their excitement palpable at the prospect of learning such remarkable techniques. Li Po waved his hand, urging them to cease their praise. These two were hardly the type to offer genuine compliments, their repetitive remarks lacking sincerity. Consequently, the miraculous nature of his feat diminished in their eyes. Li Chun gasped softly, rushing forward to inspect the damage, her voice tinged with reproach. Brother, why strike so forcefully? You're bleeding. The remark struck a discordant note. Li Po playfully swatted her head, eyes narrowed. Do you see? The softer your fist, the more you injure yourself with excessive force. Therefore, to master and amp, Appos, inch power, and amp, Appos, one must first temper one and amp, Appos, fists. Chapter 57. Sparring in later times, some astute individuals, while honing their physical prowess, contemplated that if they could not cultivate their bodies to be as resilient as steel or iron, nor rival the sharpness of swords or the precision of arrows, they might as well focus their efforts on their opponents. Thus, a genuine art of unarmed combat emerged. Devoid of intentions to save others or any ulterior motives, the techniques they devised were solely aimed at inflicting harm and taking lives. A craft we may designate as the art of assassination. Therefore, before imparting this knowledge to you, I must advise caution during practice. When the moment arrives, consider whether you're engaging in a life and death struggle. Otherwise, you may merely invite disaster. Better to refrain from learning altogether. Li Chun nodded repeatedly while Yuan Lang grew solemn. Unlike Li Chun, Yuan Lang, though not particularly large, was truly worldly. In this era, the pursuit of skills typically followed a few pathways: hiring, inviting, apprenticing, and the last, purely reliant on camaraderie, which could be deemed as coercive acquisition. The adage, once a teacher, always a father, evolved from this notion. Therefore, after a moment's hesitation, he knelt upon the ground, arms spread wide, bowing his head and performing several prostrations. Only then did he raise his head and declare, Brother, I shall heed your every word henceforth. He then chuckled. What is this? Without having seen the true essence, you have already bestowed such a grand gesture. If I were to be deceived, would you not turn against me? Yuan Lang, not one to be easily fooled, stood and smiled. No need for anything else. All I ask is that you teach me that elusive inch of power, and I shall bow to you 100 times more. Li Chun smirked, observing his brother's growing cleverness. Yuan Lang rubbed his hands together, feigning ignorance, his eyes eagerly fixed on Li Po. Haven and Appos, we already discussed this for an entire morning? Brother, it seems there is no objection from Li Po regarding the standard procedure of teaching. First, one must recount history to pique the student's interest, followed by elucidating the rules to instill a sense of awe, and then, naturally, it is time to engage in practical demonstrations, addressing those unruly spirits with corrective measures. The essence of human nature remains constant, Throughout history, whether in scholarly pursuits or martial disciplines, the teaching trajectory has adhered to this pattern. Thus, Li Pa stepped onto the thick layer of straw, stamping his feet to assess the ground. "It will do," he remarked, "though it is somewhat slippery." He beckoned Yuan Lang, who, unable to contain his anticipation, recognized that the moment to act had finally arrived. This encounter was not surprising. It marked the first trial between teacher and student, with the teacher eager to gauge the student and Oppo's depth, while the student, in turn, sought to measure the teacher and Oppo's prowess. Should the student fail to exhibit any talent, the teacher might feel a tinge of disappointment, leading to a lackluster teaching experience. Conversely, if the student were to overpower the teacher, the scene would surely become lively. This distinction encapsulates the current disparity between scholars and martial practitioners. For warriors, the initial thought upon becoming a disciple is not of reverence for their teacher, but rather the ambition to overthrow them and deliver a sound thrashing. Similar to the subsequent antics of mischievous children, this moment, however, represented a manifestation of youthful vigor, distinct from their arduous navigation through the tumultuous phase of rebellion. The two stood facing each other, exchanging a subtle fist salute before adopting a formal stance. Li Chun observed anxiously from the sidelines. Naturally, it was Yuan Lang who initiated the confrontation, not with punches or kicks, but by stepping forward, arms outstretched to clasp Li Pa's shoulders. This maneuver was familiar to Li Pa, a common tactic employed in the wrestling techniques of the Sui army. Akin to a tiger pouncing upon its prey, yet imbued with latent power. These wrestling moves, predominantly utilized by military personnel during leisure, often relied more on brute strength and finesse, prevailing when both opponents possessed comparable strength and speed, allowing a hint of technique to emerge. Thus, wrestling lacked the ferocity inherent in the soldier's swordsmanship. However, one would be gravely mistaken to assume that wrestling was devoid of the potential to inflict harm or even lethality. Li Pa took a slight step back, but Yuan Lang surged forward, his speed doubling as he swiftly grasped Li Pa's collar. What followed was an inevitable side throw. An entanglement of arms ensued, each striving to prevent the other from seizing an advantageous grip on their inner body. Yet, before Yuan Lang could revel in his momentum, Li Pa retreated another step, simultaneously seizing Yuan Lang's wrist, applying downward pressure and a twist. This seemingly simple maneuver rendered Yuan Lang momentarily off balance, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him as pain shot through his wrist. The encounter was far from over. Options began to multiply. Li Pa swiftly pivoted in response to Yuan Lang's momentum, executing a downward throw with minimal exertion. Almost involuntarily, Yuan Lang found himself flipping through the air, landing with a thud upon the ground. Despite the grass beneath him, the suddenness of the fall drew a muffled groan from him, his arm still firmly held by Li Pa. At this juncture, the typical course of action would involve further twisting of the opponent's arm, leading to subsequent strikes, likely resulting in severe injury. However, as this was merely a practice session, Li Pa released Yuan Lang's arm and yanked him back to his feet. "Shall we continue?" he inquired. Yuan Lang rubbed his waist, glancing at the thin layer of dried grass beneath him, perhaps lamenting its inadequacy for cushioning. He remained somewhat perplexed about how he had executed such a grandiose movement in a moment of confusion. Meanwhile, Li Chun stood nearby, beaming with delight, clapping his hands in encouragement, his expression suggesting he was on the verge of urging them on with exuberant shouts. Chapter 58, Sparring Part 2. In their second encounter, Yuan Lang was hesitant to move. The previous fall had been painful, but the agony in his wrist was far more excruciating. He felt a strong urge to cry foul, reminiscent of his childhood skirmishes with his brothers, where his lack of strength led him to resort to tactics such as bending fingers or, in moments of desperation, biting arms. To him, twisting wrists and fingers were akin to underhanded tricks, not entirely honorable. Yet, he found himself at a disadvantage. Sui Ren's expertise with blades far surpassed his prowess in hand-to-hand combat. In an age teeming with armed individuals, naturally, martial arts were predominantly focused on weaponry. Only during times of peace, when the authorities inadvertently began to curb weaponry, did people redirect their attention to unarmed combat. Thus, Yuan Lang once more opted for close-quarters grappling. This time, he was more cautious, conserving his strength and launching himself almost as a projectile. Li Pa, however, had adapted his strategy. From a distance of about a step away, he gently pressed against Yuan Lang's left arm, executing a swift maneuver to position himself behind Yuan Lang. In one fluid motion, he encircled Yuan Lang and Oppo's neck with his arm, bending his knees slightly to collide with Yuan Lang and Oppo's leg. This choking technique, once applied, was nearly impossible to escape unless the victim possessed extraordinary strength or wielded a weapon to strike back. Yuan Lang soon found himself kneeling, trapped and gasping for breath, his face reddening as he struggled in vain, eventually rolling his eyes in distress. Li Pa then released him, turning to offer a lesson to Li Chun. "Observe," he said. "The neck is exceedingly vulnerable. Do not shy away in combat. Seize the opportunity to ensnare your opponent's neck like this. It can lead to suffocation or, in severe cases, a fatal outcome." Poor Yuan Lang coughed, clutching his neck, struggling to regain his breath. At this moment, he comprehended the gravity of the situation. There was no exaggeration in Li Pa's words. The reality of martial prowess was evident through experience. This perilous yet fundamentally simple technique of close combat could transform an ordinary man into a lethal force in a remarkably short time. Shall we continue? At this point, Yuan Lang was thoroughly humbled, yet a man from the 800 miles of Qinchuan would never concede defeat. Once more, this time, with fierce determination, Yuan Lang planted his feet and charged forward, wrapping his arms around Li Pa's waist. However, Li Pa had encountered many ferocious opponents before. Mere aggression would not secure victory. Standing firm, Li Pa leaned forward, preventing Yuan Lang from lifting him, and effortlessly ensnared Yuan Lang's head, creating a perfect guillotine hold. Yuan Lang found himself trapped as if caught in a narrow crevice. His struggles futile and somewhat comical, yet the pain he experienced was deeply understood only by him. As before, his breathing became increasingly labored. Li Pa released his arms and took a step back, saying, "Observe, brute force is utterly futile when confronted with true martial prowess. Remember, when facing an adversary, one must remain unflustered. It is the calmest souls who possess the greatest chance of survival. Will you come again? Then come." Li Pa chuckled, finding joy in the presence of such a fine sparring partner. "Very well, this time I shall demonstrate the essence of Wing Chun and Appo's essence punch." This encounter was markedly different from the previous ones. Earlier, each strike had swiftly incapacitated the opponent, embodying the martial spirit of later military combat. However, Wing Chun was far more aesthetically pleasing yet lacked the efficiency to subdue an opponent in a fleeting moment. With a sharp crack, Yuan Lang felt a searing pain in his chest, stumbling backwards and experiencing a wave of dizziness. This time, Yuan Lang had no opportunity to close the distance. His punches were effortlessly deflected, and before he could lift his leg to kick, he was struck again, receiving 2 more blows in quick succession. The sounds of impact transformed from sharp cracks to dull thuds, as Yuan Lang became a mere substitute for the Wing Chun wooden dummy or sandbag. Utterly bewildered by the onslaught, he felt as though, since the day of his birth, he had never endured such a barrage of strikes, each one growing increasingly forceful. Disheartened, he finally rolled onto the ground, waving his hands in surrender, pleading for a respite. Meanwhile, Li Pa was invigorated, having never employed Wing Chun in such a manner before. It was a rare pleasure to have such a worthy target. Regrettably, Yuan Lang was not as resilient as the wooden dummy, which never cried out in pain or sought a break. At that moment, an elderly man, peering cautiously from the stable doorway, grinned despite his concern. He felt a twinge of sympathy for his son. While he could chastise him, it pained him to see others inflict harm. Beyond his worry lay a profound astonishment. He had never anticipated that this seemingly jovial young man, with his culinary skills and agreeable demeanor, possessed such extraordinary talent. To him, the ability to inflict harm with bare hands seemed effortless. In the old man's eyes, with such prowess, the world was his to conquer. Not only would he draw the attention of esteemed families in Chang'an, but he was now merely a humble stable hand in the county of Mai. With a silent sigh, reflecting on the young man's origins, he could only utter, "Fate is indeed capricious." Yet, upon further reflection, he found solace. It was precisely this skill that enabled the young man to traverse the perilous journey from Fufing to Mai with a girl in tow, for otherwise, they might have fallen prey to the wolves and leopards along the way. After these contemplations, the old man and Appo's spirits lifted. His initial intention in bringing his son to Mai was to teach him the art of horse rearing, yet by fortunate happenstance, he had encountered a remarkable mentor. With a family secret to pass down, it seemed that the Yuan family would soon acquire a new skill. This was indeed an unexpected delight, and the old man, grinning broadly, strolled away with his hands clasped behind his back. The initial reception is gentle, and while the reviews in the comments section appear to be quite favorable, Bei Xiong and Appo's performance, regrettably, has not met expectations. A Chow finds himself at a loss for words. Chapter 59, Calling Friends in the Evening. For individuals gathered together for a meal, Li Pa devoured his food with great enthusiasm, relishing every bite. After a day of rigorous training, Li Chun and Yuan Lang felt as light as feathers, struggling to muster the energy even to eat. Following dinner, Li Po encouraged the two to engage in some physical activity, stretching their limbs to prevent the stiffness that would come upon waking the next day. However, the elder had been waiting for quite some time, and seeing their lethargic state made him both upset and somewhat sympathetic. Nevertheless, he pressed Yuan Lang for information. Inquiring about his lessons with Li Darlang, Yuan Lang merely grunted, unsure of how to respond. The elder's temper flared, suspecting that the youth was hiding something. Yet he understood that after a mere day of training, it was natural to feel a bit anxious. When he attempted to ask again, he found that the two had already succumbed to slumber. With no recourse, he could only stifle his frustration, removing their boots and clothing and tucking them under blankets. Work and martial training must not be conflated. To those from Guancher, the distinction between the two was glaringly apparent. In the days that followed, life settled into a monotonous rhythm. The stable welcomed a new horse, belonging to the county lord's daughter, Li Bai. The elder took swift action, and within a day, 2 grooms appeared to assist. Both were over 30, their horsemanship merely adequate, yet they demonstrated commendable diligence and efficiency under the elder's guidance. Quickly assuming most of the stable and Oppo's responsibilities, the 3 youngsters were thus liberated from arduous labor, focusing instead on physical conditioning led by Li Pa, practicing the wisdom that would later benefit soldiers. Despite the elder and Oppo's admonitions, Li Pa remained steadfastly engaged in the kitchen, asserting that poor nourishment would ultimately undermine their training. The results were indeed promising. The 3 young men grew stronger by the day. County Lord Li Jing conducted inspections of the warehouses on a monthly basis. Therefore, it was not long before the warhorse was taken away, as Lady Li Bai set off to visit her father. For the first time, Li Pa, now a groom, witnessed the grandeur of a noble's departure. A dozen cavalrymen flanked her, each a seasoned warrior skilled in archery and horsemanship, exuding a fierce yet disciplined aura. True stalwarts of the military. Upon inquiry, he learned that the young woman, of a similar age to himself, held a military title and was a general. It was a stark reminder that life could be unfair. Some were born into privilege. However, this reality bore little relevance to Li Pinao. Having established his footing, he felt gratitude towards his friends. Despite his reservations about the fugitive from Shandong, he understood the principle of remembering one's benefactor. Otherwise, the path ahead would inevitably narrow. Li Pa was acutely aware of this wisdom. Amidst hearty laughter, he interacted warmly with his companions, reminiscent of genuine brotherhood, seemingly unperturbed by the complexities of life. What followed was a series of complaints, lamenting that Li Pa had entered the county office and vanished without a trace, neglecting to regard him as a brother. However, upon hearing that Li Pa intended to treat him to a drink, the half-hearted grievances ceased abruptly, and he exchanged a few words of camaraderie, revealing himself to be quite the bon vivant. Yet, Li Pa was acutely aware that this individual's attention remained fixated on Yuan Lang, never straying from him. There was no need for inquiry. He certainly recognized Yuan Lang. The elder Yuan was renowned, and as his son, Yuan Lang would undoubtedly garner flattery from numerous individuals during his brief time in the county office. After introductions were made, Li Pa found his acquaintance list enriched with a motley crew of 7 or 8 dubious characters. What brought Li Pa some solace was that, despite Yuan Lang's usual air of dullness, he emerged from this experience without indiscriminately calling everyone brother, exuding a natural pride characteristic of those from prominent families. Therefore, Li Pa boldly waved his hand and declared, whether it be one sheep or a flock, with his pockets sufficiently lined, they would all set forth to feast on meat and drink. A company of nearly 10, surrounding Li Pa and Yuan Lang, surged forth from the county office, drawing the curious gazes of passers-by and affording Li Pa a moment of genuine stature. With such a pack of fierce men accompanying him, few in the city of Mai would dare provoke them. They proceeded to the military camp in the southern part of the city, where they forcibly extracted Luo Sen along with several of his subordinates, thus expanding their party to a dozen individuals. Li Pa assessed his purse, alas. This gathering might well render the 2-month wages of his horseman futile. He touched the small silver ingot given by the elder, finding some reassurance. Silver was a rare commodity. The prevalent currency was still copper coins, and gold and silver had become symbols of status. Those who possessed gold or silver invariably had a notable background, a consensus among the people. If an individual of modest appearance or behavior produced a piece of silver, they would likely attract the attention of the authorities. Thus, it became evident that gold and silver were not formal currencies of circulation, Yet merchants dared not refuse them. Naturally, once accepted, the means of disposal were not a concern. This highlighted the elder's thoughtfulness. Had Lipa been armed with copper coins, the logistics of paying for the sustenance of such a large group would have necessitated a cumbersome load. In an era devoid of paper currency, possessing wealth could also be quite burdensome. Of course, credit was rampant during these times. However, merchants were not naive. Only familiar patrons could secure credit, and it was clear that Lipa did not fall into that category. Additionally, venturing out with a multitude and relying on the esteem of others for credit would likely render this meal a futile expense, diminishing his standing in the eyes of those present. Chapter 60. News the company had gathered. And now the only task left was to find a place to indulge in libations. With Yuanlang accompanying, the prospect seemed promising. However, a complication soon arose. The men emerging from the county office were treating him with a certain reverence, as if he were a distinguished young master. Consequently, it became inappropriate to seek out a shabby tavern. They were all keen on adhering to the principle of customer service, pushing towards Lipa and Apos' establishment. Damn it. Lipa had only just made a few rounds in the city. How could he possibly locate a suitable venue? Reluctantly, he expressed his financial constraints, requesting the esteemed gentleman to show some mercy. This candid approach proved more agreeable to the robust men than the alternative of being secretive about his situation. Ultimately, it was Wei Qi who led the group to a familiar tavern in the southern city. Upon arrival, the dozen or so patrons surged into the small establishment, effectively monopolizing it. The proprietors were understandably apprehensive, but with Wei Qi's presence, they felt considerably reassured and attended to their guests with utmost hospitality. The hierarchy of status was unmistakable, requiring no further elaboration. As the food and drink began to arrive, Lipa boldly lifted a large bowl, rising to his feet, and proclaimed, "It brings me great joy to meet you all today. I, Li Delang, shall toast in honor of our acquaintance." With that, he downed the contents of the bowl with gusto, presenting an image of unfettered exuberance. The crowd erupted in cheers, raising their bowls in response, and the tavern was soon filled with the sounds of hearty drinking. Meanwhile, Wei Qi observed Lipa with a discerning eye, pondering the rapid ascent of the man before him. It was said that those from the western regions made swift progress, and now, witnessing this transformation firsthand, he could hardly believe it. In just a few months, Lipa had risen from a mere refugee to a figure of significance within the county. The once sycophantic lad was now on equal footing, effortlessly engaging with friends and acquaintances without a hint of awkwardness. Lipa, however, was unconcerned with the opinions of others. He understood that in the company of these boisterous men, caution was not an option. Initially, he felt a twinge of guilt upon hearing of Lipa and Apos' venture to the stable, believing he had mishandled the situation. Yet, 2 months later, when the memory had nearly faded, Lipa reemerged, this time with Yuanlang in tow, indicating that the lad had indeed thrived amidst the stable and Apos' environment, perhaps even forging a bond with the elderly caretaker. Both he and Wei Qi were equally astonished. After downing another hearty bowl, Wei Qi noted Yuanlang and Apos' eagerness in pouring drinks for Lipa, prompting a re-evaluation of his understanding of the world around him. Subsequently, Lipa raised a toast to Wei Qi, expressing gratitude for his assistance at the city gate. Luo San was easily appeased. The boy was content as long as there was drink and food. Showing little concern whether one was a refugee or had entered the county office, everyone appeared similar in his eyes. As for Yuanlang, he had been relegated to a lesser role, as Lipa's standing at the stable had nearly equaled that of the old man, rendering Yuanlang a minor character in this unfolding narrative. After a round of toasts, the tavern erupted into cacophony. The soldiers shouted and boisterously celebrated, their raucous revelry nearly lifting the roof off the establishment. After several more rounds, the faces of those at the table began to glow with the warmth of the drink. There was no choice. One by one, they came toasting, and refusing to drink was out of the question, as if they were in some familial celebration. Regardless of the wine and Apos' low alcohol content, it remained wine, and soon enough, Lipa felt the bitter taste of the drink in his mouth. However, such is the nature of northern men, the more they drink, the more sociable they become. And as the wine flowed, Wei Qi became increasingly loquacious. He mentioned the impending campaign against Goguryeo, inquiring if the two had heard any news while at the prefecture. Wei Qi nodded, asserting that this was of little concern, since a battle was to be fought, provisions were undoubtedly of paramount importance, and no disruptions could be tolerated. Turning to Lipa, he queried, having been close to the elders, "Have you heard anything? When will the fighting commence?" Are we drawing troops from Mai? Li Po's eyes were glazed, as if he were already inebriated, and he merely chuckled foolishly. Whether we fight or not matters little to me. What? Do you two brothers wish to go to Hebei? Wei Qi slammed his cup down, expressing, Brother, your spirit is commendable, yet even remaining in Mai could prove beneficial, right? Delaying? Li Po pondered for a long moment, finally comprehending the implications of the conversation, and inwardly cursed, You rascal, are you still concerned about my background? After a moment and Apos' reflection, he concurred, Are you suggesting that the Turks might take the opportunity to descend south? Suddenly, Yuan Lang, who had been grappling with Luo San, interjected boldly, The Turks won TB coming. Qimin is dead, and the new Khan is preoccupied. I heard he is seeking to marry Princess Yicheng, and the emperor has already given his consent. Before he could finish, Li Po smacked his head and scolded him, Do not speak nonsense. Yuan Lang glanced around, lowering his head in dismay as he resumed drinking. Li Po, donning an air of authority, turned and laughed. Do not heed his ramblings, brothers. What does he know of emperors and princesses? Let us keep this to ourselves. Come, let us drink. In truth, these few remarks sufficed. Wei Qi felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon joined the merriment, as though no one had heard those words. These events transpired towards the end of the 6th year of the Day era. Upon ascending to the throne, Khan Shibi, adhering to Turkic customs, took his father Qimin's wife, Princess Yicheng of the Sui, as his Khatan, which essentially meant marrying his father's widow. Due to the Sui emperor's desire to conquer Goguryeo, Emperor Yang Guang readily granted this decree, allowing the Turkic court to successfully undertake the initial consolidation of power. Subsequently, during the winter of the 6th year of Day and in the ensuing years, Khan Shibi launched campaigns against disloyal subjects and gradually began to encroach upon the territories of the Western Turks, extending the reach of the Turkic Khaganate once more into the western regions. Chapter 61. The residence, an evening of revelry comes to an end. After a lavish meal that cost a staggering 5 taels of silver, Li Po found himself grappling with the exorbitant prices in Mahdi. This inflation was not merely a consequence of economic turmoil, but stemmed from a scarcity of goods that inflated prices artificially. However, there was little cause for concern. No one would go hungry, especially not the officials. Once the bureaucrats found themselves in want, the fate of the Sui Dynasty would surely be sealed. At this juncture, Li Po and Apos' social circle had begun to take shape. It was not overly expansive, but the social strata were regrettably low. The trio, having imbibed a fair amount of spirits, stumbled into Li Po's residence, their breath reeking of wine. The house, both inside and out, had accumulated a fair amount of dust, which pained Li Po, for he had invested considerable effort to secure this abode, yet had only spent a single night within its walls. As for Yuan Lang, accustomed to grand estates, this modest dwelling hardly registered on his radar, even appearing less spacious than the stables at the county office. As the two men urged him to leave, Li Po lost the desire to tidy up. Upon exiting the courtyard, they encountered an unfamiliar figure. Judging by the attire, it was likely a servant from a nearby household. The individual regarded the trio with curiosity but, undeterred, approached with a smile, inquiring about the master of the house. As twilight descended, the stranger drew nearer, and upon observing the 3 men armed with knives at their waists, an immediate sense of trepidation overcame him. What is it? Li Po inquired. The man subtly recoiled, then mustered the courage to respond. If you are indeed the master here, I wish to inform you that 2 families are interested in purchasing your residence. However, despite their efforts, they have been unable to find you. They even clashed right outside your door. Li Po furrowed his brow, exhaling a breath laden with the scent of alcohol, feeling quite unsettled. Which 2 families? Refusing to depart without divulging more, the man, accustomed to dealing with those of lower status, quickly produced a few copper coins from Li Po and Apos' hand. His demeanor brightened as he spoke. One family bears the surname Ma, reportedly related to Li Gongchao from the county office, while the other, well, is connected to Wang Kanjun from the military. You ought to exercise caution. Suddenly, he was seized by the collar, and a thunderous roar filled the air. Caution! What of Wang Kanjun or Li Gongchao? This was precisely why Li Po was reluctant to engage with such rough-hewn ruffians. Their propensity for violence was alarmingly high, and disputes could escalate into chaos with little provocation. They were adept at bullying, and interactions with them demanded a great deal of patience and nerve. Even sharing a meal required vigilance against potential troubles they might incite, which was exceedingly vexing. Individuals like Li Po, who preferred to strike swiftly and decisively, found little appeal in such brutish conduct. devoid of any artistry. True soldiers should embody the essence of stillness in repose and agility in action. This was a time of great upheaval, a precursor to the rise of heroes willing to risk their lives. Yet amidst the tumultuous tide of events, what role shall Lepori assume? Intertwined with the fates of these individuals? On the way back to the stable, Yuan Lang could not help but inquire, "Brother, are you worried?" As certain matters lingered in his mind, the following day, someone sought him out. A representative from the military, accompanied by 2 refugees who had previously resided in a refugee camp, arrived. Engaging in real estate transactions is hardly a significant affair, especially in Mai, where property values remain dismally low. Regardless of the soaring grain prices, the housing market languishes in a state of stagnation. Nevertheless, the principles of the Han Dynasty resonate deeply within the populace, for only those truly in dire straits would part with their homes. The presence of these 2 refugees, brought along by the visitor, suggests various interpretations. Optimistically, one might speculate that they were merely mistaken in their intentions or sought introductions. Conversely, a more pessimistic view might infer that they had heard of Lepori and Apo's actions within the refugee camp, presuming him to be soft-hearted and thus harboring ulterior motives, perhaps even veiled threats. Who can say for certain? Chapter 62. Arson. The visitor was surnamed Lu, named Lu Wuzhou. It was a name that rang a bell. Yet Li Pe, lacking in education, could not recall the details of this man's life. Lu was a native of Shandong, young yet remarkably mature, speaking with clarity and a measured pace, exuding an air of confidence that easily inspired trust and affection. However, the inhabitants of Mai were largely of a similar ilk. Even the most placid demeanor could hardly conceal the inherent ferocity etched into their very bones. 2 vagrants acted as messengers, summoning Li Pe outside. Their performance was somewhat lacking. Li Pe observed the 2 elderly men, clad in simple garments, bowing and nodding, yet utterly failing to disclose who had invited him out. Though his heart brimmed with caution, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet, having encountered such situations numerous times, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on it excessively. Human nature is capricious. One can never predict the actions of others. Nevertheless, the destination was not far from the stable, and there was little cause for concern. Soon enough, he found himself face to face with Lu Wuzhou. Lu and Apo's magnanimity was apparent as he promptly elucidated the circumstances surrounding his visit. He claimed to be a cousin of the military officer Wang Jun, who had taken an interest in Li Pe's residence. Wang Jun hailed from the Wang family of Jinyang, and his cousin, having enlisted in the army, had come to Mai in search of lodging. Lu exuded a sense of purpose, and it did not take long for Li Pe to discern this. What Li Pe remained unaware of was Lu Wuzhou and Apo's considerable reputation in Mai, known for his generosity and chivalry, traits quintessential to the heroic figures of the grassroots. Most importantly, Lu hailed from a modest yet affluent family, suggesting that he was not lacking in resources, which tempered the roughness often associated with such backgrounds. However, Li Pe's attention was not fixated on him, and without a moment's hesitation, he declared, 5 guan of silver, and the house is yours. Lu was taken aback, not due to the exorbitance of the price, but because it was remarkably modest, and the straightforwardness of the offer was unexpected. Could it be that the name of the Wang family intimidated him? That seemed unlikely. Little did Lu know that Li Pe was already somewhat vexed. He had resolved the previous night to take a stand against the likes of Wang Canjun and Li Gongqiao, promising himself that should he ever rise above them, they would find their names forsaken should they still have a place to reside and food to eat. It is worth mentioning that Li Pe rarely harbored grudges. Since his arrival here, he had acted rather casually, adapting his conduct to the whims of the local power dynamics. However, now, having just emerged from the encampment of vagrants and after only a few days of relative stability, someone was again attempting to usurp his home. It was infuriating. Did they truly believe him to be as pliable as clay? Especially that wretched Li Gongqiao, who seemed to be pursuing him relentlessly, leading Li Pe to question whether this man bore a personal vendetta against him. He did not consider this to be a legitimate real estate transaction. The atmosphere reeked of coercion. With the name of the Wang family looming large, it was clear that refusal was not an option. Certainly, there are likely some matters of reputation involved here, with the military and civil officers potentially entangled in various unsavory dealings. He possesses a clear understanding of the psychology of those so-called prominent figures. Is this merely the misfortune of the innocent caught in the crossfire? Who can say? He is not far from the officialdom in Mai, yet not overly close either. Recklessly inquiring would yield little benefit. However, should the innocent fish in this scenario become irate, It could lead to complications. He had no intention of seeking out the old man. A mere house was not worth the trouble, since he had managed to acquire 2 large rooms empty-handed in the past, with an increasing circle of friends and some savings accumulated. Securing a residence was hardly a significant endeavor. Thus, he resolved to sell the house, though anyone who became involved might find it burdensome. Lu Wuzhou was completely unaware that those he was now associating with were markedly different from anyone he had encountered before. Although slightly taken aback, he nonetheless smiled and nodded, stating that 5 guan of money was not an excessive sum and could be delivered within half a day. However, it would require the young brother to make a trip for the property deed. This individual possessed a distinct smile, his eyes narrowing in a way that softened what was otherwise a serious and imposing visage, akin to a dramatic transformation. Li Pa shook his head, indicating that it was unnecessary. The deed lay beneath the left side of the bed in the house, and he could retrieve it himself. When the time came to transfer ownership, a mark would suffice. He chuckled, suggesting that Wang Qianjun and Appo's relatives should not fear a minor character like himself reneging on the agreement. After a moment of thought, he clasped his fist in salute, his smile widening, promptly altering his address to Lu, stating that today's matters were executed under orders and he hoped for no offense. Should any difficulties arise in the future, Lu could seek Wuzhou at the military office, where he would undoubtedly do his utmost to assist. Li Pa returned the gesture, smiling and expressing politeness in response. Like a person unfazed by troubles, he maintained a remarkably regular and tranquil existence, engaging in physical training when necessary, cooking when the time came, and teaching when required. 2 days passed before the 5 guan were received, and with the deed signed, the house was entirely relinquished from Li Pa and Appo's ownership. That evening, once all had retired for the night, Li Pa quietly waited for over an hour before stealthily departing from the stable. Under the cover of darkness, he scaled the high walls of the county office with the agility of a feline. To him, the guards seemed as ineffective as a sieve. Of course, the prospect of claiming Li Jing and Appo's had appeared unlikely. Yet, entering and exiting the periphery of the county office proved to be a trivial task for him. He soon navigated his way to the residence with familiar ease. Now that spring had arrived, the gentle breeze was not conducive to arson. However, Mai had yet to enter the rainy season, leaving the air dry and ripe for a swift blaze. Damn it, if we cannot reside here, then let none have it. A fire shall cleanse it all. Since entering Mai City, he had fully embraced the acts of murder and arson, and today marked the completion of his endeavors. Chapter 63 Tragedy in the 3rd month of the 7th year of the Great Cause, Li Jing, the magistrate of Mai County, was still inspecting the granaries across the region, instilling a sense of trepidation among the local officials. The other officials were not faring any better. Since Li Jing had taken charge of Mai, he had been rather complacent, maintaining a firm grip on the 3,000 cavalry and infantry within the military camp, yet refraining from any significant actions. However, the circumstances had changed. The emperor intended to launch a campaign against Liaodong, and, as usual, the news spread widely across the realm. Given Mai's proximity to Hebei, failing to implement necessary reforms could lead to dire consequences in the future. Li Jing had endured nearly 20 years of misfortune and was acutely aware of the stakes involved. Not to mention others, even his elder brother in the capital had his eyes fixed on him, waiting for any misstep. Of course, Li Jing and Appo's own ambitions were a significant factor as well. Over the years, he had faced his share of struggles. Initially, he had served under Yang Su, but his brother, Li Duan, was a trusted confidant of the Grand General Shi Wanzui. The power struggle between Yang Su and Gao Chang had persisted for over a decade, impacting many in their wake. At that time, Gao Chang's former subordinates were spread throughout the court, effectively overshadowing Yang Su. Ultimately, it was Yang Su who emerged victorious. Li Jing recognized that among the prominent officials of the court, Gao Chang was unparalleled in both talent and prestige. The downfall of such a remarkable minister was not solely due to the prowess of his rival Yang Su, but rather owing to his own excessive merit, which had drawn the emperor and Appo's suspicion. In the tumultuous clashes of power, interspersed with struggles for the throne, Li Jing and Appo's faction was akin to a small boat caught in a storm, easily capsized. With the death of Shi Wanzui, Li Duan was stripped of his position and reduced to common status. The faction aligned with Yang Su had triumphed, leaving Li Jing with no gains as he quietly exited the capital, a clear retaliation against him. While the powerful remained unscathed, it was the lesser beings who bore the brunt of the turmoil. During that upheaval, Li Jing was merely one of the many pawns. However, the tides of fate, are unpredictable. The crown prince Yang Guang was deposed, and Gao Chang was demoted. The once renowned minister had reached the end of his political career. Yet, one could argue that he was somewhat fortunate. In the waning years of Emperor Wen, many founding ministers faced ruin, yet Gao Chang managed to withdraw unscathed. Which was no small feat. Yang Su, in turn, garnered the trust of Emperor Wen and Empress Dugu, significantly enhancing his influence. The saying that it is easier to secure a position in the capital is not without merit. Kinship pales in comparison to the allure of power and wealth. Moreover, although the Li family was not among the foremost in the capital, they were indeed part of the prominent families of Chang and Apos. And it was not surprising that such a large clan would experience upheaval. As the head of the family, Li Duan harbored a deep-seated wariness towards his brother. For he was the only one capable of vying for the position of family leader. Had his younger brother not been so young at the time, it is conceivable that the title of Duke of Yongkong might not have fallen to him. Thus, Li Jing found himself ensnared by the machinations of his elder brother. Although he had been promoted, he was relegated to a remote outpost like Mai, with people whispering that his advancement was merely a result of his brother's influence, leaving Li Jing with unspoken grievances. At this juncture, Yang Su found himself in a predicament akin to that of the former esteemed minister Gao Jiang. Having fallen under the emperor and Apos' suspicion, it was said that he refrained from seeking medical attention upon falling ill and ultimately succumbed to his ailment while still in office. Ironically, less than a year after Yang Su's demise, the life of the renowned minister Gao Jiang also drew to a close. These two long-standing rivals departed this world almost in unison, symbolizing the tumultuous end of Emperor Wen's reign. The ambitious new emperor, seated upon the throne, surveyed his surroundings, brimming with confidence, and finally felt a sense of reassurance, for no one possessed the audacity or prestige to challenge him any longer. At this moment, Li Jing painfully realized that the only remaining individual in the court who still remembered him and held him in their thoughts was likely Li Duan. The tragedy of his life requires no elaboration. At the time he most needed support, his uncle Han Qitian passed away. Just as he began to make his mark and sought to achieve something of significance, he was swiftly accused and exiled from the capital. When the new emperor ascended the throne and he glimpsed a flicker of hope, Yang Su passed away. Although his official rank finally increased, he found himself in the desolate place of Mai. He yearned to achieve military merit, yet the Turks did not appear, and aspirations of being appointed as a governor were thwarted. Moreover, Mai was a site where his elder brother Li Duan had previously fought, and several of his former subordinates still lingered there. If Li Jing hoped to accomplish anything in this place, he would have to seek their approval. Li Jing's early life was fraught with various tragedies, as he found himself ensnared in circumstances beyond his control, each pitfall making it increasingly difficult to escape. How could one expect such a man to diligently guard the borders of the nation in Mai? However, in the 7th year of the Great Cause, Li Jing, who had gradually lost hope, seemed to catch a glimmer of light. He understood that even if he strained every nerve, it was improbable for him to join the army in their campaign against Liaodong. Yet, Mai was perilously close to Hebei, and he held a firm conviction that the emperor would personally lead the expedition. Despite considering this to be a profoundly foolish endeavor, as the emperor's grandiosity became increasingly incomprehensible, one could discern echoes of the late Jin dynasty's warlords in his character and actions. Nevertheless, for Li Jing, this represented the closest he had been to the emperor in nearly 2 decades. Thus, he yearned for the emperor to be aware of his presence in Mai, a place where the esteemed General Han Qitian once praised him for his military acumen. Consequently, during this inspection of the granaries, Li Jing resolved to exert every effort. This was a clear purging, with many local officials facing execution, half of whom were military leaders. Li Jing had made the resolute decision to eliminate the remnants of his brother Li Duan's former subordinates in Mai, facilitating his future endeavors. At this time, a small fire in the city of Mai provided yet another pretext for the nearly bloodthirsty Li Jing. Chapter 64. Consequences. The fire was not particularly large. It merely reduced a residence to ashes. Such incidents were not uncommon in Mai. However, when the news reached Li Jing, its flavor changed entirely. A trusted confidant informed Li Jing, discreetly revealing that Wang Yuan, the military officer, and Li Zongfang, the administrative officer, were complicit in their families' disputes over inheritance. Li Zongfang's brother-in-law, Lu Junhua, desperate over the inheritance struggle, resorted to arson. Li Jing could not help but smile at this. It was akin to receiving a pillow just as one was about to fall asleep. Who could resist a chuckle? Wang Yuan hailed from the Wang clan of Jinyang, a lineage with an exceptionally long history, one of the few that can trace its roots beyond it. Naturally, the Yang clan is not merely renowned for its heritage. It currently stands as one of the foremost noble families in the Jin region. The descendants of the Yellow Emperor, the Wang family name, refers specifically to the present-day Yang clan. They share a lineage with the Wang clan of Langya and Shandong, both having existed for over a millennium. Despite the tumult of the world, the Yang surname endures, as if they are the true masters of Jin, while others are mere transients. Such entrenched power, deeply rooted and flourishing, presents an insurmountable challenge for Li Jing, who was merely the county magistrate of Mai. Even if he were to become a Wang of Jinyang, he would find it difficult to contend with them in the eyes of the people of Jin. The only true Wang of Jinyang can be from the Wang clan itself. No one else could substitute for them. A family of status, a lineage spanning millennia. The Wang clan is indeed worthy of its accolades. Fortuitously, Wang Yuan, the military officer of Mai, is but a distant branch of the Jinyang clan. Merely another parasite clinging to the family. Despite his position, he is woefully ignorant of border military affairs and often engages in discussions of literature and art, starkly contrasting with the local customs of Mai. It is evident that, like many ancient noble families, the Wang clan is steeped in nostalgia, still yearning for the grandeur of past sages, endlessly admiring them. A glance at recent years reveals how few truly emerged from such venerable lineages in the northern territories. When the powerful clans of Guanxi looked down upon all heroes, these genteel families could only bow their heads in submission, daring to mutter a few words of disdain against the barbarian invaders. Indeed, in this era of martial prowess, these prominent Han families have gradually faded from prominence, still revolving within the confines of the 9-rank system while being blissfully unaware that the true heroes of the realm are poised to make their move. Naturally, Li Jing, who has endured misfortune for over a decade, would not easily provoke such a colossal entity. However, his nephew, the young Li Zongfang, would be a different matter altogether. Li Zongfang, a genuine scion of a prominent clan from Guanxi, possesses strength and vigor, relishing archery and horseback riding, with a penchant for hunting rather than carnal pleasures. Though he does enjoy the occasional libation. As for his talents, they are modest, in Li Jing's eyes, if left to his own devices. His nephew would only manage to become the head of a county constabulary. Now in his 20s, he occupies the position of administrative officer in Mai, rather pleased with himself. Having accomplished little of substance, he is often the one to invite friends for outings beyond the city, likely having forgotten his father's admonition to keep an eye on his uncle long ago. The fire blazed at an opportune moment for this nephew. Li Jing would not show the slightest mercy. Having served in office for many years, his political acumen was undeniably sharp. He promptly recommended the military officer Wang Yuan to assume the position of chief military officer at Mai. Without delay, Li Jing dispatched a letter to Wang Yuan, in which he sternly reproached him for indulging his family, engaging in disputes over inheritance, and the increasing lethargy within the military office since his appointment. Only towards the end did he append some words of consolation, reiterating the recommendation for the position of chief military officer. This combination of admonition and encouragement left Wang Yuan utterly bewildered. Nevertheless, the position of chief military officer was indeed a tempting prospect for him. Self-proclaimed as a scholar, he found his stay in the military office rather uncomfortable, yet the chief military officer was the foremost among the various offices. If he were to secure this position, it would equate to a promotion. Overwhelmed with both astonishment and delight, he conferred with others, promptly composed a letter to the governor and Appo's office in Daizhou, and swiftly summoned his cousin for a thorough reprimand, instructing him to remain in the military camp and not to set foot in Mai City without cause. Li Zongfang and Li Jing were much alike in their youth, yet he had not yet grasped the sudden loss of the Mai chief military officer position. When Li Zongfang first came to serve in Mai, Li Jing and Appo's elder brother, Li Duan, had penned a lengthy letter to his younger brother, expressing heartfelt sentiments of brotherly affection and subtly hinting at the desire for Li Jing to personally mentor Li Zongfang. The frustration Li Jing felt at that time was indescribable. After years of separation, did his elder brother still perceive him as the naive youth who, out of brotherly affection, incessantly urged him to distance himself from the court? Not only was he disinclined to accept his nephew as a disciple, but even the sight of him was utterly distasteful. Perhaps for Li Duan, who resided in the capital, life had been quite tranquil over the years, and he had not pursued a vendetta against his brother, which could be deemed as an act of benevolence. However, for Li Jing, nearly 2 decades had elapsed, during which countless ambitions had been gradually eroded. The splendor of the capital had appeared in his dreams on numerous occasions. Had he been in the capital, given 20 years, he might have aspired to the position of chief minister by now, thereby elevating the Li family. 2 decades had not only severed his path to promotion but also extinguished the prospects of the Li family's rise, rendering it an unfortunate fate for his household. Without a doubt, Li Duan was the principal architect of the Li family and Apos, as continued dependence on others, living in a state of prolonged hardship. Now, it was his turn to write a letter to Li Duan. Years of suffering surged forth at this moment. However, Li Jing was no longer the impetuous youth of yore. Having reached the age of discernment, he would not act on impulse. Thus, this lengthy missive bore a striking resemblance to the letters of his elder brother from years past. By this point, the turmoil in Mai had nearly subsided. The remnants of Sui and Li Duan's presence in Mai had been gradually eradicated by Li Jing, who had also drawn closer to the Wang family of Jinyang, unperturbed by the hidden daggers from the capital. The blaze ignited by Li Po unexpectedly filled Li Jing's heart with great joy, a circumstance that Li Po could never have imagined. Chapter 65. Li, by having acquired 5 guan of silver yet lost a residence, it is fair to say that this transaction has proven to be rather unprofitable. 5 guan is scarcely sufficient to treat someone to a meal of roasted lamb. By mid-March, Li Chun had grown taller, matching Li Po in stature. With ample nourishment, warm clothing, and diligent practice, he had developed considerable strength. Now, he could not only mount a war horse and gallop a few laps independently, but had also commenced training with a sword. When it comes to wielding a blade, Yuan Lang, who had been familiar with the hilt since childhood, was significantly more adept than Li Po. Li Po, undeterred by any embarrassment, humbly sought guidance and encouraged Li Chun to refer to Yuan Lang as brother, which greatly satisfied Yuan Lang's vanity and inspired him to teach with utmost dedication. As the spring rains passed, the weather gradually warmed. This also revealed the precarious situation of Li Jing. Trustworthy and capable individuals were scarce, leaving him with no choice but to rely on his daughter. Indeed, while there were not many women in positions of power during this era, there were certainly a notable number. Women capable of influencing the tides of the world emerged frequently, such as the renowned Princess Yiqing of the Sui Dynasty, who was married to the Turkic people and now resided in the northern deserts. In the Sui military, the presence of women was not uncommon. Daughters of noble families from the northwest often practiced archery and horsemanship, exhibiting fierce temperaments and competing with their brothers for glory. Among them, the third daughter of Li Jing stood out. In the 4th year of the Great Cause, she led 500 cavalry into the clouds, pursuing for 100 miles and defeating the traitorous General Si Mishi at the banks of the Great River, returning with his severed head. For this military achievement, she was promoted to general of the vanquished bandits. In the autumn of the 6th year of the Great Cause, she was dispatched by her father to disguise herself and venture northward to gather intelligence on the Turks, returning in the spring. One could say she was a true heroine, one of Li Jing and Apos' most formidable allies in governing Mishi. Now elevated to the position of military officer in Mishi, her promotion was not solely due to Li Jing and Apos' lack of options, but was also a testament to her military accomplishments, capabilities, and valor. Li Jing's prowess in mentoring his disciples is well known, and many future events would attest to the fact that beneath his tutelage lay the cradle of genuine military talent. Currently, he was merely testing the waters with his daughter. However, these matters bore little relevance to Li Po. As a humble horse attendant, he found it quite challenging to establish a connection with Li Bai. She sought the company of Yuan Lang, and as expected, he endured some punishment and narrowly escaped with an arm injury. Although Li Po did not witness their sparring firsthand, he was well aware that Yuan Lang, with his indiscriminate strength, had caused Li Bai considerable distress. Yet, Yuan Lang and Apos' triumph was short-lived, as he soon faced severe retaliation. A woman's heart is not easily placated. She approached the elder and, unbeknownst to him, expressed her grievances. Enraged, the elder then delivered a fierce beating to Yuan Lang. Following this, the young lady remained at Yuan Lang and Apos' side, tending to his bruises with the care of an elder sister, applying ointment while softly reassuring him, which left Yuan Lang, the foolish lad, overwhelmed with gratitude. Li Po observed this scene with a heavy heart, reflecting that the women of this era were far more formidable than the fashionable women of later times. After the young girl departed, she seldom returned. Perhaps due to her busy schedule, or perhaps, as she herself stated, she had lost interest in these martial arts. According to her words left for Yuan Lang, she deemed these skills as inferior, While they may serve a common person for self-defense or even cause harm, they are not suitable for soldiers. The volatile nature of soldiers, when armed with such skills, could lead them to injure others in a fit of rage, in the face of the enemy. No matter how proficient one becomes in hand-to-hand combat, it is no match for blades and axes, rendering it futile. Immersing oneself in such pursuits merely wastes time, as most would transform into mere entertainment for the elite. This skill is indeed a means of self-defense for women and should not be practiced by men. It is unclear whether her frustration stemmed from her own defeat or if she was merely reflecting on her thoughts. Regardless, the critique was not overly flattering, yet seemed to hold some merit. Subsequently, Yuanling sought out Li Pe, grumbling for quite some time. Li Pe understood that this lad, under his grandfather and Appo's strict supervision, had little opportunity to express his temper, thus developing a tendency to be easily swayed. The esteemed position of the third Miss, Li Bai, in his eyes, held significant weight. Her words carried the weight of 10 or 100 of his own, causing him to waver. Such tendencies must be suppressed, for the good days at the stable depended on this lad. Should he abandon his studies, his standing within the stable would surely be jeopardized. To think that practicing martial arts is merely for the purpose of inflicting harm is a grave misunderstanding. One is like a blade, requiring constant honing to maintain its sharpness. Martial arts cultivate both the body and the spirit. Similar to the art of dance, rhythm is essential. One must step in time to create beauty. Otherwise, the performance becomes unbearable to watch. Thus, in combat, whether utilizing fists or weapons, one must possess rhythm. This is precisely what we are training for in the life and death moments. One must maintain greater composure than others, step in time more accurately, move more nimbly, and breathe more steadily than one's adversaries to secure victory. Amidst this convoluted reasoning, Yuanling finally clapped his hands, beaming with delight, exclaiming, "See, such formidable skills cannot possibly be useless. My brother simply did not witness how thoroughly I bested third sister. Truly, he is a forgetful one, unable to recall past defeats. Why bother reasoning with him?" He further mentioned having heard that it was the military officer Li Zhongfang who instigated the fire, and that the two feuding families had engaged in several scuffles over property disputes. Chapter 66. Miscellaneous Tales. Li Pe, despite his personal preferences, was able to appreciate those who could consider others. Such individuals were worthy of acquaintance. Monumental matters were a different realm, revealing true skill. Yet minor affairs often allowed for the exchange of trivialities. After some time, the boisterous Ching sought Li Pe and Appo's company once more, inviting him to drink. This time, it was Chung himself who bore the expenses, having received his wages. This man, as long as his pockets were not entirely emptied, was not one to squander his wealth. He valued righteousness over riches, albeit his commitment to righteousness remained somewhat ambiguous, while his frugality was undeniably evident. As for his fiery brother-in-law, he had already been dispatched to Yanmen. Those who followed Li Zhongfang had also met misfortune, facing serious charges for their privately recorded achievements. This was far from trivial, as Li Zhongfang hailed from a prominent family in the Guangzhou region and was the nephew of the local magistrate. Thus, while he might merely lose his official position, others would not be so fortunate. Upon hearing this, Li Pe felt a surge of joy. For the unjust punishment he had endured at the city gate was now met with karmic retribution for these scoundrels. Having made a few friends certainly had its advantages. One could glean a wealth of information amidst the plethora of trivial matters. The old man undoubtedly possessed even more knowledge, being a semi-master of the county government himself. He had once served as a close bodyguard to the illustrious General Han Qitian and later fulfilled a protective role alongside Li Jing. With a bond akin to kinship with Li Jing, he subsequently married Li Jing's sister-in-law, Chun, earning the affectionate title of uncle from Li Jing's children, indicative of his esteemed status. As a master, he refrained from gossiping about the affairs of the county. For instance, the county government was rife with outsiders, predominantly from Hebei and Shandong, yet they scarcely held any influence. The power still resided with the locals from the Guangzhou region and Jin. A certain Li Yuan, from the outer offices, had lost a yellow dog, causing quite the uproar. The Hebei natives accused the Shandong folk of stealing and slaughtering the dog, while the Shandong residents insisted that the dog meat had already found its way into the bellies of the Hebei people. As accusations flew back and forth, the Jin people joined the fray, vociferously clamoring, though none truly intended to engage in physical confrontation or offer Li Yuan an opportunity to vent his frustrations. In the end, while they continued their bickering, Li Yuan and another official, Zhang, ended up in a scuffle, leaving the rest as mere spectators. There were murmurs that the county magistrate, while not fond of wine or women, had a penchant for military texts. Anyone capable of presenting him with a book on military strategy that he had not yet encountered would surely be rewarded handsomely. Alas, among the crowd, many were illiterate. Even if a military treatise lay before them, they would likely be unable to comprehend it, rendering this avenue of approach futile. The conversation turned to the various personalities and intriguing tales of Mai, capturing Li Po and Apos' interest. Among them was Lu Wuzhou from the military department. Those he associated with, while labeled as heroes, were more akin to outlaws, were it not for the magistrate's decree forbidding the use of blades and firearms within the city. And the promise of thorough investigations in the event of a homicide, Lu Wuzhou would likely have blood on his hands. Li Po quickly grasped the implications. It was evident that this man was a leader of a criminal syndicate infiltrating the government. Indeed, Lu Wuzhou was also from Shandong. Having quarreled with his elder brother back home and subsequently banished for consorting with bandits, ultimately bringing his sister along to Mai. After a hearty drinking session, Li Po found himself enriched with a wealth of knowledge. Returning to the stable, he was met with another round of the old man and Apos' incessant nagging. Although the old man had ceased to express his anger towards him, his appetite had been spoiled by Li Po's cooking. If he missed a meal prepared by Li Po, he would feel utterly unwell. Thus, amidst the relentless grumbling, he lamented that Li Po had strayed from his duties, insinuating that it was rather disgraceful to neglect sincere worship in favor of mingling with idle company and engaging in frivolous pursuits. Once the old man finished his tirade, Yuan Lang quietly approached to inform Li Po that he must be included on the next drinking outing. Otherwise, he would inform the elder. As night fell, lying in bed, he was once again subjected to Li Chun and Apos' complaints, who bemoaned that he frequently ventured out without her. Li Po found himself at a loss for words. After all, he had merely gone out for a drink. Did it truly warrant such fuss, as if their lives could not continue without him? Yet, he could not help but feel a twinge of pride at being needed. There was a certain satisfaction in being sought after. The following day, the third miss made her appearance at the stable once more. This time, it was for a matter of significance, as she needed to lead a group to inspect the horse grounds, requiring the presence of a groom. The cavalry was under the command of the infantry, yet the personal inspection by the infantry and Apos' military advisor signified that the specter of war was drawing ever closer. The old man, no longer young, would not wish to burden himself, and naturally, Li Bai had no intention of subjecting him to hardship. She merely desired Yuan Lang to accompany her. The old man was well aware of Li Bai's intentions. Becoming an infantry military advisor meant following the well-trodden path of the sons of Guancher. One could either rise as a general or ascend to officialdom, with the pinnacle being the dual roles of general and minister. At such a juncture, having a few trusted aides by one's side became essential. After some contemplation, although he felt some reluctance, he recognized that his son had indeed reached the age to embark on a career. He could not keep him sheltered under his wing forever, for that would be akin to confining a fledgling eagle within a bamboo cage. Chapter 67. Temptation. The elder summoned Li Po and Yuan Lang before him. San Yang is going to inspect the horse farm. You two shall accompany her. This was stated in the presence of Li Bai, naturally carrying an air of inviolability. It was only natural for Yuan Lang to follow, while Li Po was merely an addition. This was the culmination of Li Po and Apos' months of effort. Opportunities that seem to materialize suddenly are, in truth, reserved for those who are prepared and willing to exert themselves. Those who merely wait for fortune to fall into their laps. Even when opportunities present themselves, how could they possibly seize them? Li Bai readily agreed, deeming it a trivial matter. The elder expressed his satisfaction and cautioned the two, reminding them to heed San Yang during their journey, lest they bring disgrace upon him. Otherwise, he added, you shall remain in the stable, with no hope of venturing elsewhere. He then turned to Li Bai, stating, these two are young and inexperienced. Should they err, feel free to discipline them. Uncle, they have left the county with me. Even if they hold military positions, they are to adhere to military law, which has little to do with me. Wouldn't you agree? The elder rolled his eyes, having been by Li Jing and Apos' side for many years. He found the tone of this statement all too familiar. With a vexed wave of his hand, he dismissed them. Off you go, spare me the grandiose reasoning. Li Bai, with a cheerful demeanor, led Li Po and Yuan Lang out of the room. Li Po cast a sidelong glance, pondering that this girl, though young, was adept at deception. He resolved to remain vigilant while in her company. Otherwise, he might find himself embroiled in perilous situations. Nevertheless, she possessed a charming smile, her eyes curving and her lips tilting, exuding a certain adorability, though her nature was indeed daunting. The young woman swiftly validated Li Po and Apos' thoughts. Upon exiting the house, her smile vanished, her hands clasped behind her back, and her head held high. San Lang, hurry and pack our belongings. We shall embark this afternoon. We must bid farewell to your grandfather properly, lest we cause him worry. Yuan Lang sauntered away. Li Po, contemplating whether to broach the subject of bringing Li Chun along, considered that it was not merely a matter of leaving her behind in the stable, but rather that, having trained in both boxing and swordsmanship, she was becoming quite accomplished. This presented an opportune moment to broaden her horizons. However, if she were to decline, it would simply be as it is. Additionally, it would serve as a small psychological evaluation of the young lady. A minor request, if met with outright refusal, would indicate a disposition towards straightforwardness and responsibility. In Li Po's estimation, she seemed inclined towards this character, not merely due to her frankness, but rather her elevated status and surplus sense of duty. Furthermore, she might not even offer an explanation, leaving one in suspense, which aligns well with the mindset of those in high places. Conversely, most ordinary individuals tend to hesitate when faced with rather audacious requests, often responding with a more tactful refusal. This consideration need not occupy his thoughts. If she had readily acquiesced, it would have revealed her cold disposition, for Li Chun, whom he had encountered, was merely a child. Thus, it became evident that her heart was considerably more hardened than that of others. As for the perverse individual, who could possibly predict his reaction? However, before he could utter a word, he noticed that Yuan Lang had already distanced himself. The woman's gaze shifted towards Li Po, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Her brow furrowed, and with a chilling tone she remarked, I feel as though I have seen you somewhere before. Li Po and Apos' heart skipped a beat, yet he remained resolute. Feigning ignorance, indeed, Sen Yang has encountered this lad a few days ago. The girl scoffed, her voice growing colder, her eyes piercing like daggers, slicing through Li Po and Apos' demeanor. Suddenly, she queried, a wolf travels 1,000 miles to feast. What follows next? Such a ploy would not ensnare someone like Li Po. Once he sensed any hint of danger, his psychological resilience rendered him unfazed, far surpassing any eccentricity. He lifted his head without a hint of abnormality. Staring blankly at the girl, and after a pause, he stammered, I do not know. The girl finally exhibited a flicker of suspicion, prompting Li Po to exhale in relief. Inwardly scoffing at her naivety, such trivial tricks could not deceive him. The girl, now tempering her gaze, stated coolly, you have an uncle named Li Chengshan, do you not? Yes. This lad has come to seek his uncle, he affirmed. Li Chengshan, who ventured beyond the borders in the 18th year of Kai Wang, guarded the frontier garrison in Yuncheng, under the jurisdiction of the Yuncheng Protectorate. However, in the second year of Day, amidst the chaos wrought by the rebel Yang Liang, he raised an army in Jinyang, aligning with the Yuncheng Protectorate. By the third year of Day, the Yuncheng Protectorate was abolished, and the soldiers of the border garrisons perished in great numbers due to turmoil. If you were to travel north to Yuncheng and fail to locate him, then take a detour to Mai, it would be understandable. But why the deliberate concealment? If coercion fails, one resorts to seduction. Such tactics did not faze Li Po in the slightest. He would never admit to anything. For once one asserts the origins of their being with conviction, retracting such statements becomes impossible. The consequences of backtracking only lead to greater complications. There would be no alternative outcome. Yet, he found himself puzzled by her arrogance, which seemed to be ingrained in her very bones, an almost effortless and innate haughtiness. From the first moment he laid eyes on her, he sensed this quality, while he was unaware of the demeanor of the prominent figures of this era. He could discern certain nuances from her. They were entirely distinct from those who came later, born of nobility. Their cultivated aura was something unattainable for subsequent generations. This was a singular essence, belonging exclusively to the ancient aristocracy. Even if later generations donned similar garments, they could not embody the intrinsic qualities that eluded expression. It was akin to later individuals masquerading as emperors, merely monkeys adorned in crowns, unable to fathom the mindset of an emperor capable of slaughtering 100,000 in a fit of rage, or shedding rivers of blood. A noble woman like Li Bai exemplified this truth. She would not deign to address the common folk with any regard, for in her eyes, they were akin to mere ants. Yet now, she had engaged in such extensive discourse with a lowly stable boy, leaving Li Po both astonished and filled with trepidation. He concealed his bewilderment deeply, merely widening his eyes in a state of slight terror, and exclaimed, Is uncle dead? Li Bai scrutinized Li Pa, gently nodding in acknowledgement. Observing Li Po's descent into a daze, devoid of much sorrow, she soon appeared to lose interest, casually waving her hand as if to convey a clear message, to hastily take his leave. Chapter 68. Departure. This woman is exceedingly cunning. It is likely that upon their first encounter, she recognized Li Po as somewhat familiar, yet feigned ignorance until she conducted her investigation, only to reveal her true intentions today. With such a psychological disposition, Li Po promptly categorized her as a deviant. Nevertheless, he stubbornly lingered, oblivious to the danger, and inquired, I wish to bring my sister along. Would that be permissible? After a prolonged silence, the young woman responded coolly, The journey will not be entirely tranquil. If you wish to bring her, so be it. But do not lament your decision later. Her agreement, while seemingly straightforward, bore an undertone that did not align with Li Pa and Amp, Apos' expectations. He silently gritted his teeth, convinced that she must indeed be a pervert. There was little to prepare. Each person carried only a modest bundle containing provisions, a change of clothing, and their weapons, knives, bows, and arrows. Once ready, Li Pa surveyed himself with satisfaction. After half a year, his time had not been squandered, and he had fared reasonably well. The departure came swiftly. They had a hasty lunch before setting out. Just before their journey, the old man displayed a profound sense of melancholy. Suddenly, the stable was left with only him and two rather dim-witted grooms, and despite his familiarity with farewells, he could not conceal his reluctance. As the horses clopped away from the county seat, they met up with another group of 5. These young men exuded a fierce aura, accompanied by an unmistakable air of hostility. Li Pa needed only to inhale to discern their true nature. They were undoubtedly elite soldiers of the Sui army, seasoned in combat and radiating a palpable bloodlust. Thus, he paid them little heed. Upon departing the county seat, he was informed that he had attained an official position, which struck him as rather extraordinary. It seemed that becoming an official was so effortlessly achieved. Li Pa had been appointed as a military officer, the lowest rank within the hierarchy, yet it marked his entry into the grand tapestry of Sui officials, distinguishing him from lower clerks like Zhang Er and Bai Xuanshi. Now, the two bearded men, upon encountering him, were eager to bow and scrape. Although the Sui administrative framework delineated civil and military officials, the distinctions were not as pronounced as in later dynasties. It was common for civil officials to lead armies into battle and military officers to govern territories. Moreover, the structure of local government appeared perpetually prepared for warfare. In such a bureaucratic system, those without any capabilities found it exceedingly difficult to gain a foothold. The core power of the Sui dynasty resided with the high-ranking officials and generals, all of whom were quintessential warriors. Since Emperor Yang Guang established the Sui dynasty to the era of Dy, despite numerous reforms undertaken by the father and son duo, the vestiges of the Western Wei and Amp, Apos' Yuantai era remained pervasive throughout the officialdom. Consequently, later generations often characterized the Sui dynasty as a realm governed by the military faction of Gu Enling. Now, Li Pa found himself entrenched within this very system, a benefit attributed to the old man and Amp, Apos' endorsement and his identity as a person from Gu NX. Those from Gu NX often enjoyed such advantages. As Li Pa approached the northern gate of Mai, he gazed around, filled with a sense of nostalgia. Here, the once familiar presence of Wei Qi has vanished, and the young, enigmatic tax officer is nowhere to be seen. The sight of a small group of itinerant refugees bustling in and out is now a distant memory. A few months have passed, yet it feels as if an entire era has elapsed. A gatekeeper, accompanied by 2 young soldiers, observed the approaching group and saluted sharply. But the travelers hurried past, reminiscent of the cavalcade of horsemen from days gone by, once only to be gazed upon from afar and later subjected to a beating. The small refugee has undergone a profound transformation. Upon exiting the northern city gate, the group proceeded directly northwest. Thankfully, they meandered along the river for a short distance before veering northward. Moreover, it is an undeniable fact that the number of refugees from Mai has been steadily increasing. They traversed one of the 2 main postal routes of Mai County, heading north beyond the Great Wall towards Dingxiang, while the other route lay to the east, leading to Yunyi, which would later be known as Datong. They arrived at a relay station just as twilight descended, perfectly timed. Upon presenting their travel documents, the relay station chief immediately directed the porters to spring into action, some preparing meals and others tending to the horses. The station was quite sizable, given its proximity to Mai County, suggesting a considerable flow of travelers. Had Li Ponen encountered this relay station upon his return, he might have mistaken it for the estate of a wealthy family. This indirectly attests to the advanced state of communication within the Sui Dynasty. Of course, Mai may be a unique case, as it was a hub for military intelligence transmission, horse transportation, and troop movements, necessitating a well-equipped relay station. Aside from the relay station chief, the porters received no wages. They were part of a labor force that worked without compensation. Without further ado, the group of 9 entered the station and was met with exceptionally warm hospitality. The porters scurried about, serving tea and water, their demeanor humble as if they themselves were refugees. Only the young woman ventured into a room to freshen up, while the others, feeling the pangs of hunger, were less concerned with such niceties. Soon, food was brought forth, along with 2 jars of wine. Complimentary offerings, a customary perk for officials on their journeys. Chapter 69. The Brawl During Mealtime. Li Pu and Li Chun huddled in a corner, claiming a table for themselves, while 5 soldiers occupied another. Li Bai and Yuan Lang reserved yet another. The delineation of status was starkly evident in this arrangement. After a couple of bites and a sip of mutton soup, Li Pa found himself utterly despondent over the food available, preferring instead to gnaw on the flatbread he had brought along, to add to his displeasure. Just as Li Chun had served him a bowl of soup, the scruffy innkeeper approached and requested Li Chun and Apos, as company with Sergeant Li. Reluctantly, Li Chun bid Li Pa to eat well and speak less before being led away, leaving Li Pa solitary at the table, his loneliness palpable. However, Li Pa and Apos' survival instincts were akin to those of a rat. Without hesitation, he rose and made his way to the table occupied by the 5 soldiers. It was not due to a lack of modesty or an inability to endure solitude. Rather, he understood that the journey ahead was long, and if he did not take action now, the future could prove far more uncomfortable. The woman was cunning and deceitful, not particularly astute. Yet she carried an air of arrogance that he chose not to confront at this moment. All eyes turned toward him, and he could easily perceive the array of emotions, threats, rejection, scorn, and more. The military is a remarkably inclusive entity, assimilating any individual who enters its ranks. Yet, it simultaneously possesses a strong propensity for exclusion, rebuffing anything that deviates from their norm. Li Pa was most familiar with soldiers, having spent 5 years in a border garrison. In his eyes, regardless of the time or place, soldiers shared a common disposition, unyielding and stubborn, with brawling as their amusement, bullying newcomers as their pastime, obedience to superiors as their creed, defending the homeland as their rallying cry, bleeding for their profession, seeking promotion as their goal, and striving for achievements as their ideal. A soldier may be perceived as an ordinary individual, with minor differences, yet when a group of them congregates, the dynamic shifts entirely. For a lesser person to encounter them, it is wise to maintain distance. No amount of flattery will suffice, much like Li Po's initial encounter with Wei Qi and Lu Wu at the city gate. However, to integrate into their ranks, one must abandon excessive courtesy. The more one offers a smile, the more they relish delivering a slap to the face. Moreover, Li Pa, now holding a modest official title, felt no need to indulge their whims. The only slight apprehension stemmed from the fact that these individuals had emerged alongside him, indicating their association with someone of perceived trustworthiness. Their backgrounds likely were not particularly illustrious, a conclusion drawn from their demeanor. The table was ample, and even with his presence, there would be sufficient space. Yet he brazenly shoved the nearest, most robust individual, demanding, "Excuse me, could you make some room?" As anticipated, this ignited a fierce reaction. The man shot up in fury, towering over Li Pa and possessing a robust physique, complemented by an unsightly visage that exuded intimidation. "Are you addressing me?" he bellowed, scanning the room, prompting laughter and encouragement from those around him. Li Pa sighed inwardly, recognizing the foolishness of his opponent, a clear indication of a simpleton. Throughout history, the image of soldiers has often been tarnished by individuals of such ilk. How dare he refer to himself as old man in front of me? Enraged, Li Pa delivered a powerful punch to the man and Apos' stomach, and without further ado, a fierce brawl ensued, with the aggressor appearing even more like an impulsive youth. The initial stance was set, with an abundance of vigor, and the unsuspecting man received a heavy blow. To an observer, it seemed that Li Pa, in his wrath, had merely thrown a casual punch. However, it produced a resounding thud. The man, who had just been laughing moments before, suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock as he doubled over, clutching his belly and retching violently. expelling the contents of his stomach. Such a forceful strike to the abdomen could only be endured by an exceptionally robust individual. Li Pa stepped back, a frown creasing his brow. His expression a mix of arrogance and disbelief. Is he made of paper? How dare he call himself and Amp? Oppos, old man and Amp. Oppos. It is often said that when soldiers gather, it is wise to avoid provoking them. They share a profound sense of camaraderie, standing united in both triumph and defeat. As the commotion escalated, everyone around the table sprang to their feet. One man, closest to the fray, wasted no time in launching a punch, in a synchrony that suggested a shared understanding. He raised his palm, pushing it against his opponent's face. Yet, with that singular strike, the man let out a muffled cry, clutching his nose, tears streaming down his face. Navigating past him, Li Pa swiftly approached another adversary who intended to grab his collar. Mirroring his earlier encounter with Yuan Lang, Li Pa pressed down with both hands, deftly seizing the man's wrist. This time, he pivoted, causing the opponent to topple backward. With a swift motion, Li Pa's left palm struck precisely at the man's neck. With a thud, the man crumpled to the ground, clutching his neck and rolling in agony. Without pausing, Li Pa circled the table, swiftly confronting yet another opponent. This one, clearly startled, instinctively reached for a dagger resting on the edge of the table, which ultimately hampered his ability to retaliate in time. Li Pa effortlessly landed a punch to his face, causing his head to snap back and stars to dance before his eyes, blood streaming from his nose. The final opponent, more ferocious than the others, seized a wine jar and swung it towards Li Pa and Oppos' head. Determined to establish his dominance, Li Pa did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward, grasping the man and Oppos' wrist. With a swift maneuver, he snatched the jar from him, feeling its weight settle in his hands. Utilizing the downward momentum, he spun around and brought the jar crashing down onto the man's head. With a resounding crack, the jar shattered, wine spilling everywhere as the man staggered, clutching his head before collapsing to the ground. In an instant, chaos reigned, leaving a scene of utter disarray. The 5 soldiers encircled the table and the station master, along with several porters, stood astounded, unable to comprehend how these men had turned against one another so decisively and violently. Yuan Long and Li Chun, both exuberantly cheering for Li Pa, were unfortunately left with little regret as the encounter concluded far too swiftly, denying them the opportunity to engage. The young lady, exhibiting the poise of a seasoned commander, remained seated, showing no sign of movement. However, her lips twitched with a hint of frost. For while she was accustomed to witnessing soldiers battered and bruised in their brawls, this was her first experience of such a fierce altercation unfolding before her eyes. She found it rather novel and felt a twinge of admiration for the boy and Oppos' audacity. Yet, in hindsight, she regretted not having commanded them to cease earlier. She had never anticipated that this individual would possess such ferocity. The martial skills she had previously scorned revealed themselves to be alarmingly savage when unleashed. Chapter 70. Harmony. Without waiting for others to speak, Li Pa slightly bowed towards the young girl, tapping his chest with his fist twice. He then turned around, addressing the group. From now on, you all shall heed my commands. Which one of you is the squad leader? The audacity with which he usurped military orders was unparalleled. Yet, Li Pa remained silent, nonchalantly lowering her head to consume her food and sip her soup, tacitly consenting to the unfolding events. Such occurrences would certainly be unacceptable within the military, but for now, she chose not to dwell on it, as she had her own plans in mind. Li Pa's probing proved to be remarkably successful. However, he was acutely aware that the aftermath of this confrontation could be fraught with complications. Yet, what could be done? In the world of soldiers, might and weaponry reigned supreme. To these lower-ranking soldiers, the more brutish one was, the easier it was to carve out a place among them. The 4 standing men, clutching their noses, throats, and stomachs, glared fiercely, yet none intended to continue the fight. This was a positive sign. However, no one spoke up. Li Pa glanced around, suddenly realizing there was still one individual lying on the ground. This unfortunate soul was gravely injured, blood streaming from his head. Though it appeared to be merely superficial wounds, the severity of any potential concussion would depend on the sturdiness of the wine jars at the relay station. What are you all dawdling for? Help him up. Look at the blood. I told you, remember this, if you and Amp, Oppos, going to fight fair. Leave the weapons aside, or else the injuries will be worse, and I'll have to pay for your treatment. The 4 exchanged glances, casting furtive looks towards Li Pa, their spirits visibly deflated. 2 of them silently approached and, with a flurry of hands, managed to lift the unconscious man. Soon enough, he regained consciousness. Sit down, hurry and eat. Lipa commanded with a sense of ownership, patting the still-dazed fellow. Are you the squad leader? What should I call you? Lipa's swift movements and commanding presence etched a profound respect in the minds of these soldiers. Soldiers inherently adhere to the principle of might makes right, particularly within the ranks of the meritocratic Sui army. Even if they harbored resentment, as long as Sergeant Li remained silent, no unexpected incidents were likely to arise. The squad leader, clutching his head that reeked of alcohol, held his breath for a moment, feeling the intense gaze fixed upon him, the ferocity in those eyes palpable. With a flutter of anxiety, he slightly lowered his head and muttered, I am Li Wu, the fifth in my family. You can call me Li Wu. Lipa couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, your title as squad leader is indeed fitting. The others burst into laughter, for brawling was a commonplace affair for them. However, being thoroughly defeated by a youth in front of Sergeant Li was a bitter pill to swallow. Nevertheless, Lipa's overwhelming aura quickly quelled any thoughts of rebellion among them. In truth, this moment marked the beginning of their tentative acceptance of him as a leader. This exchange of words further led them to believe that while this fellow's methods may have been ruthless and his demeanor somewhat fierce, he possessed a certain wit. And the name Li Wu is indeed amusing. Interacting with soldiers is not particularly challenging. One simply needs to grasp their essence, and matters can be resolved in an instant. Li Wu awkwardly hummed a couple of notes. Once everyone was seated, Li Pu inquired further, what is your surname, Li? And how should I address you, Sergeant? At this point, he had completely grasped the pervasive nepotism of the Sui Dynasty. Upon hearing the surname Li, he promptly posed the question. A quick-tongued individual nearby, sensing a slight easing of the atmosphere, chimed in, the corporal has 2 brothers serving in the military at Mai. If they were to hear that the corporal had been injured, they would surely come seeking advice from the soldiers. Li Pa scoffed and nonchalantly shook his fist, retorting, with this fist of mine, perhaps it's best to let it be. The others erupted into laughter, their amusement rather simplistic. By this point, Li Pa had not only integrated himself into the group, but had also firmly established his standing. The camaraderie among men is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. Of course, such straightforwardness and boldness among soldiers of that era was a significant factor. Had this been a later time, one would not only face a beating, but also be barred from sharing a drink with the assailant. In such a scenario, the police would undoubtedly intervene, and one would subsequently seek legal counsel, bearing the financial burden of the ordeal. Li Pa slapped the table, beckoning the server for wine, and raised his cup, declaring, from this moment forth, we are all kin. A family does not speak in terms of strangers. Do you see that young lad over there? That is my younger brother. Erlang, please look after him. I extend my gratitude in advance. Laughter ensued once more, their hearts feeling entirely at ease as they clutched their large bowls and began to drink. Before long, the table was filled with light-hearted banter. Although they refrained from drinking excessively or raising their voices to disturb the sergeant, the atmosphere was undeniably harmonious. One individual jested about a light-hearted scuffle, while another lamented about blood dripping into his bowl, a rather unpleasant sight. However, with Li Pa's presence, the ambience transformed entirely. As the meal neared its conclusion, Li Pa had acquainted himself with everyone at the table. 3 bore the surname Li, and 2 were named Chin, all connected to the Li family in some manner. This was no mere gathering of guards, it was akin to a familial reunion. It further underscored the ubiquitous nature of nepotism in the Sui Dynasty. Li Wu took a cloth to wipe away the blood and leaned closer to Li Pa, inquiring about his origins. Li Pa simply stated, I hail from Fufeng in juncture, and I have no connections to the local magistrate. His expression clearly conveyed, I am not one to rely on the Li family for my standing. As for who his true patron was, he left that to conjecture, instilling a sense of awe in Li Wu. In stark contrast to the merriment here, the other side was markedly quieter. Yuan Lang and Li Chun watched intently, their hearts evidently elsewhere. The young woman found the meal increasingly tasteless, the food was subpar, and the harsh taste of strong liquor was even more unpalatable. Her grandfather often said that one must nurture soldiers for 1,000 days to deploy them for a moment. Look at these wretched rascals, robust in stature, yet disgraceful in action, leaving her dignity in the dust. A mere stable hand had them utterly bewildered. Yet he turned around to forge brotherly ties with them. Where had the bravado of manhood vanished? Is it truly the case that once they are subdued by others, she can be sold off afterwards? The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. With a sharp motion, she flung the chopsticks aside and turned to retreat to her room for some rest. Behind her, a crowd of people stood up in unison, watching her depart. Yet, she appeared quite solitary and somewhat forlorn. Chapter 71. Overnight stay. As night descended, Li Chun inquired of Li Pe, elder brother. Why are they so joyful despite having been beaten? Li Pe chuckled. They must be feeling a bit mischievous. Upon hearing this, Li Chun eagerly rubbed his fists. Then I shall go and give them a thrashing tomorrow. However, I fear I may not be a match for the 5 of them. Perhaps I should send Yuan San to test the waters? Him? He is even less capable than Xiao Chun. Li Pe lamented, recognizing that the child and Amp, Appo's earnestness might lead to his downfall. By the way, San Yung mentioned that Xiao Chun and Amp, Appo's dialect lacks authenticity. What of it? Does it truly matter? Li Pe replied dismissively. Now, let us sleep. Avoid her company in the future, and exercise caution on the road. Something feels amiss on this journey. Perhaps it would be better for you to remain in the city. Li Pe scoffed. Such well-marked paths. It would take a considerable fool to stray from them. Yet, he added, enough of this. Let us rest, for we must continue our travels tomorrow. Alas, what a dreadful meal this is. It appears we shall have to take on the role of chefs in the future. The night passed without incident, and by dawn, the 9 travelers departed from the inn. Shortly after noon on the following day, they arrived at Sangshui. Here, the mountains receded, and the terrain gradually flattened, with verdant grasslands replacing the brambles, becoming the predominant flora in sight. Their pace was leisurely, akin to a stroll through the countryside. The atmosphere was rather oppressive, primarily due to Li Bai's perpetual sour expression, which quickly dampened the spirits of her companions, who became increasingly cautious, fearful of invoking her ire. The inn appeared earlier than expected. With the sun still high in the sky, situated along the banks of Sangshui, this inn resembled others they had encountered, uniform in design, and once seen. It lost its novelty. However, this establishment boasted a greater number of horses and had even constructed a pig pen, indicating a higher level of ingenuity compared to the previous one. During this time, pigs were referred to by various names such as black-faced gentlemen and boar, all collectively applied to swine. While pork was not favored among the populace, it remained widely consumed among the lower classes. Evidently, the innkeepers here had raised some for their own sustenance. Surrounding the inn, they had cultivated fields, suggesting a determination for self-sufficiency. However, one must acknowledge their audacity. Should someone challenge them seriously, they would likely face dire consequences. The group did not linger at this inn, merely allowing their horses to drink and taking 2 legs of lamb before continuing their journey. This was not out of preference, but rather because Captain Li insisted on moving forward, leaving no room for dissent. Li Wu gazed longingly at the retreating inn and whispered to Li Pe, "It seems we shall be sleeping in the grass tonight." Thus, Li Pe too felt a pang of regret. After all, no one relishes the thought of sleeping outdoors. And he was no exception. Originally, the horse farm was not far off, and had they pressed on earlier, they would already be resting there. Yet now, they were compelled to spend another night under the stars. However, Li Pe soon found himself in high spirits, for he would no longer have to endure the meager fare offered at the relay station. 2 succulent legs of lamb awaited his culinary expertise, a welcome reprieve for his starved stomach. Alas, the few plump pigs frolicking about the station appeared tantalizing, yet they were disregarded as if worthless. The absurdity of people in these times was truly incomprehensible. That evening, the group set up a temporary camp by the banks of the Sangshui River. Observing Li Wu and the others swiftly erecting a small tent, evidently for Li Bai, Li Pe could not help but grimace at such disparity in status, feeling a rebellious stir within. Meanwhile, the others were bustling about, eager to curry favor, while Li Bai merely stood by the riverbank, adopting a pose akin to a statue. Li Pe, resigned, sent Yuan Lang and Li Chun to gather firewood while he dug a pit to prepare the hearth. Fortunately, he had made provisions for outdoor living before his departure. Once the pit was ready, he unloaded the 2 legs of lamb from his horse and retrieved some sharpened wooden skewers from his saddle. Sitting on the ground, he began slicing the lamb, seasoning it with salt before skewering the pieces. By the time the tent was raised, a fire had already been kindled. The soldiers, having finally consulted Li Bai, came over to help stoke the flames and set up the grill. Yuan Lang rolled his eyes, clearly disillusioned with these fellows, as their efforts were lackluster compared to his own. As darkness fell, the bonfire quickly grew robust. Li Pe kicked at the flames, urging them not to flare too high. Amidst the chaotic bustle, after a considerable effort, he managed to tame the fire and placed the skewered meat over it. The lamb soon sizzled and crackled, and Li Pe diligently sprinkled seasonings upon it, while the others, enticed by the aroma, found themselves salivating. Ever since their encounter in the forest, Li Pe had recognized that this individual was undoubtedly a connoisseur of food. Perhaps the reason they had not stayed at the relay station was the lamentable quality of its offerings. As anticipated, just like that night, Li Bai took a small bite. Her lips moving a few times before, in the blink of an eye, a skewer of lamb had vanished into her mouth. At that moment, her eyes narrowed with satisfaction, and the creases on her forehead relaxed. Yet, she only managed to utter a brief compliment. Good, well done. Li Wu, the sycophant, beamed with delight as if the praise were directed at him, promptly offering 2 more skewers. The others could only watch enviously, while Li Pu, feeling ravenous, swallowed hard. Inwardly grumbling, what is this, a jest? The young lady waved her hand at the skewers, which were swiftly snatched up by several people. 2 legs of lamb were simply insufficient to satisfy the appetites of these voracious eaters. Before long, they were devoured entirely, leaving the others feeling only half-sated. Perhaps the only one truly filled was Li Bai. Shortly thereafter, Li Wu unearthed a wine pouch from the saddle, and one by one, they took hearty swigs. Chapter 72, A Night and Appos, Este, Part 2, Who says there are no garments? I share my cloak with thee. When the king raises his army, I shall sharpen my weapons to share the same resentment with thee. Who says there are no garments? I share my warmth with thee. When the king raises his army, I shall hone my halberds to toil alongside thee. Who says there are no garments? I share my robe with thee. When the king raises his army, I shall prepare my armor to march alongside thee. On a spring night, amidst a gentle drizzle, an unfamiliar yet haunting melody arose beside the flickering campfire. It was a battle song unique to the Qin people, sung in a distinctive tone by the men of the western regions, echoing with an ancient, boundless fervor. This song has been passed down through generations, with countless Qin men marching into battle while singing it, returning victorious, and invoking the souls of their fallen comrades with its somber notes. Thus, the essence of the melody transcends mere words. It embodies the indomitable spirit and resilience of the Qin men, their vigor and strength, as well as their solitude and sorrow. At some point, Yuan Lang and Li Chen joined in, their youthful voices striving to ignite the fervor within them. Li Pu listened quietly. Having heard this battle song countless times in the military encampment, he once sought a sense of belonging within this familiar yet foreign tune, even shouting along with seasoned soldiers. Yet, the frigid winds of the frontier only deepened his feelings of loneliness, rendering this grand anthem a lament of discontent that was difficult to bear. However, now, the song finally resonated with him, embodying a newfound richness. As the flames danced, a young woman across the fire seized the wine pouch, drinking heartily. The liquor trickled down her chin, soaking her attire, yet she remained oblivious, casting the empty pouch aside and singing with unbridled energy. At this moment, this noblewoman from the Western aristocracy shed her superfluous facades, revealing her exuberant spirit. When the song subsided, the young woman resumed her rhythm, singing with fervor. With the Wu spear and the armor of rhinoceros hide, the chariots collide, and the short weapons engage. The banners obscure the sun, while enemies gather like clouds, arrows fall like rain, as soldiers vie for the forefront. Through the enemy ranks I charge, their manes trailing behind. To the left, the chariots falter. To the right, the blades inflict wounds. With the wheels shrouded in dust, and the 4 steeds bound, embracing the jade drum, I strike to the beat. When heaven's wrath descends, the divine fury unleashed, we slaughter all, leaving the fields forsaken. With no retreat and no return, the plains stretch infinitely. Bearing long swords and wielding Qin bows, though my body departs, my heart remains unpunished. Indeed, brave in spirit and armed with might, ever steadfast, I cannot be subdued. Though my body may perish, my spirit shall linger. With resolute souls, we shall become heroic ghosts. As the final notes faded, applause erupted around her. Even Li Pu, though somewhat bewildered and only partially comprehending, clapped heartily. Others likely shared his sentiments, falling short of being the young woman's true confidants. However, a woman who could reach such heights of artistry was deserving of admiration. A woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with men, Li Pu believed, was a rare sight in this world, destined to become even scarcer as time passed. Such individuals are akin to endangered species, requiring vigorous protection. The young maiden swept her hand with fervor, her gaze now as piercing as a frost-laden blade. This time, I am intent on taking a life of considerable influence. Should I bring a battalion, I fear he might flee. Our previous pursuit had been arduous indeed. Thus, I have chosen to bring only you along. Do you possess the courage to accompany me on this venture? The men, stirred by her challenge, felt their blood surge, before her words had fully settled. They pledged themselves as if signing a military decree. Li Cheng gazed at Li Pu, eager to echo the fervor of the others. Yet what was even more daunting was the unique sense of camaraderie shared among women. One could say that after the maiden sang a few verses and struck a few poses, Li Chun, a girl of her youth, was utterly captivated. The allure of an idol is indeed unfathomable. Li Po instinctively began to shift, attempting to retreat into the shadows by the campfire. These frenzied individuals were clearly on a death mission, displaying a reckless disregard for their lives. He sensed something amiss about this outing. His instincts had rarely failed him. He pondered the consequences of dragging Li Chun away in haste. Ultimately, he found himself with little choice. Among the 9 present, 8 had already been led into a daze, easily resolving the dilemma of escaping versus completing the task at hand. The maiden's gaze finally fell upon Li Po, slowly filling with lethal intent. Li Po rolled his eyes and, without hesitation, joined the fervent throng, denying this madwoman the opportunity to claim a life as a trophy. Once again, they gathered around the campfire, the atmosphere starkly transformed. Those who had previously been ardent now sat in silence, resembling statues, lending an eerie air to the gathering. The maiden shattered the stillness, speaking with a grave tone. You all should have heard of this man. His name is Shi Yin. Despite the discomfort churning within him, the mere mention of such a name almost elicited a laugh from Li Po, a name associated with 1,000 years. And yet he bore the surname Shi. What a splendid moniker. However, it would likely be quite challenging to eliminate him, for he was destined to live for a millennium. The others, however, were not in a light-hearted mood. Li Wu interjected, is he not the Shi Yin from the Yunyi horse ranch? The maiden offered a slight nod. The man's background needed no elaboration. He was entangled with the Turks and the Eastern Mountain Bandits, and had been involved in the horse trade in Yinmen County for several years. With the northern campaign against Liaodong impending, the county lord has sanctioned my mission to eradicate this menace. Our first task is clear. What do you think it is? After a prolonged silence, no one spoke. Yuan Lang scratched his head for some time before muttering, shouldn't we first send someone to investigate the situation over there? I've heard that Shi Yin has quite a number of followers. The maiden shook her head in disappointment. These soldiers were quicker to act than to think, and expecting them to devise a plan was a tall order. She found herself in a predicament akin to that of her father, surrounded by individuals of limited capability. San Lang was slightly more astute than the rest, but only marginally so, seeking collections, recommendations, and rewards. Chapter 73. Ambush. Li Po cast a resigned glance around him, contemplating the absurdity of their situation. With such a ragtag group, the notion of embarking on a murderous venture seemed more akin to courting death than anything else. It dawned on him that the influence of Shi Yin was formidable. Should they dare to eliminate their target openly, a substantial military force would be necessary, albeit not overwhelming. It would certainly exceed the current meager assembly. Clearly, their endeavor fell under the realm of assassination, resembling the daring nature of a suicide squad. He found himself questioning the woman and Appo's intentions. Having recognized the peril inherent in their undertaking, why had she sought to involve the old man and Yuan Lang? Was there some deeper vendetta at play? Meanwhile, he felt tragically ensnared in this precarious situation, an unwitting participant. Thus, prioritizing his own survival, he felt compelled to voice his concern. Shouldn't we have some backup? Perhaps we could eliminate the threat at the opportune moment? The grotesque man, who had been retching the previous day, suddenly clapped his hands, his large head bobbing with enthusiasm. Despite his unseemly appearance, he possessed a perceptive heart, and he was the first to register Li Po's words. The young woman pursed her lips and raised an eyebrow, contemplating that this man, in terms of capability, indeed outshone the others. After all, he had swiftly transitioned from a destitute wanderer to a respected figure at the county's stables, earning accolades from the elder. Although his origins were shrouded in mystery, they likely bore similarities to her own. His Han appearance, authentic juncture dialect, coupled with his adept martial prowess, had already drawn a distinct line separating him from the northern tribes. Thus, in her eyes, he was deemed a valuable ally. However, she found his cunning nature somewhat off-putting, as she could not discern the veracity behind his every utterance. Yet, as someone hailing from a prominent family, she understood that employing individuals must transcend personal preferences. Therefore, without further prompting from Li Po, she clapped her hands in delight and stated, "You speak wisely. Shi Yin, once a member of General Shi's esteemed battalion, has garnered quite a reputation in Mai. Given the duration of his operations, he is not without resources, and many are likely already on high alert. Thus, it stands to reason that we are being followed." With a glint in her eye, she continued decisively, "Since you have deduced this, I entrust this matter to you. I will lead a contingent to the Kang Horse Ranch. You, along with Li Wu and 2 others, shall remain behind and act as the situation dictates." With that, She waved her hand, signaling the end of their discussion. All right, everyone, rest now. Tomorrow, we shall split our efforts. This marked Li Po's inaugural encounter with a genuine commander of the Sui army. Although she was a woman, the authority she exuded allowed him to glimpse the quintessential demeanor of a Sui military leader. There was little room for idle chatter. This was evidently a military directive. As night enveloped the camp, the bonfire continued to flicker, yet silence reigned in its vicinity, soon interrupted by the sounds of slumber. Li Chun huddled beside Li Po, struggling to find repose. Her protests were swiftly quelled by Li Po, who surmised that Yuan Lang and Appo's situation was similarly precarious. Li Po narrowed his eyes, his breathing gradually deepening. There was little to fear. The number of pursuers would not be overwhelming. With merely 4 capable individuals, the task at hand would be manageable, and indeed, this was his area of expertise. The night passed in silence, and on the following morning, Li Po sprang up energetically. He tilted his head to gaze at the sky, which appeared somewhat overcast, with a faint mist rising over the azure waters. The distant mountains loomed hazily, while the damp grass beneath his feet exuded a natural fragrance. The scenery was indeed splendid. The group quietly consumed some dry rations and sipped on boiled hot water. Before Li Bai let out a sharp whistle and departed with 5 companions. The remaining 4 gathered together, realizing this was not a moment for modesty. Without waiting for the others to speak, Li Po firmly declared, I've given it some thought. Since they are trailing us, they cannot be far behind, regardless of their approach. They will likely come here to investigate. Wu Lang, take 1 person to the small hill over there. The horses cannot be concealed here, so lead them there as well. If the incoming individuals are cautious, they might reach your location first. I appreciate your help, Wu Lang. I will remain here with Chen. If they come boldly, it will be up to us to confront them. You too, with the horses, just ensure they do not escape. Hurry, we cannot waste time. I intend to rest at the stable tonight. Initially, Li Wu wished to voice a few more words, but soon realized that further discussion was futile. He could not help but admire Li Pru and Appo's thoroughness in planning. Observing Li Pru and Appo's nonchalant demeanor, Li Wu felt his final concerns dissipate. Combat and murder are fundamentally different, and he feared that this fierce fighter might falter when it came to taking a life, something he had seen many times among novices. Hence, the more casual and straightforward Li Pru and Appo's words were, the more reassured Li Wu felt, given his battlefield experience. Consequently, he thumped his chest resolutely and departed with another companion, saying nothing further. Now, only the unsightly Chen remained beside Li Po. The two hid along the riverbank, where some bushes and a slight incline provided adequate cover. They grasped their bows, withdrew their arrows, and planted them into the ground, preparing for a period of waiting. There was no reconnaissance. It was merely a matter of lying in wait, for the conditions were too crude for any other approach. If a group of assassins were indeed following them, intent on eliminating Li Bai along the way, it would not be surprising if a few managed to escape or if there were casualties on their side. Time flowed quietly, but Chen, lacking patience, frequently peered out, only to be kicked back into compliance by Li Po. In truth, the wait was not prolonged, for soon the sound of galloping hooves approached, accompanied by a considerable number of riders. 5 individuals on 7 horses, displaying low vigilance, approached closely. One shouted, prompting the group to dismount and head toward the campsite where they had rested the previous night. Li Po cautiously raised his head for a glance, only to dismount it. Circling the campsite, inspecting the surroundings with apparent experience, Li Po gestured to Chen, disregarding whether he understood, and swiftly stood up, drawing his bow taut. The string vibrated, and the sharp arrow was swiftly loosed. The proximity was perilously close. At such a distance, the distinction between confronting arrows and firearms became negligible. An arrow pierced through a man's chest, embedding itself deep to the fletching. He stood momentarily stunned, incredulously gazing at his bloodied torso, before unleashing a harrowing scream. This foolish reaction startled the warhorse, which promptly threw him off its back. Chapter 74. Death struggle. These individuals, while not particularly well trained, could undoubtedly be described as desperate. When under attack, their instinct was not to flee, but rather to draw their blades almost simultaneously. The reactions varied. 2 men searching the camp hesitated only briefly before rushing towards the riverbank. One mounted rider dismounted hastily, clearly unwilling to become a target atop his steed. However, he was the second to fall, as an arrow shot forth with alarming speed, piercing his throat just as his foot left the stirrup. He flailed his arms before collapsing from his horse. Chen was a fraction too slow, Yet his archery was markedly more precise than Li Pa and Apos. Meanwhile, the other rider immediately crouched low, clinging to his horse's back, urgently spurring it forward towards Li Pa. Li Pa remained unperturbed, swiftly nocking an arrow and releasing it. This time, his aim was not at the rider but rather at the horse, the arrow embedding itself in the creature and Apos' neck, blood spraying forth as it penetrated deep. The warhorse neighed in agony, instinctively reacting to the sudden pain, yet the rider, evidently skilled in equestrianism, managed to maintain control. They were too close for comfort. The previous momentum of the horse left Li Pa no opportunity to shoot a third arrow. In that critical moment, composure was paramount. Only the calm would survive here. Without hesitation, Li Pa discarded his bow and drew his sword. At the top of the slope, the horse momentarily hesitated, but the rider quickly spurred its belly, causing the injured beast to leap forward. Li Pa was certain that the horse's forelegs would not survive the landing. This was a commendable adversary. The speed of response and the tenacity displayed could only be forged through the crucible of life and death. Naturally, in such a perilous confrontation, Li Pa and Apos' mind was devoid of distractions. As he clumsily sidestepped the charging horse, a long blade descended towards him. With narrowed pupils, Li Pa reacted instinctively, dropping to the ground while simultaneously thrusting his sword upward. In a flash of steel, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, accompanied by the warm trickle of liquid cascading down. It was not his own blood. In a fleeting moment of clash, he sustained a wound while his opponent and Apos' blood erupted like a fountain from his shoulder, an arm severed and flying through the air. The screams of the man and the lament of the horse echoed in unison as they tumbled together into the Sui River. After rolling on the ground, Li Pa sprang to his feet, seemingly oblivious to the blood seeping from his shoulder, rushing urgently towards Chenair. The situation there was equally dire. One man lay slain on the ground, an arrow lodged in his shoulder, his neck drooping grotesquely to one side. The gaping wound on his neck bled profusely, staining the grass a dark crimson. Chenair was also enduring great hardship, a long gash across his chest bleeding profusely, yet he continued to clash fiercely with another man. The sound of clashing blades resonated like the harmonious chime of metal against metal, but amidst the fray, Chenair sustained yet another wound to his waist. He roared with unbridled fury, his crimson eyes reflecting a primal ferocity. In such dire moments, a true warrior would embody this very spirit. The more injuries they bore, the more ferocious their resolve became. If this continued, the most favorable outcome would be mutual destruction. His adversary, evidently not a soldier, wielded a short blade, a weapon commonly favored by the knife-wielders of Mai. This robust man was unmistakably a product of the unique martial culture of Jane, a knife fighter from the Eastern Territories. At that moment, Chenair let out a hoarse roar, raising his blade for a downward strike. However, his opponent stepped forward, horizontally slashing towards Chenair and Apos' neck. The distinction between a soldier and a knife fighter became apparent in that instant. Chenair did not flinch. He brought his long knife down with unwavering resolve, fully embracing the notion of dying alongside his foe. Yet, his opponent displayed a fleeting moment of hesitation. The blade that should have swiftly severed Chenair and Apos' neck faltering for the briefest of instants. The stakes were life and death. The outcome was destined to be mutual injury, Chenair's demise and his adversary grievously wounded. In that critical moment, Li Pa charged in, delivering a fierce kick to Chenair's waist, propelling him away just in time to avoid a fatal strike. Although Chenair now bore a new scar on his neck, he had narrowly escaped decapitation. Simultaneously, Li Pa brandished his own blade and plunged it into the ribs of the assailant. The man cried out in agony, still attempting to fight back. Yet, Li Pa swiftly released his grip on the hilt, seized the adversary and Apos' hand, and, bending low, hurled him to the ground with brutal force. The sound of impact was thunderous, followed by the crisp crack of breaking bones as Li Pa effortlessly snapped the man's arm. He then placed his foot upon the enemy and Apos' neck with a decisive crunch. Ending his life, Li Pa straightened up, taking a few deep breaths before surveying the surroundings. He approached Chenair, helping him to his feet and examining his wounds. Fortunately, the incision on his waist was deep but had not penetrated any vital organs. With a reassuring pat to Chenair, who was drenched in cold sweat and visibly dazed, yet resolutely biting down on his pain, Li Pa offered a jovial grin. "You'll be fine in a couple of days," a lively man once more. The rugged man trembled, his pallor evident, yet he managed a wide grin, revealing his teeth. "Damn knife fighter, nearly took my life." Li Pa scoffed, thinking to himself that with someone like him, Even the heavens granting multiple lives wouldn't suffice for his reckless ways. The man was beyond saving. He had bled excessively, and given the chaotic struggle with the warhorse, merely surviving was a testament to divine favor. His demise was, in truth, the most expected outcome. Chen Er leaned closer for a better look and gasped, "Ah, it's Shi Erlang, the second son of Shi Qian." Over 30 years of age and reputed for his valor, now lay lifeless, a cold corpse. Subsequently, the events unfolded with simplicity. At the small hill, they excavated a grave to bury the deceased warhorse, which was dragged over by another horse for interment. Li Pe, exhausted and drenched in perspiration, found the brutality of this act rather crude and unrefined. Chapter 75. The blockade. If the previous skirmish had solidified his standing, then after the witnesses had observed his ruthless efficiency in murder, he could now assert his authority unequivocally. The act of killing required little effort, but digging a grave for the corpse consumed over an hour. Li Pe plopped down onto the ground, intending to take a brief respite before making his exit. However, at that moment, he blinked and quickly pressed himself to the earth, straining to listen for the sound of hoofbeats. This skill had been honed on the vast grasslands. Yet it was not as miraculous as others claimed. He could only discern movements without accurately determining the number of individuals. Chen Er had ridden away, leaving only 3 behind. Among these, 2 were mounted on 3 horses. Li Pe crouched in the underbrush, observing them, yet he was uncertain of their intentions. Nevertheless, at this juncture, it was clear that any traveler was destined for misfortune, especially considering one of the 5 slain earlier was a low-ranking military clerk. The 2 newcomers were not riding swiftly. As they approached, they reined in their horses, scanning the surroundings before dismounting and urging their steeds toward a small hill. "Damn it," Li Pe cursed inwardly. "Why are we attracting so much attention today?" Regardless of whether the newcomers sought a moment and Appo's respite or had other motives, their decision to stray from the main road was a clear indication of ill intent. This time, Li Pe did not allow them to draw too near. From a distance of 20 to 30 paces, he sprang up, drew his bow, and released an arrow, which struck one man, sending him crashing to the ground. The other, startled, pulled on the reins and attempted to flee, rendering himself an easy target. Li Pe showed no mercy, quickly loosing another arrow that brought the second man down as well. He discarded his bow and dashed over, delivering a swift finishing blow to each before seizing control of the 3 warhorses. After soothing the animals, he began to search the bodies. From one, he retrieved a copper plate from the man's waist, glancing at it and muttering to himself, "Damn." Another one from the military clerk's office. With a smirk, he tucked it into his cloak, contemplating, "Brother, if you were following us, you brought this fate upon yourself, and it is hardly unjust. But if you were on official business, then it seems you were simply out of luck." Before long, Li Wu and another companion arrived, both clearly vexed. Having encountered 2 groups without drawing their blades even once, relegated to mere laborers, they resumed their grim task of digging graves and burying the dead. Once the work was complete, Li Wu began to grumble, "We can't just linger here indefinitely, can we? If we continue to slay every passerby, it seems." It was evident that he too sensed something amiss. They were stationed at a post road, after all. Who could predict how many travelers would pass by in a day? If they continued this course, it would inevitably lead to the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. Li Pe was nearly exhausted, sitting there with his tongue almost hanging out, waving his hands dismissively. "Enough, save your strength. Look at these 2 groups of people. They all arrived on horseback and seem to have ulterior motives. I shall remain here today and see how many I can slay. This business is quite promising. If a few more batches come, perhaps we could venture into horse trading ourselves. Just look at these horses. They are not merely for riding, but are war steeds. By the way, I wonder if the Sergeant Wu and Appo's just sees all of them for the state." Li Wu and Appo's attention was diverted as he gazed at the gathering warhorses, his spirits lifting instantly, and he was quickly persuaded by Li Pe to stay and engage in their illicit dealings. Indeed, quite a number of travelers passed through this route that day. The 3 men concealed themselves by the roadside, allowing pedestrians to pass while keeping the mounted ones. By nightfall, they had acquired nearly 20 warhorses. The small hill behind them had transformed into a makeshift graveyard. As for whether there were innocents among those they dispatched, the 3 ruthless individuals paid it no mind, reveling instead in their bountiful spoils. As night fell, the trio set up a bonfire behind the small hill. Collapsing onto the ground, too weary to move. After a hasty meal, the 2 fell into a deep slumber. Although Li Pe and Appo's body was fatigued, he still possessed considerable stamina. His recent training had yielded notable results. Moreover, he would never allow himself to sleep unguarded in such desolate wilderness. After having slain so many during the day, it would be a farce to let someone sneak up on him in his sleep. However, the night passed quietly. Heaven did not grant Leap another opportunity to showcase his skills in night combat. Early the next morning, he roused the other two, had a quick bite to eat, and without further delay, urged the herd onward toward the horse farm. The Sui Empire had several horse farms, broadly divided into 4 regions: the Liangzhou farm to the west, the Yulin farm to the north, the Mai Yinmen farm to the east, and further east, the Hebei farm, all situated near the borders, as warhorses required ample grazing. Chong and Amp, Oppos, and also had its horse farms, the 6 stables of the emperor, dedicated to the horses of the royal court, but their scale and quantity paled in comparison. It was said that the lush water and grass at the foot of the Tian Shan Mountains were famed for producing excellent horses. Yet the Western Turks and the Turkic Khaganate would not allow the Sui to breed horses there in peace. From this, one could infer that the Sui Empire did not lack for war horses. What was scarce were the exceptional steeds capable of bearing over 200 pounds while galloping swiftly. As the heavy cavalry, the backbone of the Sui military, required well-equipped mounts. The war horses captured by Li Pu and his companions were mostly small, clearly of the northern grassland breed. They had endurance and could withstand harsh weather, yet in the eyes of the Sui, they were considered inferior. Little did Li Wu and Chen Er know that 6 or 7 centuries later, an empire born upon horseback would see its warriors riding such diminutive grassland steeds, conquering the world without rivals. The Kang Horse Ranch is divided into 2 sections, situated on either bank of the Kang River, where hundreds of war horses are raised. While its scale may not be considered vast, it certainly cannot be deemed insignificant. It stands as one of the 3 principal horse ranches in the region of Mai. Chapter 76. The horse farm. The equestrian policies of the Sui Dynasty had reached a notable level of sophistication, with the scale of the horse farms expanding year by year. By the era of Day, the horse farms in Liangzhou and Yulin had taken shape, facilitating open trade with the western regions and ensuring a steady supply of quality steeds. This was indeed one of the foundational pillars of the Sui and Amp, Oppos' strength. With these warhorses, the Turks dared not venture southward lightly. And the emerging rebel armies could not shake the very roots of the Sui, as their cavalry could swiftly provide support from all directions. The expansion of the Sui's borders was directly linked to its well-structured equestrian policies. The Kang horse farm boasted ample pastures. However, it was comparable to the farms in Liangzhou and Yulin, as the persistent threat from the Turks hindered its ability to expand effectively. During the latter years of Emperor Wan and the early years of Day, there were also Sui pastures in Yunzhou. Unfortunately, after the rebellion led by Prince Yang Liang was swiftly quelled by Yang Su, the repercussions significantly weakened the garrison forces of Mai and Yinmen. The Yunzhou garrison was abandoned, and its pastures were once more occupied by various nomadic tribes. The decline of the pastures in Jin was primarily due to the long-standing subjugation by the Turkic Khaganate, which led the Sui to shift its focus towards the western regions. Coupled with internal strife and a series of large-scale corps labor projects in the early days of Day that caused considerable hardship among the populace. The Sui and Amp, Oppos' most vital northern borders, namely the counties of Mai and Yinmen, suffered severe repercussions. Equestrian policies were merely one aspect of the broader picture. 3 individuals drove a herd of horses to the Kang horse farm. In the distance, several riders approached swiftly. These were the guardians of the farm, who also acted as herdsmen. The group converged and headed directly towards the farm and Oppos' lodging. Along the way, the farm and Oppos' personnel regarded Li Pu and his companions with curious glances. They had been dispatched to receive guests and had waited an entire day and night for their arrival, only to find that these individuals had brought along over 20 war horses, which deviated significantly from the instructions given to them. Naturally, regardless of the inquiries posed, the 3 would not divulge that they had been highwaymen along their journey. Besides the war horses, they also carried a considerable amount of copper coins in their bags. Upon arriving at the horse farm, the atmosphere was markedly different. Li Pu, now serving as a military officer, held a modest rank but was tasked with inspecting the pastures. He garnered unprecedented respect without needing to assert himself. Rows of stables and enclosures appeared in his view, accompanied by the sounds of cattle and sheep, as well as the whinnies of horses, which infused the place with vitality. The unique feature of the Sui horse farms was the integration of state-run livestock farming. The herdsmen here differed significantly from those at the relay stations, as many were soldiers, some holding military positions, while others were officials. The small clerk accompanying Li Pe, with his dark red face, had not once displayed a smile. At this moment, he pointed ahead and said with a grin, "Officer Li, after your arduous journey, you have finally arrived home. Should there be any needs, feel free to command. The only thing lacking here is a woman, but everything else is in abundance." Li Pe chuckled. "Indeed, there are no shortages of men here. How does Officer Li fare living in this place?" The individual who had yet to grasp the situation chuckled twice, only to realize something was amiss. And their smile immediately froze upon their face. Li Pe burst into hearty laughter, feeling a surge of clarity and enlightenment. The person repeatedly remarked, "The soldier is jesting." The soldier is jesting, yet inwardly they harbored a significant admiration for Li Pe and Apos' audacity, coupled with an insatiable curiosity regarding his origins. It was indeed rare to witness someone daring enough to mock Sergeant Li in the presence of others. Before long, Li Pe encountered Li Bai. A large bonfire blazed robustly, with a yellow goat roasting atop, emitting a tantalizing sizzle. Several robust men, bare-chested, continuously adjusted the goat and Apos' position over the flames. The sight of the whole roasted goat made Li Pe's mouth water. He pondered the culinary skills of these fellows, hoping they wouldn't squander the precious ingredients. The young girl, as customary, sat on a nearby wooden stump, resting her chin on her hand, eagerly awaiting the food to be delivered to her lips. Yuan Lang and Li Chun stood on either side, resembling two foolish attendants. Upon spotting Li Pe, the two instantly perked up and hurried over. Li Chun, as if years had passed since their last meeting, embraced Li Pe's waist, his eyes glistening with emotion, while Yuan Lang stood beside him, grinning widely. The trio of formidable men, akin to heroes, approached Li Bai, bowing slightly and thumping their chests. Li Bai and Apos' gaze remained fixed on the roaring fire. And with an indifferent wave of her hand, she dismissed them, stating, "Well done, take a good rest for a couple of days. The task is not yet complete. Do not become lax." With that, she sent them on their way. Li Pe, inwardly grumbling, followed behind Li Chun like a shadow and plopped down beside the bonfire, finally feeling his spirits lift as he inhaled the savory aroma of the meat. The wound on Li Pe and Apos' shoulder, though long, was not deep, and he had long since abandoned thoughts of disinfecting it with strong liquor. He would have to rely on his own resilience to heal. Nonetheless, some medicinal herbs had proven effective. After Li Chun had bandaged Li Pe's injury, he felt relieved to stay by his side, mumbling about how his brother had once again failed to bring Xiaochun along this time. Li Pe recognized that the boy was beginning to show some usefulness, though his emerging awareness of gender roles was becoming increasingly irksome. As Li Pe and Apos' stomach began to grumble, the yellow goat was finally ready. The people from the horse ranch busily served tea and roasted meat to the officials, bustling about in a flurry. The heads of the ranch gathered around Li Bai, akin to a welcoming committee for visiting dignitaries. The political arena had remained unchanged for millennia, seemingly eternal in its nature. Of course, Li Pe, now reluctantly a part of this world, was too preoccupied with enjoying his privileges to contemplate the intricacies of such social exchanges. As he bit into the roasted meat, he found the flavor to be mediocre at best, though it could be deemed fresh. Yuan Lang, Li Wu, and several others clustered around Li Pe, their faces glistening with grease. Alas for Chen Er, whose injury was more severe, he could only gaze longingly at the feast. Unable to partake in the goat meat or drink, while he nibbled on pickled vegetables, corn rice, and a bowl of mushy concoction, his plight truly pitiable. Chapter 77 concerns a Chao found himself in a rather helpless situation. The intricate characters of the Sui Dynasty, while not overwhelmingly difficult to decipher, posed a challenge. Having studied the Wei stele, he recognized most of the commonly used characters. However, for those who had never practiced calligraphy and held no interest in the script, he could not ascertain their capabilities. One must consider that each individual's handwriting is unique. Even in contemporary simplified characters, one might struggle to recognize another's scrawl. Thus, Ah Chao pondered over the complexities of traditional characters, the idiosyncrasies of personal handwriting, and the coarse quality of paper during the Sui Dynasty. Given these factors and the protagonist's lack of systematic education, it was unlikely he could identify many significant characters. The task of inspecting the horse farm, while seemingly straightforward, was fraught with numerous responsibilities. Not only did they need to examine the ledgers of entries and exits, but they also had to match the records against the actual livestock. These two activities alone could take several days. Additionally, they needed to verify the number of horses, their colors, breeds, and other details against the documentation of the farm. Following this, There was the responsibility of Li Pu and Yuan Lang to conduct a cursory health inspection of the horses, primarily to assess whether the officials of the farm were diligent in their duties. If the steeds appeared emaciated and lethargic, the officials would surely face dire consequences. This was a laborious and meticulous process. Fortunately, with Li Baiji absent, they managed to make a cursory inspection of the horse farm and quickly cross the Kang River to the opposite side, continuing their perfunctory efforts. 2 days later, the group exited the confines of the Kang horse farm. This time, they headed directly east towards the Yun Nei region. They opted for camping instead of staying at relay stations. As time passed, Li Bai's frown deepened, betraying a sense of anxiety. Li Pu discerned that this young lady had no coherent plan. It seemed she intended to use the inspection of the horse farm as a pretext to infiltrate the Yun Nei horse farm, aiming to seize the leader before capturing the followers. On a day when the group paused to rest, Li Pu washed his face by a stream and gazed into the water, where he perceived a reflection clouded with ominous shadows. Gritting his teeth, that evening, he finally approached Li Bai. His mood was quite dismal, and he could tell that Li Junqiao was also experiencing her own discontent, rendering superfluous any trivial conversation. Initially, the young lady displayed some impatience, but she was suddenly taken aback and quickly masked her surprise, instinctively lifting her chin and narrowing her eyes. This is absurd. Even Jing Ko presented a map before attempting to assassinate the chain. What do you have to offer? Upon hearing this, a surge of frustration ignited within Li Pu. He had indeed guessed correctly that she had no concrete plan. They had arrived at this juncture, yet she still intended to proceed haphazardly. He quickly tempered his emotions, glancing at the group gathered around the campfire not far away, and gestured for her to follow. When she did not move, he took a few steps away. After a moment, she finally trailed behind him. In the darkness, they began to converse furtively. Do you have a plan? Proceeding like this is tantamount to courting death. Do not rely on the authority of your elder. I have heard whispers of many heads rolling along the way. If the Yun Nei horse farm is unprepared, we might as well be walking into a ghost story. In the darkness, the maiden and amp, Apos, S figure remained unseen, her voice the only sound breaking the silence. It felt significantly more comfortable than before. The haughty demeanor of the aristocrats was most irksome. After a brief silence, the girl finally spoke, in the span of a millennium. Countless offspring have been born, and the elderly fear death. There should be little peril in our journey ahead. Similarly, the girl, shrouded in darkness and unable to discern the figure before her, began to express her thoughts more freely. Are you intending to take us directly to meet Shurchinian? Humph. Speed is of the essence in warfare, and surprise is paramount. Do you not understand that once we arrive, the old rogue will be thrown into disarray and, seeing our small number, will be compelled to meet with me? At that moment, we shall eliminate him, and he will be left without leadership. Li Pu was unaware that such a scheme, imbued with the era's spirit of individual heroism, had indeed yielded numerous successes throughout history. This was not mere recklessness. Rather, it was a strategy born from understanding both oneself and the enemy. It appeared audacious yet bore a semblance of logic. However, Li Pu could only perceive the tangible dangers. Should they proceed in this manner, regardless of Shurchinian's fate, their own lives would be in grave jeopardy. In truth, every commander possesses a distinct style. Yet a common trait among leaders in this age is glaringly evident: compassion does not govern the battlefield. To achieve their aims, many generals disregard the lives of their soldiers. Much like the current emperor cares little for the lives of common folk, being solely concerned with his own throne and achievements. Should Li Pu one day find himself leading troops, he would likely exhibit little exception. However, at present, as one among the expendables, his perspective was vastly different. The opportunity to converse candidly with the maiden was indeed rare. Li Pu pondered deeply, contemplating the girl's proposed plan, and felt an overwhelming sense of unreliability in entrusting his fate to either the adversary or this young woman. Is this truly your perspective? There are no alternatives? Before he could finish, a wave of heated anger surged from the darkness. Silence. Do you require further explanation? You possess an audacious spirit. In reality, Li Bai harbored profound grievances that were difficult to articulate. A figure like Shurchinian was a rarity in Mai County, adept at intertwining internal and external alliances, commanding the Yunai horse farm, and leading hundreds of valiant warriors, fortified by the local garrison. Given time, he could even summon Turkic cavalry and the bandits of Dongshan. Most critically, the governor's office of Yinmen County received warhorses annually from the Yunai horse farm, making military endeavors increasingly arduous. With the campaign against Liaodong imminent, Any turmoil in Mai would inevitably implicate her father, Li Jing. Yet, the Yunyi horse farm remained the largest in Mai, positioned at a strategic juncture. Particularly, to supply war horses to Hebei, the Dongshan bandits must be swiftly eradicated. Shi Qianyan, known for his close ties with the bandits and his involvement in the illicit trade of war horses, was an individual that could not be allowed to persist. In such a scenario, the first task assigned to Li Bai, who was promoted to the position of military officer, was to eliminate Shi Qianyan before his father conducted his inspection in the region of Yun. However, this act must remain concealed from the public eye. Chapter 78. Persuasion. This reminded him of the harrowing escape from the military camp, where he had faced death at every turn. The distinction lay solely in his willingness to embrace such peril back then, accepting life and death without regret. However, this time, he would not venture into the flames for a haughty noblewoman who cared little for his survival. Yet, in truth, he found himself forced to choose between danger and even greater peril. In the darkness, Li Po's initially gentle gaze gradually turned frigid, akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, radiating an aura of menace. Perhaps this was his true nature, after all. Individuals like him had long since perfected the fusion of ferocity and kindness within themselves, rendering the two indistinguishable. When the moment called for it, he could effortlessly reveal the necessary aspect of his persona to others. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Since the sergeant possesses the audacity to slay Shi Qianyan, why not accompany me on a swift journey to sever Shi Qianyan and Amp, Appo's head? Would that not be far more decisive? The young woman in Amp, Appo's face paled in the shadows. It had been a long time since anyone had addressed her with such a reverence. Yet, she soon laughed, her voice rich with scornful derision. What do you rely upon? Do you possess the valor to rival 1,000 soldiers? Or is your loyalty so commendable that one could entrust their life to you? Enough. Do not presume that a trifling achievement grants you the liberty to prattle before me. A light laugh echoed in the darkness. Is this the extent of your courage as you march to your demise? Should you succeed in slaying the man named Shi, will we then be tasked with escorting you to safety? In that case, we would all perish while you seize the opportunity to escape. These words pierced Li Bai's heart like needles, causing her grip on the hilt of her blade to tighten. But soon after, she felt a surge of indignation that nearly warped her features. Her voice dwindled as she realized that this audacious youth had begun to stealthily shift his position. As silence enveloped the surroundings, Li Bai, never one to lack courage, stood resolutely in the darkness, her hand firmly clutching the hilt of her knife, straining to listen for any movement. At that moment, her fury ignited. Regardless of what her adversary might utter, she resolved to strike him down twice, leaving his fate to chance. To unleash her pent-up rage by taking a life was nothing unusual for someone of her heritage from the prominent Guanxi family. Nearby, the merriment of the people around the bonfire continued, oblivious to the tension that had escalated to the brink of violence. Before long, Li Bai and Appo's ears quivered slightly, and she turned abruptly to draw her blade. But it was too late. A rough hand had already seized her right wrist, and an iron grip encircled her neck. Li Bai seemed to materialize like a specter, pressing closely against her back, gradually tightening his hold while whispering with a sardonic laugh. We all possess but one life. Do you truly believe yours is more resilient than ours? Or do you think your noble birth grants you favor in the eyes of fate? Li Bai's breath became increasingly labored. She yearned to scream, but her voice caught in her throat, refusing to emerge. As she struggled, the tension in her neck intensified, as if it might snap at any moment. At long last, she released the dagger sheath at her side, only to discover, to her dismay, that the dagger had vanished without a trace. Her futile struggles swiftly depleted her oxygen, leaving her chest and head feeling as though they might explode. Her complexion rapidly turning a ghastly shade of blue. Darkness encroached upon her vision as fear and despair seized her heart. The arm that had tightened around her throat suddenly slackened, allowing fresh air to rush into her lungs, compelling her to bend over and cough violently. Yet she continued to inhale deeply. As her discomfort eased slightly, an overwhelming tide of hatred and fury surged within her chest. Never before had anyone dared to treat her in such a manner, nor had anyone evoked such profound loathing within her. In that fleeting moment, her body and dignity endured an immeasurable injury. It is said that between life and death lies great terror. Yet she had never imagined that someone could induce such a complete experience of it within such a brief span. Unbeknownst to her, her body gradually revived from its numbness. And as she straightened, she reached for her waist knife, only to grasp at emptiness. She yearned to scream, to unleash all her pent-up rage. But she resolutely bit down on her lip, unwilling to display even the slightest weakness before the wretched creature lurking in the shadows. When the voice re-emerged, taut and poised like a drawn bowstring, she remained unprepared. The same posture elicited the same effect as before. However, this time, the tone was devoid of mockery and disdain. It bore a grave seriousness. Behold my prowess. I need not any cunning. I could quietly slay you here, just as I could take out that sure Jin in the night. I could accompany you to the Yunyi horse racing grounds, or the county town of Yunyi, where it would be far more advantageous to procure that man and Apos' head than to bring the flesh to his lips and merely await his appetite. Wooden and Apos, do you agree? The voice in the darkness was laden with temptation. Time could not be squandered any longer. Let them parade about slowly while we stealthily advance, eliminate the target, and depart swiftly and cleanly. As for what would transpire after the demise of that sure Jin, it was likely that the sergeant had already devised a plan. After all, whether 2 individuals or 10 ventured forth, the outcome would scarcely differ. The girl's body gradually softened, until she was entirely at ease, acutely aware of these transformations. Li Po weighed the possibility of this woman seeking vengeance or turning against him at any moment. As for the notion of propriety between the sexes, he dismissed it entirely. With a woman of her caliber, one would have to thoroughly strip her bare to truly understand her. Chapter 79, Companions all right, let us depart tonight. The girl, having regained her composure, became once more elusive, as if all that had transpired moments before had never occurred. With a single remark, she walked away. Li Po stood silently in the shadows, feeling as though he had just extricated himself from one peril, only to find himself ensnared in another. It was a vicious cycle. At this rate, he would inevitably gamble away his very life, though the heart of a woman is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean, particularly that of a noble woman, who is a breed apart from ordinary women. Li Po could not help but admire the innate grandeur and decisive demeanor of Li Bai. The campfire gradually receded from view as 4 horses and 2 riders galloped beneath the moonlight. By the time dawn broke, they had entered the territory of Yunyi County. Yunyi was once the seat of the Northern Wei's Tuoba clan, who proclaimed an emperor here, with the capital situated in Hungin town, which would later be known as Datong. The name Hungin has undergone numerous changes throughout history, not all of which need to be recounted. At this point, Heng and Apos, and town had only recently been designated as the county seat of Yunyi, a mere few decades prior. The term town in this context differs significantly from what would later be referred to as a county town. In those times, the mere mention of a town typically referred to a military garrison, where a town captain would oversee its defense. Particularly in border regions, such military towns held great importance, often maintaining a permanent garrison and frequently possessing considerable autonomy under local jurisdiction, yet retaining a strong sense of independence. In times of conflict, these forces would fall directly under the command of the capital's military office. Such garrisons rarely stationed their troops in the capital. They owned land primarily worked by serfs to meet military supply needs. Thus, those stationed at border towns represented a vital component of the professional military of the Sui Dynasty. Naturally, their numbers were not excessively high. For instance, Hengin town typically maintained a garrison of between 500 and 1,000 soldiers. To ensure their loyalty and quell any potential dissent, the city of Mai, as the capital of Mai County, housed 3,000 troops. The Yunyi horse farm served as a crucial support for the military in Hungin town, and the close ties between them were evident. As the manager of the Yunyi horse farm, Shurchinian shared a deep bond with the town captain, Han Jing, often referring to each other as uncle and nephew. However, the so-called friendship was merely a fade. A town captain with no ulterior motives would never indulge in brotherly banter with a local power broker. Nor would such rumors arise. Thus, during these tense times, Shurchinian would not remain in Hung and Apos and town but would instead take refuge at the horse farm. Wary of Han Jing and Apos' potential betrayal and the risk of being sold out to the county magistrate. At this juncture, it was perhaps Shurchinian and Apos' belief that Han Jing was the most unreliable ally. As dawn broke, the two swiftly veered off the main road and concealed themselves. Accompanying Li Bai had its advantages, as Li Pen no longer needed to exert effort in interrogating others. Certain matters presented themselves with remarkable clarity. Consuming dry rations and sipping cold water, Li Bai seemed unfazed. She did not cast venomous glares at Li Pa. Yet the shadow of discontent in her eyes did not escape his notice. He had indeed offended the woman profoundly. Each glance from the girl seemed to convey the message that no matter how formidable his abilities, he could not escape her grasp. Once this matter was resolved, he would settle the accounts. Lipa contemplated whether he should sell this woman upon their arrival at the Yunyi horse ranch, for the discomfort of her presence was almost unbearable. However, the girl appeared to see through his thoughts and, after sharing some details about the horse ranch, calmly stated, "After this is over, I do not wish to see you again. But do not worry, though I, Li Bai, am a woman. I never harm those who have rendered service. Once the task is accomplished, do not linger in the prefecture. I will recommend you to manage the millennium-old ranch at Yunyi, where you can tend to the horses properly. Do not let me catch you in error." Lipa rolled his eyes, pondering the audacity of her words, uncertain if she could fulfill such promises. "I understand you have recently been promoted to sergeant, and it is indeed a crucial time for you to utilize capable individuals. My previous offense was merely in consideration of everyone's safety. If you can forgive me, I shall find solace. As for managing the ranch, I lack such prowess. Staying in the prefecture to tend to horses seems quite pleasant and tranquil." Li Bai's chest visibly heaved a few times as she lay silently on the grass, presumably quite agitated. Yet, Li Pu was relentless, pursuing her with questions. "You must have visited the Yunyi horse ranch, right? Do you know where Shi Qianian resides? If not, we would have to capture someone for information, and one night may not suffice." "I do know." Good, good. What about your skills? Let me be clear. We must enter quietly, without causing any commotion. Your courage is commendable, but if your skills are lacking, please say so early, lest we fail in our mission and lose our lives in the process." The girl remained unaware that Li Pu was attempting to dismantle her psychological defenses. As her emotions grew increasingly tumultuous, her focus became difficult to maintain. If she could vent her frustrations, the bitterness within her heart might slowly dissipate. This belonged to the realm of psychology, and even if explained to her, it would likely be as comprehensible as reading an ancient script. "What? Do you wish to fight me?" The girl finally sat up, glaring at him. Lipa hastily waved his hands. "It's broad daylight. I cannot contend with you. I merely meant to offer a warning. By the way, do you understand sign language?" Li Bai began to breathe heavily. To Lipa, this woman, nearing the brink of fury, appeared far more vibrant than the typically arrogant and imposing Sergeant Li, and indeed, more pleasing to the eye. "Don't understand? Then allow me to teach you. It involves various gestures that are quite useful. We can communicate without words, simply by waving our hands to convey intentions." "Oh, but it seems this wouldn't work at night. Let us forget I mentioned it, shall we?" The two did not descend into conflict, instead opting for a brief respite. The following hours were somewhat arduous. Although they had traveled throughout the night, Lipa felt little fatigue, for when fighting for his life, he was always invigorated. Of course, he needed to conserve his energy, so after a while, his breathing gradually deepened as he forced himself into a state of alert sleep. Chapter 80. Infiltration. The young girl was startled by him. She had merely intended to give him a gentle kick to rouse him, but unexpectedly, as she approached, he sprang up as if resurrected from the dead. Various signs indicated that he was a formidable assassin, which not only heightened her awareness of the situation, but also filled her with trepidation. Naturally, this man was unruly and audacious enough to confront her directly. Such individuals, if useful, should be retained, but if not, they ought to be eliminated without delay. However, it was precisely the current need for capable individuals that restrained her wrath, preventing her from dispatching him with a single strike. With a sigh of resignation, she acknowledged the scarcity of truly competent allies. Lipa glanced at the girl's expression, contemplating whether she intended to stab him while he was asleep. The girl, maintaining a stern demeanor, remarked that it was getting late and turned to fetch the horses. Lipa advised her to wrap the horses' hooves, for those who have long cared for horses are invariably vigilant. This was indeed a prudent observation, and Li Bai considered it the most sensible thing she had heard from him thus far. As dusk fell, the two, accompanied by their steeds, entered the territory of Yunyi County. Presently, the majority of Yunyi County was enveloped within the boundaries of the Yunyi horse ranch, with only a modest amount of farmland remaining. The local populace led a semi-agricultural, semi-pastoral lifestyle, with Han people being a rarity, the majority being descendants of the Hu tribes. Of course, in these times, ethnic distinctions were less significant, particularly in places like Yunyi, where many boasted ancestry from various tribes such as the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Khitan, Turkic, and Rouran. During the third year of the Great Career, tens of thousands of Turkic subtribes had pledged allegiance, though most migrated to Yulin, leaving a considerable number in Yunyi. The two opted for less traveled, desolate paths instead of the main roads. As darkness enveloped the land, they ventured deeper into the western borders of the Yunyi horse ranch. At this juncture, their pace slowed. Beneath the moonlight, The vast expanse around them was devoid of human presence, with only the distant silhouette of rolling hills faintly visible. Li Bai was not an experienced traveler. She spoke no falsehoods when she claimed to have visited the Yunyi horse ranch a few times before. During those covert excursions, she had managed to avoid alerting the military officials of Yunyi. Otherwise, she might have encountered figures like Shi Qianian and Han Jing. Little did she anticipate returning to this place merely a month later. Avoiding the official routes necessitated that they forge their own way. As they navigated, the notion of speed became irrelevant. Li Pu could no longer contain himself. He reined in his horse, cursing under his breath at this woman's boastfulness. What kind of operation could succeed with such a clumsy ally? He glanced at the moon and Apos' position in the sky and resignedly suggested finding a place to rest. To reconvene the following evening. Otherwise, they might arrive at their destination just as dawn broke. We should be close now, shouldn't we? He inquired. Though Li Bai and Apos' expression was inscrutable, it was likely not one of satisfaction. Proud individuals often disdain flattery yet are equally averse to mockery. And she let out a cold huff in response. Li Pu was apprehensive that she might become obstinate, thus he hurriedly attempted to placate her. This matter could not be rushed. It was prudent to proceed with caution. Would you not agree? When it comes to leading troops into battle, Li Bai is undoubtedly an expert. Tenli Pas might not be her match. However, this experience of lurking and assassination was entirely new to her, and she lacked the depth of experience that Li Pu possessed. This illustrates the fundamental difference between the two. Therefore, her plan was to attend the gathering discreetly and, in the heat of revelry, to rise and strike. This approach was imbued with the courage, decisiveness, and foresight characteristic of a commander. Conversely, Li Pu accompanied her silently, prepared to strike swiftly and vanish, shrouded in a mysterious and somber aura. It would be unjust to declare one superior to the other. Such outcomes are inevitable results of their experiences and circumstances. Her agreement with Li Pu was not due to the allure or reasonableness of his words, but rather her desire to convey to others, and to herself, that she was not a leader who disregards the lives of her subordinates. She too possessed the resolve and determination to face death. This reveals that some of Li Pu and Apos' remarks struck at her vulnerabilities. Eventually, the two found a sparse grove, barely managing to conceal themselves. The waiting period was the most excruciating. The forest was shrouded in darkness, with only the sound of warhorses stamping their hooves and occasionally grazing on grass, punctuated by the snorts of the steeds. Do not deceive me. I, Li Bai, am confident I can discern the truth. When you entered Ma'i, it was early winter, and you had a younger sister with you, speaking with an accent from Qi. Li Pu raised an eyebrow, bemused by her insistence on delving into the past, as if she had been kicked by a mule. After a moment of reflection, he replied straightforwardly, Indeed, I went to the grasslands to seek my uncle and stayed there for 2 years. I sought military registration, but no one attended to it. The outposts beyond the frontier were nearly abandoned. I initially planned to come south together, but my uncle and his 2 sworn brothers shared a bond akin to that of family. My second uncle was unable to travel far due to his ailments, which delayed our journey. Honestly, I had thought that the borderlands of the Sui Dynasty, though perhaps not as favorable as juncture, would still be decent. However, to my dismay, it bore no distinction from the frontier. The weather was equally dismal, and life was just as arduous. In fact, it was less burdensome than life beyond the frontier. When I encountered you in the woods, I initially feared I had come across a Turkic warrior and was startled, thinking they had descended southward. Upon further reflection, I realized it was unlikely. Why would the Turks concern themselves with the lives of the mountain refugees? Now, I trust you are satisfied? Chapter 81. Deception. A single lie necessitates a myriad of others to cover its tracks. Here we find yet another statement, half true and half false. Yet it possesses a semblance of authenticity that surpasses previous fabrications. Moreover, an air of candor has been adopted. One should feel fortunate that this is Ma'i, rather than Yulin or some distant locale. Otherwise, inquiries in Fufeng would likely reveal the truth with near certainty. Of course, given Li Pu and Apos' current status as an inconspicuous individual, no one would expend the effort to investigate him. The doubts regarding his origins are not limited to 1 or 2 people. Wei Qi, having observed him closely, is particularly discerning, for he was the first person Li Pu encountered upon arriving in Ma'i, and certain obvious flaws are impossible to disguise. Yet, Wei Qi remains indifferent. Adopting a stance of detachment, having become a friend, he has no desire to delve into the matter further. Subsequently, the tax official, Chen Songsher from the Ministry of Revenue, merely perused the county and Apos' records and casually allowed Li Pa to pass. Even the elder statesman harbors some skepticism about Li Pa and Apos' origins, yet after spending time in his company, he chooses not to inquire further. In these times, the system of household registration has gradually eroded, and the presence of individuals with unclear backgrounds in the borderlands has become increasingly commonplace, leading to a general desensitization to such matters. To this day, it is Li Bai who pursues him most fervently. This noble woman from the influential families of Guangxi possesses an overzealous confidence in her judgment, bordering on obsession. If Li Pu were still toiling away as a stable hand, it would be one thing. However, misfortune has placed him in her vicinity, affording her the opportunity to scrutinize him closely. Resolutely, Li Pa spins yet another tale, not merely to mend previous discrepancies but rather to placate the woman's ire. After all, he anticipates his continued stay in Mai, and thus finds himself in the rather helpless position of having to bow his head beneath the eaves. The young lady huffed a few times, uncertain whether to take pride in her discerning eye or, as was often the case, remain dissatisfied with Li Po's demeanor. After a moment, she remarked coolly, "At that time, in the woods, you addressed me as Apos, Miss Apos. Is this a local expression from Fu Feng?" Li Pa genuinely could not recall. Yet upon hearing it, he felt a deep embarrassment. In these times, addressing someone as Apos, Miss Apos, is no longer in vogue. The subsequent profusion of nonsensical novels has indeed caused considerable harm. While some may still invoke the term Apos, Miss Apos, the pronunciation is entirely incorrect, serving as a diminutive for Apos and Apos, and it would be utterly laughable to refer to an unmarried woman as Apos, Miss Apos. Now, having come to this realization, Li Pa owes a debt of gratitude to Li Bai. She is one of the few women he has encountered, and indeed the only one he must address with due seriousness. After Li Bai's emergence, Li Pa found the term third lady somewhat novel, and after consulting Yuan Lang, he finally grasped that there are many terms for women in this era, yet Apos, Miss Apos, appears infrequently in the lexicon of the Sui people. Fortunately, Li Pa has yet to refer to anyone else as Apos, Miss Apos. Otherwise, he would find himself in yet another predicament. Surprisingly, the term Miss was similarly used among the people of the Sui Dynasty, albeit as a genuine derogatory term, referring to a group akin to those in later times, women engaged in particular professions. Li Pa continued to jest, mistakenly assuming that one from the Turkic regions would not comprehend the language, casually uttering the word young lady, which bore a connotation akin to ant. In the darkness, Li Bai and Apos' voice took on a sharp tone. Li Pa regretted his loose tongue. He had been rather talkative lately, and his words had begun to slip without restraint, immediately provoking the woman's ire. He fell silent. Suddenly, a sharp kick landed on his shoulder, and instinctively, he grasped the assailant's ankle. "Let go." As soon as he released his grip, a swift slap followed. Li Pa sprang to his feet, took a deep breath, and retreated a distance, reasoning that if he couldn't Apos confront her, he could at least evade her wrath. "You fierce tigress, Apos. Evident you want Apos be marrying any time soon." The latter part of the night grew chilly, and they were deep within the confines of the Yunyi horse ranch, where Li Pa found little comfort in sleep. At dawn, he roused Li Bai, and they hastily consumed a meager meal, taking turns keeping watch at the forest's edge. Perhaps their conversation from the previous night had indeed borne some fruit, or perhaps the time spent together had allowed them to gradually acclimatize to Li Po's occasional provocations. It might also be that, with the passage of time, the woman and Apos' fury had largely subsided. More likely, despite her difficult temperament, she possessed a relatively broad-minded nature. Whatever the reason, the once imperious demeanor that instilled fear in others had noticeably diminished. Nevertheless, Li Pa was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Clearly, significant upheavals were afoot at the Yunyi horse ranch. This was, however, anticipated. Shurchianian, a local power broker, would hardly sit idly by. He was likely consolidating his followers, and upon sensing the precariousness of the situation, he might choose a path of mutual destruction or a strategic retreat to the north, contingent upon his judgment. At this juncture, if Li Bai's plans were executed with brazen confidence, the outcome remained uncertain. However, one thing was certain: should there be precautions in place, even if Shurchianian were to perish, several would be pursued in a disgraceful manner, and the survival of a few would depend on the ferocity of the ranch's inhabitants. For Li Pa, this day felt interminable. Li Bai was no better. As the day wore on, by dusk, her eyes were bloodshot, and her vitality had noticeably waned compared to the previous day. Just as darkness began to envelop the sky, they set forth. Following a day of observation, Li Bai exhibited a marked improvement in her demeanor. As the moonlight bathed the earth and a myriad of stars twinkled above, they finally spotted a cluster of lights in the distance. Stealthily approaching, they dismounted, and Li Pa gazed in awe, inwardly marveling. Truly, this was one of the premier horse ranches of the Ma'i region. The Kang Ranch simply could not compare. The residences here were closely packed, resembling a substantial village. Two individuals concealed in the shadows, Li Pa whispered a word of caution. If Mr. Shi is not here, our visit will be in vain. Are you certain that Mr. Shi resides here now? The woman, having finally learned to refrain from exerting her authority, retorted with a hint of mockery. What's the matter? Are you afraid? Humph. Even if Mr. Shi is not present, he must certainly be at Hongyan. I shall lead you there to continue the search. Chapter 82. The castle until the moon hung high in the sky, the lights gradually dimmed. In the darkness, Li Pao inquired, will you stay here to watch the horses? Or shall we enter together? Li Bai, indifferent, demonstrated her resolve by rising and departing. Li Pao genuinely wished to say one more thing. Why don't you go ahead? I'll keep watch here, lest someone lead our horses away. Yet, he was not a nagging woman or a scoundrel. His tongue was not so loose. As he moved forward, he cautioned Li Bai, take your time. Once inside, if you encounter anyone, do not act hastily. Let me handle it. If we make a commotion, not only will we fail to deal with that man surnamed Shi, but our lives will also be in jeopardy. As he spoke, he unfastened the dagger at his waist and handed it to Li Bai, saying, take this. It's not as handy, but it's better than nothing. He then produced a small knife from his bosom. However, the moonlight revealed that the dagger Li Pao drew was the very one he had stealthily taken from her waist that fateful night. It was not meant for defense, but rather for culinary purposes. Li Bai felt an urge to strike him down with a flurry of blows. Before long, they reached the edge of the residence. Fortunately, the stable was devoid of any guard dogs. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to approach quietly. The houses loomed dark and silent, and Li Pao muttered to himself, feeling fortunate that luck was on their side today. No sooner had he finished his thought than the sound of a door creaked nearby. He swiftly grasped Li Bai and Appo's arm and pulled her into the shadow of the building. After a brief moment, the footsteps receded, and the figures that emerged disappeared into the night. The two of them lost any desire to converse further and pressed onward. As they traversed a slope, they discerned that they were approaching a small hill. Li Bai tapped Li Pao and Appo's arm and pointed to a house atop the hill that still glimmered with light. A minor interruption, irrelevant to the greater scheme. As they drew closer, the moonlight afforded them a better view. Indeed, the man surnamed Shi possessed a certain grandeur. His residence resembled a fortress, constructed entirely of stone. This sight evoked in Li Pao thoughts of medieval castles in Europe. However, this structure was relatively modest. Infused with the rich cultural essence of the Central Plains, square in shape, with eaves that soared and arched, an imposing yet distinctive edifice. Reaching the base of the outer wall, they paused, listening intently. Faint footsteps echoed above, soon approaching directly overhead. Remarkably, there was a wall walk. This dwelling was indeed impressive, a testament to the local lord and Appo's wealth. Once the footsteps faded, Li Pao felt the wall and Appo's surface and gazed upward at its height. If it were a proper castle, it would be impossible for him to scale it unaided. Yet, this smaller fortress presented a different scenario. Though the rope he had prepared seemed somewhat superfluous, he glanced at Li Bai and reluctantly tied one end around his waist, as if he had acquired an extra tail. Once again, I find myself pondering. In this day and age, one would be remiss not to possess some degree of agility, yet this woman appears utterly inept. With a running start of several paces, she propelled herself against the wall, executing 4 consecutive leaps. At this juncture, she had reached her limit, her body poised to plummet downward, but just in time. She grasped the edge of the wall, leveraging her strength to vault herself atop, moving with the nimbleness of a monkey. Li Bai, standing below, blinked in astonishment, momentarily dazed. It was surprising enough that this young man possessed such a skill requisite for thievery. Yet what truly rendered her momentarily speechless was her realization that there were numerous entrances nearby. A mere turn should allow for entry. A rope dangled from the wall, and Li Bai, undeterred, seized it and ascended. Li Pa untied the rope, drew it up, and then repositioned it in the shadows on the opposite side, allowing both to stealthily descend and infiltrate the interior. At this point, Li Bai need not provide further guidance, for the rooms within were few. In the central spacious chamber, the illumination was bright, and the sounds of boisterous revelry resonated distinctly from beneath the wall. Shi Qianyan, having indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, observed his trusted confidants and two sons as they continued to pour liquor into their mouths, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Indeed, he mused, he was growing old. Originally named Bogu, he was a descendant of the Khitan from the northern Zhou. Under the command of the illustrious General Shi Wanshui, they had all adopted new surnames. However, he chose to retain the surname Shi, finding it quite admirable. The formidable and undefeated General Shi was the epitome of military prowess in his eyes. With the absence of General Shi leading the troops, defeat was an inevitable fate, and in his heart, he believed the emperor had made a grievous error. His most astute decision was to relinquish his military post before the upper echelons could act, seeking out his comrades and remaining within the region to tend to the imperial horses. Thus, a span of nearly 20 years passed. Those with whom he had once fought side by side had perished or been injured, while a few had risen to prominence. Yet he felt assured that none had lived more comfortably than he. Surrounded by grandchildren, well-fed and clothed, with friends scattered throughout the region, he felt content. One day, in a whimsical moment, he even changed his name from Shi Gu to Shi Qianyan, reasoning that while General Shi Wanshui was indeed a figure of great capability, he, lacking such prowess, would settle for Shi Qianyan. He took pride in this decision for quite some time. However, tranquility seemed to elude him now, as the once amicable county magistrate suddenly turned hostile, wielding a bloodied blade. Those who had perished were familiar faces, and the name Shi Qianyan now shone like a beacon. He was perplexed as to why the magistrate had abruptly turned against him. Yet the multitude of perils he had faced had taught him that only those with knives in hand could command authority. Chapter 83. Assassination. He paid no heed to why Li Jing had suddenly gone mad, intent on exterminating the elderly. He was acutely aware that should he confront Li San, there would be no mercy shown. In recent days, he dispatched messengers northward, preparing for the impending escape from the Turks. While carefully monitoring Li Jing and Appo's movements and the activities of the Ma-E military camp. Ultimately, he gathered his forces, taking position at the Yunyi pasture, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Naturally, he did not forget Han Jing of Hainan and the bandits of Dongshan, preparing 2 generous gifts to be sent their way. His preparations were meticulous. Should discord arise, he was prepared for a complete severance. Today, however, an unexpected report reached him. The third daughter of the Li family had arrived at the Yunyi border. This news unsettled him, for Erlang was known for his prudence and unparalleled bravery among his peers. Had something occurred during their journey? Furthermore, although the third daughter was young, her reputation was formidable. To inspect the horse ranch? Such audacity to venture into Yunyi warranted a meeting. He was eager to hear her words. If necessary, he could detain her, forcing Li San into a precarious position. Like many northern warriors, the more distressed he felt, the more he sought solace in drink. Yet, the effects were evidently insufficient. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on his mind, rendering him restless. The more he drank, the more his thoughts spiraled, his head growing heavier with confusion. Amidst the raucous commands and shouts of those around him, Shi Qianyan felt an excruciating headache. He swayed to his feet, gesturing for his 2 sons to continue drinking with the others while he withdrew, longing for a moment of respite. As he walked, a figure approached in the entrance. Head bowed and body hunched, quickly stepping aside upon noticing him. Shi Qianyan paid little mind, but after a few paces, an unsettling feeling gripped him. His loyal servant was absent, failing to assist him at this juncture. His thoughts abruptly ceased. The shadowy figure, like a wraith, circled behind him, reaching out to grasp his head. In a swift motion, a soft crack resonated as Shi Qianyan and Appo's neck succumbed. A seasoned warrior, having dominated the region for over a decade, Shi Qianyan met his demise in a manner he could scarcely have imagined, so effortlessly and silently. Glancing at the elderly man, now lifeless with graying hair, Lipa hesitated. It must be Shi Qianyan, he surmised. Moments before, Li Bai had indicated him from the shadows, though the distance had prevented a clear view. Having stealthily moved behind, his intent was to eliminate one by one, anticipating to eventually encounter the target. To his surprise, the very first was an elder. What a stroke of fortune! Observing the old man's stature, Lipa gritted his teeth. Hoisting the corpse and dragging it into a room where 2 others lay, servants, or perhaps guards, both clutching their blades. Certainly, it is still the old adage, to err is human, yet the consequences of a mistake can be dire. In moments of confrontation, reason often becomes irrelevant. Even a woman or child may fall victim without hesitation. Individuals like Li Pa possess a heart as ruthless as any, a quality that has allowed him to survive until this day. As he lingered, a twinge of regret washed over him for having allowed Li Pa to stand guard outside. After a brief pause, no one had approached, and Li Pa realized he could not afford to wait indefinitely. Those ruffians, once they began drinking, could lose track of time. Resolutely, he withdrew a knife from a corpse, gauging its weight before decisively severing the old man's head. He then tore a piece of fabric from the body to wrap the head. At long last, the gruesome act of murder and decapitation was complete. In the past, when he had heard seasoned soldiers recount their tales of claiming glory on the battlefield through such barbarity, he had found it somewhat primitive. With the severed head in hand, he stepped cautiously outside. Li Bai was peering around, and Li Po approached her. They crouched together in a secluded spot, furtively unwrapping their parcel. Without flinching, Li Bai seized the hair of the head and brought it closer to her eyes, her expression instantly transforming with delight. This peculiar scene lingered in Li Po's memory for a long time, evoking an uncanny resemblance to the fantastical tales of strange stories from a Chinese studio. With their task accomplished, Li Po yearned to escape. However, Li Bai, driven by insatiable greed, pointed towards the house, her gesture unmistakably urging him to eliminate all inside. Li Po realized that this woman was even more ruthless than he, her greed equally unquenchable. Generally, such individuals meet their demise swiftly. Ultimately, however, Li Po acquiesced, not due to the intimidating glare of her eyes or her fierce demeanor, but because upon witnessing his refusal, she began to rhythmically tap her knife sheath, her eyes glinting with a menacing threat in the darkness. Cursing under his breath, Li Po contemplated abandoning her, yet he ultimately turned back and entered the house. Li Bai, trailing behind, wore a self-satisfied smile. She had discerned that, at times, he displayed considerable courage, yet it was clear he harbored a profound fear of death. By identifying his vulnerability, she had gained the upper hand. Unbeknownst to her, it was not a fear of death that governed him, but rather a cultivated discipline from years spent teetering on the brink of life and death, akin to the wild beasts of the forest, where excessive vigilance and self-restraint manifest as fear. This time, Li Po did not have to wait long. A man staggered towards the back, seeking relief. Even the most intrepid drinker must eventually attend to nature's call, much to Li Po's delight. One by one, others followed suit, all falling prey to Li Po and Appo's lethal intentions. Gradually, the remaining three in the hall began to feel the chill of emptiness, yet they remained blissfully unaware, merely jesting amongst themselves, oblivious to the fact that some might not return from their trip to the lavatory. Thus, the two of them ventured to the back, laughing lightly, genuinely worried that the drunken revelers might cause trouble. After all, the families of the Sure clan resided in that very vicinity. Fortunately, they encountered little resistance, for drunken men are the easiest to handle. The room had become a veritable charnel house, littered with corpses, while Li Po busied himself like a diligent ant. Within the hall, only one person remained, and Li Po finally emerged from the shadows, head bowed, edging closer to the individual as if to impart some significant revelation. Just as this person, eyes glazed and head tilted, leaned in to listen intently, Li Po deftly snapped his neck. Chapter 84. The cavalry battle. As the two individuals slipped away, they mounted their steeds. Li Bai observed the unflappable Li Po, who approached every task with meticulous composure, and a chill crept over her. This venture had undeniably been a resounding success, yielding results beyond imagination. Not only had they eliminated Shurchinyan, but it appeared they had also eradicated several influential officials within the Yunyi ranch without a whisper of disturbance. In a single room, a dozen vigorous men had inexplicably lost their lives. This was starkly different from the chaos of the battlefield, exuding a peculiar blend of enigma and bloodshed. Li Bai reaffirmed her belief that this was a true assassin, fundamentally distinct from figures like Jing Ke and Qing Ji. She pondered whether such a person could remain docile within the governor and Appo's residence. Once provoked, would one's life be forfeit? However, these tumultuous thoughts were swiftly cast aside as the heart of the Yunyi ranch began to pulse once more, the distant sound of a solemn horn echoing ominously. Clearly, after such a massacre, evading detection was no longer feasible. Let us proceed south, Li Po declared without hesitation, spurring his horse to follow her. As they galloped, he inquired, "What about them?" Li Po grimaced, cursing under his breath. It was evident that he had been left in the dark, as they had hastily abandoned him the moment danger loomed. Neither of them was particularly concerned about being pursued. In such a dark night, even the most skilled tracker would be at a loss. This meant they had half the night to escape, and by dawn, in the absence of leadership, the chances of being pursued would be even slimmer. Nevertheless, they encountered several groups from the Yunyi ranch along the way. most of whom Li Pa had heard of in advance and thus evaded. However, just as they were about to exit the confines of the ranch, they faced an unexpected blockade. Perhaps it was merely ill fortune, as they had not taken the main roads and inadvertently stumbled upon these individuals, who were currently in the midst of their midday respite, reveling in food and drink. Upon sighting the group, the two were immediately noticed in return. Both being astute individuals, they did not hesitate and urged their horses onward. Their misfortune was not rooted in their hurried demeanor or the conspicuousness of their steeds, but rather in Li Bai herself. Among the raucous men, two lascivious souls beheld her beauty and were instantly captivated. They turned to their companions, who were not from their own ranch, and insisted on pursuing to discover the origins of this enchanting maiden, eager for what might follow. Fueled by liquor and excitement, the group mounted their horses and set off in pursuit. It was indeed a stroke of bad luck. Had Li Pa known the cause of their predicament, he would have promptly dismounted Li Bai, deeming her more of a hindrance than an asset. In the more level terrain, the chase relied heavily on a balance of equine power, fortune, and sheer numbers. Some may assert that the swiftest runner emerges victorious, rendering the number of pursuers irrelevant. However, reality reveals that when pursued by a formidable force across the plains, escape is often futile. Why? Simply because the opposition is numerous. As they envelop you from both flanks, you might initially perceive that they are approaching in a straight line, seemingly unable to catch up. Yet, as you flee, you may find, to your astonishment, that adversaries have gradually appeared before you. This is not due to their extraordinary speed, but rather because both horse and man cannot traverse in a perfectly straight line. Akin to those lost in circles in the desert, you may unknowingly veer off course. The enemy, evidently seasoned, bellows from behind, commanding the two to halt, their formation gradually dispersing. Li Pa and Li Bai sensed trouble and instinctively drew their bows. Li Pa yearned to inquire about the whereabouts of their reinforcements, as Li Bai had informed him that assistance awaited them to the south. However, Li Pa deemed this dubious. In such a vast expanse, could there truly be someone ready to aid them? It seemed absurd. Did they possess mobile phones and global positioning systems? Amidst the chase, arrows became the primary projectiles soaring through the air. As both riders were unseated from their steeds, the pursuers finally recognized they had encountered the enemy. As for the origins of this foe, that could wait until after they had been dispatched. Such equestrian combat is commonplace in various regions today. Yet, this does not hinder the gradual proliferation of archery among the populace. Of course, the quality of craftsmanship varies, but many households possess bows and arrows. Particularly among the provincial soldiers, the government and Oppo's regulation of weaponry often proves superficial. This is due to the fact that these soldiers procure their own arms and steeds, which is the essence of the provincial soldier system. However, the mutual firing between cavalry, as witnessed today, remains quite rare. The art of mounted archery is most famously attributed to the Mongols, who ingeniously integrated it into their tactics, achieving numerous astounding feats. Yet, mounted archery was not a Mongolian invention. Throughout history, both nomads and Han soldiers have excelled in this skill. At this juncture, the Turkic and Sui soldiers were particularly distinguished in this discipline. The cries of wounded steeds echoed behind as one fell, while Li Bai and Oppo's mount also let out a long whinny, an arrow lodged in its hindquarters. Swiftly, she drew her bow thrice, releasing 3 arrows in succession, causing 2 adversaries to tumble from their horses. In this instance, Li Pa felt he could not compare. He lacked such supple prowess. Li Bai then deftly leaped onto a nearby steed, unsheathing her blade to sever the tether connecting their mounts. Just then, a muffled groan escaped Li Bai as she collapsed onto the horse's back, a long arrow embedded in the inner side of her shoulder. It seems that the one who stands out often becomes the target. Chapter 85. Severe injury. At this moment, Li Pa did not dwell on his thoughts. Even if he did, it was inconceivable to abandon Li Bai here. However, those were merely hypotheticals. This incident was not fatal for Li Bai. Observing her, he saw her quickly regain her posture and kick the horse's belly repeatedly, causing the steed to surge forward with renewed vigor. Noticing that he was slightly lagging behind, Li Pa swiftly drew his sword and severed the tether connecting to another warhorse, gradually tightening the reins before pulling sharply. As a consequence, arrows shot forth, inflicting 2 long gashes on his arms and waist, a result of his relentless movements. The warhorse neighed wildly, rearing up, and as its hind legs propelled, the front hoof struck the ground in a new direction. In that fleeting moment, an arrow grazed Li Pa and Oppo's cheek. Without a blink, he let out a fierce shout, vigorously squeezing the horse and Apos' belly, and the steed bolted forward, charging towards the pursuing foes. Simultaneously, Lipa drew back his bow and let an arrow fly, striking a man squarely in the chest and sending him tumbling from his mount. Subsequently, he discarded the bow, unsheathed his long knife, and deftly evaded another incoming arrow. Wielding the blade, he drew circles above his head, advancing towards the last of the pursuers. Though it may sound slow, it transpired in an instant as both sides spurred their steeds onward. In the blink of an eye, the two horses crossed paths. The final pursuer was already ensnared in panic, his spirit diminished by the relentless chase. Upon seeing the enemy approach, he hastily discarded his bow and drew his sword, movements appearing sluggish and almost in slow motion. Before he could fully unsheath his long knife, the two steeds intertwined, and a flash of blade met flesh, blood erupted forth. Propelled by the momentum of the horse, Lipa effortlessly cleaved the man, splitting shoulder and back. At that moment, Lipa finally felt a sense of ease. He turned his horse around to pursue Li Bai. Not far ahead, he found Li Bai collapsed by the roadside, evidently exhausted and thrown from her mount. Upon approaching, Lipa reined in his horse, dismounted, and examined the woman's body. Fortunately, she still breathed, albeit unconscious. However, the injury was undoubtedly severe. Having fallen from the horse had inflicted additional harm, and blood flowed rapidly, staining half her body crimson. Lipa assessed the wound and promptly tore a strip from his clothes, tightly binding her shoulder. Yet, the location of the arrow wound was particularly troublesome. This action alone could not effectively staunch the bleeding. Scanning the surroundings, he hoisted Li Bai onto the warhorse. They could not linger here, as the pursuers might arrive at any moment. Nevertheless, having exited the territory of Yan, Lipa felt slightly reassured. After a short while, he discovered a grove of trees. Lipa dismounted and led the horse into the woods, then commenced a flurry of activity as he laid Li Bai down and swiftly kindled a fire. Fortunately, it was a penetrating wound. Otherwise, he would have had to extract the arrowhead, inevitably causing deeper injury. This was Lipa and Apos' first experience treating an arrow wound, yet he remained composed. He first chopped off the arrowhead with a dagger, then placed a small twig in Li Bai and Apos' mouth, demonstrating thoughtful consideration. At this moment, Li Bai and Apos' face was as pale as parchment, her life force nearly extinguished. After completing his task, Lipa grasped the arrow and Apos' tail, gritted his teeth, and with a sudden forceful tug, extracted the arrow shaft. In her unconscious state, Li Bai abruptly opened her eyes, and with a crack, bit through the small branch in her mouth. Once awakened, she was surprisingly compliant, lacking the strength to struggle. Large beads of sweat cascaded down her face, indicating the intense pain she was enduring. Lipa felt a twinge of schadenfreude, contemplating that the worst was yet to come. To cleanse the wound, Lipa heated his dagger over the fire until it glowed a deep crimson, then returned to Li Bai's side. Suppressing a laugh, he said, "Bear with it. We must staunch the bleeding, and this method is the swiftest." As he spoke, he adjusted Li Bai's limp body and seared her wounds with the heated blade, eliciting a hoarse, chilling scream that echoed in the air. After applying the medicinal powder and bandaging her wounds, he was somewhat surprised by Li Bai's resilience. She did not faint, which earned her a measure of his admiration. The woman drifted into a deep slumber, but before succumbing to unconsciousness, she instructed Li Pa to proceed ahead, where there should be a relay station with their people waiting, urging him to hasten in finding a doctor. After all that had transpired, Li Bai understood that being in the hands of her captor was precarious, and she desired a genuine physician to attend to her. However, even in her current state, speaking was a labor, and even if she were in perfect health, commanding Lipa would not be a simple task. Lipa chose to remain where he was. After a night of exhaustion and half a day of turmoil, he was weary, yet hunger was becoming unbearable. He retrieved a flatbread to satiate his hunger and sipped some wine to rejuvenate himself before taking a brief nap beside the campfire. That evening, as anticipated, the woman developed a high fever. Unlike Li Chan, her fever was accompanied by incessant murmurs and restless tossing. Lipa paid her little mind, placing a cool cloth on her forehead and offering her water a few times, then resigned himself to her condition. In his heart, Lipa believed that Li Bai had already slipped away, as the medicinal remedies of this era were notoriously unreliable. Given the severity of her injuries, the likelihood of her survival was slim. He began to ponder what course he would take if this woman were to perish. Chapter 86. The resilient fate. On this particular night, Lipa found himself unable to sleep, feeling that his destiny was curiously intertwined with a woman he found rather unappealing. and who, in turn, seemed indifferent to him. It was indeed a peculiar situation. Regardless of his previous contemplations, they now appeared utterly absurd. He had no desire to be a wandering playboy, foolishly traversing various realms. He placed great significance on where he chose to settle, in the vast grasslands. He had endured the biting cold and desolation for 5 long years. Upon arriving at Mai, he painstakingly acquired 2 residences. What was his purpose? He knew full well. It was to roam freely while having a sanctuary to retreat to for some peace. He did not wish to share the fate of many others, who met their demise like dogs, carelessly buried without a trace. If he were to face death one day, he would prefer to do so comfortably in his bed, peacefully closing his eyes. Of course, perhaps due to the multitude of lives he had taken, fate seemed disinclined to bestow its favor upon him. Lost in these thoughts, Li Po eventually drifted into slumber. His dreams were perpetually tumultuous, devoid of tranquility, as he was relentlessly pursued and witnessed countless deaths at his hands. Yet, he never awoke in fright. Even in dreams, he remained remarkably composed and unafraid, rather dull, in fact. The chirping of birds heralded the arrival of dawn, accompanied by a moist tongue licking his face. Li Po opened his eyes, brushing aside the long face of a horse, turning to look. Remarkably, the woman had survived. Her fever had mysteriously subsided, and she slept soundly. Li Po felt a surge of joy upon realizing that she, like him, was a person whom even the king of hell would prefer to avoid, truly resilient. In truth, he envied her physical constitution. Not everyone could endure such hardship and emerge alive in a place where medical care was scarce. She was a tenacious creature, with a vitality akin to that of a cockroach. He boiled water to feed Li Bai some warm liquid, then broke up a flatbread, soaking it for her to eat. After satiating his own hunger, he pondered whether it was time to set forth on their journey. He harbored concerns that, having just regained consciousness, this woman might collapse en route, which would be most unfortunate. At this moment, Li Bai had fully awakened. She examined the haphazardly bandaged wounds encircling her body, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. The notion of sealing wounds with a heated blade was entirely foreign to her. It seemed that such a method had only emerged in modern times, once people gained a better understanding of bacterial infections, though perhaps, for the sake of narrative, we could assume that this ancient person was unaware of such advancements. Moreover, it was done twice. Li Bai trembled slightly, realizing she had never endured such excruciating pain before. Yet, she retained a semblance of gratitude, not attributing any malicious intent to Li Po. For he possessed an air of mystery that made the use of such a technique seem plausible, perhaps even a secret tradition. However, her thoughts soon turned to concern, knowing that her body would likely bear 2 unsightly scars. Upon reflection, her eyes reddened, yet tears refused to flow, for in the realm of the Kansai aristocracy, there exists no mercy for the weeping weak. Early on, she comprehended this truth. Henceforth, after she resolved to enlist, she had not shed a single tear. The ability to weep, when long and used, can indeed be forgotten, and such is her current plight, deeply sorrowful, yet devoid of tears. The concept of resilience seemed etched into her very bones. Are you not leaving? Li Bai began to divert her attention. Where would I go? Li Po declared with a facade of righteous indignation. How could I abandon my commander? After spending time together, Li Bai had become adept at discerning Li Po's character. Nevertheless, after this shared experience, they had forged a bond of life and death. Although Li Po had no genuine desire to perish alongside this woman, he dutifully embraced the role of caretaker. As for Li Bai, her previous thoughts had dissipated entirely. Strictly speaking, both were soldiers, regardless of their backgrounds. They subtly adhered to the soldier and Apos' code. Having endured the trials of life and death, they had garnered mutual respect in each other and Apos' eyes. When they stood together once more, trust blossomed. Li Bai and Apos' condition was exceedingly frail, and continuing their journey was no longer feasible. Thus, Li Po tended to the remnants of their campfire, assisted Li Bai onto her horse, and ventured deeper into the woods. Another day passed, and the two, concealed within the thicket, found themselves faring reasonably well. Of course, with Li Po present, it was only natural that they thrived. He was no stranger to bloodshed, and it seemed that cooking was his true calling. Unbeknownst to them, night fell. After reapplying her bandages, this time the precautions were stringent, revealing not the swollen side of her chest, but rather a bloodied wound. When dawn broke, they had no choice but to move towards the forest's edge, for their water supply was nearly depleted. However, before they could reach the border of the woods, Li Po halted, swiftly bending down and flattening himself against the ground. His worries proved unfounded. for Li Jing had arrived in person, leading his troops. In just a few days, he had gathered 1,000 soldiers from the Ma'i garrison and coordinated with 600 from the Xinwu army, advancing towards Yunnei. He was, indeed, somewhat anxious. His daughter had been out of contact for several days, and yesterday, news finally reached him through swift riders. To his astonishment, he learned that his daughter had ventured into Yunnei with but a single companion. Li Jing was not a man of tender heart, nor one to coddle his offspring. Li Bai and Amp, Appo's expedition to Yunnei had been a directive from him. Should she succeed, he, as the governor of Ma'i, would wield unchallenged authority throughout the region. Conversely, if she faltered, she would surely find a way to escape from Yunnei. Subsequently, he would seize the opportunity to encircle Yunnei during the ensuing chaos, compelling Han Jing to join him in quelling the rebellion, which would undoubtedly create considerable upheaval. With such tumult, one could hardly predict the consequences, however. With the campaign against Liaoding imminent, he believed he would not be summoned away from Ma'i. Yet, the audacity of his daughter to venture into Yunnei with but a single ally, did she truly believe herself akin to Guanyu? Did you wish to attend a solitary meeting? At that moment, Li Jing felt that he was likely to endure the anguish of losing a daughter. Chapter 87. Promotion. Li Jing and Amp, Appo's military strategy hinges on a singular notion of swiftness. He possesses a remarkable ability to discern the adversary and Amp, Appo's vulnerabilities, and at times, even to fabricate them, before launching a relentless assault that leaves one utterly unprepared. Thus, upon receiving the news, the relatively inexperienced magistrate of Ma'i County, Li Bo, swiftly mobilized his troops towards Ma'i. On this day, Li Po encountered Li Jing for the first time. Clad in full armor, Li Jing commanded an imposing presence. Yet, his initial impression on Li Bo was that of a stern, unyielding middle-aged man. There was a resemblance between him and Li Bai, confirming their blood relation. In essence, this man was strikingly handsome, considerably more so than Li Bo himself. Despite his age, his hair remained lustrous and black, his complexion radiant, exuding vitality. Merely seated upon his steed, he emanated an indefinable aura, a quality that Li Bo had come to recognize during his interactions with Li Bai, an unmistakable aristocratic demeanor. Unlike himself, who, even as an emperor, could never cultivate such an essence, Li Bo found this quality unattainable. Li Bai, being younger, displayed a hint of domineering assertiveness. Originally, Li Bo was not meant to meet Li Jing, as someone had emerged from the woods to escort Li Bai, surrounding her with a protective entourage. Amidst the throngs of soldiers, Li Bo felt uncomfortable in this unfamiliar military spectacle, sensing that remaining beside Li Bai would afford him greater security, almost as if he were seeking an opportunity to slip away. However, upon witnessing Li Bai and Amp, Appo's frail condition, they brought him directly to Li Jing. Yet, during the army and Appo's march, Li Jing had little time for pleasantries. With his daughter gravely injured, Li Bo felt fortunate that Li Jing did not immediately execute him. He dared not expect more. Li Jing, too preoccupied to engage with a mere subordinate, swiftly extracted the information he sought. The death of Shirchinian at the Yunnei horse farm had thrown the establishment into disarray. Without further inquiry, Li Jing promptly issued orders for rapid advancement towards Ma'i, declaring that any encountered along the way who dared to flee or resist would be executed. This exemplified the true nature of a Sui military leader and inadvertently provided Li Bo with his first lesson in Sui military doctrine. Compassion has no place in command. The insights shared by seasoned soldiers within the camp paled in comparison to the first-hand experiences he was witnessing. In a bewildering turn of events, Li Bo found himself among the elite guard of Li Jing. As a horseman from the county government, he could indeed be considered a worthy member of the magistrate's retinue. The sound of thundering hoofs filled his ears as the cavalry advanced. A contingent of over 1,000 riders was no small force. And as they entered the territory of Yunnei, they expanded their formation. From a distance, one could discern a dark line resembling a wall, advancing rapidly. The splendid sight of the Sui cavalry unveiled itself before Li Bo for the first time. Yet, this was merely the light cavalry. He had only heard tales of the fully equipped heavy cavalry, which he had yet to behold. In truth, among the camels that followed closely behind, many bore heavy cavalry armor upon their backs. The ground trodden by the cavalry was rendered devoid of life, as waves of scouts traversed back and forth, serving as the vanguard of the Grand Army. The sounds of commands resonated throughout the ranks, mingling with the resounding clinks of blades and armor. Li Po found himself amidst this tumult, feeling akin to a solitary boat tossed by a tempest, caught between trepidation and exhilaration. He occasionally surveyed the soldiers surrounding him, sensing a certain dissonance between himself and their formidable presence. Naturally, the array of weaponry wielded by the Sui troops opened his eyes to a diverse arsenal. While all were equipped with blades, some had large axes suspended at their sides, while others brandished hefty mace-like weapons. The frontline cavalry often carried long polearms. As for the renowned spear, Li Po was uncertain of its presence. In actuality, it was a long spear, versatile for both throwing and charging into battle. This weapon was costly, a privilege reserved for Sui generals. Even a slightly lower-ranked officer could scarcely afford one. Li Po, like a curious child, gazed about the ranks, standing out conspicuously. He himself felt rather shabby in comparison to the imposing cavalry. His disinterest in the army's advance, the number of lives claimed, or whether they were pursuing remnants or chasing fleeing enemies was palpable. Indeed, the military maneuvers occurring in the early years of the DY era, particularly in the northeastern region of Mai, resembled more of a grand military parade. The history of Yunai's horse farm had already witnessed the decapitation of Shi Qianian. His severed head along with that of his loyal followers discarded in a storage room. The horse farm had descended into utter chaos. Most of Shi Qianian and Appo's grandsons, accompanied by their families, fled to Hong'an, only to be later presented to Li Jing as a gift by the town's commander, Han Jing. This served to illustrate an unchanging truth. The friendships formed within the ranks of bureaucracy are far from reliable. Only one of Shi Qianian's grandsons, possessing more sense, took some personnel and hastily abandoned his family to escape. This further proved that in times of despair, one should never trust in the loyalty of subordinates. By April of the 7th year of the DY era, peace finally returned to Mai. The narrative surrounding the Yan Mingwen incident was polished by Li Jing. Ultimately, the official account claimed that there was unrest at the Mai horse farm, resulting in the murder of Shi Qianian and other officials, which was swiftly quelled by the diligent county lieutenant, Li Jing. This also underscored the folly of believing official statements, as they are often mere fabrications. Nevertheless, Li Jing found satisfaction in the outcome. Years of pent-up frustrations had finally found some release. He was quite curious to witness the expression on his elder brother and Appo's face upon hearing this news. The only slight blemish in this triumph was that his daughter, Li Bai, had suffered severe injuries, though her life was spared. Li Pik too faced some repercussions, as it was he who encouraged Li Bai to venture forth. This could not be concealed. Afterward, while Li Bai lay grievously wounded, he had merely sustained a superficial scrape, which would undoubtedly draw the ire of a deity, let alone that of a father like Li Jing. Li Po's character has once again come to the forefront. Li Bai has enthusiastically recommended him as the steward of Yunai racecourse. In the blink of an eye, Li Po has been promoted a rank, replacing Shi Qianian, and has become the principal authority at Yunai racecourse. Chapter 88. Ma Ling as April graced the land. The village of Ma-I began to embrace the warmth of summer. After several torrential downpours, the Yunnan pasture, located in the northeast of Ma-I, flourished under the gentle caress of the summer breeze, the lush green grass swaying gracefully, teeming with vitality. Nestled on a small hill at the northern edge of the pasture stood a fortress constructed of stone, encircled by clusters of houses and stables, resembling stars surrounding the moon. Though it had not been long since the rebellion, for the inhabitants of the pasture, it felt as if eons had passed. Many had already begun to forget that both the castle and the pasture once belonged to the Shi family. In truth, it was not mere forgetfulness, but rather an adeptness at forgetting. For now, both the unique courtyard and the entire pasture had new ownership. The new master, a young lad named Li Po, had yet to acquire a courtesy name. Nevertheless, when he assumed the role of the pasture's commander, no one dared to voice dissent. As the menacing cavalry of Ma had not yet vanished from memory, the orders of the venerable Li Jing would be followed with unwavering loyalty. Once the cavalry retreated, the beleaguered inhabitants of the Yunnan pasture accepted this new reality with a tranquil demeanor, diligently striving to erase all memories of the past, including the name Shi Qianian. It was reassuring for everyone that the new lord of the pasture did not instigate further turmoil. Instead, he traversed the grounds, seeking seasoned horsemen to fill the previously vacant official positions in the pasture. This decision evidently calmed the restless hearts of the people. The new commander appeared amiable, retaining the previous horsemen and stable managers, and the old ledgers were not scrutinized too closely, allowing life to continue as usual. This encouraged the populace to swiftly forget the Shi family and Appo's legacy and to embrace a new beginning. However, the loss of life had been significant, leading to a shortage of hands in the pasture. Consequently, some newcomers were brought in, mostly transferred from other pastures, while the new commander also recruited several armed men, unmistakably veterans from the military, who quickly took on the responsibilities of safeguarding the pasture. Subsequently, the new commander visited Hung and Apos, and, where the ever-capricious General Han, known for his swift changes of demeanor, warmly escorted the new commander from his residence. All signs indicated that the storm had passed, and the people could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Although most of the pasture and Apos' inhabitants were skilled horsemen and fierce warriors, some even took pride in dying in battle. The truth remained that no one desired to engage in a head-on confrontation with a large army, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Overall, Commander Li was not particularly inclined to manage affairs, and his only close kin, a younger sister, was quite different from the prior Shi family dynamics. In times past, the Yunnan pasture was akin to the private estate of the Shi family, where Shi Qianyin and his descendants had absolute authority. However, under the jurisdiction of Commander Li, the pasture began to exhibit the semblance of a public entity, a development that was not unexpected. As Commander Li was said to be a trusted confidant of the county lord and had previously served as the lord's personal guard, distinguishing him from Shi Qianyin, the Yunnan pasture sprawled across an area of over 100 miles, home to more than 1,000 war horses and countless cattle and sheep. The Yunyi Horse Ranch can be broadly divided into 3 sections, with each herdsman having their designated living area. Managing such an extensive territory requires considerable effort, akin to governing a county. While the population may be somewhat sparse, the horses, cattle, and sheep collectively contribute to its vitality. However, ever since Li Meiling took residence in the castle, he has rarely appeared before the people after his initial gathering, during which he urged them not to indulge in idle fantasies and to focus on their work. One can easily surmise that the third lady of the Taijia family is recuperating here, and it would be quite extraordinary if Li Meiling were to neglect her while attending to ranch matters. Subsequently, some rumors emerged that were rather alarming. It was said that Li Meiling, following Sergeant Li, traveled 1,000 miles daily, journeying from Kang to Yunyi, inadvertently beheading Shikianian, and then departing with calm composure. Naturally, such tales would not be openly discussed, yet hushed whispers were inevitable. Although most rumors lack substantiation, as long as they pique interest, they tend to become increasingly distorted. Before long, Li Meiling and the third lady had transformed in the public imagination into figures akin to demons and monsters. The more infrequently Li Meiling made appearances, the more enigmatic he became, ultimately leading to wild allegations of cannibalism. This peculiar situation, though baffling, thrived in the superstitious culture of the populace. At this juncture, Li Per remained blissfully ignorant of his newfound status as a topic of gossip among the ranch inhabitants, rapidly aligning himself with characters from tales of the supernatural. He continued to reside comfortably in the castle, relishing the fruits of his victory, showing little interest in the operations of the ranch. Yet, with chaos descending upon the land, he was compelled to attend to some pressing matters. For instance, when Li Wu and several others were disheartenedly dispatched to the ranch to serve as guards, he instructed them to seek out friends and relatives to join the workforce. As for compensation, it was readily agreeable. The wealth left behind by Shikianian had mostly been seized by the Taijia, yet a portion remained generously intact. This became Li Pu and Apos' capital. Anyone who came to join would immediately gain military status at the ranch, with doubled wages, and would not need to provide their own weapons or horses. Everything would be supplied here. As for food and lodging, while bringing an entire family might be excessive, bringing only wives and children was welcomed, as the ranch was in dire need of personnel. Surprisingly, despite their seemingly foolish demeanor, Li Wu and his companions possessed considerable charm. And soon, people began to flock to the ranch. Within a month, dozens had gathered. However, since they were largely outsiders, Li Pa felt uneasy. Therefore, he sent someone to Mai to locate the simple-minded Shi De and Shi Er, and managed to recruit a group of hunters from Mai. Would they be willing to come? Undoubtedly. While the prospect of serving in the provincial army appeared appealing, for these relatively impoverished hunters, it also carried substantial burdens, with the specter of labor service always looming. Yet now, once registered in the ranch's military roster, the situation would be quite different. Not only would they receive pay, but food and accommodation would also be provided without the need for personal arrangements. And they would no longer have to venture into the mountains to hunt, a most favorable arrangement indeed. When the group of hunters led by Shi Dashu arrived with their families, Within a mere 4 months, Li Pa had swiftly gathered over 100 individuals. Such was the nature of the times. Possessing land and provisions could instantly attract a throng of followers. At this moment, Li Pa felt a sense of reassurance, as any further actions by the stablemen could be easily quelled with a mere wave of his hand. Progress, after all, must be made gradually, and tasks should be approached with patience. Chapter 89. Practicing calligraphy. Moreover, he found little affinity for those 2 individuals. At this moment, situated within the confines of the Yunyi horse ranch, he could not fully comprehend the ramifications of the campaign against Liaodong as he might have in the bustling city of Mai. The ranch resembled a self-sustaining microcosm, where individuals were supported by the government, free from the shackles of monetary concerns regarding sustenance, clothing, and shelter. It was truly a realm of leisure. Consequently, Li Pa felt as though fortune had turned in his favor, and his life had unexpectedly transitioned into a state of modest affluence, a rare and commendable feat. His existence was gradually becoming more structured. With his official rank elevated to the esteemed 9th grade, he still stood in contrast to the county magistrate of Yunyi, yet wielded considerable power that overshadowed that of the magistrate. A multitude of subordinates were at his command, and as long as there were no outbreaks of equine diseases, Li Jing would remain the deputy of Mai County, ensuring a stable tenure in his position. As a result, his leisure time increased, primarily due to his lack of enthusiasm for the mundane affairs of the ranch. He resumed his physical training while also embarking on the journey of literacy and scholarship. Ignorance is a lamentable state, and being illiterate is truly pitiable. Knowledge is power, knowledge is wealth, and it all begins with the written word. Thus, he resolved to pursue reading and writing, aspiring to be a thoughtful and valuable citizen of the Sui Dynasty. As for a teacher, there was no need to search far and wide. Yuan Lang would suffice. Though he himself was somewhat lacking in scholarly pursuits, he was more than adequate to serve as Li Pa's tutor. Hence, feeling a sense of responsibility at the ranch, Li Pa took on the role of an instructor. The youth, eager to impart knowledge, accepted this appointment with enthusiasm. His pupils were Li Pa and his sister, Li Chun. If Li Pa could still be considered a semi-illiterate individual, Li Chun was entirely lost in ignorance. In ancient times, the accessibility of literature and education had already become a privilege of the aristocracy following the implementation of the 9-rank system. The common folk found it increasingly difficult to gain access to written works. This artificially created chasm was nearly insurmountable in the northern regions, while in the south, despite an even stricter hierarchy, the thriving literary culture offered a different landscape, with a considerable number of commoners possessing knowledge of propriety. It was not until the reign of Emperor Wan that the imperial examination system was established, slightly alleviating this situation, and with the ascension of the current emperor, the promotion of the examination system commenced at a gradual pace. However, given the Emperor Yang Guang's myriad distractions, penchant for immediate results, and inclination towards innovation, it was likely that such a challenging initiative as the examination system would falter midway. Had Li Pa and Li Chun merely been commoners in Mai, pursuing small trades, their aspirations for literacy would have been daunting, and even if they managed to learn, it would bear little fruit. The current circumstances were markedly different. With a 9th grade official position, they had entered the ranks of the 9-rank system, and even if they did not pursue an official career, establishing themselves as a respectable family was now within reach. Of course, the 9-rank system had already been abolished by Emperor Wan, yet its influence persisted. As for Li Bai, due to her severe injuries, it was unwise for her to accompany the troops. Her father had retained her at the ranch, enlisting the expertise of 2 renowned physicians for her treatment. To be candid, such penetrating wounds would require at least half a year for complete recovery. In the vast expanse of the racetrack, where personnel changes and various matters intertwine, finding fault is no trivial task. Subsequently, Li Pa was instructed to gather the accounts for scrutiny. Within merely half a day, Li Pa found himself in a state of bewilderment. This was not due to the complexity of the accounts, which were rather straightforward. Even a novice could decipher them after a couple of hours of examination. However, Li Pa faced the challenge of deciphering the hastily scrawled handwriting, where familiar characters became unrecognizable, often relying on guesswork to make sense of it all. Yet, praise was scarce, as Li Bai disdainfully advised him to first learn to read. This was the true impetus for Li Pa to guide Li Chun in her studies and writing. At that moment, the sun shone brightly, rays streaming through the window panes, illuminating motes of dust that danced freely in the light. The room exuded a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere. The siblings sat cross-legged on the floor, each bent over a small table, diligently practicing their calligraphy. Li Pa focused intently, attempting to form characters that resembled cryptic symbols, his grip on the brush unwavering yet trembling with determination. Mastering the art of writing, akin to martial arts, required more than just a fleeting effort. Li Chun's face glistened with sweat, her cheeks smudged with ink, creating a rather comical sight. The large characters she painstakingly inscribed resembled undulating waves, each stroke possessing its own unique flair. After scrutinizing her work for a while, she rubbed her sore wrists, feeling a strong urge to bang her head against the table. How had she once envied those who could read and write? Casting a sideways glance at her elder brother, she mused that it was about time they had their meal. Meanwhile, Li Bai maintained her posture, moving about like a zombie, pacing between the siblings and Appo's desks, wielding a wooden board as if it were a ruler, occasionally delivering playful taps as a form of leisure. In this small realm, life was vibrant, with a stern teacher and diligent students creating a surprisingly harmonious scene. Chapter 90. Daily life. Li Bai delineated matters with great clarity. The practice of calligraphy may require several years, while literacy could be attained in a matter of months. However, it is rather disheartening that, in this era, many scholars remain oblivious to the significance of penmanship. Of course, individuals who possess exceptional writing skills are currently beyond Li Bai's reach. The petty officials and clerks below him manage to write it all, which is commendable enough. To expect them to produce neat and aesthetically pleasing script would indeed be an undue expectation. Li Bai's handwriting should be quite commendable, yet she seems reluctant to showcase it. Though, to be fair, she is still nursing an injury. Li Bai himself is equally dismissive, given a sturdy pen. He too could inscribe beautiful characters for display. He has allotted himself a specific time for calligraphy practice, not extensive, merely an hour each morning and evening, so as not to indulge those two fools in excessive pride. Upon completing his writing, he attempts to read. The texts he engages with are entirely handwritten copies, or rather, they are transcriptions dictated by Li Bai and recorded by Yuan Lang, adorned with Yuan Lang's clumsy, spider-like script. The content is surprisingly intriguing, revealing itself to be a Buddhist scripture. Clearly, this was Li Bai and Appo's formative reading material. As the teachings are straightforward and aimed at guiding one toward goodness, evidently intended for children. This illustrates the profound influence Buddhism has exerted on Central Plains culture. It is said that Emperor One of the Sui Dynasty was raised by a nun during his youth. It is a rather paradoxical situation. The prevailing dynasty of the time, situated north of the Yangtze River, was renowned for its military prowess, with both Han and Hu people embracing a martial culture. Yet, in such an environment, Buddhism has managed to dominate the mainstream, a notion that seems rather enigmatic, does it not? The more tumultuous life becomes, the more individuals are inclined to contemplate the afterlife or the Western paradise. There is little need for elaboration. Buddhist scriptures have become the primary leisure reading material for the nobility, reputed for their ability to soothe the mind and expand one's horizons. However, Li Bai harbors no interest in such matters. He is, to put it plainly, a thoroughgoing atheist. Thus, when he reads the Buddhist texts, he finds it quite torturous, as each word seems to whisper to him the unreliability of the content. Furthermore, reciting the scriptures requires a melodic intonation, euphemistically termed Buddhist singing. Li Bai felt no sense of tranquility. Rather, he found himself drowsy. What brought him a modicum of amusement was the sight of Li Bai appearing somewhat foolish while reading the scriptures. The four individuals in the room stood solemnly, bowing to one another in a manner steeped in antiquity. Subsequently, whether it was Yuan Lang, Li Chun, or Li Bai, smiles began to grace their faces. For mealtime was approaching. Li Bai then accompanied Li Chun and Yuan Lang to prepare the meal. The kitchen soon buzzed with activity, and at mealtime, Li Wu and others would invariably arrive punctually. As Li Bai and Appo's, as personal guards, it was rather a peculiar arrangement for him to be the one preparing their meals. Such treatment would be hard to find even in the Grand Sui Dynasty. Nevertheless, with a larger group, matters became more manageable. In the kitchen, Li Bai had begun to take a back seat. Having directed this and that, he would not hesitate to reprimand those who erred, resorting to punches and kicks with a flurry of scolding. He embodied the imposing figure of a head chef, albeit a rather rough one, as his authority permitted. This afternoon, the dish prepared was braised beef brisket, which took quite a while to complete. Li Bai's figure had appeared near the kitchen twice, clearly indicating her impatience. It was not until afternoon that 2 large pots of steaming stew were finally ready, exuding a mouth-watering aroma, which was then served in the grand hall of the castle. A circle of people gathered around to indulge in the feast. A small table had been set for Li Bai, accompanied by Yuan Lang and Li Chun. Meanwhile, Li Pu was less concerned with the arrangement. He contemplated the possibility of creating a round table, perhaps in hopes of forming a band of knights. However, observing the ravenous and fierce expressions of the diners, he dismissed the idea. After lunch, the crowd dispersed, most heading off to ride horses or take leisurely strolls. The clear skies and expansive fields offered limited entertainment. Whether it was the guards at the racetrack or the stable hands, they congregated, and aside from horse racing, their activities consisted of wrestling, permeated by an unmistakable scent of testosterone. Li Pa had his own tasks. At this time, he would take Li Chun and Yuan Lang to ride their steeds for a few laps. Once their energy was nearly spent, they would rest for an hour before practicing archery. Li Bai would once again appear among them, persistently seeking to stir up trouble, embodying the very essence of idle mischief. As evening approached, after dinner, there was another hour dedicated to reading and practicing calligraphy, followed by Li Pu ensuring that Li Chun and Yuan Lang went to bed on time. He would then retreat into his room to familiarize himself with official duties. However, within a few days, he received orders from Li Bai to conduct this work before dinner. Li Pa paid her no heed. Yet, one night, a scene reminiscent of a ghostly romance unfolded, leading Yuan Lang to solemnly warn Li Pa the next day that if any rumors circulated, it would be difficult to explain to the patriarch. Subsequently, Li Pa used sparring as an excuse to give Yuan Lang a sound thrashing. Nevertheless, as twilight descended, he dutifully entered his room to sift through documents, only to be interrupted by Li Bai's timely appearance. Nothing was right, she insisted. The horse commander should do this, and the horse commander should do that, tormenting Li Bai's ears. The two physicians stationed there eventually approached, as it was time for Li Bai to take her medicine and change her dressings, finally allowing this bothersome woman to leave. However, Li Bai's relief was short-lived. As two female soldiers from Mai arrived, working part-time as handmaidens, both possessing some medical knowledge and closely following Li Bai, Li Pa couldn't help but feel that the offspring of officials were truly insufferable. With this development, Li Bai became markedly more lively. Her range of activities greatly expanded. It was said that her appetite improved, her sleep became more restful, and the speed of her wound healing even accelerated. Chapter 91. The Horse Ranch in early May. Li Pa finally summoned all the managers of the horse ranch. Having become quite familiar with the operations of the ranch, he had no desire for drastic reforms. There was little that required improvement. The equestrian policies of the Sui Dynasty were commendable, and Li Pa felt he had much to learn rather than seeking unnecessary changes, which would only serve to complicate his own circumstances. However, he firmly held on to the authority over the ranch, which he deemed essential. Li Pa lacked both the interest and the capacity to transform the ranch into an independent entity. The previous manager, surnamed Shi, had spent nearly 2 decades building a reputation that instilled fear in the local officials, only to ultimately meet a tragic end, leading to his demise and the ruin of his family. Li Pa was no deity. Surrounded by local officials, he knew that any attempts to innovate would yield little result. Moreover, the ranch could neither produce legendary steeds nor cultivate grass taller than trees. He had no inclination to implement rotational grazing to protect the ranch and Appo's environment. Thus, his task was simple: safeguard his authority while ensuring the ranch continued to function smoothly. He believed this was the path forward, having contemplated it for many days. With the departure of Shi Qian, the status of Yan'ai Ranch was undeniably in decline. The upcoming task of eliminating the bandits in Dongshan did not necessitate the ranch's involvement. That was the responsibility of the local military forces. Li Jing, the county governor, would no longer linger over Yan'ai Ranch. Even with Li Bai and Appo's strong recommendation, it was unlikely that Li Pa would be appointed as the ranch manager. At best, he might receive a subordinate position. Li Bai, recuperating here, was destined to be a mere visitor, while Yuan Lang appeared to be biding his time to gain experience. As for Li Pa, the duration of his stay at the ranch remained uncertain. Once the conflict in Liaodong concluded, the world would surely be astonished. He recalled clearly that the campaign against Liaodong had faced significant challenges during its initial attempts, resulting in considerable losses. By then, it was likely that changes would also befall the region of Mai. Would the Turks descend southward? How long could Li Jing maintain his position as county governor? These thoughts overwhelmed Li Pa, and as per his usual practice, he decided not to dwell on distant matters. His immediate priority was to ensure that no voice in the ranch could surpass his own. In the grand hall, a dozen or so officials from the ranch sat arranged in 2 rows. Li Pa glanced around, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He indeed projected an aura of authority. relishing the sensation of issuing commands. He rapped the table to silence the murmurs in the hall, capturing the attention of all present. Yuan Lang and Li Chun, at the opportune moment, staggered forward from the back, not due to any physical frailty, but because they were laden with a hefty stack of documents. With a swift motion, the papers were deposited onto the low table before Li Pa. Upon observing the situation, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably. Was it finally time to settle old scores? Recalling the recent rumors surrounding the official in charge of the stables, everyone's hearts instinctively tightened. What documentation existed within the stables? Certainly, the accounts of expenditures were among them, alongside a roster of individuals, detailed records of the horses, and their movements, among other things. Such matters indicated that the stable's records were no less substantial than those of the county office. Li Pa began his address. From this moment forth, we are a family. There are certain matters I must address up front to avoid complications later on. With a piercing gaze, he continued, I, Li Da, do not tolerate dishonesty. I have scrutinized the records of the stables for nearly 2 years now. Let us not delve into the distant past, merely considering the last 2 years. The number of war horses has diminished by nearly 300. How is this possible? We are all horse breeders. A brief explanation will suffice for your understanding. 5 years ago, there were 964 horses in the stables. 2 years ago, the count was 982, which already seems questionable. If no tampering has occurred, it indicates that the number of horses has actually decreased. There have been no plagues, no significant influx or outflux of horses, no reduction in pasture size, and no wars. So, where have all the foals gone? Let us focus on the recent 2 years. The hay reserves have increased, the workforce has doubled, yet the financial records remain stagnant, mirroring those of 2 years ago. Undoubtedly, someone has been keeping private accounts. Furthermore, the recorded number of horses stands at 1,042. I have had someone count meticulously, and the current count of war horses is at least 1,180. Given the care of these horses, how many heads would suffice for execution? This count is from a year ago, after 50 war horses were brought from Kang for breeding. At this juncture, Li Pa, with a stern countenance, surveyed the room. Noting the palpable trepidation among the attendees, none daring to confront him, he then reached beneath a low table and extracted several ledgers, slamming them onto the table with a resounding thud. This matter, while seemingly unrelated to you, pertains to the private accounts of the Sure family. The records are explicit. The trade of war horses flourished. Entangled with the Turks and bandits, this individual is truly deserving of his fate. Li Pa struck the table in a simulated display of fury. In truth, the debts of the Sure family had become convoluted over the years. The number of war horses dispatched to Hungin Town and Yinmen was considerable, effectively controlling the Yunyi stables, rendering this person a cunning profiteer. At this moment, Li Pa finally revealed a semblance of reassurance. I, Li Da, am not lacking in reason. These debts have been reported to the county government, providing relief to all involved. The official documents have arrived, and the magistrate, in his magnanimity, has chosen to overlook past transgressions. However, as the official in charge of the stables, I cannot let this matter slide easily. After the chaos that has unfolded, I do not wish to prolong the turmoil. Therefore, I shall keep mental notes of certain accounts, and I expect all of you to behave honestly from now on. The stables are not vast, and there are many watchful eyes. Deceiving me will not be an easy feat in the future. Every half-month, the accounting clerks from various locations shall send representatives to verify the records here, ensuring that all entries are meticulously checked. Furthermore, every 2 months, the accounting clerks will rotate, akin to a hen diligently hatching her eggs. And it is imperative that you keep precise records. Additionally, the overseers of the pastures and the stable supervisors need not perform these tasks themselves. I shall dispatch individuals to attend to them. Should any strangers appear at the stables, regardless of their origin, they must be reported immediately. Chapter 92. With the news at last, the moment of reckoning had arrived. It was time to cast some votes, dear brothers. By this point, even Li Pa felt somewhat parched. He found little joy in the proceedings. The leaders spoke endlessly, devoid of any applause, indulging in their own self-amusement typical of middle-aged officials. After a half-hour of discourse, Li Pa pondered, realizing there was little left to say. Thus, he declared the closing statements. In matters of reward and punishment, let it be known that I do not resort to corporal punishment. That is the domain of the county magistrate. For minor infractions, a mere word to the responsible party suffices. However, for grievous errors, should one be brought before me, I would not hesitate to break their legs and cast them into the streets of Mai to beg. If such a mistake cannot be easily forgiven, I shall take away your means of sustenance, and you may not hold it against me. As for rewards, considering everyone's hard work at the year's end, I shall bestow upon you official titles and a share of the bounty. If you remain safe and sound throughout the year, this reward shall be yours without question, and the source of it shall remain a mystery to you as well. For instance, should a foal be born successfully, a reward of a string of coins shall be granted, and we can discuss the specifics later. The hall finally buzzed with life as these rugged men, young and old alike, exchanged glances, none having faltered, nor shed tears of despair over punishment. They felt a sense of fortune, after all. They had anticipated a more severe reckoning, perhaps even a few unfortunate souls being sent to the county office. With low expectations, satisfaction came easily. The mention of food and drink was a welcome relief, and they sought to befriend Ma Ling, though it was crucial to remember his wisdom. Diplomacy precedes force. Should one err and find themselves summoned here again, Ma Ling would show no mercy, and there would be no one to intercede on their behalf. Moreover, the prospect of reward sounded quite enticing. During the tenure of the old rogue, the insiders had feasted well, yet they seldom considered the needs of these individuals. This, at least, offered a glimmer of hope, contingent upon Ma Ling's integrity. As the crowd erupted in applause, their spirits visibly lifted. In the corridor behind the hall, Li Bai sat leisurely in a chair, cradling a teacup, savoring the fragrant brew. Her brow furrowed at times, only to lift shortly thereafter, making her visage quite animated. Were Li Pa to catch a glimpse of her, he might think it resembled a scene of a woman wielding power from behind a curtain. Could she not find a moment as peace? Li Bai had been listening for quite a while, and as the conclusion neared, she felt that Li Dalong was being overly lenient. With those account books in hand, extracting a few names would be a trivial task. Just take the accountants, for instance. Executing them would hardly be unjust. Furthermore, can one truly buy loyalty with silver? However, her vexations did not solely rest here. In her agitation, every word grated on her ears, and she was increasingly convinced that appointing this fellow as the horse commander of Yunyi was a grave error. If this continued, he would surely turn Yunyi into a den of chaos, akin to a thieves' and Appo's lair. Nearby, two female soldiers stifled their laughter, finding Li Ma Ling's remarks rather amusing. Certainly, this intriguing narrative unfolds around a youth who has ascended to the esteemed position of a horse commander at the Yunyi horse ranch. If it were merely a stable boy from the county, no matter how eloquently one might speak, it would only come across as flattery, lacking the essence of true talent. The feast had long been prepared, and as soon as one task was completed, another was swiftly presented. A group of individuals commenced toasting and indulging in hearty feasting. After several rounds of drinks, Li Pa noticed the hall becoming increasingly lively, with some individuals rolling up their sleeves and engaging in drinking games. Although it felt chaotic and somewhat unrefined, he had grown weary of the dreary solitude of past days. The more boisterous the atmosphere, the more it resonated with his spirit, for it brought a semblance of vitality. However, he was aware of the importance of maintaining a degree of decorum with these raucous fellows. Otherwise, it would be challenging to manage them in the future. After all, he was not a bandit king, but rather the horse commander of Yunyi. Thus, after sharing a round of drinks with these men, he promptly escorted Li Chun away to the back hall, leaving behind Li Wu and a few others to fulfill the role of gracious host. Upon entering the smaller hall, he heard the voice of Li Bai. "What? Did accompanying me for a meal burden you?" Upon hearing this, it was clear that the young lady was quite incensed. It was evident that the unfortunate one in this scenario was the sycophant Yuan Lang. Li Chun, standing behind him, chuckled softly, playing with a dagger gifted to her. A mere token of her status as the sister of the horse commander, her life at the ranch was indeed one of contentment. Now, upon hearing Li Bai's voice, Li Pa felt a headache coming on and turned to leave. However, a female soldier, having heard his footsteps, quickly emerged and called out, "Li Commander, the sergeant requests your presence inside." Reluctantly, Li Pa brought Li Chun into the small hall, pondering why they could not dine in their own quarters, fearing the loss of noble dignity. Nevertheless, he had not yet satisfied his hunger and decided to make do with what was available. Initially, he had braced himself for a lecture, treating it as mere background noise. However, upon his entrance, Li Bai promptly waved her hand and declared, "Everyone leave." Yuan Lang, as if granted a pardon, quickly exited with two female soldiers, taking Li Chun along with him. Observing Li Bai's expression, Li Pa sensed that something was amiss and couldn't he help but inwardly lament. Was it not just a few days of peace? Moreover, he pondered, "You, a mere sergeant. What business do you have with me? Where are your trusted aides? Where is your father?" His mood plummeted, and without ceremony, he plopped down. Seizing Yuan Lang and Amp, Appos, bowl and chopsticks, unbothered, and began to stuff his mouth with food. Li Bai paid him no heed. She had encountered such peculiar behavior before, and her patience was steadily increasing. Without beating around the bush, she began to speak almost as if to herself. In the second month of the Supreme Calendar, we have arrived at Zhua County, and the edict to conquer Liaodong has been issued. When the army mobilizes, the number of valiant warriors shall be countless. I wish to join the campaign and bring glory to our family on the battlefield. What do you think? Li Po was momentarily taken aback, wondering why she would pose such a question to him. Noting the stunned expression on his face, Li Bai's gaze gradually hardened, revealing a flicker of irritation. In truth, one cannot entirely blame her. Initially, she had intended to discuss matters thoroughly with her father after the events of the Shikianian had passed. However, now she finds herself injured and trapped in this predicament. This matter has weighed heavily on her mind for an extended period, leaving her in a state of indecision, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to express her feelings. Presently, the only person she can converse with is Li Po. Were she in the county office, even if Li Po wished to listen, he would remain oblivious to such significant affairs. It is but a foolish dream for a mere ninth-rank official to hope for such knowledge. Chapter 93. Irritation. There are indeed advantages to holding a minor official position. Speaking of national affairs, whether one comprehends the intricacies or not matters little. Even if one does grasp the concepts, what difference does it make? Would one dare to spread such information indiscriminately? Of course, there is a hint of reliance on one another here, as they have shared life and death experiences in the past. In an instant, it seemed as if both had unconsciously found their respective places. Li Bai narrowed her eyes and fell silent. As for Li Po, he gradually set down his chopsticks, his gaze wandering, and began. Well, whether you go or not is of little consequence. Li Bai frowned. She genuinely sought some counsel. Yet she harbored no expectations that Li Po would impart anything of value. As for Li Po, it goes without saying that he slipped back into his nonsensical mode. You see, your official rank cannot be considered significant, can it? The esteemed ones in Zhujian are countless. There is no need to elaborate. If you were to go, it would hardly elevate your status. This was merely this year. The supplies were likely not fully prepared. The fighting had not commenced in May. Thus any hostilities would at least be postponed until next year. By that time, how many others would share similar sentiments? Were it me, even if I were to go, I would devise every possible means to remain in the rear. If victorious, I would gain merit. If defeated, I would bear no blame. And I would avoid the front lines where death lurks. How splendid would that be? As he spoke exuberantly, he intended to dissuade this woman from her eagerness to venture to Hebei. He surmised that should she proceed, he too would be placed in peril, for she had been incessantly flitting before him of late. To be remembered by one who seeks wealth through danger is truly irksome. However, at that moment, unexpectedly, a shadow flickered, and he felt the wind at the side of his face. He was uncertain of the speed of his own hand. Instinctively, he reached out and accurately seized the opponent's wrist, then exclaimed in anger, "What are you doing?" Li Bai bared her teeth, evidently having disturbed an injury. But the flames of her ire flickered even more vigorously than Li Po and Appos. You cowardly rat, you should spend your life cowering in your burrow. Li Po grinned, striving to suppress his anger, thinking to himself, this woman is utterly unreasonable. What is wrong with hiding in a burrow? The mouse lives the longest. Far superior to you, rushing headlong to your doom. While he continued to harbor such thoughts, he spoke instead in a tone of persuasion. Isn't this what you wanted me to say? We lowly soldiers need not aspire to achieve grand feats. We can only ponder how to preserve our lives. Please, I implore you, should you decide to journey to Hebei, do not take me along, all right? He still did not comprehend the complexities of a woman's mind. Upon uttering those words, he nearly drove Li Bai to the brink of madness. Had they been in a military camp, she would have likely summoned others to drag him out and execute him. Yet, this was not a military camp, and the atmosphere lacked such palpable hostility. The young lady could only wield her gaze like daggers, envisioning a brutal punishment for Li Po. Li Po, with a tough exterior, remained unfazed, cautiously lowering her arm and blinking in silence. Li Bai exerted tremendous effort to suppress her anger, experiencing an early taste of the trials of menopause. She resembled a stern matriarch, full of exasperation at the perceived shortcomings of those around her. It must be said, Li Po possessed a considerable talent for pinpointing her vulnerabilities, provoking the usually composed and capable Li family matriarch into a fit of rage. Li Bai pressed her lips together, gritting her teeth and declaring, shameless. If others shared your sentiments, what chaos would ensue? Fortunately, such individuals are rare. Otherwise, Li Pa seized his chopsticks, seizing the moment to devour a piece of meat. Chewing thoughtfully as he muttered, "You need not preach such grand principles. I merely feel that the prospect of waging war in Liaodong is perilously daunting. After all, is it not akin to the vast steppes beyond the borders? Have you ever witnessed someone leading hundreds of thousands into a direct confrontation with the Turks? My experiences are limited, yet I believe that with so many dignitaries and aristocrats gathered in one place, the chances of achieving merit are scarce, while the likelihood of being coerced into risking one's life is substantial. You may have your opinions, but you must also consider those of us lesser soldiers. We may venture into battle, yet the accolades will ultimately belong to others. In summary, there are simply too many people. Those who perish will invariably be the likes of us, while the notable will not be us. Naturally, I harbor no desire for such a fate. Do not dismiss my counsel lightly," he continued. "The Emperor and Apos' personal expedition is not merely about confronting Goguryeo, it is about us. With so many powerful figures vying for favor and engaging in intrigue before the Emperor, it would be far more prudent for a general to lead." The essence of his words rang true amid the surrounding noise. Li Bai, increasingly incensed, found herself momentarily taken aback. This ruffian possessed a modicum of insight. Despite her rising anger, she recognized that he had articulated her unspoken concerns with remarkable accuracy. Indeed, the gathering was excessive. This was not a conventional campaign, but rather a royal venture into the fray. Not only would the army be vast, but it would also be replete with esteemed ministers. It was no simple feat for someone like her, or even for Li Bai herself, to step forward and make an impression. The Sui Dynasty was never short of seasoned generals. If she were to participate, she would likely be indistinguishable from the crowd. And a moment's negligence could lead to being ensnared in someone else's schemes. Any significant recognition would undoubtedly elude her, with even minor accolades hinging upon sheer luck. Her father's intentions were clear: to supply horses and provisions to Liaodong, leveraging the natural advantages of Mai. If executed well, it would surely earn due rewards. Yet, as a daughter, she felt a lingering dissatisfaction. Discussing the matter with anyone would yield little. Once sent, her fortune would dictate the outcome. At this point, Li Bai's spirits were significantly dampened, her anger simmering, and an old wound ached. Choosing not to engage further with Li Pa, she rose in silence and departed. Li Pa, indifferent to her exit, reflected that accompanying her on this journey had nearly cost him his life. To venture alongside her into the perils of Liaodong? He would prefer not to. Risking life and limb under the unpredictable leadership of a capricious emperor was far too perilous. With a gust, he cleared the table of its remnants, devouring the meal as if swept away by a tempest. One should seize the opportunity while the woman is incapacitated, occasionally undermining her enthusiasm to prevent her from indulging in errant thoughts. Wooden and Apos, it be prudent to find a moment to feign an accident, exacerbating her injury? With an affliction, she would be unable to roam freely. The schemes this individual concocts are invariably tinged with a malicious intent. Chapter 94. Training to elaborate briefly. The protagonist's ignorance of history is rather reasonable. Yesterday, I came across a comment from a fellow reader asserting that 99% of people are well-versed in the history of the Sui Dynasty's decline. Yet, our protagonist is but a literary novice. I find myself at a loss for words. Setting aside that 99%, I merely wish to inquire, are you truly confident in your understanding of the Sui's final days? Even historians would hesitate to make such a claim. Do you know the population during the Sui and Apos' twilight? Approximately 30 to 40 million, but how many among them held official positions, and by what names were they known? What noble families existed, and what were their surnames? Not to mention figures like Li Jing, a renowned historical personality. Without consulting Baidu or other resources, could you recount his origins? Following this rather unpleasant conversation, Li Bai no longer afforded Li Pa any favorable disposition. Nevertheless, Li Pa, this newly appointed magistrate, swiftly adapted to his role. His tasks were quite simple: to spare a little time each day to awkwardly sign his name on various documents and affix the official seal. Being an official is relatively straightforward. However, being a commendable one is far more challenging. Yet, Li Pa felt quite adept at being an ordinary bureaucrat. Li Bai, unwilling to engage with this fellow, nonetheless found herself too idle and bored. Thus, she summoned the guards at the horse ranch, putting them through rigorous trainings. Much to their dismay, as they were akin to Li Pa, well-fed yet unproductive. Li Pa observed with delight. Had it not been for Li Bai and Apos' stern demeanor, he would have offered praise. Indeed, it should be conducted this way, were he not somewhat unfamiliar with the tactics of this era. He would have already rallied these men into a fervent training session. He pondered the potential emergence of desperate individuals wielding blades. And those wishing to survive must exert themselves diligently. This notion had already been factored into Li Pu and Apos as plans, yet he needed a few seasoned strategists to assist him, which posed a challenge. His official rank was still too minor, lacking allure. However, following the battle in Liaodong, the timing would soon be ripe. After such a conflict, some would inevitably seek refuge in Jin territory, facilitating his search for capable individuals without exerting much effort. A more advantageous approach would involve enlisting Li Bai's aid to identify a couple of seasoned veterans within the Mai military camp, as such individuals possess invaluable experience, possibly even encounters with the Turks. Moreover, their military careers were nearing conclusion, making them apt candidates for retirement at the horse ranch. However, Li Bai was currently irate, and her persistent ambition to achieve great deeds made communication arduous. It would be prudent to wait for a more opportune moment. Now that Li Bai had taken the initiative, it was indeed fortuitous. Additionally, Li Pu frequently approached to observe, eager to learn. After witnessing the military discipline of the Mai cavalry, Li Pu felt a deep sense of envy. Had those soldiers pursued him initially, he might have met his demise on the steppes. With such a contingent of 3,000 to 5,000 at his disposal, he would not fear the Turks and Apos, southern incursions. Regardless of their numbers, if they could not triumph, they would defend. If they could not defend, they would flee. With such a band accompanying him, his chances of survival would significantly increase. However, his joy was short-lived, as discontent soon overshadowed his spirits. Li Bai, observing him wandering about, clenched his teeth in frustration and ultimately included him, this minor officer, within his training regimen. He was not the leader, merely given the title of a junior officer as a pretense. In the Sui military system, a junior officer ranked as the lowest of the military ranks, overseeing 5 men known as a Wu, with 10 Wu constituting a DUI. Each DUI had a commander, and 2 DUI formed AL, which had a general akin to a centurion in previous armies. 3 to 5 L made up a Tuan, led by a Shaowei. Thus, upon reaching the Tuan level, the Shaowei was at the pinnacle, with some directly ascending to general ranks, like Li Bai's general who could command troops, overseeing 300 to 500 soldiers. Higher up, 2 to 4 camps could form an army, inevitably led by a general, who was typically appointed from the major general's offices in the capital during campaigns. Li Bai's military journey commenced at the Yunyi horse farm, where he was merely a pitiful junior officer, simultaneously serving as a horse officer of the Yunyi horse farm. It sounded rather comical, yet at that moment, Li Pu felt anything but amusing. After a day of riding, not only was he sore all over, but he also endured a barrage of scolding from Li Bai. Li Bai's catchphrase was, "You are already dead. The 5 men you lead are dead too." Li Wu and Chen Er exchanged sly glances, once mocking Li Pu. But now they dared not. Li Pu had made it abundantly clear with the loss of over 20 lives that he was not to be trifled with. However, witnessing the rapid rise of their comrade in misfortune was something they found rather entertaining. The hunters, Shi De and Shi Er, appeared equally disheveled, while they managed to ride. They proved inadequate in combat. Their contributions were hardly commendable, and when it came to cavalry duties, their losses were comparable to Li Pu and Apos, who bore a disproportionate share of the burden. Nevertheless, Li Pu was a man born with a natural talent. He grasped reading and writing far quicker than others, and his military prowess was unparalleled. Within a few days, it became increasingly difficult for Li Bai to find fault with him. In a fit of anger, Li Bai appointed 2 female soldiers as overseers, armed with sticks, awaiting Li Pu's mistakes, ready to strike at his missteps upon his transgression. At this juncture, Li Bai had to concede that Li Pu seemed inherently suited for military life. Given a little more time, he could excel as a scout maneuvering ahead of the main forces. However, he understood that the realities of warfare would not be as effortless as the current training. Yet, all military skills begin with training, and that much was certain. He would need to spend some time in the Sui army and Apos' encampment to accurately grasp the nuances of military life. Chapter 95. June May swiftly passed, and time moved into the 7th year of the Great Yeji, June. At this juncture, the Mai County had begun to gradually transition into autumn. Autumn, indeed, is the season when warhorses gain weight, necessitating diligent pasturing. In the military camps scattered throughout Mai County, requests for the dispatch of warhorses from the breeding grounds commenced. This year, unlike any before, the demand for warhorses surged dramatically, a clear indication that preparations for war were underway. As no one could ascertain whether the garrison of Mai would be reassigned to Hebei, The influx of individuals grew increasingly pronounced, prompting Han Jing, the town commander of Hengyan, to personally visit the Yunyi horse farm. His memorial had already been submitted to the county office. However, due to the influence of Shi Qianyan, he harbored fears that Li Jing, the county magistrate, might embezzle the military provisions and warhorses destined for Heng and Apos. Following the removal of Shi Qianyan, the magistrate had tightly grasped the lifeline of Heng and Apos in town. The county magistrate of Yunyi no longer dared to engage in clandestine dealings with Heng and Apos in town, refraining from illicit exchanges of funds and supplies. In essence, the fate of the over 1,000 defenders in Hengyan town had been seized firmly in hand. Upon arriving at the horse farm, Han Jing exhibited utmost courtesy, while Li Pa reciprocated with even greater politeness, casually presenting Li Bai and discreetly informing Han Jing that he was not in charge, implying that the true authority lay with the esteemed figure present. The conversation between Han Jing and Li Bai remained unheard by Li Pa. As Han Jing departed, he patted Li Pa on the shoulder, remarking with a smile, "If anything arises, you may seek me out in Hengyan town. I shall ensure that I do not let you down, dear nephew." The term dear nephew left Li Pa perplexed regarding the lineage from which Han Jing derived his address, and he remained oblivious to the substance of the discussion between Han Jing and Li Bai. Whether satisfied or not, Han Jing's demeanor suggested otherwise, leaving Li Pa to ponder the inscrutable nature of their intentions. In truth, it did not take long for Li Pa to discern the essence of their conversation. Mere days later, news arrived of Heng and Apos, and town and Apos' mobilization against bandits, the identity of which required no elaboration, those notorious Eastern Mountain Bandits. The so-called Eastern Mountain Bandits comprised a diverse array of outlaws nestled within the northeastern mountains of Hengyan town. Their origins were varied, encompassing displaced individuals from the Sui Dynasty, nomadic tribes from the north, deserting soldiers from Ma Yi and Yanmin, as well as wanted criminals, both Hu and Han alike. The bandit groups found themselves with limited options, with few nearby villages to pillage and the agricultural yield in the mountains being negligible. Their ventures became predictable. Their dealings primarily involved the illicit trade of salt and warhorses, and in recent years, some had even delved into the slave trade. They showed no preference for affiliation, be it with the Sui Dynasty or the Turks. As long as a connection was established, they would engage in trade without regard to identity or ethnicity, adhering strictly to the principles of equitable commerce. Thus, it becomes evident that these were merchants of a rebellious nature. They conducted business with Hengyan town, with the Yunyi horse farm, and even with those from Yanmin, maintaining intricate connections with salt traders and slave merchants alike. Even when their power was relatively formidable, they would roam the grasslands, besieging various tribes and seizing territories. The chaos in the borderlands provided them with a space to survive, allowing them to endure even in the most arduous times. However, by June of the 7th year of the Great Cause, the good days for the Eastern Mountain Bandits finally came to an end. Li Jing, the magistrate of Mai County, dedicated to restoring order throughout the region, could no longer tolerate the impunity of these ruffians, and ultimately compelled Han Jing of Heng and Apos in town to mobilize troops to eradicate the bandits. For the elite garrison of Heng and Apos in town, this battle was not particularly daunting. The only complication was that in the mountainous terrain, the cavalry, the most fearsome of units, became less effective. Nevertheless, swift reports of victory soon arrived from Heng and Apos in town, with hundreds of bandit heads claimed, including those of notorious leaders, all delivered to the county office by Han Jing. The official army and Apos' campaign against the bandits in the Sui Dynasty was remarkably straightforward. As long as the army was determined to act, no bandit stronghold was impervious to assault. Naturally, in a mountainous pursuit, some elusive bandits would escape. Some fled to Yanmin, while others crossed the Great Wall to the north. This was less a reflection of Han Jing's leadership capabilities than a question of whether it was worthwhile to pursue them. Subsequently, the focus shifted from Han Jing to his trusted generals as they arrived at the Yunyi horse farm. Upon meeting Li Bai, they left with 100 warhorses. Before departing, they relayed a message from the general, inviting Li Bai to hang and Apos and for a drink. Without even waiting for late autumn, it was evident that Heng and Apos and was preparing for war. By this time, Li Bai and Apos' injuries appeared to have healed significantly, and while complete recovery would take time, she was able to ride as well as any ordinary person. It seemed the time had come for the pestilent forces to depart. However, Li Bai showed no signs of leaving. When Li Po inquired, she dismissed him entirely. not even deigning to roll her eyes. What struck Li Pa as particularly peculiar was the increasingly rigorous training of the horse farm and Oppos, guards, with unfamiliar faces arriving in succession. Soon, the number of guards had swollen to around 300, and this figure continued to rise. It seemed that this woman intended to venture to Hebei. Li Pa sensed that his days of comfort were also drawing to a close. Unconsciously, he began imposing stricter demands on Li Chan, to the point where she dared not complain about the hardships of training. By the end of June, an entire troop had audaciously established themselves at the Yunyi horse farm. Yet, Wei Qi was nowhere to be found. Luo San informed Li Pa that Wei Qi had risen to the position of team leader within the Mai military camp. An individual of considerable stature. However, he had no intention of emerging. Having a solid backing made all the difference. At this juncture, Li Bai and Oppos' intentions became unmistakably clear. The Sui army's cavalry tactics were being practiced in various innovative forms. Unsurprisingly, Li Pa, as the horse commander of Yunyi horse farm, was integrated into the military under Li Bai and Oppos' command, serving as an aide and concurrently as the brigade commander, effectively making him the primary heir to her position. In her absence from the military, he would assume leadership. Having sought information, it appears that the military system of the Sui Dynasty was quite chaotic, undergoing numerous alterations. Nevertheless, it shall be approximated based on the military system of the Tang Dynasty, albeit with potential inaccuracies. I welcome any corrections from all. Chapter 96. The officer Li Pa and Oppos' ascension to the position of a military officer and brigade commander has elicited considerable discontent among many individuals in later times. The challenges he faced were remarkably commonplace. His youth rendered him unable to command respect. However, it wasn't long before dissenters were swiftly quelled. There was no recourse. This was not only the territory of the Yunnan cavalry, but also, Li Pa was not a solitary figure. Even in the absence of Li Bai and Oppos' backing, others found themselves powerless against him. A few impetuous youths attempted to test their mettle, but soon understood that, despite his youth, he was an indomitable local power. The general's guards, the stable men, and the county's protectors were all evidently aware that, although the general had not explicitly stated it, this individual named Li had undeniable ties to the county government. Thus, all grievances were silenced, and thoughts of that enviable position dissipated. Each day, altercations erupted. Injuries were sustained by both men and steeds, and as one withdrew from the ranks, another would immediately take their place, maintaining a steadfast roster of 500, unchanged. As half a month passed, through shared meals and relentless drills, Li Pa soon perceived a palpable transformation in his 500 men when they assembled together. The so-called atmosphere of grim resolve arose unspoken. Indeed, in their every gaze, one could sense their burgeoning desire for combat, their primal instincts awakening. They yearned for the baptism of blood, to adorn their accomplishments with the heads of enemies. Even Li Pa felt a remarkable metamorphosis within himself after more than half a month. This was the power of the collective. The savage war machine adjusted its components, harmonizing their spirits. During a moment of respite, Li Pa finally took up the military regulations of the Sui army to study. The art of decapitating foes was a fundamental aspect of these regulations, whose rigor even surpassed that of subsequent armies in certain respects. Moreover, a complete officer accountability system was in place. After perusing the text, Li Pa realized the precariousness of his own position. Not only was he a soldier, but he also held the dual role of brigade commander. In such a military environment, the risk of losing one's head was doubled. At this juncture, escape was no longer an option for Li Pa, as Li Bai's determination to drag him, this cowardly soul, along on this journey was unwavering. For the sake of his own life, Li Pa had no choice but to commit himself fully. He organized his 2 teams, designating numbers for the 20 squad leaders. Discarding any reservations, he directly instructed his subordinates to replace the fallen according to their assigned numbers. If a team leader fell, the deputy would take charge. If the deputy perished, the squad leaders would ascend in succession. If a squad lost all its leaders, it would be absorbed into another. Li Pa's method left others in stunned silence. Damn it, they thought. We are all alive here, yet you declare us deceased? Such ill omens would have severely impacted morale had Li Pa uttered these words prior to battle. With a sidelong glance at one of his men, Li Pa felt that this individual was merely a source of vexation within his ranks. This individual exhibits an excessive degree of utilitarianism. In his pursuit of a minor official position, he resorts to forming cliques. I shall refrain from further commentary on this matter. Now, he dares to make disparaging remarks. Does he not realize that I am now his superior? Even if he manages to outmaneuver others, Li Po will ensure his downfall. This person embodies the type who, upon gaining a modicum of power, becomes arrogant and requires rectification. If you truly consider him a friend, he may disregard others and create a myriad of problems for you to resolve. Despite being here for only a brief period, he has already engaged in several conflicts and appears to revel in his perceived triumph, as if he has gained some notoriety, when in reality, it is Li Po who has been mopping up his mess. In simpler terms, this young man lacks proper guidance and is excessively brash. Commanding a peasant army or acting as a bandit would suit him far better. In the true military sphere, he is utterly out of place. Of course, in the future, he may rise to prominence and lead troops into battle as a matter of routine, but that is a distant prospect. One that will come only after enduring countless hardships and lessons learned through bloodshed. Li Po shot him a fierce glare and inquired, "What did you just say, Cheng Duwang?" To which Cheng muttered, "I didn't say anything wrong, did I?" Li Po, dismissing him, raised his voice sternly. "Do you have any idea where we are headed?" "To Liaodong." Who the devil has ever been to that cursed place? Naturally, no one had. Cheng Duwang, do not be obstinate. It is precisely individuals like you that I am addressing. If you dare to defy my military orders and cause trouble, I shall be the one to sever your head, sparing the rest of us from being buried in Liaodong. I am not afraid to confess that I am reluctant to go. Had I known we were to engage in life and death struggles in Liaodong, I would have relinquished this position long ago. I have reiterated countless times that adherence to military orders is imperative. What constitutes a military order? My words will serve as the command when the time comes. Chapter 97. The lecture. It must be said that these individuals are somewhat connected to him. He himself is not entirely certain when he amassed such a retinue. This can only be attributed to his recent elevation in rank, which naturally attracted followers. Of course, calling them confidants would be an overstatement, given his limited experience. He merely found himself inadvertently aligned with Li Bai, which has only slightly elevated his standing. He is well aware of this reality. However, as he himself articulated, knowing about this expedition to Liaodong, he would dismiss any claims made by Ma Ling and would strive to maintain a healthy distance from him. To describe his current predicament as being forced into a situation would not be an exaggeration. Nevertheless, in these chaotic times, it is not uncommon for someone of his stature to feel powerless. In the future, many of the so-called heroes will likely be coerced into action. In an era of peace, those who resort to arms for survival would surely be far fewer. Having vented his frustrations, the squad leaders were left bewildered. Yet there were some benefits to this outburst. The authority of military officers, especially in peacetime, is often established through such bluster and physical confrontations. The rough demeanor is a traditional hallmark of military culture. The genteel scholar general is indeed a rarity in these times. He hung his head in resignation, feigning submission, yet within, he had resolutely erased Li Po from his list of friends. In his view, a true friend is one who shares hearty drinks and meals, stands shoulder to shoulder in fights, and endures hardships together. Such are the marks of a genuine hero and true camaraderie. In truth, this is merely the nature of a superficial friendship. Throughout his life, he has hardly found a few individuals he could entrust with his life. His discomfort was palpable, and others were not faring much better. Ultimately, they all pondered the same question. "We have never been to Liaodong. Does that mean you have?" The ominous tone made it seem as if they were all marching to their doom. Was it truly that dire? Nevertheless, after releasing his pent-up anger, Li Po felt a certain relief wash over him. Observing his companions, who resembled wilted eggplants, he felt a twinge of regret. Yet, he remained uncertain about what awaited them in Liaodong. This was the first campaign to Liaodong, and it appeared they had suffered a significant defeat. With their meager numbers, amidst the great army set to conquer Goguryeo, they were likely as inconsequential as grains of sand in the desert, easily swept away by a gust of wind. At this juncture, he decided to lay down some harsh truths to preempt any rash decisions that might arise from their fervor, which could lead them to recklessly jeopardize their lives. Li Po rolled his eyes and muttered to himself, "Ah, how difficult it is to yearn for peaceful days. Being burdened with these fools, who do not even realize how fortunate they are to have someone like me as their commander, is truly a stroke of misfortune." Nevertheless, he softened his tone, stating, "Do not take my words as mere ramblings. What I seek is simple, military discipline. With over 100 individuals, I cannot oversee everyone. So I must rely on the principles of military order. They could easily crush us underfoot, and even if they do not, they might still cast us aside to our demise. We have endured enough indignities. Where do we stand? When the moment comes, will you fight valiantly? Or will you submit to your fate? The survival strategy within this vast army is one I shall now elucidate for you all. We must unite as one, and it is prudent to avoid unnecessary troubles and enmities. You may unwittingly offend someone of humble station, whose ancestors were esteemed ministers or great generals, and we cannot afford such consequences. Should you provoke someone, I assure you, I will personally bind you, and perhaps even take your head before them. For I am not alone in this endeavor. I lead over 100 men. To think that one individual could jeopardize the entire group? Such notions are folly. Those who aspire to elevate themselves by ingratiating with others shall find themselves immediately dismissed, with my best wishes for their prosperous future. We shall not allow anyone to drag us down and become mere beasts of burden. Most of us are tasked with escorting war horses to Zhujian, where we shall await further orders. I shall strive to keep everyone stationed in Zhujian, where we may serve as grooms. Should anyone wish to voice discontent, now is the time to speak, and I will transfer you to other detachments. The remainder must accept their fate. Do not mistake my caution for cowardice. You may inquire, for I have taken many lives. In a face-to-face confrontation, you would find yourselves merely lambs to the slaughter before me. However, as we venture into battle against the Sui forces in Liaodong, we face the formidable army of Goguryeo ahead and the potential threat of daggers from behind. Consider the odds of survival in such circumstances. Therefore, heed my words. Do not adopt an arrogant demeanor as if you were invincible. In that place, death will be the most common sight, and even the heavens might turn a blind eye to ease their own suffering. What more for a mere foot soldier like yourself? Do not become just another corpse buried in a foreign land. That would be the best of outcomes. At this juncture, Lipa finally broke into laughter, gesturing grandly as he declared, as for merits, they shall surely exist. As long as we survive, even without accolades, our toil will be recognized. The Emperor, after all, watches from afar. With a mere word, he could elevate our sergeants to commanders and commanders to generals. Those who can so boldly speak of death must surely have never encountered it. Furthermore, Lipa and Appo's incessant chatter, while perhaps inducing a slight psychological shadow, was not without merit. It served to remind everyone that the brigade commander is indeed considering their well-being. In conclusion, Lipa's remarks were quite amusing, and the entire room erupted into laughter. Chapter 98. Accusation. Let us not harbor secrets. In matters of military march and combat, one should express all knowledge openly. As for me, my ascent to this position has been rather bewildering, and my experience in military camps is non-existent. Li Wu and Chenair, you have spent considerable time in the army. Please share your insights with them. At this point, the room began to buzz with animated chatter. Lipa sat there, listening intently, and indeed, he felt a sense of enlightenment. The notion of modern soldiers leading the charge? Hardly. With fully automated marches and radio waves soaring above, soldiers munching on chocolate and feasting on nutritious canned goods, this seemed an overwhelming advancement. Despite Li Po's outward bravado, in terms of military strategy, he was but a novice. The days of tension passed swiftly, and before long, a month had slipped away. The autumn winds began to rise, and the foliage turned a desolate yellow. The horse farm became a hive of activity, with an ever-increasing flow of people. As the horse commander, Li Po was compelled to step away from training to oversee the affairs of the farm. However, he did not forget to distribute rewards to the farm's caretakers, reminding them that he, as horse commander, was a man of his word. This was essentially Li Po dipping into his own pockets. A portion of the wealth left by Shi Yin was allocated for public use, while another portion found its way into the private accounts of the horse farm, which was akin to Li Po's personal ledger. This was the inherent power of the horse commander, a privilege that none could strip away. Shi Yin may have overstepped, but Li Po squandered the funds without hesitation. Cured meats and pickled vegetables could be procured from the horse farm. Part of it counted as military supplies, borne by the government of Mai County. Li Po supplemented the horse farm from his private funds, stockpiling surplus food for their group of over 100. While disregarding the needs of others, let them fend for themselves. Such reckless hoarding of provisions eventually drew the attention of informants who reported it to Li Bai. Currently, Li Bai was reluctant to engage with him, and Li Po, equally disinclined to approach Li Bai, both understood the discomfort simmering beneath their interactions. Yet, Li Bai maintained the demeanor of a great general. Regardless of personal feelings, Li Po was obliged to heed military orders. One day, Yuan Lang approached Li Po, relaying that the sergeant requested his presence. This young man, now a close aide to Li Bai, spent his days amidst women, yet remained blissfully unaware of his fortune. His expression clouded with melancholy, casting a particularly mournful glance at Li Po. as if on the verge of a desperate plea for camaraderie. Li Po was uninterested in engaging with him. This sycophant was dutifully efficient, and one could never be sure he wouldn't relay a comment directly to that woman. "What do you want from me? Can't you see I'm busy?" Li Po snapped. Yuan Lang, heedless of the rebuff, promptly replied, "Brother, why do you have so much food? Someone has reported you, claiming you are hoarding military provisions." Li Po scoffed. "Who would dare?" Yuan Lang responded readily. "It was Zhang Lushua who reported you. But it is said that Lu Wuzhou concocted this scheme. Upon consideration, the intention behind this endeavor directed at Li Po is quite evident. Li Po, a traveler, maintains a close relationship with Li Bai, and once the journey commences, he will undoubtedly serve as Li Bai's attendant. This has evoked envy among others. Despite the formidable reputation of Li Po and his companions, their weaknesses are glaringly apparent. Most of them are not part of the regular army of Mai, but rather a haphazard assembly. There are certainly opportunities for maneuvering, and vying for favor is rather commonplace. Moreover, the tale of a former refugee, who ascended from a humble stable hand to the esteemed position of horse commander within a few months, is not only somewhat legendary but also incites considerable jealousy, particularly among those who have previously interacted with Li Po. Lu Wuzhou likely harbors a tinge of envy as well. Concocting such a dubious scheme is exceedingly easy for him, given his associations within the diverse populace of Mai City. However, once news travels from one side to the other, it will challenge Lu Wuzhou's imagination. Should he become aware, he would undoubtedly express his grievances to Li Bai, lamenting her incompetence as a general, for such ignorance of basic leadership principles is simply unacceptable. Li Po is not someone to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, he mentally resolved to take action. How dare they reside in the horse yard, consuming his provisions, and yet have the audacity to speak derisively? This debt, he vowed, would be settled in due time. With a disdainful snort, he chose not to voice his thoughts further, casting aside the ledger he had been scrutinizing, and departed alongside Yuan Lang. As they walked, Yuan Lang, with a furrowed brow, lamented, "Brother, the sergeant insists on keeping me at the horse yard, refusing to take me along. Could you perhaps speak to her, so I might join you? I would be content with merely serving as a corporal." Initially in a foul mood, Li Po found himself amused at this peculiar predicament. It is indeed strange how some individuals yearn to depart, yet are constrained, while others, who wish to remain, find themselves compelled to venture forth. Nonetheless, it appears that the woman possesses some semblance of conscience, refraining from placing her kin in dire straits. Yet this young man is rather oblivious to his fortune. Men, by nature, are not afraid of bearing heavy burdens. Rather, they dread a life devoid of responsibility, for such a state will prevent them from maturing. Yuan Lang had intended to argue further, but upon hearing this, a profound sense of responsibility washed over him, rendering him speechless. When he finally spoke again, his words were entirely different. "Brother, please refrain from such remarks. They do not sit well with the listeners, and news of this will spread. When conversing with your subordinates, nearly every word you utter carries a weight of finality." Chapter 99. The letter Li Bai had visibly lost weight. Her previously slightly rounded chin had become sharper, and her skin had darkened considerably. Yet, her eyes shone with a remarkable brightness, indicating that her vitality was reaching its peak. Her injuries had mostly healed, and riding at full gallop was no longer a challenge for her. Li Po unceremoniously plopped down into a chair, casting a scrutinizing glance at Li Bai. Initially, she had remained calm, but upon witnessing his demeanor, a flicker of anger ignited within her. Noticing her glare, Li Po finally felt a familiar sense of reassurance. His reasoning was that the quieter she became, the more difficult it would be for her to communicate later. When she was angry, not only was she visually captivating, but she also seemed to become rather foolish, making it much easier to deceive her. Of course, he would never admit that perhaps his previous excessive words had instigated Li Bai's rebellious sentiments, prompting her to hastily prepare for her journey to Liaodong. Suppressing her ire, Li Bai finally spoke. "In a couple of days, someone will deliver the armor and weapons. You should send someone to verify. Hang and Oppos, and town will also dispatch 500 men to accompany us, and while they will provide their own provisions, it would be prudent to limit interaction with Han Jing's people." Li Po listened in surprise, initially assuming it was a matter of seeking justice, only to discover it was about these trivial affairs. He was unaware of how Han Jing had offended her. It was likely due to some political considerations. Even if Li Bai had not mentioned it, he would remain distant from Han Jing. That fellow had engaged in business with Shi Qianyan for many years, and when he turned hostile, it was swift enough to chill anyone's heart, especially his. Seeing that Li Bai had fallen silent, he managed to respond, albeit awkwardly. With a simple yes. Li Bai shot him a fierce glare. At that moment, everything about him seemed irksome to her. In a few days, we shall set off. Do you have anything to say to me? She inquired. What is there to say to you? Li Bai thought to himself, staring at Li Bai in astonishment before shaking his head and replying, no. Li Bai's chest rose and fell a few times as she continued. What you said makes a great deal of sense, and the letter from the county lord conveys a similar sentiment, suggesting that after we escort the war horses to Hebei, it would be best for us to remain in Zhujiuan. Hearing this, Li Bai's heart leaped with joy, indeed. He was about to revel in her misfortune and provoke her, but a glance at Li Bai and Apos' expression caused him to reconsider his words. The county lord is indeed wise and formidable. He possesses an intellect and vision far beyond my own. Li Bai exhaled deeply, as if trying to rid herself of the frustration and irritation that had arisen since their meeting. No matter how reluctant she was to accept it, she had to confront her father and Apos' intentions. The fact that a minor official like Li Bai echoed her father and Apos' thoughts filled her with an unshakable sense of anxiety and foreboding. This was something she found hard to accept. How could two individuals, so seemingly different and of such disparate social standings, align in thought? However, her father and Apos' thoughts were never explicitly stated. Even as his own daughter, one had to constantly interpret his intentions. As for Li Bai, after he had engaged her in conversation that day, she knew not to expect any further honesty from him. She has already sensed that this individual is unlike anyone she has encountered before, devoid of any sense of reverence. She harbors doubts that he would dare to speak frivolously, even in the presence of her father. In truth, contrary to Li Bai's conjecture, the journey to Zhujiuan, by the time May arrived, could not be altered. According to Li Jing's intentions, he initially planned to dispatch a trusted confidant to Zhujiuan to explore the possibility of conversing with His Majesty or the revered ministers of the court. However, by May, the nation was in turmoil, not only in places like Hunan and Hebei, but even along the banks of the Yangtze. The atmosphere was tumultuous. The prominent clans of Guanxi were even more formidable than they had been during the campaign against Tuhan several years prior. The intelligence Li Jing received had far exceeded his expectations. At such a juncture, if Mai were to act too casually, he would no longer be fit to serve as the county magistrate. Thus, Li Bai emerged as the prime candidate, as the legitimate daughter of the county magistrate Li Jing. Leading troops to the front lines in Hebei, she would embody loyalty. Li Pu was gravely mistaken. It was not that Li Bai was eager to achieve merit in Liaodong, but rather that the circumstances left her with no other choice. As for Li Pu himself, given his unfortunate state, it was impossible for him to avoid joining the military. At that moment, Li Bai cast a glance at Li Pu, observing his demeanor, and her spirits were somewhat dampened. She could not help but scoff, saying, "There is no need for you to feel triumphant. As you mentioned, my current position is insignificant. Once we arrive there, my words will hold little weight. Who knows? A mere casual remark from someone could see us conscripted into the Grand Army, don't you think?" This time, it was Li Pu who felt a twinge of frustration. As her words rang true, it was evident that upon reaching Hebei, everyone would be at the mercy of others, their actions dictated by external forces. The two sat in silence for a considerable time, exchanging glances that reflected a shared sense of helplessness and irritation, which in turn lifted their spirits. Once again, they smiled in unison, just as Yuan Lang entered with a tea tray. Witnessing the tender exchange between the two, he nearly dropped the tray in shock. At that moment, they both sensed the impropriety of the situation. Li Bai blinked, nonchalantly turning her head away. Li Pu, despite his thick skin, felt a hint of embarrassment and shot a fierce glare at Yuan Lang. Yuan Lang and Apos' heart raced, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a secret affair, silently admonishing himself. "Oh, my brother, did I not warn you? The daughter of the Li family is not someone you should pursue." Truly, he was a brother with audacity beyond measure. After pouring tea for the pair, he contemplated making a discreet exit but reconsidered and positioned himself behind Li Bai, thinking that, regardless of the situations, he could not allow his brother to make further missteps. The laughter shared between the two earlier was indeed rather nauseating. Li Bai, being a magnanimous individual, took a slow sip of her tea. It was not scalding enough, a reflection of Sanlang and Apos' inconsistency. She would need to discipline him properly in the future. Clearing her throat, she asked, "May I inquire about your purpose in acquiring so much jerky?" This inquiry immediately veered the conversation into a completely different direction, yet Li Pu readily responded, "Are you suggesting that?" "Ah, well, I find myself rather famished, which is quite uncomfortable. As I am about to embark on a long journey, I shall prepare a bit more." After all, it is not particularly exquisite fare. There are chickens, ducks, and fish available, but given the current circumstances regarding cattle and sheep, we cannot afford much. I have sent someone to procure some game, ensuring that there is enough for you as well. Indeed, even Yuan Lang is scoffing behind Li Bai. Who would believe such words? Chapter 100. Departure to report someone in real name may lead to various forms of retaliation. A fact that is evidently still not fully comprehended by many in this era. Particularly within the military, it has become commonplace to file petty grievances against one another. Insults and derogatory remarks are routine, and confrontations before commanding officers are also frequent. The Sui army is rife with factions, which gives rise to numerous peculiar behaviors. Hiruobi and Han Xintian stand out as notable representatives among these. The two of them contended fiercely for merit in the Battle of Pingshan. Engaging in a heated exchange of accusations and insults, their quarrel escalating to remarkable heights. Han Xintian met an early demise, while Hiruobi lived on. In later discussions about contemporary generals, Hiruobi did not hesitate to disparage Han Xintian. This was not a reflection of Hiruobi and Appo's low character, but rather an embodiment of a prevailing tradition within the Sui army, characterized by an assertive spirit of who else if not me? It was a blatant expression of disdain, as he felt entitled to criticize others. Moreover, this also serves as a testament to the growing boldness of the times, unlike the more reserved ancients. Contemporary individuals are increasingly forthright, even blunt, in their actions. However, when it came to reporting Li Pa, they were entirely unaware of the repercussions they would face. First and foremost, the quality of their rations deteriorated significantly. As one soldier lamented, it was worse than what livestock consumed. Additionally, the replacement and care of war horses were adversely affected, leading to some horses losing weight during the autumn, a season typically conducive for them to gain strength. Furthermore, while armor and weapons arrived, they still required distribution from Li Pa, resulting in disparities. To cause discord on another end, Appo's territory was foolish. And even Li Pa found himself questioning the intelligence of these individuals. It was rumored that Lu Wuzhou was faring well in the region of Mai. Given his level of competence, it was a stroke of luck that he had not been eliminated thus far. Would they relent? Not likely. The tradition within the Sui army dictates that conflicts must be resolved through confrontation. Engaging in a brawl with Li Po's faction at the horse ranch would be disadvantageous, as the ranchers, being numerous, indicated that other brigades could join in, resulting in a more balanced fight. The tumultuous beginning of July seemed to warm the increasingly chilly atmosphere. Li Bai predictably intervened, chastising the two brigade leaders and quelling what appeared to be an impending mutiny. With that, the matter was considered settled. One night, while stepping out to relieve himself, Lu Wuzhou found himself ambushed and beaten in the latrine. In the darkness, Cheng Daihozi menacingly warned him that should he speak out again, he would be drowned in the cesspool. Lu Wuzhou, upon contemplating this threat, felt a surge of fear as he finally grasped the stark contrast between bandits and organized crime. Simultaneously, Li Pa, employing his characteristic cunning and adept maneuvering within the bureaucratic realm, made it clear to everyone that this man was not only a trusted confidant of Sergeant Li, but also one who held grudges. Once offended, his retaliations would be relentless and thorough. The outcome was that the other brigade leaders began to regard Li Pa with disdain, yet when they met, they feigned camaraderie, as if encountering long-lost brothers. This was due to the considerable power wielded by Sergeant Li, who controlled supplies, making it unwise to offend him. The county governor has dispatched 200 sets of armor, fully outfitted with steeds, implying that nearly half of the cavalry will be heavily armored. Li Pa candidly expressed to Li Bai that an excess of armor would render them conspicuous, heightening the likelihood of being sent into battle, while also exhausting the horses over long distances, proving cumbersome. Li Bai hesitated slightly, yet with the arrival of her father's letter, which had gradually diminished her ambitions for battlefield glory, she began to perceive some merit in Li Po's words. In truth, there were unspoken thoughts lingering in Li Po's mind. Light cavalry, after all, tends to be swifter, does it not? However, to be frank, the dazzling and robust armor left Li Pa somewhat dazed. Such armor, when donned by horse and rider, resembled a series of human fortresses. Lacking experience in warfare, he was uncertain as to what, aside from heavy weaponry like axes and hammers, could inflict effective harm upon such heavily armored cavalry. The efficacy of weaponry ultimately hinges on the wielder's skill. If misused, any armor becomes futile. In mid-July, as autumn approached, it was indeed the season for cavalry maneuvers. The convoy transporting war horses from Mai to Hebei finally set forth, accompanied by 500 infantry and cavalry from Hungin town. 1,000 soldiers escorted 800 war horses, embarking from Yunai County towards the east. A considerable number of people came to bid farewell. As the herdsmen from Yunai pasture were part of the contingent, their families residing in the pasture, and it was uncertain when they would reunite. Yuan Lang and Li Chun stood at the forefront of the farewell procession. Li Chun had wept profusely, unable to persuade her elder brother to take her to Hebei, her sorrowful visage having grown gaunt. Yuan Lang, too, felt disheartened, sensing that a splendid opportunity for merit was slipping further from his grasp. The horse farm fell eerily silent, an unsettling change for the people. Yet, the reduction in war horses made the management of the farm considerably easier. Thus, for the inhabitants of the horse farm, this winter was neither particularly good nor bad. It was merely that the families of the accompanying herdsmen incessantly worried about their loved ones. Unbeknownst to them, this departure would extend over a year. The fertile yet formidable lands of Liaodong were gradually unveiling their harsh realities to their kin. The end of Volume 1. Chapter 101. Lingqiu. As the autumn wind swept through, the grass danced wildly. The northern lands welcomed autumn early, and winter approached swiftly. By July, the signs of early winter were already perceptible. A troop of horsemen, resembling a long serpent, traversed the broad path, their banners fluttering in the breeze. At the heart of the procession marched robust soldiers, each bearing swords and quivers. The column was unwieldy, for it encompassed not only the men but also hundreds of barebacked war horses moving alongside, with ranks of cavalry forming the outer perimeter. The procession advanced at a moderate pace, occupying the wide thoroughfare, compelling passers-by to retreat at a distance. At the forefront, Li Pa lifted a hand to brush away fallen leaves from his forehead. Squinting as fatigue weighed upon him. After 2 days of travel, they had left Mai County, circumvented the northern slopes of Hongshan, and plunged headlong into the territory governed by Yanmen. At this juncture, Li Pa realized the impracticality of his provisions. He had not adequately stocked enough supplies for the month-long journey ahead, nor had he accounted for the potential to procure additional rations at the relay stations and county towns along the way, which could sustain the army and Appo's needs. In essence, hunger would not plague them, and while his pickled meat was somewhat palatable, his earlier preparations now appeared rather foolish. In this moment, he recalled the advice from Li Wu and the others, though he still harbored grievances, lamenting the ineptitude of his companions for not articulating their thoughts more clearly, leaving him to expend considerable effort in vain. Despite the adversities faced, the journey had unfolded in vivid hues. A year had passed, transforming his existence into a realm that felt wholly distinct. He was no longer merely the equerry of Yunai and Appo's stables, but also held a military rank, commanding over 100 men. Reflecting on the year gone by, it felt as though he had traversed a chasm of time. Arriving at this point marked his entry into Lingqiu County under the jurisdiction of Yemen. A diagonal line drawn through Lingqiu led to one of the 8 paths of the Taiying Mountains, the Feihu Path, which, upon passing through Feihu Pass, entered Hebei territory. It was said that in recent years, a fast road had been established from Jinyang to Zhuozhou, promising swifter travel. However, the thought of journeying from Yunai and Appo's stables to Jinyang, then on to Zhuozhou, seemed a preposterous jest. Lost in contemplation, a rider galloped forth, drawing near before pounding his chest and shouting with a voice that echoed, announcing to the army's lieutenant that 10 miles ahead, County Magistrate Zhao Yun of Lingqiu sought an audience with General Li and had brought provisions. A splendid name. Zhao Yun invigorated Li Po and Appo's spirit. Yet, it seemed somewhat peculiar for a mere county magistrate to await them by the roadside. He gestured for the scout to approach and inquired how many men Zhao Yun had brought. The scout, bending slightly, estimated there were only a dozen or so. Li Po acknowledged with a grunt and waved his hand, stating, "If he wishes to meet with Lu Jun, why do you report to me? Go, inform Lu Jun." The scout silently gritted his teeth, having witnessed this farce unfold numerous times along the journey. When Lu Jun was ahead, messengers were dispatched to locate Lieutenant Li. And when Lieutenant Li was ahead, others were sent to converse with Lu Jun. The two of you seem to be having a splendid time. But who exactly is in charge here? The scout, feeling both helpless and aggrieved, hurried away, while Li Pa pondered whether something troublesome was about to arise. Moments later, Li Bai caught up, accompanied by a young man with a fair complexion. This young man, surnamed Han, would likely be recognized as the youngest son of Han Jing from Hang and Appo's town. Li Pa referred to him as the pretty boy, though in truth, he was not particularly pale, boasting a healthy bronze complexion, tall stature, and striking handsomeness, with a short beard that lent him an air of authority. As a privileged offspring of an official, it was only natural for him to attract the affections of women. He possessed a cheerful smile and spoke candidly, proving to be quite amiable. He candidly shared with Li Pu that he had already taken 8 wives and relished drinking and visiting brothels. Should Li Pu ever venture to hang and amp, Appos, he eagerly offered to accompany him on a tour of the town and amp, Appos, as establishments, indulging in the pleasures therein. However, to label him as merely a hedonist would be a mistake. He was also skilled in horsemanship and archery, earning a reputation for bravery and hungin, and enjoyed the favor of Han Jing. To put it succinctly, this young man was the quintessential heartthrob, exerting a subtle dominance over Li Pu. Upon encountering Li Bai, he quickly forgot his new acquaintance and gravitated towards her. From that point on, wherever Li Bai went, he followed. The potent scent of his hormones palpable even to Li Pu. Observing their interaction, Li Pu promptly vacated his spot to allow this pair of inseparable companions to take precedence. Retreating to the middle of the group to gather his thoughts, a chill crept down his spine as he sensed Li Bai and Appos, as disapproving glare directed at him. However, her attempts at intimidation were futile. It seemed more like a romantic outing than a military endeavor. In the blink of an eye, they traversed over 10 miles. Without so much as a word of greeting, orders were issued for the entire army to continue its march. The pretty boy maintained a sullen expression beside Li Bai, while Li Pu, keeping a respectful distance, refrained from interrupting their exchange. It was not until evening that Li Pu learned from the young man that the magistrate of Lingqiu County sought to retain 200 war horses. Li Pu was taken aback. These horses were meant for transport to Zhuozhou and Hebei, where the emperor resided, making them effectively imperial supplies. What audacity did the magistrate of Lingqiu possess to intercept war horses? The young man offered a wry smile, unable to elucidate the situation fully to Li Pu. Not only did the magistrate intend to exchange armor for horses, but he was also backed by Yang Chongren, the county magistrate of Yinmen. Their intentions were clear. Yinmen had a limited supply of war horses, and with the campaign against Liaodong underway, Yinmen County was also required to dispatch troops and transport horses to the front lines, particularly as the Yinmen stud farm housed a considerable number of steeds. Under normal circumstances, this predicament would not have been a source of concern. The historical connection between the Yunyi stud farm and Yinmen had always facilitated trade. A simple communication with Shi Qianyin would suffice. However, just a few months prior, Shi Qianyin had passed away, and Li Jing, the magistrate of Mai, had gone to great lengths to consolidate power within his grasp. This development had rendered the situation quite challenging for Yinmen County. Whether it is the prefect Wang Ke or the district chief Yang Chongren, neither has a favorable disposition towards Li Jing. This is not a matter of personal enmity. Rather, it pertains to the fact that the general administration of Daizhou is located at Yinmen. Prefect Wang Ke of Yinmen believes that both Yinmen and Mai districts fall under his jurisdiction, and thus he should have the authority to issue commands across both regions. However, Li Jing disagrees, asserting that as the prefect of Yinmen, he does not possess the authority of the general administrator of Daizhou, and his reach may be exceeding the bounds of propriety. Chapter 102. The transformation of relations. The myriad rifts born from the jurisdictional authority of the two counties have existed for an eternity. When it comes time for mutual assistance, words often falter. The geographical advantage has made life quite difficult for Mai County at the hands of Yinmen County, yet one still dares to seek war horses from Mai, truly mistaking oneself for the legendary Sun Wukong. Thus, the only recourse is to gather intelligence and wait along the way. Such actions are hardly reproachable. Even if they reach the ears of the emperor, he would merely regard them as amusing tales, dismissing them with a smile. For these reasons, no matter how loquacious the pretty boy may be, he would never disclose the matter to Li Pu, instead opting for vague and ambiguous explanations. In truth, the pretty boy did not perceive any substantial wrongdoing on the part of Yinmen. Rather, he was merely incensed by Li Bai's anger, and thus his own ire was kindled, a true romantic at heart. Upon hearing the news, Li Pu promptly cast it aside, deeming it mere nonsense unworthy of attention. However, what Li Pu and his companions did not anticipate was the situation unfolding within Lingqiu County, where Yang Changren, the magistrate of Yinmen County, sat high in the county hall. Listening to the respectful report of the Lingqiu County magistrate, his countenance dark as a storm cloud. Yang Changren, unlike Li Jing, was of noble birth from the western frontier and wielded substantial power in Mai. His word was law, and he could stand toe-to-toe with Wang Ke, the governor of Yinmen, without feigned deference. In contrast, he was subordinate to Wang Ke and also had to answer to a county lieutenant who commanded the Yinmen garrison. To put it bluntly, Should Wang Ke merely cough, Yang Changren would have to bark a few times before he could proceed. At long last, an opportunity arose. The county lieutenant sought to be promoted and yearned to personally lead troops to Hebei for military campaigns, yet found himself troubled by a lack of war horses. Wang Ke intended to bestow the position of county lieutenant upon Yang Changren, with the stipulation that he procure 200 war horses. Yang Changren took this matter to heart, traveling to Lingxiu himself, requesting the county magistrate to intervene. Hoping to intercept the war horses from Mai to bolster the county lieutenant's expedition and simultaneously clear the path for his own promotion. However, the young lady leading the contingent from the Li family appeared indifferent to this matter. With a scowl, Yang Changren entered the inner hall of the county office, dismissed all attendants, and pondered deeply for a considerable time. Finally, exhaling a long breath in frustration, he summoned his trusted aide. Go, ensure they intercept all the war horses. Remember, this matter must not be divulged, otherwise, our heads will be at stake. The aide, brimming with enthusiasm, thumped his chest and assured, rest assured. This will be known to no one but me. With fervent affirmations, the aide departed, and Yang Changren stood in silence for a while, contemplating the absence of errors. Only then did he release a gentle sigh, reflecting, I am left with no choice but to resort to such underhanded tactics. Li Jing, it seems, shall suffer a heavy loss this time. As this thought crossed his mind, his spirits lifted. As fellow county magistrates, their circumstances were worlds apart. And he had long harbored envy towards Li Jing. If Li Jing were to discover Yang Changren and Appo's sentiments, he would surely exclaim in outrage, I have endured misfortune all my life, and you dare to harbor jealousy? Truly, you are unworthy of being a son. Indeed, this stark contrast exemplifies the divide between the noble scions and the common folk. The misfortunes of the aristocratic youth may appear enviable through the eyes of onlookers, revealing the stark truth of the times. No matter how well one performs, it pales in comparison to the advantage of one and Appo's birthright. Li Pa and his companions remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis, taking their time on the journey, for having passed Feihu Pass. The city of Zhuozhou was nearly within reach. Arriving in Zhuozhou before the first snowfall of winter allowed them ample time. The majestic Taihang Mountains stretch over 1,000 miles. A favored location among military strategists due to its treacherous terrain, yet possessing 8 renowned paths. The 8 paths of Taihang have thus earned a place in history. Each of these routes is steeped in countless legends, nearly all of which pertain to military exploits. Such locales are cherished by strategists, as only in such perilous settings can numerous classic battles be birthed, providing endless tales for posterity. Conversely, for the common soldier, such places are far from desirable. In lands of extreme danger, life and death are at stake. The 8 paths of Taihang have, throughout the ages, claimed countless soldiers' lives while bestowing glory upon the generals. Who among the foot soldiers would willingly choose to traverse such perilous terrain? Feihu Path, now known as Lingxiu Path, falls under the jurisdiction of Lingxiu, and there is no need to delve into its historical changes. Even the largest of armies, when faced with the imposing Taihang Mountains, appear diminutive, let alone a mere 1,000 men. The troop halted at the entrance of Feihu Path, setting up camp for a day's rest before continuing on. The journey spans over 100 miles, requiring several days to complete. The 3 commanding officers finally gathered together, lifting their gazes to the endless peaks before them, then lowering their eyes to the narrow entrance of Feihu Path. Their breaths came a bit quicker, clearly overwhelmed by the awe of their first visit to such a sight. As the commanding leader, it is only natural to feel a sense of dread in the face of such terrain. Li Pa, however, surveyed the surroundings with a casual eye, noting little change. Save for the absence of roads, the area seemed to have remained unchanged for millennia, indifferent to the fluctuations of the human world. Of course, when Li Pa visited this place, it was merely a fleeting glance. No one would idle away in a narrow pass without purpose, as they would head straight for the scenic spots. What a magnificent sight Feihu Path is, a true embodiment of perilous beauty, and today, he felt fortunate to witness it firsthand. A young man, engrossed in his literary musings, diverted his gaze from Feihu Path to Li Bai, clearly harboring ulterior motives. Li Bai turned on her heel, leaving the 2 men with a parting remark, in this desolate and treacherous land, one would inevitably shed a layer of skin. What was there to be fortunate about? Li Pa stifled a laugh, nodding at the young man and muttering, We ought to send someone to scout the path. This place could be rife with thieves. His concern was not unfounded, for the young man had read too many tales of adventure, always feeling that traversing such steep cliffs was inherently unsafe. What would happen if someone were to hurl stones from above? Chapter 103, the wind tunnel as the autumn breeze howled through the narrow mountain path of Feihu Road. It produced a haunting sound. The towering cliffs on either side, steep and rugged, made passage for both man and bird nearly impossible. The mournful cries of monkeys mingled with the ethereal chirping of birds, while the nearby stream flowed silently. Here, one could sense that even the sound of the water carried an eerie chill, sending shivers down one's spine. It is no wonder that in tales of heroism, such places are often depicted as settings for ambushes, where flames are ignited and stones are hurled. However, once one entered Feihu Road, the impracticality of such scenarios became apparent. The surrounding mountains stretched endlessly, and the effort required to scale the cliffs was monumental. Even if one managed to ascend, patience was paramount to wait for an adversary. It was quite possible that, before any stones could be thrown, one might find themselves tumbling down instead. Feihu Road, a naturally formed narrow path, had also been carved out by human hands. It was neither overly wide nor too narrow, accommodating the passage of a large army without issue, though it remained somewhat cramped for 1,000 or more travelers. Although Feihu Road was not in a state of disrepair, it was overgrown with weeds and had languished in solitude for a considerable time. During the era of warring states, skirmishes occasionally erupted here, but in the present day, it had been decades since any conflict had taken place. This was primarily due to the unification of the empire under the Sui Dynasty, which rendered the territories of Hebei and Jin as part of Sui land. With little interaction between the regions of Mai and Yanmen in northern Hebei, Feihu Road had lost much of its former significance. Crucially, the Turks no longer ventured through this route to launch attacks on Hebei, with Goguryeo occupying Liaodong. Any Turkic tribe attempting to descend southward would require considerable courage, as their retreat would be entirely dependent on the control of others. As for Goguryeo, launching an assault on Hebei via Feihu Road would demand immense effort, as they would hardly be able to approach with ease. Following a devastating defeat during the reign of Emperor Wen, Goguryeo was left sufficiently intimidated and had not dared to cast an eye southward since. During the era of Emperor Yang, as the borders of the Sui dynasty expanded, Feihu Road was completely enveloped by Sui territories, eliminating any threat of invasion. With the absence of warfare and limited interactions, even during the early years of the DY era, when the emperor indulged in various construction projects, the restoration of Feihu Road was not considered. Nonetheless, remnants of history still lingered along the path, yet few were inclined to ponder the past or engage in leisurely contemplation. After 2 days of travel, Lipa found himself somewhat despondent. To him, this place epitomized tension and anxiety. The terrain was arduous, with nearly 2,000 warhorses, whether being ridden, led, or herded, stretching the line into a serpentine formation, while various incidents arose, causing the procession to become increasingly fragmented. His duties as a military officer had become burdensome, requiring him to dart from the front to the rear of the column and back again. It was apparent that onlookers were merely spectators to the chaos. By day's end, the commanders were drenched in sweat and visibly fatigued, not from physical exertion, but from mounting frustration. Even the handsome youth could no longer accompany Lipa, leading to a discussion among the three. The handsome youth would take the lead, clearing the path, while Lipa remained in the middle, managing the horses, and Lipa brought up the rear, overseeing the pack animals. The expedition traversed the mountain path for 4 days, ultimately reaching the most perilous section of the Feihu path, the Blackstone Ridge, where 3 mountains converge. This location would later be referred to as the infamous 40-mile Black Wind Cave. Given the presence of a cave, it is needless to say that the path is exceedingly narrow. In its widest parts, it spans merely a dozen or so paces, while in the constricted areas, it accommodates only 1 person and 1 horse at a time. This is indeed the most confined and treacherous part of the Feihu path, marking the notorious entrance to the Feihu. Beyond this point lies the vast expanse of the Hebei Plain, and to the north, one can swiftly behold the boundless grasslands. However, whether it be the grasslands or the plains, they currently remain under the dominion of the Sui dynasty. Upon arriving here, the guide recommended a day of rest before making a concerted effort to navigate through the Blackstone Ridge. The group, in acquiescence, set up camp along the mountain trail, bustling with activity as they rested for the day. Early the next morning, after breakfast, the expedition gradually entered the narrow mountain path amidst a cacophony of shouts, continuing their journey. This time, the line of travelers had grown longer. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that Lipa, leading the rear guard, stepped into the narrow passage. However, not long after, the procession came to an abrupt halt. Lipa, feeling helpless, could only wait patiently. Surprised, he inquired aloud, Had it not been said that the Black Stone Ridge was guarded by troops? Originally constructed during the Han Dynasty. It was said that although there had been no skirmishes under the Sui, the guide mentioned that Sui soldiers were stationed here. Yet, it was evident that conditions were far from favorable, reminiscent of the dilapidated encampments Li Pa had previously encountered. He surmised that the Sui troops were likely impoverished and resorting to pillaging passing caravans for survival. However, he was soon informed that it was not Sui soldiers but rather a band of bandits from the Taihang Mountains. Upon realizing this, a thought crossed his mind. He waved dismissively, signaling for the men to disperse, and called over Li Wu, instructing him to take a few men and scout the rear without delay. Reporting back any developments swiftly, Li Po felt a surge of anxiety. In such a precarious location, with both ends blocked, they were akin to mice trapped in a box. Indeed, Li Po's keen military instincts would ultimately save the lives of over 1,000 individuals. Before they could reach the narrow passage, the faint sounds of battle began to echo in the distance. Gritting his teeth, Li Po recognized that trouble had indeed arisen. At that moment, there was no time for contemplation. With a swift motion, he unsheathed his dagger and charged forward, bellowing orders for everyone to follow him. At this juncture, there was no need for further exhortation. The valiant Sui troops had always adhered to the principle of disregarding the number of adversaries, focusing solely on their location. Upon hearing the battle cries, the unmistakable sound of blades being drawn resonated throughout the ranks. However, the usual military formations were of little consequence. The most basic combat units of the Sui army could still maintain some semblance of organization, but other tactical elements such as formations and distances were rendered moot. Caught off guard by the enemy, the Sui soldiers under Li Po and Apos' command showcased both their strengths and the numerous shortcomings typical of inexperienced troops. Chapter 104. Ferocity. As Li Po drew his blade and retreated, an instinctive reaction prompted the nearby soldiers to unsheath their swords and follow suit in a chaotic retreat. The line had extended too long, confusion reigned at the rear while those at the front remained largely unaware of the turmoil. With a swift whoosh, an arrow soared above Li Po and Apos' head, followed by a piercing scream from behind. The unfortunate victim, unknown, struck down by the arrow and Apos' cruel flight. The narrowness of the path, compounded by the absence of armor, transformed the archers into a nightmare for the infantry in such constricted circumstances. Not far away, at the mouth of the narrow passage, Li Wu led 4 men straight into the throng. A mere glance from Li Po sent a chill through him. The entrance was a chaotic mass of humanity, seemingly populated by an endless surge of bodies that had appeared from nowhere. Nearby, 2 hefty tree trunks lay strewn about, alongside a collection of sharpened stakes haphazardly discarded. Vague outlines of pack horses could be discerned, burdened with substantial stones. If an entire blockade were to form at this narrow passage, the cost in lives to breach it would be unfathomable. Such carelessness, indeed, was profound. Yet, one could hardly blame anyone among them. It was not due to negligence, but rather the inherent security of their position within the Sui territory. With over 1,000 soldiers in their ranks, the likelihood of a large-scale assault seemed negligible. Furthermore, their purpose was not to engage in battle, but to escort war horses to Hebei, naturally resulting in a diminished state of vigilance. Fortunately, the majority of the contingent consisted of cavalry, with only 200 infantry among them, coupled with the pack and war horses. Thus, upon entering the Black Wind Cave, the formation had extended considerably. Consequently, while the front was obstructed, those at the rear had only recently entered the cave and could still respond in a timely manner. Regrettably, this very delay allowed the adversaries to strategically position themselves and trap them within the cave. Fortune and misfortune need not be elaborated upon in the throes of battle. It is always the outcome that commands attention. At this moment, neither Li Po nor his accompanying subordinates entertained excessive thoughts. Li Wu's bravery had secured them precious moments, preventing the assailants from completely sealing the narrow passage. The entrance was neither particularly spacious nor excessively confined, without obstacles such as caltrops, large timbers, or scattered stones. The passage did not present an insurmountable danger. Li Po summoned the speed of a sprinter, leading the charge. What seized his attention, however, was the sight of several ragged bandits, exuding the scent of the wilderness, crouched at the entrance, brandishing what resembled a box, a crossbow. In this life-and-death instant, the valor and courage of a soldier were epitomized in Li Po's unwavering resolve. He did not flinch, surging forward with determination. In such moments, even the slightest evasive maneuver could jeopardize his balance. Should he fall, he would be trampled by those behind him, obstructing the path for his comrades and, quite possibly, never rising again. Li Po and Apos, S eyes widened in intensity, his facial muscles contorting into a fierce grimace. The ominous twang of the crossbow string reverberated as the bolt hurtled towards him. 3 crossbow bolts whizzed by, one narrowly grazing Li Po and Apos' neck, another slicing through his thigh and tearing his trousers, leaving a painful abrasion on his leg. A third bolt astonishingly passed through his armpit, a hair's breadth away from a fatal encounter with death. In that moment, despite the inadequate precision of the shots, Li Po felt a shiver run down his spine. This was a race for survival, and with his audacity, years of honed physical prowess, and unparalleled fortune, he managed to seize a fleeting chance at life. The arrows flew past him, perhaps due to the chaos or the poor quality of the bandits' bows. None found their mark on Li Po. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he roared and surged forward into the throng of people. This was, arguably, the first time Li Po had faced another human being head-on since arriving in this world, and the scene was as chaotic as a pot of boiling porridge. Such a melee was the last thing Li Po wished to encounter, for the unpredictability was overwhelming. No one could truly govern their fate amidst such turmoil. Of course, perhaps those who could effortlessly claim the heads of generals amidst a battlefield might manage it, but Li Po humbly believed he was not among them. However, imagination often diverges greatly from reality. As Li Po collided with a mass of bodies and leaped from the ground, every cell in his body seemed to awaken. With a swift motion, his knife slashed across a man's throat. He raised his leg to kick another, sending him sprawling, then brought his long blade crashing down upon the face of a seemingly dazed individual, cleaving open his skull. With a fluid motion, he swung his knife sideways, splitting the man's head and severing the wooden bow of another assailant who stood in his way. He stepped forward sharply, evading a short dagger aimed at his neck, and plunged his knife into the abdomen of yet another foe, who screamed in agony as he clutched his wound. Without a moment to spare, Li Po withdrew his knife and kicked the man away, inadvertently severing several of his fingers in the process. In the span of mere moments, Li Po had already slain several adversaries, his body and face now splattered with blood. His ferocity and strength invigorated the morale of the Sui soldiers under his command, unleashing their primal instincts to the fullest extent. In this turbulent era, the courage of a soldier was akin to an undeniable truth. The bandits, seeking to seal off the narrow passage with their bows and crossbows, had lost their last opportunity. As a dozen Sui soldiers roared forth from the narrow path, brandishing their long knives, a cacophony of screams erupted almost simultaneously, causing the bandits to collapse one after another. Increasing numbers of Sui soldiers poured out, and the hasty skirmish swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre. At that moment, no bandit could stand against the organized might of the Sui army. Although this situation would eventually evolve in the years to come, nevertheless, it was undeniable that in times of chaos, the backbone of disorderly armies had always been those who had undergone military training and subsequently joined the ranks of rebellion. The mountain bandits initially retreated, attempting to regroup for a counterattack, yet they found themselves bereft of such an opportunity. This quickly devolved into a rout and pursuit. A band of 100 or 200 brigands was forced to flee in disarray. In that moment, Li Po gradually withdrew, wiping the blood from his face. His eyes ablaze with fury as he shouted, "Hold the pass, hold the pass." As his cries echoed, more and more individuals gathered around him. Under Li Po's commanding presence, they finally formed a battle line at the narrow pass. His caution was once again validated. Although Li Po and Apos' inaugural battle was chaotic, it undoubtedly showcased his military prowess and his unparalleled fortune. Chapter 105. The narrow path. New recruits, when thrust into battle, invariably temper their resolve with their own blood, often using it to attest to their folly. Those who rushed out alongside them continuously fell victim to the arrows raining down from behind. The majority of the mountain bandits had arrived, a formidable mass that completely obstructed the somewhat narrow flying fox path. Li Po, disregarding the need to reprimand them, roared with all his might, urging them to form ranks within the military formation. He issued commands, instructing those behind not to emerge, to don their armor, and swiftly bring forth their steeds. All lines, stand firm. Do not move. Shields up. I command you. Archers, where are you? Listen to my orders. Under Li Po's incessant commands, the troops of the Sui gradually fell silent. On the opposite side, the mountain bandits were momentarily taken aback. They were not significantly swifter than the Sui, but a lack of intent on one side and a resolve on the other had momentarily granted them an advantage. However, The defeat at the gorge had startled them and cost them their best opportunity. As the Sui army began to array themselves at the gorge, the true nature of the bandits was laid bare. They came to a slow halt, yet were propelled forward by those behind them, taking an additional 10 steps before finally stabilizing their stance. What followed was a chaotic uproar, the clamor so intense that even the anxious Li Po felt the urge to cover his ears. Thus, after a brief skirmish, a rather peculiar standoff formed outside the western mouth of the Black Wind Cave. To Li Po's astonishment, it was not long before some of the mountain bandits began to turn tail and flee. Those who had hesitated before, upon witnessing a retreat, found themselves swayed by the decision of others and joined the exodus without a second thought. There was no one to guard their rear, amidst the shoving and pushing. Some even drew their blades against one another. The Sui troops stood in stunned silence, incredulous, questioning the reliability of their own vision. This was the essence of the mountain bandits, a reflection of the formidable reputation of the Sui army. In the 7th year of the Great Cause, the Sui had, through years of warfare and the blood of countless foes, demonstrated their might. It was a widely acknowledged truth among the bandit groups of the northern territories, primarily composed of displaced persons, that once the imperial army formed ranks, victory was all but assured. Yet, at this moment, Li Po cared little for the thoughts of the bandits. He understood only that when paths narrow, it is the fearless who prevail. Initially, he had contemplated that as long as they could hold the gorge, reinforcements from the Sui would inevitably flow in, and no matter how numerous the bandits, the narrow passage would serve to seal their doom. Though certain casualties were inevitable, for he had observed well-armored heavy cavalry amidst the bandit ranks, which was the source of his unease. Crossbows, heavy armor, these were items typically exclusive to the Sui army, yet they were now astonishingly in the hands of the Taihang bandits. A truly bewildering sight. Such armaments could pose a significant challenge to those unprepared for battle. Somewhat reassuringly, the mountain bandits possessed but a few crossbows, their accuracy woefully lacking, evidently due to a lack of rigorous training. As for the heavy cavalry, only 3 were visible, had there been a dozen or more charging in 2 lines. Li Po would have had no choice but to retreat, leading his men into the narrow path with no other options available. Yet now, to his astonishment, these bandits, despite their numerical advantage, had begun to falter. Although it seemed somewhat fantastical, reminiscent of a stratagem from a novel to lure the enemy, within a moment, Li Po felt as though the heavens had bestowed upon them a remarkable gift. Li Po was never one to vacillate or hesitate when he exhibited uncertainty. It was invariably a sign that he harbored a cunning plan. At that moment, he made a swift decision. He raised his blood-stained saber high and shouted, "Charge! Charge! Stay composed, maintain formation, follow me." A resolute assault invariably requires steadfast leadership, and Li Po demonstrated this through his actions. A line of a dozen men, inspired by Li Po, grasped their shields with their left hands and held their blades in the right, initially moving at a measured pace before launching into a sprint, their thunderous roars echoing as they surged forward. Over 50 soldiers of the Sui army arranged themselves into 4 or 5 lines, unwavering in their offensive. Li Po focused intently on the heavy cavalry not far ahead. With the shield, a standard defensive equipment of the Sui troops, his fear of the crossbows diminished significantly. Although the shield was somewhat thin, and its efficacy against close-range bolts was uncertain, it nonetheless provided a measure of comfort. Consequently, the greatest concern lay with the heavy cavalry. "Don't flee, don't flee. Oh, you truly are running," Li Po muttered to himself. 3 heavily armored knights, accompanied by some light cavalry, indeed began to move, albeit in disparate directions. One knight brandished a massive axe, bellowing as he spurred his horse forward. The other 2, lacking such audacity, foolishly attempted to turn their mounts around, which would inevitably lead to chaos. In an instant, the light cavalry was thrown into disarray. As the heavy cavalry charged, Li Po bellowed, "Archers! Archers! Bring him down!" At this distance, the heavy cavalry could not accelerate effectively. Renowned for their sluggishness, their power remained terrifying, particularly against light infantry. The arrows clanged against the knight's armor, akin to mere tickles, leaving Li Po feeling a chill run down his spine as he observed the unfolding chaos. 20 paces, 10 paces, the distance closed rapidly. Li Po widened his bloodshot eyes, breathing heavily and calculating the distance in his mind. The knight swung his axe, eyes ablaze with the desire for slaughter. Yet at that moment, darkness engulfed his vision, his left eye searing with pain, and the world seemed to spin away from him. An arrow, swiftly flying through the air, pierced his left eye and subsequently penetrated his brain, bringing him crashing down from his steed. The demise of a heavy cavalryman is often marked by a dramatic spectacle. Horses and men tumbled together, creating a thunderous cacophony that sent clouds of dust swirling into the sky. Li Pa did not have the luxury of time to revel in his victory. Instead, he plunged headfirst into the dust and emerged as the first to break free. In a matter of mere steps, he darted forward with a wild cry, leaping up fiercely to cleave a bewildered light cavalryman from his mount. Chapter 106. Conclusion. Rows of Sui soldiers surged into the midst of the mountain bandits, brandishing their blades with relentless ferocity. In an instant, the echoes of battle cries and anguished screams reverberated through the mountains. Blood splattered as lives were extinguished, transforming the narrow Fehu path into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Where even the chill of autumn could not disperse the thickening scent of blood, the struggle for dominance at the gorge had reached its zenith, signaling the impending conclusion of the conflict. One side surged with unyielding morale, while the other faltered in fear, retreating in disarray. The outcome was all but predetermined. The brief stalemate was merely a consequence of the narrow terrain, which allowed the bandits to huddle together rather than any display of courage on their part. As the Sui forces advanced, systematically felling the bandits, the number of those fleeing increased, swiftly devolving into a rout. Some bandits, in their final moments, displayed a ferocious bravery and remarkable agility, yet individual valor could not counterbalance the vast disparities in strength and tactics. This reality reaffirmed the undeniable truth that no disorganized band of brigands could ever best a well-prepared Sui army, even if the latter consisted largely of inexperienced recruits who had only trained for a few months. In less than half an hour, the cacophony of battle cries waned, as the Sui soldiers were left only with the sight of retreating bandits. Li Pa, panting heavily, began to regroup his troops, tallying the casualties while ordering a swift end to the suffering of those moaning in agony on the mountain path. The soldiers dutifully executed Li Pa's commands, and the brutal skirmish had ultimately solidified his authority within the ranks. The chaos of battle invariably brings with it a certain glory. Hence, throughout history, the yearning for martial accomplishments has been deeply ingrained in the hearts of men, nearly impossible to eradicate. The valorous leaders born on the battlefield acquire power and prestige unattainable in ordinary life. At last, the heavily armored cavalry emerged from the narrow Hafen cave, albeit belatedly. Li Pa felt an urge to curse. At this pace, had the bandits charged, they would have met their demise before the cavalry could intervene. The appearance of these heavy cavalrymen was promising, yet when it mattered most, they proved to be of little use. Li Pa's temper flared, exacerbated by the overwhelming stench that clung to him, a testament to the brutal confrontation that had drained his energy. He realized that this was his first encounter with such primal combat, and the adrenaline coursing through him had left him feeling somewhat depleted. When it all came to an end, he experienced a sensation akin to that of a new recruit, having narrowly escaped death, which infuriated him further. Unbeknownst to him, the sight of his blood-soaked form and darkened expression instilled a profound fear in those around him. As he passed, everyone instinctively took a step back, choosing to distance themselves from him. Even the normally boisterous Ching Dehuzi instinctively shrank away. All previous thoughts and concerns dissipated, replaced by an unbidden sense of reverence and awe that would be difficult to dispel. What are you dawdling for? Bring the horses out. Who allowed you to dress in such a ridiculous manner? Remove your armor at once and pursue. If even a single rogue escapes from the Black Fox path, I shall have your heads. Once action is taken, it must be absolute, leaving no room for future retribution. This has always been Li Pa and Amp, Oppo's motto. Lu Wuzhou contemplated offering a suggestion, but recollected the brutal beating he received in the latrine and the malicious threats that followed, promptly dismissing the thought. He reflected that a gentleman avenges himself, but only after a decade. Of course, the aftermath of battle, cleaning the battlefield and accounting for casualties, is hardly a pleasant task. In the heat of the moment, one does not ponder deeply, but upon witnessing the carnage, the grim reality sets in. Thankfully, the fortitude of the northern folk proved beneficial. These new recruits adapted swiftly. Though their faces paled while transporting and burying the bodies, none succumbed to the urge to vomit. They would likely swallow even bile if it threatened to escape their throats, for to regurgitate would only invite ridicule. And their pride, so highly regarded among the northern men, would not allow it. To portray oneself as a hero or a brave man is a principle they hold dear. At this juncture, Li Pa remembered to send someone to inquire about the situation ahead. After all, this was his first time leading troops into battle, and the inherent dangers meant mistakes were inevitable. Nevertheless, Li Pa had resolved that as long as the front lines remained within the Black Wind Cave, he would not be budged from his position. No command would sway him from his post. Having ventured out once without even catching a glimpse of a bay, he had already faced life and death, leading him to scoff at the prospect of the expedition to Liaodong. Consider the rampant banditry. It was so severe that even the imperial army dared to seize openly, yet they still eyed Liaodong. One might as well drag the emperor to the Black Fox path and compel him to attack Blackstone Cliff. Perhaps then, with a mind as muddled as his, he would finally grasp the situation. The siege was underway. Yet, he would not allow himself to act foolishly again by exposing his capabilities at the forefront. Instead, he resolutely remained by the western entrance of the Black Wind Cave, justifying his inaction as guarding the retreat. Fortunately, the two leaders ahead retained some sense of decorum and did not order him to advance and test the waters, to ascertain whether the dangers he reported were indeed as severe as he claimed. However, both the mountain bandits and Li Pa underestimated the Suejuan's offensive prowess. That night, Li Bai personally led her troops to scale Blackstone Cliff, decisively scattering the bandits and seizing the stronghold. Upon hearing this news, Li Pa couldn't help but marvel internally at her audacity. How could a woman of such commendable background relish in confrontations of this nature? Chapter 107. Midnight Conversations. That night, Li Pa scarcely slept. He sat beside the flickering campfire, incessantly polishing the long blade that had tasted fresh blood. The ring-hilted sword, one of the most formidable weapons of the Sui army, was evidently an evolution of the sword itself, sturdy yet agile, equally effective in both foot and cavalry combat. In truth, every soldier venturing forth with the Sui would carry an array of weapons: spears, swords, bows, arrows, and shields, a comprehensive arsenal for both offense and defense. Yet, it was the ring-hilted sword that reigned supreme among them. This understanding was deeply ingrained within the ranks of the Sui. The numerous perils of the day had become mere memories for Li Po at this moment. His once tense spirit had relaxed entirely. Nevertheless, he felt profoundly battered, both physically and mentally, and yearned for a moment of tranquility. The incessant chorus of snores from nearby was irksome, while the autumn wind seemed to conspire against him, gusting through the darkened night with a sharp, whistling sound. It was as if the wind were taunting him, heralding the imminent arrival of winter, reminding him that, like a grasshopper in late autumn, his days were numbered. This only served to further agitate Li Pa, rendering him unable to find peace. Even more vexatious was the realization that his once familiar ring-hilted sword now bore unsightly nicks along its blade, a sight that pained him. Just as his irritation peaked, a shadowy figure approached, its presence marked by a notably thick tail. "Commander, 2 of my 4 brothers have perished, and 1 is injured," the figure lamented. "How dare you still speak of it?" Li Pa thought, casting a disdainful glance at the burly man who trembled in the autumn breeze. He felt an impulse to strip him of his beard in frustration. Cheng the Bearded and Luosan, 2 ruffians, had appeared quite lively during the day. Yet now they seemed utterly deflated. With 2 squad leaders comprising 10 men, 7 or 8 had fallen, leaving these 2 on the brink of becoming mere figureheads. The sole survivors among their ranks were not fast enough to escape, but merely lagged behind these 2 notorious ancestors. In tallying the casualties from the day's skirmishes, these 2 were the most disheartening figures. Anyone caught in their orbit had seemingly drawn the short straw, dragged down by their ill fortune. The most disgraceful part was that while many beneath them had suffered grievously, these 2 leaders emerged unscathed. Who would dare follow such men? No need for Li Pa to voice his sentiments. The others had already branded them as harbingers of misfortune, keeping their distance. This was not a disorganized retreat of peasant soldiers. This was a disciplined military unit, one that held the utmost disdain for such characters. The 2 normally arrogant squad leaders found themselves isolated, and the experience was surely unpleasant. Now, they approached him furtively, seeking solace. Li Pa could not help but roll his eyes, thinking, in the twilight of the Sui, there are countless heroes, yet I have never encountered 2 as pitiful as you. Truly, meeting you has shattered the myths surrounding your reputation. It is often said that the achievements of a general are built upon the bones of the fallen. Given their current state, how many lives would need to be sacrificed to elevate these 2 to their lofty status? In a state of discontent, compounded by the presence of 2 individuals, Li Pa found solace in the fact that one of them had long endured under his oppressive rule. With robust arms flailing about, the individual refrained from making any aggressive moves toward Li Pa. It was only then that Li Pa recalled the devilish laughter of Cheng the Bearded, a sound he had not heard in quite some time. This reminiscence brought him a measure of comfort and an involuntary sense of pride. He mused that even such a formidable killer could still be kept in check by him. Should he seize the moment to eliminate this troublesome figure and subsequently stew Wei Qi, he wondered if the future upheaval at Xuanwu Gate might unfold differently. However, such thoughts were merely the idle fantasies of a bored mind. as the monumental events of the future bore no connection to his current plight. He bellowed at the two dispirited souls, scolding them for disregarding military orders and the lives of their comrades. Luo-san, though not particularly astute, retorted, "Brother, we've already slain several." As he spoke, he extended his hand to count, portraying the illiterate with remarkable flair. Li Pa felt exasperated. He had no intention of formally reprimanding the duo. Their innate potential was undeniable, which explained their eventual renown. Presently, however, trust was scarce for Li Pa, and the absence of the two from the fray during the day was due to his reluctance to engage in a serious confrontation with them. After this battle, authority was firmly in his grasp, obviating the need to assert dominance over others. Thus, with an impatient wave of his hand, he declared, "Enough. Were it not for our past camaraderie and the genuine efforts you put forth today, I would have gladly disposed of you two miscreants in the river to feed the fish. Is warfare merely a game? The fallen were your comrades, brothers in arms, who have now met Yama. Do you not feel any remorse?" Struck by the gravity of his words, the two fell silent, their breaths heavy with exertion. Li Pa continued his psychological assault. "Yet, these words, though necessary, are futile. War entails loss of life, but do not squander lives needlessly. It is better to sleep soundly at night and enjoy meals during the day. Enough said. Stay by my side for now. When you comprehend that warfare and smuggling salt are not the same endeavor, I shall find you others to mentor." Thus, the following day, Li Pa found himself flanked by a few sentinels, finally embodying the semblance of a true leader in the art of command. Chapter 108. The Path of Tao at Feihu Pass. A convoy emerged from the towering mountains like a procession of ants, gradually converging outside the pass. This process was extraordinarily prolonged. It wasn't until 3 days later that the entire group finally entered the territory of Shanggu County. Only then did the three leaders gather in one place to meet. Upon seeing the pale-faced youth and Li Bai, Li Pakuden, and Apos, T helped but smile. The pale-faced youth still appeared spirited, donned in gleaming armor, exuding an air of authority. However, Li Bai seemed somewhat different. Both of her hands were wrapped in white cloth, and her face bore numerous abrasions, resembling a boxer who had just endured a beating in the ring. The three of them gathered together, exchanging glances, each experiencing their own mix of emotions. The pale-faced youth appeared slightly embarrassed. Upon meeting Li Pa, he clasped his fist in greeting before Li Pa could even bow. Laughing heartily, fortunately, my esteemed junior was covering our rear. Otherwise, the heroes of Guancher truly live up to their reputation. Li Pa silently rolled his eyes. Who was he trying to impress with such words? One glance at the youth's wandering gaze revealed that he still had his mind on someone else's daughter. Casting a sidelong glance at Li Bai, Li Pa suppressed a chuckle and thumped his chest, relieved that he hadn't brought shame upon the sergeant. At that moment, no amount of flattery from the pale-faced youth could match the resonance of Li Pa and Apos' single remark. Alas, in the art of flattery, one's deeds must speak louder than mere words. Empty compliments hold little value in these times. Li Bai was acutely aware that the youth's words were mostly insincere. Yet they were so pleasing to the ear that she couldn't help but smile, her anger from the past few days dissipating considerably. Li Pa maintained a respectful demeanor, slightly bowing and thumping his chest twice. "Thank you, Sergeant." Li Bai nodded in satisfaction, for the first time finding the youth much more agreeable. Afterward, they did not linger on idle conversation but instead focused on discussing their journey ahead. In truth, the three understood that matters were far from settled. The ambush on Lingxiu Road had been abrupt and sinister, carrying a significant threat. Furthermore, the earlier incident involving the county magistrate of Lingxiu wishing to change horses made the sequence of events quite clear. There would undoubtedly be consequences to address, as the customary practices of the era dictated. As for the defeat of the Taihang bandits and the tally of their slain, neither the pale-faced youth nor Li Bai placed much emphasis on it. The military and Apos' efforts to quell the bandits were expected, and the accolades were typically minimal. In this age, bandits were no match for the Sui army, and the soldiers' focus had never truly been on the bandits. Of course, this situation would soon change, but for now, in the eyes of the Sui soldiers, these skirmishes were hardly regarded as genuine military achievements. The ambush on Lingxiu Road resulted in over 30 casualties, deemed a minor setback, and the leaders paid little heed. As for the dangers involved, aside from Li Pa, who felt that if such encounters continued, he might soon find himself reincarnated, the other two seemed indifferent. In this era, the generals and soldiers stationed at the borders were indeed few who feared death. Their resilience was beyond what future generations could imagine. Li Bai, with a nonchalant demeanor, uttered a few words before falling silent, a quintessential manifestation of such a mindset. The military personnel from Shanggu County had already arrived, speaking with a thick Hebei accent that bore resemblance to the dialect of the later arrivals from Hunan, making it somewhat challenging for those from Mai, including Li Pe, to comprehend. However, the delay was not prolonged. The journey had already been impeded considerably, leaving no choice but to refrain from lingering in Shanggu. The following day, they set forth, traversing the eastern foothills of the Taihang Mountains in a northeastern direction. At this juncture, the scenery along the route had transformed entirely. By the 7th year of the Day era, northern Hebei had gradually evolved into a vast military encampment. On the path to the imperial palace in Zhujian, the throngs of people resembled a swarm of ants, dense and seemingly endless. Soldiers on horseback, armed with swords and bows, alongside ragged laborers burdened with their loads, crowded the roads, surging towards Zhujian like rivers converging into the sea. As the procession entered the territory of Zhujian, even Li Pe could not help but adopt a somber expression. Laborers were ubiquitous. With the chill of autumn setting in, lifeless bodies could be seen strewn along the roadside, soon to be covered, yet such a sight surpassed Li Pe and Apos' imagination. This was undeniably the prelude to a grand war, where the aspirations of men lay ahead, restlessly vying for prominence. The bleak tableau of a chaotic world seemed to unfold before Li Pe's eyes. Observing the lines of laborers, numbly trudging forward under the compulsion of officials, he noted many swaying unsteadily. For the first time, Li Pe felt that under such brutal governance, he, too, would rise in rebellion. In truth, what he witnessed was merely a fragment of a larger reality. In the ensuing months of the 7th year of Day, from the banks of the Yangtze River to the north of the Yellow River, the mobilization of manpower and resources was beyond reckoning. Even before the conflict in Liaodong commenced, the foundation of the Sui Dynasty began to show signs of instability under the relentless strain of exploiting the populace. Military encampments began to materialize within sight. The fields of Zhujian had already begun to wither before the emperor's arrival, as no one tended to the crops, and even those that were sown remained unharvested. By the autumn of the 7th year of Day, as the army gradually congregated in Zhujian, nearly all of its arable land had morphed into military barracks. Multicolored banners fluttered above the camps, and even Li Bai and the young man with the fair complexion could not discern the origins or allegiances of these flags. The moment a contingent of over 1,000 entered Zhujian, they appeared as a mere insignificant vessel adrift in a vast ocean. As they advanced, checkpoints became increasingly frequent. At this point, Zhujian evoked a particularly dismal sentiment in Li Pe. Congestion was rampant, everywhere was clogged. Human life here had begun to hold little value. With wooden stakes lining the roadside, bearing the marks of whips on those bound, punished soldiers and errant laborers alike. More grotesque were the severed heads impaled on low stakes, their hollow, haunting eyes gazing blankly into the void, fixated on every passerby, silently conveying their resentment. Li and Apos' mouth began to taste somewhat bitter, and he was increasingly uncertain whether he was in the Hebei of the Great Sui Dynasty or had arrived at the site where the Romans quelled the slave uprising. Chapter 109. Relatives reflecting upon the early winter of the 7th year of the great industry in Hebei, Li Pe was struck by a sense of profound chaos. However, to speak candidly, it could be attributed to the emperor and Apos' years of extensive tours, as the gathering of troops in Hebei at this time was, in fact, marked by a commendable semblance of order. The numerous checkpoints in Zhujian were manned by the valiant cavalry. As a member of the royal guard, even in minor matters, he refrained from extending his hand, and in significant affairs, he was equally resolute. The banners of the great generals commanded a presence that was sufficient to instill dread in the hearts of the overzealous warriors arriving from distant lands, deterring them from reckless behavior. Thus, the northern region of Hebei in the 7th year of the great industry could be characterized as a chaotic yet orderly spectacle. The war horses escorted from Mai represented one of the most crucial strategic resources for the court. Upon entering the borders of Hebei, they were accompanied by the valiant cavalry, which alleviated a multitude of potential complications. For Li Pe, the circumstances had become considerably less burdensome by this point. Having surrendered to fate, he could only choose to flow with the current. The advantage of being a minor figure with no voice in the matter was that he need not exert himself excessively. Matters concerning the court officials were handled solely by the charming Li Bi and himself, with Li Pe focusing solely on overseeing the transport of the war horses. Those skilled in the art of training war horses from the juncture region were highly sought after wherever they went. Had Li Pe been the leader of the expedition, It would have been a simple matter to remain in Zhujian and assume a minor logistical role. Alas, it was Li Bi who led the way. As the daughter of the esteemed Li family from Chang'an, she inadvertently commanded a greater degree of respect, complicating what could have been a straightforward endeavor. For at this juncture, the authority in northern Hebei no longer resided with the locals, but with the civil and military officials from the Guanxi region. For decades, the prominent families of Guanxi had not only firmly established their roots in their homeland, but had also extended their influence throughout the realm. The gentry of Jiangnan sought to pay homage to them, while the great clans of Hunan offered flattering words, all the while striving to integrate themselves into the ranks of Guanxi's elite. The Wang family of Jin, under the formidable gaze of the Guanxi aristocracy, lowered their once proud heads and began to forge alliances for self-preservation. The illustrious families of Hebei and Shandong, with their centuries-long legacies, now lay fragmented beneath the might of these new powers, reduced to mere survival. Even the Turkic nobility regarded marrying a daughter of the Guanxi elite as a mark of honor. The authority of the Guanxi aristocracy, during the years of the great industry, steadily ascended to an unstoppable zenith. Therefore, when the emperor arrived in Zhujian, poised to campaign against Liaodong, the region was already enveloped in the formidable shadow of the Guanxi aristocracy. The youth of Guanxi flocked in droves, eager to seize their share of glory and accolades in the impending conflict. While Li Po and Apos' expectations were somewhat misaligned, they were not entirely disparate. The scenario of many wolves and few sheep had begun to unfold, with the intrigues of mutual rivalry becoming increasingly commonplace. The intricate system of aristocratic families that had persisted for hundreds of years was, at this moment, shyly unveiling a layer of its essence to Li Po. Although still somewhat nebulous and unclear, he soon began to perceive its underlying power. Before settling in, without a hint of the handover documents, a cousin of the young gentleman arrived. His rank was modest, a minor officer from the cavalry command, essentially a gatekeeper. Yet, he was indeed a legitimate royal guard. This was hardly surprising, as such proton-like entities were countless within the grand capital of the Sui Dynasty, Chang'an. Military leaders, particularly those in significant positions, would invariably leave their own bloodlines in the National Academy of Chang and Amp, Apos, or various generals and Amp, Apos, estates. This practice not only served as a traditional gesture of loyalty, but also facilitated the swift integration of one's family into the aristocratic network of Guangzhou. After all, wasn't he the esteemed Emperor Wen, Yang Jian, also a product of the National Academy? Many of his classmates later achieved great prominence, although most met unsavory fates. Yet it was undeniably a shortcut devised by the Western ways Yuantai for all to follow. Thus, that evening, the young gentleman reluctantly sought out Li Bai to announce his departure. Li Bai, with great relief, dismissed this bothersome companion. And Li Po observed that after the young gentleman left, Li Bai's countenance brightened considerably. It was evident that the young gentleman had not left a favorable impression, his affections entirely misplaced. Naturally, this was not a matter of personal preference. The young gentleman was directly affiliated with the cavalry command, and refusal was not an option. Furthermore, with higher authorities providing support, his circumstances would undoubtedly surpass those of Li Po and his companions. Upon reaching Zhujian, the two younger figures swiftly diminished into inconsequential roles, their statuses hardly differing from that of Li Po. To Li Po's surprise, he was not entirely overlooked. A minor official from the Ministry of War approached, seeking to assign Li Po a position. Unsurprisingly, the official intended for Li Po to assist in managing the breeding and training of war horses. Li Po was eager to accept this opportunity. However, the unfortunate aspect was that this official arrived empty-handed, neglecting even to procure a transfer order. Although he was a minor official from the capital, his rank was rather trivial, even less significant than Li Po's own. Predictably, without needing Li Po's input, Li Bai swiftly dismissed him. Li Po later learned that this individual had sought him out, and at that moment, he cursed inwardly, lamenting the unreliability of such officials. It would indeed be a miracle if Liaodong were ever subdued under their stewardship. However, this was merely a minor episode. The greater developments lay with Li Bai. In comparison to the young gentleman, Li Bai was truly of another caliber. While Li Jing had faced years of misfortune, he hailed from the prestigious aristocracy of Guangzhou, acquainted with influential figures far beyond the mere country bumpkins of Hung and Apos, and having settled in the southwestern part of Zhujian for only 2 days, the handover process was promptly concluded. Moreover, after Li Bai took his entourage for a brief excursion, the visits from individuals seeking him out noticeably increased day by day. Of course, One could hardly expect these visitors to be significant figures. They were mostly young individuals, and as Li Pa listened, the convoluted connections left him bewildered. The myriad relatives and acquaintances were so intertwined that one could recite the entire genealogy of Guangzhong's aristocracy if one wished to untangle them all. Although Li Pa felt a sense of trepidation towards such a chaotic familial relationship, he thought it peculiar that in the distant Chang'an city, it seemed as if they all resided under the same roof. Chapter 110. The camp in early August, delicate snowflakes began to fall. This was the first snowfall of winter. Modest in size, yet failing to dampen the fervor of the soldiers within the great camp of Zhujian. Of course, the laborers traversing the area felt the penetrating chill, and the toll of death increased with each passing day. However, the war machine of the Sui Dynasty had already begun to operate at full throttle. The corpses strewn along the roads served as an indispensable lubricant for this relentless mechanism. At this moment, Li Pa's mood plummeted with each descending snowflake. Yet, reality reminded him that ideals often reside in a realm far removed from the harsh truths of existence. For the soldiers who had arrived in Zhujian, it felt as if they had entered the gaping maw of a colossal beast. There was no exit. It was not solely the soldiers who found themselves ensnared. A majority of the laborers were likewise detained, preparing for the impending conflict set to commence the following year. Once the emperor had arrived in Zhujian, he had made no move to depart. The current atmosphere was indeed one where generals roamed freely, and high-ranking officials were as numerous as hounds. Initially, Li Pa had harbored aspirations of venturing out to witness the grandeur of renowned generals and esteemed statesmen. However, it did not take long for his already scant curiosity to evaporate entirely. With banners fluttering across the expansive encampment and various heads adorning the flagpoles, the intimidation factor was glaringly evident. Although the elevated location offered exquisite scenery, Li Pa had no desire to become part of such grim spectacles. Just days prior, he vividly recalled leading a group outside the camp. A general had galloped in, colliding with several laborers who had no chance to evade, leaving them wailing in despair. The attendant clerk had been left battered and bruised, rolling about in agony, while the newcomer displayed an outrageous level of arrogance. In stark contrast, the individuals who had accompanied Li Gongqiao from Mai had exhibited a gentler demeanor. Upon inquiry, it was revealed that they were affiliated with the illustrious Yuan clan, which commanded considerable respect. Thus, Li Pa truly grasped the perilous nature of their situation, subsequently issuing a decree. No one was permitted to step outside the camp without cause, effectively confining the rough soldiers from Mai within its boundaries. This morning, Li Bai, accompanied by others, was summoned once more, and as the light snow began to fall, Li Pa and Appo's spirits remained low. The various brigade commanders kept their distance, unwilling to serve as a target for his frustrations. After some time, the brigade commanders had begun to discern Li Pa and Appo's temperament. He was generally amiable, yet he drew a clear line between trivial matters and significant issues. While he might turn a blind eye to minor transgressions, he never tolerated major offenses. If one were to consider this a virtue, its corresponding flaw was equally apparent. This man had a propensity to lash out at others. During moments of discontent, he could unleash a torrent of reprimands upon anyone within reach, immune to reason. He was well versed in military regulations and could effortlessly pin the blame on others, leaving them unable to extricate themselves from the predicament. Take Brigade Commander Zhang, for instance. He was a prime example of this dynamic. Arriving in Zhujian, the camp of over 500 men had been established under Zhang's leadership. After several months, he had noticeably lost weight. Had the soldiers from Mai not been known for their tenacity, he might have already approached Li Pa in tears, remorsefully confessing his transgressions. However, for some inexplicable reason, despite the presence of a formidable figure in the camp who was difficult to endure, it was rather peculiar that everyone felt a sense of reassurance. The source of this somewhat bizarre authority was clear to all. Ultimately, what these elements brought forth was merely the concept of prestige. The military encampment of the Mai garrison was situated on the outskirts of the hunting grounds of the Zhuo County Imperial Palace. This location was indeed advantageous. Characterized by picturesque mountains and waters, it was said that Emperor Yang Guang occasionally brought his entourage for hunting excursions. Clearly, the connections of the Li family played a pivotal role in securing a vantage point for glimpsing the emperor's procession. However, it seemed that they had arrived too late. The emperor was likely deterred by the cold, as Li Pa had never witnessed a large retinue passing through. After several admonitions from the hunting officials regarding the dire consequences of poaching within the royal hunting grounds, the notion of seeking game in the woods swiftly dissipated from Li Pa's mind. The thought of pilfering from the emperor's banquet was enough to conjure a grim fate, one that could be swiftly fulfilled. The only slight consolation was that they were soldiers. In the Ma'i region, the majority of those who could still afford to eat were indeed military personnel, with officials comprising a mere 1%. The remaining populace were laborers who rose earlier than roosters, toiled harder than oxen, and slept later than dogs. It was rumored that the emperor intended to take advantage of the situation to renovate the Zhou County Imperial Palace. Upon hearing this news, Li Pu was left speechless, nonetheless. The emperor and Appo's reasoning was compelling, as it was purportedly in preparation for next year's celebratory banquet. Li Pu, no matter how tough-hearted, felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by the sense that fate had truly erred in allowing such a person to ascend the throne. The future appeared bleak as he gazed at the snowflakes drifting from the sky, lost in despair. However, soon enough, the cacophony of noise dispelled his chaotic thoughts. Li Pu glanced around and shook his head in boredom. Yet, as these spectacles multiplied, they failed to capture his interest. For every few days, soldiers from Hunan and Hebei would engage in bouts of conflict, and while these men fought with fervor, Li Pu, as a mere observer, found himself increasingly exasperated.